Chapter 341 Battle of Souls. In the unknown space, Lupita grabbed Lin's neck with both hands, rode on him, and kept falling in a place where there were no boundaries between up, down, left, and right. In the long years since she became conscious, she has experienced such a duel more than once, and has even had the experience of peering into the spiritual world of the Silverbeard dwarf countless times. It was this kind of experience that made her grow to the point where she believed she was no longer afraid of any opponent. That's why at this desperate moment, he risked his way into another human's body and fought for it. In the decisive battle between soul and soul, the one with strong will and belief wins. This is an idealistic battle that completely ignores the laws of physics and any rules in the real world. Lupita met some self-righteous magicians who built seemingly powerful spiritual worlds. But the souls themselves were so weak that they were vulnerable. Those false powers are not as powerful as truly strong willpower. So Lupita is in the realm of the soul. She can only continue to strengthen herself. And at this critical moment of life and death, of course she used it without reservation. Especially the opponent is a weak human magician. And she has no reason to lose. Only this time, what seems to be different? The spiritual world of Homo sapiens reflects to some extent that person's mental state and cultural background. Being in a state of falling all the time means that there is a bottomless cliff deep in the person's heart. Do you mean this? While Lupita was confused, the two entangled people fell to the ground. Although it seems to have reached the bottom, most of the surrounding area is still empty, including the ground that should exist and can stand on does not seem to exist. Looking around, it seems that there is still a very long distance before there is a light that looks like the end or exit. Only on the side, there is a high wall that towers into the sky and cannot be seen at the edge. What kind of spiritual world is this? The sight she had never seen before made Lupita unconsciously relax her hands and look around blankly. In fact, no matter how tight she tightened her grip, it didn't matter to Lin. In the dream, I fought with myself countless times, and the mere feeling of suffocation was not enough to cause someone to panic. Not to mention that the lowly in front of me looks fierce. But in fact she has no strength at all. The small hand on the neck is not as heavy as the thick gold chain that makes people feel. However, he didn't have a relaxed and indifferent expression. Instead, he looked a little awkward. For a moment, he really didn't know how to react. So he just let the other person pinch him with a fierce expression. But after landing on the ground, this lowly just looked around and didn't notice that her hand relaxed. Lin also felt strange about what he saw in front of him. It didn't look like he was in his dream world. Could it be that he was taken to another place? Hey. I finally understand you. As a human being, you shouldn't hang on a tree. You should look at the whole forest. You are indeed me. The scum among scum. I'm afraid it's not hundreds of meters away. He was so tall, and his voice was like a bell. He took pictures with a huge camera and said with a smile, "Should we study how to transfer the things here to the real world? Show these photos to your mistress. It should be exciting." On the other side, the second incarnation was holding a magnifying glass and observing himself, who was about the size of an ant. On the other side, looking at the huge eyes magnified even more by the magnifying glass, Lin finally realized what was strange. It turns out that my scale is wrong, and it has been shrunk to a very exaggerated level. So I can look at the other two incarnations, just like standing in front of the 101 building plaza before traveling and looking up at the skyscrapers. At this time, the stunned lowly seemed to wake up suddenly and shouted hysterically, "Who are you? Where is this place? Why are you so huge?" A series of questions, although they are in the language of the silver-bearded dwarves. But where is this place? Language is just a way of expression, and the basis of communication between all people is heart to heart. So even if they don't understand, the three of them still understand what this lowly, who is in a semi-crazy state, is saying. Then the junior high school student in uniform appeared and answered seriously. "We are Gabra Schulentripwood, a powerful pirate. This is our dream. What you see next to it is the magic tower. If your IQ is greater than 0, you should be able to see that the surrounding light spots are simulate the starry sky. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that your zodiac sign is the rat, and you can't see the sky. But we look huge because you are too small." Well, Lin looked at the middle-class avatar, who was answering expressionlessly, and knew that this was his most serious state, which was why every word had the lethality to cause brain hemorrhage. But before, the black-hearted Lolita was flattered by the silver-bearded dwarves. But she had never been so cowardly with others. Lupita was so angry that her entire face turned red, and she was yelling and making a fuss without even making a sentence. As for the second incarnation, he looked very indifferent, saying no words to her, and showing no sympathy at all. But the incarnation of Fat Man, who had been standing aside to watch the show, put down the camera in his hand and asked someone, "Where did you find this little girl? She's so cute. She won't be able to get married in the future. You're the only one getting married. Your whole family is getting married." A major difficulty in the language barrier is the difference in word choice. However, this difficulty seems to be nothing in the dreamland, a heart-to-heart environment. Therefore, Lupita completely understood every word of Fat House and Joan Eyre's merciless complaints. It was precisely this that made her even more crazy. Although she wanted to make the two people who spoke rudely look good, due to the huge difference in body size, Lupita simply rushed towards Lin with her teeth and claws. If this place is his spiritual world, then directly destroying his soul will be the easiest and fastest choice. However, looking at this slowly, she no longer cares about her image and rushes towards her like a hungry tiger attacking a wolf. Without saying anything, Lin sucked his right thumb and blew hard. Suddenly, his body size was like blowing up a balloon, instantly becoming huge, making himself the same size as the other two avatars. After returning to normal proportions, Lin looked at the surrounding scenery and felt a little more normal. Lupita, who was watching someone's movements, imitated them. And as expected, she also became the same proportions as everyone else. As soon as she returned to normal, and there was no longer a huge difference in body size from everyone else, her arrogance increased again, and she returned to her arrogant posture. With eyes full of anger, Lupita put her hands on her hips and said in a fierce tone that did not match her appearance, "Can you understand the consequences of irritating me? Are you ready to wake up?" Pushing up the glasses that had spontaneously reflected for some reason, the second incarnation also said in a plain tone, "With your short figure, what will be the consequences? Are we laughing to death? If you want to do this, you have to work harder. Just a little bit." "Humph. I've noticed it just now. This is some kind of giant magic device." Lupita walked to the 5-story Dreamland Magic Tower, held it down with one hand, and said with a sneer, "Let me tell you, there is no magic device in the world that I cannot control." Be prepared to be aware. Nothing happened for a long time, because the atmosphere was a little awkward. The second incarnation spoke again. "Well, we are ready. Please hurry up on what you want to do." Lupita pressed her hand on the magic tower, but she was suppressing her blush. At this time, someone from the original version approached the avatar of Fat House and asked secretly, "Is she holding on even though she can't do it?" "No. Don't make trouble. I want to see how she gets down the stairs." The whispers between two of them were actually quite loud. This made Lupita's ears turn red, hanging down by her side, and the arm holding her pink fist trembled with excitement. Suddenly she looked up with an exaggerated expression, raised her finger and shouted, "Look! What is that?" "You on, little girl. I stopped doing this trick in elementary school. Now you want to use it to deceive me?" Fei Zhai's incarnation said with a smile. When the three of them were actually about to comment on this, or laugh at it, a shocking roar interrupted their original intention. The three of them turned their heads and saw that in the distant sky, or above, a giant alien beast was flying in. Scorpion tail, lion head, eagle body, 6 claws, 6 wings, and 6 pairs of eyes. In addition, there are more weird features that are unrecognizable. The most important thing is that it carries an extremely powerful sense of oppression. Even looking at it from a distance can give people heart palpitations. Looking at this uninvited guest, Lin frowned and asked the two people around him, "Have characters of this level been visiting you lately?" Fei Zhai replied casually, "Yes. Since the 5-story tower was built, some minions have not appeared again. The occasional visitors are all big shots of this level, which really makes us feel alive. Hui, how can you be proud of it? Can you handle it? Except for the things you encountered that were related to the unspeakable things, which affected this place and were difficult to solve. The others have not caused any trouble." "So?" Lin wanted to ask more carefully, but he saw the stars in the sky flash, and countless white beams of light penetrated the flying nightmare beast. The giant beast that was roaring happily just now became silent and fell to the ground along its original trajectory, landing on its face. "Is this killed?" "Yes. Otherwise, how difficult do you think it would be? We can't even kill monsters of this level with one move." "Stop chatting. Since you are here, let's do it together." "What to do?" "Of course. Make that big thing into bricks to fill the gap left in the magic tower by you guy who can't even play Tetris like a cripple. While saying this, the three of them plus Lupita all looked at the sparse holes in the magic tower. In addition to the gaps in the tower, it is obvious that there is a long way to go to complete the tower. Then the three of them looked at the young girl again. And then the second incarnation spoke up and asked, "What should I do with her? Kill and repair towers together?" The original person put forward this opinion. However, Deja was not satisfied with this answer. He said, "It finally fell into our hands. If we do what you said, don't you think it's a waste of resources? Scumbag with filthy thoughts." He pushed up his glasses. This was the evaluation of the second incarnation. Although I don't know if Fei Zhai is serious or just trying to scare people. But Lin continued and said, "No, don't you think there's something wrong with this guy's brain? Why bother? You might as well get a better one yourself." After all, this place was built by the three of them. In the dream world, wanting to make this place more popular is just a thought. Fortunately, I traveled through time. Otherwise, he would have committed a crime sooner or later and would have been jailed. Lin thought about the second part of the sentence in his mind. The three of them turned their heads together and looked at the uninvited guest in this world. But Lupita looked like she was about to cry. She has already reached this point. And she is not a girl who is ignorant of the world. How can she still not figure out what kind of situation she has fallen into? Chapter 342 Awakening. Help me. These are the first words someone wakes up in the real world. Moreover, the voice was still female. And the words spoken were very standard silver-bearded dwarf language. Lin, who regained consciousness immediately, looked at the dwarves surrounding him, who were looking at him with exaggerated expressions. He was a little confused. And he was resting on Fin's lap. Her smile was so kind and sweet, even though her eyebrows were slightly dark. And the fireball condensing on her right hand looked like she was ready to smear her face. Lin jumped up hurriedly, stopped the crazy lich and said, "Hey, calm down and say what you have to say. Who are you?" "I am me. Who else can I be?" After answering nonsense, Lin realized the possible problem of a certain lich and said hurriedly, "Oh, did you misunderstand that my body was taken away by the soul just now? Take control. So, you can ask questions that only we know." Fin did not give up the fireball brewing in his hand at all, and was ready to attack at any time. At the same time, she showed a look of disdain and said, "If your soul is really swallowed up, then she will also have your memory. Asking you something like this, even if it can answer it, it doesn't mean anything." "Oh, HL, it's exactly what you said. But how can I prove my innocence?" "Okay, then you answer the following questions. There are 5 houses, each painted in 5 different colors. The owner of each house comes from a different country. The owner of each house likes to drink and engage in sports. The pets they keep are also different. There are no duplicates. 1. The British live in the red house. 3. The Danes drink tea. 5. The green house is on the left of the white house. The owner of the green house drinks coffee. 6. The owner of the yellow house plays baseball. 9. The Norwegian lives in the first house. 10. People who play volleyball live next door to people who keep cats. 11. People who keep horses live next door to people who play baseball. 13. People who play tennis drink beer. 14. The Norwegian lives next to the blue house. 15. The man who plays volleyball has a neighbor who drinks water." The dwarves who were watching the development of the situation were momentarily confused by Fin's question. How to answer this question since the word fish is not mentioned even once from beginning to end. But someone's answer was not an answer, but a rhetorical question. "Hey, how do you know this question? I remember I didn't tell you. You used it to punish those 2 girls." At the same time, Fin dismissed the fireball in his hand and said, "But only you would care about such a trivial matter and ask me where I knew about this issue. If it were someone else, I will tell you directly if I know the answer. Okay, my other question is, what happened to her?" "She? Who? Oh, you're talking about that little guy. She's fine. Well, no, I should say she's in big trouble. But that has nothing to do with us. And it won't hinder my normal life. Okay, what happened to her?" Fin refused to give up and continued to ask. "It seemed like she was originally going to attack me from the soul level. But for some reason, we ran into my dream. In short, it was okay in the end." "Oh, that sounds terrible." Despite what he said, Fin was not surprised at all. As early as the time of resurrection, she had explored this man's soul. At that time, I was still very wary. And to confirm a person's true intentions, directly asking his soul was definitely the best way. Of course, if you don't want to hurt the other person, you can only observe the other person's soul world from the side to judge the good and evil character of that person. Generally speaking, the appearance of a person's soul and the environment in which he lives is the most real. Those things cannot be disguised. Unless it is another soul. But that man's soul is a maze. It's a maze that you can't get out of. What makes people disoriented is not the complicated passages and designs, but the countless fragments that make people confused. And there is no repetition, except for a few of those pictures, which are a little confusing, some obscene, and some dark. Most of them are incomprehensible. The only thing that's certain is that it's not entirely on the evil side. And those scenes were before he built the dream magic tower. Then had no way of knowing what that man's soul and his spiritual world were like now. But you can guess that it is definitely more complicated and unpredictable than before. Especially the establishment of the dream tower. If it can resist the attack of nightmare, then probably no one will be his opponent in that field, as far as defense is concerned. So when it first happened, when the artificial soul in the purple alexandrite broke into the man's consciousness, she was not very worried, because she roughly guessed the outcome of the matter. But it was not clear to what extent it would reach. Now she was very curious about what happened to that unlucky guy. Although a certain man would talk about how the world in his dreams had changed, he would never elaborate. He even hesitated on certain questions, and never responded directly. Sometimes he can't stand the questioning, and will give some incomprehensible answers. Others can tell at a glance that he is lying. But there was nothing anyone could do, because they couldn't enter his dream. In fact, for Lynn, this attitude is normal. A fat nerd and a middle schooler, who is willing to talk about his, or her side, and dark history, that no one wants to know, and use it to amuse others. It's too late to forget those two things. But unfortunately, I can only treat them as if they don't exist. No matter who comes to extract a confession, someone will fight to death, and refuse to say a word more. In particular, the question was about a certain lich who was unconscious, but burning, with a burning heart of gossip. So talking to Fenming is impossible. As long as you are a human being, you will always have secrets that you want to hide for a lifetime, and take with you to your grave. No one is exempt, regardless of the psychological activities of the two people. Germain, the silver-bearded dwarf, once again came to the rescue. Avoiding the embarrassment of someone being questioned but not daring to answer, he asked, "Hey, big brother, are you okay?" "It's okay. You see, I have good hands and feet." "Then the soul that Lady Lupita broke into your body was really destroyed by you?" "It's not accurate to say she has been eliminated, but she will no longer pose any threat to you, nor will she return to your soul magic stone. So you can rest assured." After a brief explanation, Lin looked at the control room. Many dwarves are already busy readjusting the operating system of the Mithrin core. He asked, "Is everything back to normal?" Also looking at the busy tribesmen, Germain said, "I don't know. This control system has not been used for a long time, so it still needs some time to get familiar with it. But the device that emits harmful radiation has been turned off. Someone was specially sent to the nuclear energy room to check the relevant values." "That's good. I'm really happy for you, friend." Seeing that the matter had come to an end, Lin took out his pocket watch and checked the time. If we were on the surface, the sun would be high by now. It seemed that there was no hope of catching up on sleep, and Lin had no intention of staying another day. So he went back to pack up and prepare to leave. After telling Germain about this plan, the only friendly young silver-bearded dwarf said reluctantly, "You really have to leave, big brother. Don't show such an expression, friend. All the feasts in the world must come to an end. I have stayed here long enough, and your crisis has been resolved. The remaining physical injuries, according to Fen, will heal on their own sooner or later. Don't worry too much at all. Since there is a perfect ending, there is nothing wrong with ending it here." "That's right. Then wait for me, and I'll take you out." With that, Germain turned back to his father, but his impulsive relative said from the side, "I don't agree with letting the human being leave. It seems that he got the guardian's soul, and who knows how many secrets of our family he learned from it. The safest thing to do is to let him stay. Stay forever. He saved you, and he saved me. This is not how we treat our benefactors. What's more, do you have any means to deal with him? Armed with peace? I've looked at the scrap metal, and I haven't replaced the core, so it probably can't be used anymore. Or do you want to be like those young people, holding a kitchen knife and wearing an iron pot to fight against a human magician? The core of the Silverbeard dwarf's peaceful arm is actually like the program control center of the power armor. A magic stone of quite high quality. This magic stone is one of the very few parts in the peace arms that can be recycled and reused. It only needs to clear the original control unit and implant a new one. Most dwarves who use peaceful weapons will make some personal adjustments to the control core according to their own habits. But someone's logic bomb directly paralyzed this thing. And without the assistance of the control core, the iron skin of the peace arms was worse than armor. That's why Germain's father, Nels, said that. This also means that the Silverbeard dwarves have completed the preliminary process of using the magic stone as a carrier. As long as they continue to develop along this path, maybe the magic program that truly belongs to the lost land will be invented in their hands. However, the life of a race is too long, and it is inevitable that there will be some problems of laziness and lack of enterprising spirit. But none of this should concern Lin. On the contrary, he understood the language of the silver-bearded dwarf for unknown reasons. At this time, he used his acting skills and calmly pretended that he still didn't understand, and prepared to leave with Finn, because those radical dwarves were already discussing how to use the Thanksgiving banquet as an excuse to delay their steps, and then find a way to solve themselves during this time. Although those words sounded harsh. Fortunately, most of the silver-bearded dwarves were grateful for their objections and for their assistance in the betrayal of the nuclear guardian. So the voice of maintenance is not low at all. It's just that this group of dwarves is very stingy. No one discusses whether to give some substantial benefits to express their gratitude. Chapter 343, Leaving Silverbeard Territory. Fun, who was holding Lin's arm, was close to someone's ear and whispered quietly, "They are discussing how to kill you. Do you want to teach these ungrateful people a lesson?" "No, eldest sister. It sounds like most people are still against it. There's no need to be so hasty and force those who are against it to agree. Isn't this the mistake their guardian made? If she continues to pretend, instead of falling out, maybe the matter will continue to be delayed, instead of letting the dwarves who originally supported her turn to support the other side's opinions." "Oh, you understand their language." Finn's eyes lit up, and he said with great interest, "Yes, I don't know why I understood it. Anyway, just pretend you don't know. Just like you did before. What are you planning?" "I'm not making any crooked plans. It's just that, sister. You can talk when you talk. But can't you get so close? Your tongue is almost sticking into my ear." Someone tilted his head back. Unfortunately, his right hand was tightly grasped, and he couldn't escape. Don't you like it?" Finn said with a provocative expression. This made someone blush slightly and say, "It's not that I don't like it. It's just that I'm not used to it in public." The two of them chatted like this and left the most important nuclear area in Silverbeard Dwarf Iron City. He didn't care if Germain kept up. The most important thing was that Lin had already paralyzed all his equipment because of the counter-guardian Lupita. Although before leaving, they helped the dwarves disarm the logic bomb they had left behind against the Mr. Nuclear system. But the gates on the passage have not yet returned to normal operation. It can be said that the door is open, and the two people can pass through without obstruction. As for the peaceful weapons, there are so many of them that it would be too troublesome to disarm them one by one. Using the original broadcasting method to cancel batches also requires redesigning the program. Since some dwarves still don't have good intentions, Lin doesn't plan to help them that much. Anyway, this is a small matter. If they take their time later, they can return everything to normal. Along the way, you can see that the city of Silverbeard Dwarves still seems to be sleeping, and everything is dark. But thanks to the busy work of the people in the Neng nuclear zone, the city in a few blocks has regained its light. In the light, a dwarf was shouting and jumping happily. Lin felt this emotion and was also infected by the joy. Although I didn't receive any actual rewards from the Silverbeard dwarves, the feeling of helping others was not bad. The premise is that this is something you have the ability to do, and you are not forced to do it. Being forced to do good things only makes someone feel sick. There isn't much to take with you when you leave. The most important thing is the first coffin brought down by Finn. Under Germain's instructions, the silver-bearded dwarf prepared some dry food for the two of them to eat on the way. Except for a guide who took him out of the city, no one came to see him off. Of course, no one expressed gratitude for his contribution in this incident. This ending is not surprising. After all, he left early, before most dwarves knew the complete story. This action is not like the Earth before the time travel, where the entire process can be recorded or even live broadcast. Most of the dwarves who knew about it were busy restoring the power supply of the Mizran core and had no time to publicize their achievements. the reason for not wanting to stay longer. Not to mention the dwarf's proposal to use the banquet to keep him and make other plans. The food of the Silverbeard dwarves is really not that good. Perhaps it was due to the lack of underground food types and the fact that the dwarves did not focus on eating. So what they ate in the past few days was just to satisfy their hunger. Not to mention any delicacies. If you are really a country bumpkin who has never seen any technology, you may want to stay and learn the technology of the dwarves. If they allow it. But as time travelers, whether it is the reality of the earth or the imagination in film and television media or novels, the achievements of the Silverbeard dwarves are really not worth mentioning. So Lin, who was determined to leave, quickly packed up his things and came to the passage out of the city. This is because iris scanning is required to enter and exit the dwarf city. Otherwise someone would not even be willing to take the guide. The dwarf just took himself to the entrance and exit with all his heart. After opening the gate of the impregnable dwarf city, he stood in the city and watched the two people leave. Judging from the posture, it looks more like monitoring whether there are any personnel who have actually left. It seems that this city still doesn't trust itself. With a simple thank you, Lin left this alien city that could not be called warm. Shouldn't we be grateful to an area that has been closed off to itself for a long time and doesn't sneak around and kill itself like cannibals? Someone is thinking this. Because when they invaded the dwarf city center, it was confirmed that they had also initially implemented monitoring facilities. It's just that it's not clear yet how far and why the dwarves can monitor, and what method they use to monitor and present it. After all, the time in this city is quite short. Even if the dwarves do not deliberately hide it, they do not have enough time to explore everything here. To be on the safe side, the two people who left the dwarf city did not immediately use the flash technique to return to the surface. Instead, they continued traveling for a certain distance. After going around several turns in the underground cave, we came to a relatively open space. Lin threw a copy of the map information he had recorded when he arrived into Finn's field of vision, and then put a copy of the various parameters required for the flash technique. It took several days to get here, even if it was due to advancing underground. A lot of the time delay was due to the terrain, which prevented me from moving fast. But to flash back to the surface in one breath can still be called long-distance teleportation. So no calculation can be made too carefully. After all, we are underground. It seems that we miscalculated the direction and distance. In a pile of rocks with no gaps. How can we jump back to the real world? This is a big question. Now the two of them are checking the data obtained previously. Of course, but also compared his records and calculations. For the Lich, this is also the best time to revise her various calculation programs. Just when the two were doing the final calculations, the familiar shouting came from behind. "Hey, big brother, wait for me." I saw the silver-bearded dwarf Germain and his good friend Riley. They each took a woman they had never seen before. The four of them carried simple luggage and trotted after them. After running to Lin, Germain panted and said, "Great! You haven't gone far yet. What's wrong? Are you planning to elope?" Lin said jokingly. "That's not the case. Didn't you tell me that eggs should not be put in the same basket? I thought about it, and you were right. And our family has been locked up in this small city for too long. I think I want to go out and have a look. You said you were traveling, so I want to go with you to see what other parts of the world are like." Someone showed an unceremonious expression of disgust. Germain said quickly, "Hey, brother, don't make such an expression. It's very useful to take me with you on the road. I'm the only silver-bearded dwarf who has won the honor of being a great engineer in the past 300 years. In terms of dwarven engineering, as long as I have enough materials, I can build it even if Mither can nuclear it." "Yes, because dwarves of your age have received such an honor earlier. You are indeed the only one and the last one in 300 years. The female dwarf, whose hand was held by Germain, also complained unceremoniously. Perhaps he thought that someone couldn't understand dwarf language. So Germain complained to his companions with some grievances. "Don't talk nonsense. What if my eldest brother refuses to take me with him? I'm just a little slower than others, but I've learned everything I need to learn." Hearing this, someone couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I dare to say that this guy is still a super jackpot. The expression on Lin's face was even more exaggerated. But what kind of role is the woman brought out by this cheating dwarf? She is so good at complaining about this guy. You're not bringing your own mother with you, right? Is this really a mother's baby? A blind person really can't tell the age of these long-lived species. Hee. Big brother, don't dislike me like this. Take me with you. I will definitely be able to help. If nothing else, I will help you dig a little bit of the road on the way out. This is really not a big problem. I don't have anything else. I'm definitely strong enough. The more I listen to it, the more worried I become, Lin thought to himself. And a certain dwarf suddenly became coy and whispered, I want to learn that from you. Which one? A sneaking thing? Or how to read pornographic books in class without getting caught by the teacher? Lin thought so. That's the method that can immobilize the peaceful armed forces and prevent us, the Guardians, from seeing you. Oh, that, Lin thought. It turned out that he wanted to learn programming language. Maybe the dwarf's liver is not fresh. After all, it is more than 500 years old. But it is better than it is durable. Not to mention other things. People who have been exposed to radiation for hundreds of years are still alive and kicking. With this vitality, Lin feels that liver damage does not exist for them. Since you want to learn programming, why not teach it? But some things still have to be said first. Friend, you should know that if you want to gain something, you have to give something. If you want to learn something from me, you should give me a little help. What do you think? Of course, I can understand this. On the way out, I promise to help you find a way that you can pass by standing up. Even if I am not enough, I have 3 helpers. The 3 silver-bearded dwarves, who were sold in the blink of an eye, all stared at a certain big guy from behind with fierce eyes. Chapter 344, The Young and Ignorant Dwarves. Lin laughed at this. For a race that is advanced enough and understands engineering, if they are only allowed to do the work of digging holes, wouldn't it be a waste of resources? Besides, he was very interested in what kind of changes would happen if the Earth's machines and metallurgical knowledge were introduced to the Silverbeard dwarves. Of course, those 2 aspects are not my expertise. But it's not a big problem to say that some 4, 5 or 6 come out, if Germain is really willing to learn from him. Just give him some advice depending on the situation. At least to the other silver-bearded dwarves. Lin had no idea of saying these things. Maybe it's impossible to drive a Ferrari, or drive a sack or a Gundam in your lifetime. But there's nothing wrong with a large off-road 4-wheel drive truck. Driving a sports car requires road coordination, which requires national-level supporting measures. Driving a monster truck only requires the heart to crush it all the way. It's just that this little guy's blind trust is not a good thing. Lin smiled and said, Little brother, you are planning to pester me without asking me clearly. Aren't you afraid of being betrayed by me? Will you? Will you? Will you do this? He didn't say that he didn't feel it. When he was reminded, Germain asked in fear, Will you betray me, big brother? Why not? I heard that the 2-headed giant likes to eat silver-bearded dwarfs the most. If you don't eat one every day, you will feel uncomfortable. Is that right? Lin turned to Fin and asked. And the Lich also answered the question very complimentary. Yes. I heard that they like to eat it raw and tear it into strips. Then they take out the internal organs and make soup. And boil a big pot, which can last for several days. No. He howled miserably. But Germain was stubborn and said, I believe that you will never betray me, big brother. There is a saying in my hometown, it's not that men won't betray, but the price is not enough. It's not that women won't cheat. It's just that the temptation is not enough. So betrayal is not a very difficult thing as long as the price is enough. Are you really going to do this? Germain looked aggrieved and sad, took a few steps back, and said with a flat mouth, I trust you so much. A person of faith can easily become a tool for others. If you really want to leave your hometown, I hope you will be more discerning and not trust others as much as you do today. Even if that person is me. But you saved my life from those ghosts. That's just the best thing for me to do at the moment. I gained a favor by saving you. And at that time, no one offered a higher price. So I only had one choice left. No. Regardless of whether you accept this kindness or not, you will want to repay me. When encountering confrontation or conflict, you can consider me a little with this kindness. And this is the price I get. Of course, it would be better if you are willing to give something substantial in return. I won't object. That is to say, you don't really want to sell us, do you? Germain cautiously asked. No one has offered that price yet, so I won't do it for the time being. I don't know the future, Lin said straightforwardly. Then what will it take to stop you from considering selling me? Be careful with yourself, I said. Don't trust anyone. On the other hand, it is to show your value to me, when the price I have to pay for losing you is far greater than what others can pay. Naturally, I will not make that choice, Lin said seriously. This means that I temporarily agree to let you follow me, because I also have some uses for your skills. But I don't know yet whether the parts you already know are suitable. So I will teach you some necessary knowledge. Of course, including what you want to know. If it does come in handy, I wish you a happy cooperation. If not, haha, hee hee. With a shy smile, Germain seemed to have forgotten most of the lesson someone wanted to teach him, and only heard the unimportant parts that he wanted to hear. So he said happily, I know that big brothers are big brothers. I believe that as long as we are honest with each other, we can trust each other. What a bad guy, Lin thought to himself. So he used the language of the silver-bearded dwarf and said to Germain, since I want to travel together, put your hands on the shoulders of both Germain and Riley at the same time. There are some things that I should let you know. Otherwise it wouldn't be called a confession. Right. At the same time, the other two female dwarves were led by Finn. Germain and others were all surprised that the human magician could speak dwarven language fluently. Only then did I realize how deeply someone was hiding. But he never thought that Lin only confirmed that he could speak the language of the silver-bearded dwarves just moments before they appeared. But before they could ask questions, Lin and Finn used a flash technique, and a group of 6 people appeared above the surface. Finn flashed again, safely bringing her and the other 2 back to the surface. Lin brought 2 dwarves to perform a long-distance flash, which was already the limit of his basic power. So he only added a feather fall technique to the 2 dwarves he brought, and then flashed back to the ground. And the ears were filled with the ghostly screams of Germain and the 2 men, like they were killing pigs. The feather falling technique performed by a person with a formal magician level can really make people fall to the ground as lightly as a feather. Of course, the process will take longer, which means that Germain and Riley will also be screaming for a longer time. If Lin uses it on himself, he will retain some speed. In short, he can just let himself land without getting hurt. But even after they landed on the ground, the 2 frightened dwarves still yelled, unable to control themselves. When Lin and Finn returned to the surface, they were outside a ghost village and in front of the cave entrance leading to the ground. It was also the place agreed with the 2 apprentices where they would camp and wait. As soon as they saw Finn's appearance, the 2 girls, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately swooped down and rubbed against the great former demon king's chest. Sister, you are back. After they felt comfortable, they stopped, and only then did they notice other people besides Finn. Ah, there are more dwarves. Whether it was the 2 female dwarves who were safely brought back to the ground by Finn, or the 2 who fell back to the ground neither lightly nor heavily, they were all blinded by the bright early morning sun. But Germain, who was accustomed to sunlight, immediately jumped in front of Lin and shouted, Brother, what was that magic just now? Teach me. Teach me. Lin smiled in his heart. What I'm most afraid of is that there are people who have no purpose and stick to me with shamelessness, making them a mess. But as long as there is a request, there is room to operate. So when it came to Germain's dream of reaching the sky in one step, he didn't ask any questions, and just mentioned that he wanted to learn the flash technique. Someone showed a devilish smile and took out a special browser magic stone from his bag. The homepage that opens on that thing is not the screen of the forum, but the digitized files of various internal teaching materials and files of the original members of the Tower of Sages. Mathematics, the most evil of all, is placed first. When Halloumi couldn't sleep, opening this book was more useful than taking sleeping pills, even if she was serious like Kaya. She only learned less than 1/3 of the content. Who knows that most of the knowledge here was forced out by someone, by a certain lich, who was eager to learn. Some relatively shallow knowledge still has a systematic context to follow. But those with more in-depth knowledge are just recording whatever comes to mind. No one else but Finn had finished the nibbling. Even Lin himself didn't want to look back. Although this part has been roughly edited, it was originally intended to be used as an advanced textbook for Eton College in Orange County. But he left the college earlier than expected, so he didn't have time to release the ferocious dog named Advanced Mathematics, which bit the students all over. Nowadays, there are dwarves who happily put their own skin and tender meat into the dog's mouths for bites. If Lin didn't let the dog take a bite, he would have wasted more than 10 years of being tortured. A magic stone, as long as the water mirror screen is made large enough, is enough for 4 people to watch it at the same time. So this novel little thing instantly attracted the attention of the 4 dwarves. Lin also told them clearly where all his knowledge lies. After that, he was busy with his own things. As for fear of being persuaded to quit, that doesn't exist. If you can't pass the first level of shocking education, how can you see the future style? Not to mention the many difficulties that will follow. If you can't survive the first level, There will be no need to talk about the difficulties in the future. Instead of luring someone in, and then stalking them in the hope that they will stay and get through the difficulties later, it is better to screen from the beginning and identify people who can accept this knowledge. On the other hand, it took a bit long for the two division commanders to enter the underground world and the iron city of the Silverbeard dwarves. So the two apprentices who stayed outside also managed this temporary camp in a decent manner. At least once Halloumi recovered from her foot injury. She couldn't sit still. They didn't dare to stray too far from the camp. So the two girls could only play in different ways, turning a simple camp into an idyllic war position. It's a strange description, but Lin can't find a better way to describe it. There are green creepers on the horses and fences, and flower petals decorate the drainage ditches. The carriages are used as temporary residences, with a thorny flower wall surrounding them in addition to the front and rear entrances. The crossbow also uses the golem arm technology that Lin used in the academy, combined with the vehicle's arcane eye, to set up a shooting mode that automatically drives away wild beasts. Then the whole mechanism is still hidden among the flowers. From time to time, there are ignorant bees flying in to collect honey. From the outside, there is nothing unusual about it. Now that I'm ready to leave. It won't be easy to leave soon. Lin was not in a hurry to leave, so he calmly directed the two apprentices to pack up the camp. The four dwarves were still focused on the water mirror screen. Chapter 345. The new dwarf enters the trap. The first thing to deal with is the plant that Harumi ripened with the druid's magic. The vitality of these plants is super strong. Even if the roots are removed, they can still find a way to take root again, which would make someone dumbfounded. While fighting those abnormal plants, the dwarf led by Germain did not read the contents of the file carefully. He just kept pressing pages and changing files. By the time I clicked on the last page of the last file, it was already dark and dinner had just been prepared. During this period, the two women and Riley did not have the persistence of not hitting the wall or looking back like Germain, so they stepped away from the water mirror surgery. Two female silver-bearded dwarves saw dusk for the first time in their lives. The weather was particularly good today, so when the fish-scale clouds in the sky were dyed with sunset glow, the two female dwarves all marveled. By the way, Halloumi, who was familiar with them, asked them their names by speaking and gesticulating. The one who came out after Germain was named Marit. The one who followed Riley out of Iron City was called Freya. She should be considered the wife of both of them. The reason for using this uncertain term is that there is no so-called marriage among Silverbeard dwarves. The relationship between husband and wife is confirmed from the moment the child is born, and their clan has not had a new healthy child for hundreds of years. I have never heard of them getting divorced, let alone domestic violence. After all, female dwarves also have amazing fighting abilities. As for unhealthy children, they did not actively kill them on the grounds of eugenics, but because of their unhealthy bodies, they cannot live long. In particular, there is a radiation source. It won't be long before the diseased cancer cells take away the lives of the weak and young hosts. So except for the older generation, none of the young people of the Silverbeard dwarves has a family yet. Dinner was taken care of by two apprentices, and Lin could have a good meal. In the underground city of the Silverbeard dwarves, there are only three choices for food. Nutritious Meal 1, Nutritious Meal 2, Nutritious Meal 3. Each set has its own fans, and it's hard to say which meal is more popular. But as someone who comes from a land of gluttons, he almost vomited after eating nutritious meals for several days. The cooking skills that Halloumi and Kai were trained by two tough-talking guys are so delicious that they are beyond words. The few dwarves who tasted it for the first time almost chewed off their own tongues. Amid the dwarf shouts of admiration, Germain finally took his eyes away from the water mirror screen and joined his companions in grabbing food. Because the food we eat is all hunting game and wild vegetables picked nearby, there is no restriction on the portion size. Halloumi kept replenishing the empty dinner plate until the food that had been stored for several days was gone. Several dwarves burped and reluctantly looked at the mess of cups and plates on the ground. At this time, Lin had time to ask the dwarf, who had been reading the selected textbook all day, and asked, "How is it? After reading it for so long, do you have any insights?" "Well, big brother, to tell you the truth, I can't understand a word of it." Forgot about it. The language used by the Silverbeard dwarves is different from the common language of Midland, and the natural writing is also different. I originally thought that these dwarves could speak and listen, but I subjectively thought that they could also read and even write. It seems that I took it for granted. But Lin asked curiously, "I can't understand. And you still watched it all day? I want to see how big the portion is." "Just big brother. You must have shown me too many things. I just turned the pages, turning them from day to night. How is this too much? What you need to learn is a magician's unique skill. Do you think it can be done by reciting a spell and coaxing it? Then, can you help me translate it into dwarf language? You can speak our language, so this is not a big problem. Right, Germain said with a shy face. I refuse, Lynn said sternly. If you plan to live on the surface for a period of time, at least learn the common language used by more people. This way, you will not have problems when communicating with other people. As for these, translating words of knowledge into dwarven language is not as simple as poetry or pillow stories. It only needs to convey what I want to say accurately. To be able to do this, language is the only thing that can do it. Master, I am proficient in both languages. Unfortunately, I am not that good. So if you want to learn these things, the best way is to learn to read common language so that you can understand the exact content I wrote in common language. All other methods are evil ways. In the final analysis, someone just wants to retaliate and want others to experience the feeling that he had in the early days when he read the original text. Although I got used to it later, it wasn't a big problem. But at the beginning, it felt like more than 80% of a page was filled with new words. And I really wanted to hit a wall and die. In short, under the leadership of a certain inhumane human magician, the silver-bearded dwarves began to live in dire straits. Then, the two girls were unfortunately involved. Because what the dwarves have to learn at the beginning are some basic courses. Someone was too lazy to teach those things in person. So he threw them all into the hands of two apprentices, who were responsible for enlightening the dwarves. In order to teach people, the two girls had to prepare themselves at all costs so that they could deal with the endless, wise. Later, it even evolved into Kaya teaching. And even Halloumi sat down to listen. If she really doesn't let the blonde girl take control anymore, she will forget that she is a scholar-type magician, not a berserker. Observing the learning progress of the four dwarves from the side, someone felt a little like returning to the ordinary. The profound breadth of knowledge of the dwarves is the result of countless years of accumulation. Their learning efficiency is not much different from that of normal people. At least it's different from a genius, like a certain lich, who could eat all the food in someone's stomach in more than 3 days. So that someone can only accept the request to be juiced to fill the bottomless desire of the lich. However, there is a more interesting observation. That is, although Germain, Riley, Freya, and Marit also all have the title of Silverbeard Dwarf Engineer, they feel like they are in Onigashima Junior High School. Anyone can get a diploma. But Germain's academic performance is not at all like what Marit described as a lagging behind. If you think about it seriously, you will feel relieved. In the primary education level, poor performance does not mean that you are stupider than others. It may just mean that you have no enthusiasm for learning. I can graduate anyway. So I have experienced the mood of muddling along. Only after finding the real goal can people cheer up and move towards the goal. The difference between lost land and Earth is that Earth is distracted by too many things, such as film and television entertainment, games, gambling, sex, and drugs, which can easily make people sink. Therefore, driven by enthusiasm, Germain absorbed the knowledge system from Earth faster than the other three and combined it with the knowledge system of MIDI. But the things taught cannot be all basic knowledge. Lynn also spent some time exchanging their knowledge systems with the four dwarves. And maybe it's because Jamie didn't learn the knowledge of the silver-bearded dwarves well enough. Instead, he didn't have as deep-rooted ideas as the other three. And it was easier to accept Lynn's knowledge from the Earth. In comparison, the other three are more capable of questioning these different systems of knowledge with a critical eye. And when asking the dwarves to say something they could say, he also made it clear that he didn't necessarily have to tell everything. After all, there were some confidential matters that Lynn didn't want to touch or know. But thinking so, Lynn felt that he had underestimated Germain's big mouth. There was a lot of discussion. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the other three dwarves had terrible expressions. It makes someone not know whether he should listen or pretend not to hear. But to be honest, those contents that were accidentally revealed were of little value to Lynn. Everyone knows that the raw material of German lark oil is mint. But how is it made? Have no idea. In addition to the original public case, when Xiaoguo's Yunnan Baiyao was registered in the United States, the raw materials that were originally listed as secret recipes were announced by the United States. But no one actually imitated Yunnan Baiyao. Ultimately, the reason is that knowing the raw materials, but not the production process, is of no use. That's what Big Mouth Germain revealed. In addition, after understanding the content, it is too late for someone to scoff. And they still regard the information as a treasure? To give a simple example, the materials for making peaceful weapons. The Silverbeard dwarves are trapped underground and lack resources, so they cannot continue to produce this set of mysterious version of power armor. However, Germain inadvertently revealed the type and quantity of materials. In front of the 4 dwarves, Lin went to the Forum Mall in the Sijia district of the Southwest Peninsula to search. It is indeed the place with the earliest development and the largest number and most complete varieties. The materials mentioned by the dwarves have different names, and they have to be compared with the current names based on the characteristics of the materials. If the found materials are purchased in the amount required to make a set of peaceful weapons, the price can be covered by about half. An ordinary 3-story magic tower. 2 sets of individual armor can be exchanged for a war fortress. What kind of concept is this? Police states in the world where fighting wars only involve killing people with money do not play this way. If you were really Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, someone would recognize it. Unfortunately, that thing is not. And the gap is not that far. As for the process of building peaceful weapons, the Silverbeard dwarves use the most traditional master-apprentice system, relying on word of mouth to pass down the technology. Unfortunately, the lifespan of this race is too long and hard. Many of the treasures that can be called handed-down artifacts are either still made by their makers, or they are only 1 or 2 generations behind, and the inheritance has not been completely cut off. The Mizraim core falls into this category. Chapter 346 Return to Iron City. However, someone just listening to other people's secrets made the other 3 dwarves quite resentful. In response to such emotions, Lin directly took out the production process with explosion pictures as the core, and the dwarves all knelt down. They are not novices who know nothing about manufacturing, and the reason why they maintained the master apprenticeship system passed down by word of mouth in the past was not to keep it secret, but because there was no better way. Anyway, the dwarf has enough time for the master to train and guide his apprentice. There were dwarves who tried to leave their designs using drawings, but they couldn't accept a very simple part that required dozens or hundreds of drawings to record, especially these drawings, which have been made without explanation by the original author. Almost no one can understand them, especially those old dwarves who believe that the master-apprentice system is the best system. In addition, paper that can be used for long-term preservation is still a high-priced item for fans, and cannot be used as a carrier for normal records. So the drawing method was rejected by the original dwarves. Until today, someone's production technology turned out to be great. However, the silver-bearded dwarf did not work so hard that he spent all his waking hours studying. Even the most diligent Germain just used the idle time of others to read a few more chapters. Eat when you should eat. Discuss when you should discuss. Chat and spank when you should chat. There is no ambiguity at all. And they didn't forget that they came out this time because they wanted to see this mysterious land, the world outside the dwarven Iron City. During the trip, Lin even took Germain back with him using the flash technique. The most important thing is that the dwarves discovered the convenience of long-distance communication through the forum. For them, who were semi-escapees, they did not want to lose contact with their hometown. I also hope that through contact with myself, other dwarves can know what the lost land is like today. The reason why the dwarves locked themselves away from the country was based on a superior mentality, and they did not want to play in the sand with children. But Lin's appearance opened a crack in that sense of superiority, and the sense of crisis made them face up to the question of whether the attitude of the ethnic group should change. So when Germain returned home, he discussed it with his father, and the 2 parties reached an agreement. Even the Silverbeard dwarves, who have not fought for a long time, have not forgotten the importance of intelligence. Even the radical dwarves showed no resistance to obtaining intelligence from the outside world. I'm just slightly worried about attracting the 2nd or 3rd young man like Germain to leave. So what should I do? But this race is too long-lived after all, so I don't mind making a little bit of waves in my long life. What's more, when they acquiesced in allowing Germain and others to leave, they didn't just hope to get the methods to restrain the Guardians and peaceful armed forces from the human magician, whether you use it for your own use or find ways to counter it. So under Germain's suggestion, the silver-bearded dwarf knocked off a large piece of amethyst that was currently useless, and made a large server-level browser based on Finn's head coffin design. If other dwarves want to use it in the future, they can make the place where this purple alexandrite is placed similar to an internet cafe. In this way, there is a private section established in the silver-bearded dwarf language on the forum. Lin also made it clear that he would not mind if Germain put the knowledge he learned from him on the forum for other dwarves to learn from. In exchange, Germain openly took away a set of peaceful weapons and some replacement parts that were easily worn. Germain had originally planned to join the peaceful armed forces, but the difficult journey away from the dwarf Iron City made him give up such thoughts. But thanks to someone's flashing technique, the natural dangers became as smooth as a smooth road. And Germain took advantage of Lin's browser knowledge to come up with the idea of taking away the peaceful armed forces. Otherwise, according to Germain's original understanding, if this idea was put forward openly, it is unlikely that other silver-bearded dwarves would agree. After all, the current situation of peaceful armed forces is that if one is lost, the other will be missing, and it is unlikely to be replenished. But now, by exchanging knowledge and emphasizing that he would use it himself, he finally got his father's stubborn old dwarves to nod. The reason why we do not bring 2 sets of peace arms, or even let each dwarf go to the surface to have 1 set, is because the logistics and maintenance outside are not easy. Adding a dwarf wearing peace arms would have been paired with a support team of 3 to 5 people, forming a complete group membership. This is the standard configuration of Silverbeard dwarves, and Germain has no intention of destroying this practice. Such a border system is formed mainly because it is difficult to put on peaceful armed forces, so it requires so many people to assist. On the other hand, it doesn't have to be him who puts on the peaceful armor and rushes forward. It can be Riley, or even Marit or Freya. When the time comes, others will be just fine as supporting members. From Lin's point of view, in a small-scale conflict, it is enough to have a human shield standing in front, and there is no need to pull up a row of tin cans as a roadblock. Secondly, a set of unloaded peace weapons is very heavy and takes up a lot of space. If he didn't want to do reverse engineering, he could dismantle the thing and sell it in an emergency. He was not willing to wear such a burden. The pride of magicians, or the vulgarity of people on Earth, should be set away from afar. Those who are superstitious about melee combat must be a fan of kung fu movies. If you want to fight hand-to-hand with the tyrant or the G-virus mutant, the best way is to use the infinite rocket launcher to blast from a distance. Anyway, after taking care of everything, I rested for another night to regain my basic abilities. In full view of the silver-bearded dwarves, Lin used the flash technique to return to the garrison point of the covered carriage. This kind of free coming and going has really made the dwarves more afraid of this magician. But there is no effective countermeasure. Fortunately, the other party showed goodwill for the time being, and the urgency of the crisis was not that severe. But no dwarf wants to find a solution before encountering a problem, especially since everyone has just survived a crisis that almost wiped out the entire clan. Back at the base, Germain finally stopped yelling after an experience, but maintained a correct attitude and landed safely. As for the big box that still fell to the ground even though it was equipped with the feather falling technique, it certainly attracted everyone's attention. Marit was the first to step forward to check. She used some common language and said in surprise, "You really brought back a peaceful armed force." "Hee hee. Yes," Germain said proudly, wiping his wine-trough red nose. At this time, Harumi, who was very familiar with the 2 dwarf sisters, also stepped forward to look at the contents of the box. Being influenced by someone, she asked immediately, "Can this fly?" Marit said excitedly, "This can't fly, but it's very powerful. There's no problem wearing it to slay dragons. Can it be automatically dressed? Well, there is no such function. Tisk." Halloumi smacked her lips in disgust. This attitude made Marit a little unwilling. She now wanted this little human girl to take a good look at the majesty of the peace arms. So she commanded the other 2 men and her good sisters, and said in her accustomed dwarf language, "Quick! Help me put on the peace arms. Let me see if it works. By the way, let them see our majesty." Germain wanted to object, but when he was stared at by those round eyes, he gave up. Freya happily helped Marit get dressed. Although the silver-bearded dwarves do not stipulate that women are not allowed to use peaceful weapons, due to the number, there are still quite a few dwarves who are eager for the opportunity to wear those weapons, and Marit is undoubtedly one of them. It's just that Marit's enthusiasm for the iron skin was a bit embarrassing in Germain's eyes, because the clumsy gadget that his partner admired was nothing but scum in front of the human magician. Wearing peaceful weapons, there was no chance to resist in front of him. If he hadn't been wearing that iron skin, he might have had the opportunity to bite it with his teeth. After all, no one has asked about the 2 ways of rescue operations and the process of defeating the Guardians, or others have deliberately spread the news. Therefore, except for a few dwarves who witnessed it with their own eyes, not many silver-bearded dwarves knew about the terrifying achievements of the human magician. Marit, who had finished dressing up, was still quite impressive. She picked up the electric spear and played with it for a while. And she danced very vigorously. The two girls were of course very supportive, cheering and cheering from the sidelines. Lynn didn't hesitate to cheer others down or lose face. To be fair, what Marit put on was just a show. Whether you have truly experienced a life and death fight, your momentum and temperament are completely different. In fact, this is also a common problem among the Silverbeard dwarves. The protective power is too strong, coupled with self-sufficiency. The result of being too safe is that the entire clan loses their vigilance. This is also one of the reasons why Lupita was able to take advantage of the situation. Marit was not satisfied with just playing tricks. So she took Germain and wanted to practice with him. How could that dwarf, who was used to being beaten, be willing to do such a stupid thing? If the opponent didn't wear peaceful weapons, he would be able to make himself angry, now that the opponent was wearing a complete set of clothes. But he was barehanded. It was not like this to find a way to fight. Marit refused to give up, and set her sights on Lynn. She waved and said, "How about it? Human? Do you want to try the power of peaceful armed forces?" Her words were provocative, and showed off her power. Lynn smiled. He knew that the two female dwarves were on this journey, and they were quite disapproving of the attitude of the other two male dwarves. Jamie wanted to get some good stuff out of him, so his attitude tended to be flattering. Riley had seen the strength of two human magicians in the Silverbeard dwarf Iron City nuclear zone, but he didn't dare to bring up any ill will. Stand up. Only the two female dwarves had never seen Lynn show off his power, and the pride in their hearts as silver-bearded dwarves had not wavered. Therefore, there is a vague idea of wanting to overpower human magicians, and at least be able to talk to each other on an equal footing. Instead of like now, the two men behaved like someone else's lackeys, completely losing their reputation as silver-bearded dwarves. But for someone, knowing the other person's mentality is two different things than using his own body to fight the power armor. Just when I was about to refuse, I suddenly heard Marit say anxiously, "What's going on? Why can't I move?" Chapter 347: The Use of Peaceful Arms. As soon as they heard Marit yelling, Germain and Riley immediately looked at someone. Without checking, they could guess what kind of situation this peaceful armed force was facing. So of course they turned their attention to the initiator. But Lynn also felt confused because he didn't do it. Then the remaining possibility is, he turned to look at the Lich, who had returned to the carriage. At first, he was indifferent and lived deep in the carriage, where the sun couldn't shine. At this time, the Lich stuck out his head and looked at the dressed Marit. Or in other words, the peaceful weapon with interest. "Ah!" Lynn suddenly thought that this Lich might want to do something. I saw Peace armed standing straight, raising his right foot straight up in a rather unnatural posture. It seemed that he wanted to take a step forward, but the result of taking this step was to fall directly to the ground. Immediately after falling to the ground, Peace armed forces continued to cross and change his legs in that strange posture. "Isn't this okay?" Finn asked herself in a low voice. "It turns out that the peaceful arms can still play like this." Lynn approached the carriage and said to Finn, who didn't quite understand why he failed, "The control you just had just wasn't good. The walking movement relies not only on the hip joints, but also on the hip joints. Just move your feet forward. The joints that need to be moved at the same time are the joints of the three joints. The most important thing to consider is to coordinate the overall center of gravity, because the center of gravity has moved to a position outside the fulcrum, and subsequent movements have not moved the center of gravity back to the fulcrum before the overall balance is destroyed. In other words, to be able to walk normally, the key point to consider is the overall coordination and balance. Balance. It's not about lifting one leg, putting it down, then lifting the other leg, then putting it down again, and then you can move forward. Well, it's really not that simple." Finn nodded in agreement. However, the peaceful armed forces, who fell to the ground, continued to move their feet in a staggered manner. Of course, the people trapped inside would not have a good temper. Through the loudspeaker of the helmet, Marit kept yelling in dwarf language, "Let me out, and see if I don't make you taller. Beat the guy to death. I have long believed that humans cannot be trusted, and only that useless idiot will listen to you. You see, if I came out and found out, I would beat you all to pieces. Let me out." Fun, who was thinking and reviewing the contents of the program, was annoyed by the scolding female dwarf. With a snap of his fingers, he directly turned off the peaceful arm loudspeaker, cutting off Marit's ability to communicate with the outside world. This also made everyone present, except Lynn and Finn, who were seriously discussing the key points that need to be paid attention to when moving the robot. Everyone else looked at the peaceful armed forces lying on the ground swinging their feet back and forth. Everyone's expressions are different. Both Halloumi and Kaya had curious expressions. Peaceful armed forces were a new thing to them. And everything was new. Jermaine and Riley had "I knew it" expressions. Although they wanted to save people, they didn't know where to start. Marit's female partner and Riley's partner Freya looked at the scene in front of her very seriously, thoughtfully. Although the coordination of movements speaks for itself, it quickly becomes apparent. But for a certain lich, he has never been able to understand the importance of the center of gravity for balance, and the role that support points play in this. Then can understand the theories and descriptions of mechanics. But she is a little confused about the impact those changes will have in reality. So someone who no longer knew how to explain in words gave up thinking of examples and how to describe it in words. He directly directed everyone and said, "Stop the abnormal actions of the peaceful armed forces first, so that I can explain it to you. Listen, Harumi, lift this heavy guy up from the ground. Kaya, bring me the arcane eye. Okay, teacher." Among the 3 people in charge, only Kaya answered. However, the other 2 people still completed what they were told meticulously, including when Halloumi wanted to help the peaceful armed forces. Jermaine and Riley also helped in every possible way. The peace arms stand in their most natural stance. It was an upright posture like a giant bear, with its upper body leaning forward slightly. The reason for this posture is that the battery-like relay power supply device, combined with the arm control center, is installed on the back, flush with the shoulder line. The weight of the device is not light, and this posture is formed in order to maintain balance. But this is not the example Lin wanted to explain. After receiving the arcane eye from Kaya, Lin activated the function that had been designed for a long time, but had not been used several times. A fan-shaped turquoise light swept from top to bottom across the entire peaceful weapon. Immediately on the other side of the arcane eye, a 3-dimensional figure that was exactly the same as the peace arms, but only had lines and outlines, was projected. Because I just got the peace arms, I haven't had time to measure the weight of all the parts yet. Lin also took the parameters of his body and weight and stuffed them into this 3-dimensional diagram, and added additional weight data for the extra device on his back. Under the calculation of the program, the position of the center of gravity of this 3-dimensional diagram was quickly obtained, and it was specially marked with different colors to facilitate distinction from the outline lines. Because Lin did not design a program for the robot's movements, he directly used magic to control the movements of the peace arms on the 3-dimensional diagram. And every time there is a change, the center of gravity position will be recalculated. So Lin Sibian explained, "The most important support point of the humanoid is the feet in contact with the ground. If you want to maintain a standing posture, the easiest way is to keep the center of gravity within the support point. If the center of gravity is not like this, what happens when you are in the position?" While speaking, Lin fiddled with a forward-leaning posture of the stereogram further forward, but the position of his feet did not change. Sure enough, the calculated center of gravity had deviated from its original position and was outside the support points of both feet, and under the influence of simulated gravity. The 3-dimensional peace weapon fell down with its butt in the sky and its face on the ground. The results of the simulation surprised a certain lich, not to mention others. But then asked about the credibility of this simulation program and asked, "How did you design this?" At the same time, he pointed at the 3-dimensional diagram and asked, "And where did this come from?" Lin said proudly, "This scanning and imaging program was originally used for mazes and buildings." "Hey, don't you use sound waves to position and shade mazes and buildings?" "Yes, because sound waves are more useful. They can ignore corners and depths and explore invisible places. This includes some dark rooms and other places. And this imaging method based on optical scanning can only be used to see where I got it. It was not as convenient to use sound waves, so I gave up. However, I later found that this method is more accurate than using sound waves for the appearance scanning of some small objects. So I still have this method. Keep it and use it as appropriate. Then who is your simulated center of gravity? Consider where the vulnerable points are when you want to destroy the building. That's the purpose of this simulation. To find the main load-bearing columns or walls. When you want to destroy the building, of course you have to target these main parts. If you want to target other parts, then it's all in vain. You're just thinking about demolishing a house before you build it. You guy." Thun was a little speechless about the original purpose of this set of detection magic. Lin didn't say anything else, but only explained this 3-dimensional silhouette of the peaceful armed forces. In short, when the center of gravity shifts beyond the support points of the feet, Under the action of gravity, the object can only continue to change its position and center of gravity until we find the next support point. Immediately afterwards, Lin returned the peaceful armed forces on the three-dimensional diagram to a standing position and changed the posture several times, each time different. The purpose is to let the center of gravity move to different positions. In the end, the simulation program will make the peaceful armed forces fall to the ground in various strange postures. Looking at these simulation diagrams, Finn gently pinched his beautiful chin. After pondering for a while, he said, "Does this mean that if I want this stupid thing to walk, the coordination of movements must consider the position of the center of gravity? Let him always maintain a position within the support point, and this center of gravity will change its position with constant changes." That's right. This is really troublesome. Then I can just insert a holy spirit or evil spirit into it and control it. It will be more convenient. Finn said, a little discouraged and impatient at the unexpected trouble. That's right. You look like you really want to say, but just say what you want to say. The traditional way of controlling the golem in MIDI is limited by the size of the golem. It cannot be too big, isn't it? Lin suddenly changed the topic. Thanku quickly replied. So you want to create a titan, but you can't. Hee hee. Why not? Someone's half-hearted smile highlighted the important point, which made Finn tremble. Yes. Why didn't I think of this? In traditional golem technology, to be able to drive a larger body, a stronger spirit is needed. The Titan is undoubtedly the most advanced golem technology. But even in the era when Finn grew up, no one had successfully created it. The Titans that already exist in the world all originate from an era much longer ago. Moreover, it can drive a body that is several stories high, and the spirits that live in it are also unimaginably powerful. They all have intelligence and logical abilities that are not inferior to those of Homo sapiens, and have social and interpersonal relationships. So much so that the man-made Titans gathered together and called themselves a clan. Later sapiens were unable to build Titans, mainly because they could not find the spirit that could drive the huge body. Some people have tried kneading multiple spirits together and stuffing them into the body. The result is a mad Titan wreaking unimaginable destruction. But programming languages seem to have no such restrictions. Thinking of this, Finn's heart became eager again. Chapter 348, Unexpected Visitor. From the perspective of the former Demon King, Finn certainly doesn't care much about the Titan's combat power. She has dismantled several of them. But like most things that naughty kids do, once you take it apart, you can't put it back together. In view of the unhappiness left behind when he first came into contact with the Titans, Finn didn't mind creating something that would make those self-righteous and self-respecting giants feel unhappy. For example, the Iron Man is the same size as them, but more powerful, but does not have an old-fashioned mouth, and obeys the orders of a lich. Rather than receiving the envious and jealous looks of others, Finn prefers to achieve things that others cannot do, because it is the magic that belongs to the magician. So as long as there is a challenge that no one has done before, or that no one has been able to do for a long time, she is interested in trying it. In the past, I spent too much time chasing down a bunch of annoying people. When I got tired of it, I no longer knew how to end such a boring life. Now that she had a chance to do it again, she didn't want to make the same mistakes again. On the other hand, for Lin, as long as he is a man, there should be one item on his dream list: driving a giant robot. He drives a machine that can block 1,000 enemies at a time, making enemies hate him so much that he presses the self-destruct switch when he has nothing to do. Damn it. I've seen too much W. Or pilot a godlike machine. And when fighting the big devil, find a woman with the same brain hole as yourself, and shout together with passion, Eshiba Love Tianjing Fist. It seems to be crooked again. Some people say that people who like either of those two works are a little weird. So if I like both movies, I should be considered a normal person. The so-called positive is negative, and negative is positive. Someone is so comforting in his heart. Watching Finn quickly put the simulated three-dimensional diagram she had just made into the program she designed, and did a test. However, although the peaceful armed forces in the three-dimensional diagram also fell to the ground due to loss of balance, their situation was different from the actual situation. Facing the doubtful look cast by the lich, Lin smiled and said, "This can't be used yet. At least the weight parameters of each part of the piece arms are all filled in casually by me based on the general condition of human beings. So I want to make this thing if it comes into use. The weight distribution and center of gravity position of each part must be adjusted to achieve the correct result. Now, this thing is just a fancy toy. So," Finn's tone changed slightly, and both of them looked at the peaceful armed forces standing unable to move. Germain, who had been afraid to interrupt, finally said, "Yes, brother. You finally look at it. Let Marit go. She is not actually bad, but her mouth is a bit damaging. You are not. Do you want to measure anything? I can help." "Uh-huh." "Okay," then said with a playful smile. "You can let her go. But remember to remind her that some words will go too far. So please watch your mouth. And some things, you can't take it back if you do it. So remember to be smart and think before you do it." This is how the same thing. Lin felt that something had happened while he and Germain were away. Otherwise, he would never have seen Fin target a person like this. Even when she was in Wulian City, she didn't have such an attitude with the nobles, or with other teachers or students in the academy. It seems that everything is indifferent to this lich and not worth a damn. Nowadays, it is rare to hear her say such serious words, and it feels even more terrifying. As for a few dwarves, they don't seem to have such a consciousness. After receiving permission, Germain immediately ran to the peaceful armed forces, picked up his feet, and unbuckled his helmet. Her mouth was freed, and although her whole body was still restrained by the immobile peace weapon, Marit still cursed unceremoniously, leaving Germain a little at a loss. As for Riley and his partner Freya, they stood far away as if they were not involved. The former did not dare to approach or interrupt, but the latter watched the development of the situation with interest. "I just thought about asking Germain to put his helmet back on, because if she continues, then is afraid that this ignorant female dwarf will not be able to return home and be buried here forever. From now on, Germain will only be able to visit the grave regularly." Suddenly a huge beast roar interrupted everyone's actions and thoughts. Maybe he couldn't understand the language of Warcraft, but Lin could still tell that there was considerable anger behind the voice. At the same time, there was a shaking feeling like the earth was shaking. What's going on? Lin looked towards the source of the vibration. What was supposed to be a forest now looked like a bulldozer was ramming through it, toppling trees along the way. Lin just looked at the earthly dragon that was roaring, knocking down a row of trees, and charging towards him. It's really because this beast is too huge to be ignored. At this time, in order to protect others and save her own life, Marit ignored racial superiority and segregation. She just shouted anxiously, "Let me go! Let me go! I can help you stop it. It won't hurt anyone." Alien beasts with dragon bloodline carry a pressure that is difficult for ordinary people to resist. Even the silver-bearded dwarves, with advanced technology, still felt the panic rising from the bottom of their hearts. Marit thought to herself that it would be nice if there were more peaceful weapons. In this way, if you have to deal with an earth-moving dragon, you have a slight chance of winning. But now there is only one peaceful armed force, which can only block it for a while at most. The rest can only hope that those who know how to disperse and escape will be lucky enough to survive. Although she has never really faced death, she has never thought about living alone now. The most powerful equipment is worn on her body, which means that this is the responsibility she should bear. Compared with others, she just has bad luck. But if she doesn't do it, who should do it instead? People who consider themselves superior will inevitably have a sense of responsibility that others cannot understand. But realizing that the restraints on her body had not been released, Marit glared angrily at the annoying lich and shouted anxiously, "Big woman, why don't you let me go? Do you think that the dragon is here? Do you only want to eat dwarves? That's wrong. You might be more interested in that monster. So if you don't want to die, just let me go." Then ignored Marit's request at all, and without even looking at her, she just took out the magic twin guns Parsley and Sage from the carriage. After getting out of the car, he didn't even aim. He simply pulled the trigger in the general direction and fired continuously. Countless magic bullets follow various arcs, angles, right angles, and other paths to hit the earthly dragon rushing towards a group of people. The attacks were like raindrops, and their momentum was no less powerful than that of the giant beast carving a path through the forest. What makes people even more frightened is that these attacks cannot miss. A luminous bullet flashes through tree branches, insects and birds, and accurately hits the target's head. However, the earth-walking Yalong was advancing but not retreating, and his roars were mixed with anger and grief. The only thing it knows is to keep charging, just like hunting giant beasts of the same size in the past. As long as you can get close, it rules the world. But when the ground dragon braved the hail of bullets and arduously overcome all difficulties, and finally got through the forest, it immediately pounced forward, no longer breathing or heart beating. The huge face that should have been full of threats now looked devastated. His face was covered with pits and scars. Various wounds and muscles were outstretched. And there was even only one eyeball left. Maybe the damage caused by 1 or 2 attacks is nothing to the rough-skinned and fleshy dragon. But what about hundreds or thousands? Random punches can still kill the old master. But as long as the weak attacks can break through the defense, thousands of them can still be fatal. This menacing earthly dragon died under the heavy blows like rain. Master Lin and his apprentice could not be said to be used to such a situation. But for the lich to behave like this, it didn't surprise them at all. Fun, on the other hand, made a heroic gesture with both hands and guns, blowing the muzzle of the gun in a gesture, looking very proud, which brought an end to this neither fierce nor tense battle. She shouted, "Girls, let's get to work. Clean up this big guy. Dinner depends on it." Okay. The two girls, who were already familiar with dismembering animals, rolled up their sleeves and came to the front of the lying dragon. It's just a big thing like dismemberment, but it's a solid first time. For a moment, the two of them didn't know where to start. But Lin, watching from the sidelines, had a question. There is no doubt that the earthly dragon belongs to the world of Warcraft. Although it is not as smart as its original sect, it has not only developed a social and cultural system, but also has advanced knowledge such as dragon language magic. But in addition to having strong strength, creatures of this level also know how to assess the situation. It is very common for creatures to run away if they cannot win. Although the time from when Fin fired to killing was quite short. During the period of being attacked, the ground dragon didn't seem to think about looking back. This is abnormal. So, what do you think? I think I probably know why. Oh, why? It probably has something to do with the egg we had for lunch. If that egg belongs to a certain dragon, it's no wonder that the other party is desperate. There's no telling who is right or wrong about this kind of thing. In nature, people either eat or are eaten, so no one has anything to complain about. But he asked again, "Didn't you save some for me? That egg is not enough for the few of us. So why don't you keep it for you? It's just that this big guy is here to stay, and it will be enough for us to eat for several days. So don't worry about that egg." Well, I really can't refute it. But looking at the two guns in his hands, Fin complained slightly. "You made 4 of these weapons for me. When will I encounter an enemy that allows me to use all my firepower? It feels so boring. I'm sincerely grateful that I didn't have the opportunity to encounter such a situation." Lin laughed. "It was just a headache at first. And in order to imitate that image, I made 4 of the same weapon. What a dangerous situation it would be if we really encountered this opponent who couldn't be defeated without using all his firepower. It would be better to never have such a moment in your life." Chapter 349 Changes in People's Hearts Around Us. He directed the two bewildered girls to pick up the big guy who was unexpected by everyone. Not that Lin has ever had a similar experience. Slaying a dragon or something like that was something that would have been impossible for someone in the past. This time, a dragon died in front of him. And it was the former Demon King's record, not his own. It's just that when no one has a clue, it's better for someone to come forward and yell, than for a group of people to stare at each other and do nothing. Anyway, if you really messed up, you can just find a way to fix it. Everything must be done to perfection. That is the attitude of youth, although a person is not muddled along now. He does not take many things too seriously. It's all up to chance. Compared to the relaxed postures of several humans. Several dwarves had heavy faces and silently helped Marit remove her peaceful weapons. The female dwarf, who was originally like a hedgehog, now didn't even dare to take a breath. It is true that the Silverbeard dwarves avoid the world out of a sense of pride. But they are not ignorant of everything in the outside world. Maybe I don't have a clear understanding of the level of strength of the earthly Yellen I just saw. But there is one thing that even they understand. That is, slaying a dragon is definitely a big battle. And it cannot be achieved by just a few dwarves putting on peaceful weapons and charging forward with electric spears. When the size disparity between creatures reaches a certain level, it cannot be bridged by ordinary strength differences. Not to mention that the dragon race is the top existence among the creatures in the land, even if it is only a subspecies. To put it bluntly, the standard weapon of the silver-bearded dwarves' peaceful armed forces, the electric spear, cannot hurt the dragons, including this huge subspecies. If you want to slay the dragon, you have to take out the siege crossbow that has accumulated a layer of dust in the warehouse and use it, because it has to penetrate deep enough to possibly cause harm to these giant beasts. The electric spear may be able to break through the scales and leave scars, but it cannot cause fatal damage. In reality, it is impossible to kill an enemy just by trimming his toenails. But such an earthly dragon, which the 4 dwarfs thought was impossible to defeat with their current strength, died in front of their own eyes. To this day, they still feel like a dream. So unbelievable. What if such weapons were used against peaceful armed forces? Will I have a different ending than that dragon? If you think about it seriously, it is indeed possible. For example, if there are no bones left and no whole body remains, the ending will indeed be different from that of the dragon. After recognizing the reality, the 2 female dwarves immediately corrected their mentality. Freya originally showed no resistance and silently helped her own people and those humans by the way. But in fact, everyone else could see that she was still quite wary. After seeing it this time, her wariness disappeared. If all the earthly Yellows are killed, who will look down on a few dwarfs? So Freya is a bit broken now. And everything feels random. Marit is no longer like a hedgehog, looking for trouble everywhere. In fact, she would follow her. Her original intention was to persuade Germain, a fool who only messed up things without help, to return to his tribe. So along the way, she was criticized and belittled in various ways, overtly and covertly. When the human took Germain back to Iron City and reappeared with a set of peaceful weapons, she became even more wary. He thought this was proof that the human had evil intentions and wanted to steal the most powerful weapons and equipment of the Silverbeard dwarves. So she was anxious to equip herself with peaceful weapons first, to give the opponent a show of strength and to dispel any evil thoughts. This time, this tough-tongued female dwarf can see clearly. The silver-bearded dwarf's greatest masterpiece is just a toy in the eyes of others. If you can kill a giant beast like Yalong, who do you think you are? Therefore, she did not dare to continue to seek death. But like a little daughter-in-law, she endured humiliation and lived an ignoble existence. All this seemed funny to Lin. In fact, it is the same on Earth. When a poor person gives a favor to a rich person, is that considered kindness? That's just hatred. Because most rich people only have 2 thoughts. 1, the poor man has other ideas. 2, that thing is very easy and he can succeed without the help of the poor. Therefore, giving favors is actually a manifestation of what the poor want. And the rich are only willing to simply send the other person away and do not want to owe the favor. This kind of mentality will be maintained until you understand the strength of the other party and understand that the other party really does not care about your possible rewards. Only then will you believe that the other party's kindness is purely out of goodwill and does not require rewards that they do not deserve. On Earth, strength is money and power. In Midi, strength is the ability to knock others down. Someone would help the Silverbeard dwarf. From the beginning, it was not to gain the favorability of the whole clan, but to help Germain and Riley, 2 friends who were relatively close to each other. Furthermore, it was clearly a great favor to save the whole clan from the crisis of extinction. But it was not taken seriously by the Silverbeard dwarves. This is because someone solved it too easily. Walk in, just like shopping, and things will be solved. Anyone watching from this side would think that it is so easy. Just do it yourself. There is no need for human magicians to take action. So most silver-bearded dwarves look at someone the same way a rich man looks at a poor person. The 2 male dwarves have been kept submissive for a long time and did not dare to think of any wrongdoing. But others are not. Some keen people are aware of the gap. But most people are only willing to believe what they believe and maintain their false pride until the indelible facts smear them in the face and wake them up. Just like the 2 female dwarves. Seeing Marit's transformation and becoming so quiet, Germain was a little surprised, but also somewhat understanding. He sneaked up to Lin and asked, "Brother, how strong are you now? You have killed even 1 dragon." Pointing to Finn, who was typing the keyboard excitedly on the covered carriage, Lin said, "She is very strong. She is very, very strong. I don't know where the limit is. As for whether I am strong or not, I don't know. It's easy to say, because I really don't know how to evaluate myself. But one thing I can confirm." "What?" Germain asked cooperatively. "When it comes to escaping, I am definitely the most powerful on my own. No one can compare to me," someone said proudly. Although this attitude left the dwarf speechless. Is this something worth saying with such pride? On the other side, there was another group of people who were equally speechless about what was happening in front of them. The dead earthly dragon had a very bad reputation around here. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of travelers and crusaders who died tragically at his mouth. In order to get rid of this magician, this group of people hiding in the dark sacrificed a lot of their subordinates' lives to design the other party to find the dragon's nest where the master left the lair. And the other party also cooperated very well and took away the only egg. What's surprising is that a treasure worth thousands of gold on the black market was eaten by them. After realizing that the egg was missing, Yalong naturally chased after it. The people hiding in the shadows thought they could see a massacre and soothe their wounded hearts, as well as the loss of many of their subordinates. Unexpectedly, it was a one-sided killing. Yes, but the positions of both sides were reversed. Maybe they didn't recognize the dwarves with silver beards. They didn't know how powerful the armor was, which was full covering and could make the dwarf wearing it look a lot bigger. But Fun's attack method that killed the dragon was familiar to everyone, even if they had not witnessed the original battle between the Tower of the Great Sage and the Gate of the Abyss. In order to assassinate the target, everyone had done some research on the target's deeds. In a full 5-level evaluation, when the opponent has a magic tower, the threat level is 5 stars, which is equivalent to the danger level of the Dharma Saint. But when venturing outside, it gets a little awkward. The target evaluation is only 2 stars, which is even 1 level lower than the average official magician, because the opponent only has experience in dealing with weak creatures like goblins. But the person next to the target makes people a little confused about how to judge his strength. Ratings from various places range from 3 stars to 5 stars. But Duan doesn't believe she is the legendary Demon King. The threat level of that earthly dragon is 4.5 stars. It is a king-level monster that has been entrenched in this mountain forest for at least hundreds of years. It's also the main reason why there are so few people nearby. So when someone proposed to use this king, it took a while for everyone involved to figure it out. How feasible is it? And how should we plan to make the target meet the king? But after all the calculations, I never expected such an ending. The king-level monsters that were enough to destroy some small countries were gone without even being able to cause any damage. Just like the battle at the Gate of the Abyss that may have been famous in history. Such an ending undoubtedly makes the killers feel discouraged. Fortunately, the target person is an open bounty and does not target a specific killer. Therefore, if the assassination failed, as long as the insider did not spread the news, there would be no loss of reputation. There are so many people who fail. Who cares who joins and screws up again? Everyone in that circle knew that. Stimulated by a high reward, the whereabouts and status of this group of people were no secret. Especially with the help of the secret section of the forum. News that should be circulated flows very quickly. So there were many people who sneakily caught up with this group of people, and then left without making a sound. But the group of people who were targeted were still at ease. Countless facts have proven that a frontal attack is not feasible for this group of people. Even a king-level monster seemed to be unable to do well under the hands of that demon king. And conspiracy. No matter how you use the assassination method, you still have to draw your sword and see the moment of success. Is it really a good idea to show off poisons and curses in front of a lich? Among killers, whether full-time or part-time, there is no one without magician qualifications. But the more familiar they are with magic, the more they understand the weight of the word lich, and the less they dare to bring up any inappropriate thoughts. Death is far from the end for a lich. If even the slightest clue falls into the hands of that lich, what awaits may be eternal torture. So some decided to go. Then, there will be other newcomers who don't believe the depressing comments on the forums, thinking that they are different from everyone else and can easily get that huge bounty. So they will join the trailing ranks, waiting for the opportunity. Such reincarnation is actually what the person who issued the reward wants to see. Maybe there is a weird one who can succeed. Chapter 350 Automatic Device. What the killers think and do has nothing to do with Lin and others. They didn't even realize that Earthly Yalong was actually a conspiracy deliberately designed by a certain group of people. Life still has to go on, and things still have to be done. However, just to deal with this earthly dragon, they were kept in the same place for a few days, scraping flesh, removing bones, and taking blood, especially pieces of scales, are the focus of a certain lich's name. If you can sell something as interesting as a ship-cutting knife to others, how can you not make one for fun? The lich who said this, as the main force in dismembering the earthly dragon, held Machete's machete and gestured while speaking. She is so persuasive that no one dares to go against her opinion. She had to do it in person because the two girls were really not strong enough, and that big thing couldn't even scratch its fur. So she took the machete and got on it herself. It was also the action of cutting off the head of the earthly dragon with one sharp knife that completely convinced the 4 dwarves. Even the monster covered in dragon scales was chopped into pieces. So what's the difference between chopping up a dwarf wearing peaceful weapons and chopping vegetables? In order to take away the valuable things from this dragon, Lin and others built another carriage. Compared with those craftsmen who specialize in making carriages, The one made on the spot looked a little rougher, but it didn't look like it was about to fall apart. After all, there were a few dwarves to help, and they were good at building things. There are as many as 4 horses that can be used to pull the cart, so it is not necessary to use human power to pull it. The original carriage and 4 horses were actually quite wasteful, judging from the strength of Mitty's horses. Even if the carriage is filled with goods, 1 horse is enough to pull it. The reason why someone uses a 4-horse cart is because there are too many horses as trophies, and he doesn't know what to do with them. The extra car was filled with various simply processed materials, taken from the dragon. Even so, a lot of parts were wasted. Those are things that cannot be effectively collected and utilized on site, such as the large amount of Yalong blood, bones, internal organs and meat. Even so, but also made an earthen pot on the spot and tried to extract the essence inside. By the time they finished packing everything and drove away, it was already 4 days later. The group of people who were on the road again used the peace arms as an introduction. The 4 silver-bearded dwarves also began to come into contact with the P language and assisted Finn in programming related to robot actions. Of course, they are complete novices to programming languages and have to learn from the very basics. But someone believes that learning by doing and doing by learning is the fastest way to learn and put it to use the fastest. However, before the Silverbeard dwarves began to learn the P language, they were shocked and educated. Originally, after Jermaine learned what the 2 magicians meant, he was excited and a little worried, and asked, "Brother, are you really willing to let us learn these things? Why don't you want to? I originally hoped that the more people in these meetings, the better. Many big projects cannot be completed by just 1 or 2 people. This requires collective efforts. And you are not little kids who don't understand anything. Right. It's good to have a general understanding of the basic knowledge. I don't think you are interested in this anyway. So let's get straight to the point." After talking to the excited dwarf, Lin turned around and shouted, "Girl, come on! Take out that introductory book." "Okay." The one who replied was Harumi, who had gone astray on the path of magic. A very amazing thing is that when they escaped at night in William City, they were very tight on the things they could take away and the time to organize them. So the 3 masters and apprentices picked important and valuable things and threw them into the car, pulled away by the only mule at the time. Because time was so short, there were still many good things left behind that I couldn't take away. When Lin later perfected his flash technique and secretly returned to his home in William City community, all the valuables were robbed. And in that tense and urgent situation, among the goods taken away was something that even some people found incredible, a paper textbook of P language. And this super thick book was bound into a hardcover, which can the kind that would kill someone with a brick. This is a hardcover book that was originally produced by a small number of people. Most of them are kept in Eton College as treasures, and only one is kept at home. Lin was wondering afterwards whether it was a ghost covering his eyes or something. I obviously have digital files, so why would I bring super cumbersome paper books with me? To be honest, the paper is so thick that even wiping my butt is in the way. What is even more surprising is that the person who takes out this P language most often is not someone else, but this girl Halumi. But after seeing her use, it felt like a sudden realization. It has 2 uses. 1, use it as a pillow during the journey. To be honest, the height is just right. And Midi is a place where people are accustomed to sleeping on hard pillows. Or don't use pillows, unlike Earth, where most people sleep on soft pillows. 2, turn it over before going to bed to effectively help you fall asleep. Alright. In any case, this book is useful. That's why Lin didn't use it as fuel for fires, or waste it for other purposes during his journey. Now this book has another purpose. That is, for the dwarves who complain that they have been looking at the water mirror screen and have no sense of learning. They can look through the physical book file instead of staring at the screen. But after taking out the book, the dwarves were dumbfounded. I saw that because Jamie was the representative. He opened the P language book. The other 3 people were by his side. After turning a few pages, the dwarf looked at someone who was one of the authors of the P language with a pair of dead fish eyes and asked, "Brother, I can recognize these words separately. Why can't I recognize them after we get them together? Don't you want to learn these? Try to understand," someone said with a smirk. Throw things to the dwarves to chew on, with the lich taking the lead. In fact, Lin's idea is very simple. That is, they have made great achievements in their original fields, and there is no way to treat them as magic apprentices like Harumi and Kaya who know nothing. The experience accumulated over hundreds of years is enough for them to understand by analogy and quickly understand the principles behind some problems. There is really no need to force them to learn certain knowledge before they can approach the next stage. In terms of application at work, this is what knowledge is all about. When you encounter a problem, just look for a solution, compared with those who already know how to solve problems. The difference is only in the speed and skills of solving problems. It does not mean that people who do not know how to solve problems cannot solve problems. It always needs to be dealt with, and it is necessary to worry about the method. But the four dwarves, who had corrected their mentality, were still learning and practicing with trepidation at first. But it didn't take long for him to fall back into his old ways. This is not to say that Marit has begun to criticize and target again, but that she can no longer pay careful attention to her behavior and words and deeds as she did a few days ago, for fear of offending the former demon king, who cannot be offended. After all, this person has a big personality, just like humans over the age of 30 or 40. Basically at this age, the personality is fixed. If there are no major events or life and death situations, the personality will not change. People are like this. How can those dwarfs, who are over 500 years old, expect that they will change their hundreds of years of behavior just because of what they see or hear? So much so that in the following days, the interactions between several dwarves clearly stole the show. Germain, who always messes up things, Marit, who complains and cleans up the aftermath, Riley, who has little presence but always handles things perfectly, and Freya, who offers sharp remarks and help from time to time. Of course, her complaints are also the most cruel. Every sentence is heartbreaking and makes people doubt their life. But when it comes to doing things, we can also find that the four dwarves each have different strengths. For programs that require creativity and logic, Germain and Freya handle them better, and they learn faster than the other two. Marit and Riley are good at hands-on skills, and some boring and monotonous things, or projects with clear instructions and instructions. Simply put, these two are not materials for using your brain to solve things. In terms of cooperation in doing things, Germain and Freya, Riley and Marit are more in tune. But when it came to choosing a partner, they made a different choice and chose a partner who would almost eat them to death. Are men just bitches? It seems that some truths are the same no matter which world it is in. The Peaceful Armed Automation Group is headed by Finn. Although they did not achieve satisfactory results on the subject of walking, they still made some achievements. It was with Kaya's request and assistance that he designed the first action logic program that could be actually applied in reality. That is a logical program that does not involve too much about the displacement of the center of gravity, because the feet, which are the supporting points, will not move at all. However, it links other devices horizontally to achieve the performance of linkage between different devices, by observing the surrounding environment with arcane eyes. As long as there are creatures that move abnormally and are constantly approaching everyone, the peace arms will aim the crossbow in their hands at the opponent, then shoot, reload, and shoot again, until a creature judged to be hostile no longer possesses the characteristics of life. In fact, this was Kaya's request to make the vigil more relaxed. And what they were playing with was a replica of the automatic golem arm device they often made at Chunghwa Eton College. That's why Kaya was able to give some suggestions that were not suggestions, and even actually helped with program design. However, it is temporarily limited by the design of the range of motion of the peace arm's joints, and the immobility of its feet. Therefore, the scope of this automatic sniper killing of malicious creatures program is limited to the fan-shaped area in front of the peace arms. Even so, it relieved a lot of burden on those responsible for the night watch, because originally they had to brace themselves and pay attention to the direction around them in the middle of the night when they wanted to sleep, and they had to stick to it at 360 degrees without blind spots. Now, we can leave the back to the peaceful armed forces and the arcane eyes to form a coordinated monitoring. Even if the logic of automatic judgment by the program still has shortcomings, things cannot be perfect. But as long as it can serve as an early warning, it will actually reduce the burden on the night watchers. Chapter 351: The Purpose of the Crooked Building. The completion of this program also brought another thing into the sight of the dwarves. That is, the long-range attack weapon, the magic crossbow that originally belonged to Harumi. Dwarves who like to punch to the flesh can't be called scornful of long-range weapons, but they won't take the initiative to develop related technologies. Some of the large-scale long-range weapons used for sieges in the clan are still the same as they were 1,000 years ago, without any progress. Of course, I have the idea of escape underground and don't need that kind of thing. But the silver-bearded dwarf's neglect of long-range weapons still made this wretched Dylan feel speechless, especially when the peace arms picked up the crossbow for the first time. The dwarf Marit's evaluation was neither fish nor fowl. But so what if it's neither fish nor fowl? If you can, let this thing walk. Approach a malicious creature and stab it with a spear. After defending his apprentice, Lin ignored what the group was going to do and returned to his research. What about the dwarves who can't argue? Just do what you want. So they returned to the development of action logic programs with great recognition. However, the combination of the arcane eye, the magic crossbow, and the peaceful arms, as well as the aiming geometry model designed by Lin himself, actually achieved perfect results within the range. This even piqued the interest of Riley, a guy who didn't really want to use his brain and was like a stick-in-the-mud guy who only listened to others' orders. So, why don't you study long-range weapons? Lin asked a certain silver-bearded dwarf with royal blood in his spare time. Germain replied, "From what my elder said, it seems that no matter how you shoot, the elves are not as accurate as those elves. So everyone gave up on competing with the elves in archery." After working on it for a long time, these dwarfs gave up on the development of long-range weapons because of their inferiority complex. Of course, no one has put forward another opinion, which is to use magic guns directly instead of crossbows. However, the reality is that the consumption of magic guns is the biggest reason for Lin and his party to use them cautiously. The Lich with almost unlimited power is an exception. Perhaps combining the power sources of peaceful armed forces is a good choice. But Lin has no such plan for the time being. Before figuring out the design of the peace arms, it doesn't seem like a good idea to rashly change the original design in terms of hardware. Using a crossbow, in addition to harvesting wild food for breakfast during the day, you can also recover crossbow arrows. This is much better than a magic gun that is simply consumed and the target will become unfit for consumption. If you are hit by a magic bullet and die, if the resistance is not strong enough, the body where it was hit will turn into a ball of rotten flesh. That kind of meat is mixed with offal, and the mixed sizes are different. So no one will have an appetite. By the way, the reason why Harumi donated the crossbow she originally used is because she does not use any bladed or pointed weapons now. During her time in the Wood Elf Waldwo tribe, she could be said to have lived a life similar to that of the Wood Elf Druids. And she tried her best to learn all kinds of habits from those people, including the commandments. She can't use a crossbow. Instead, this girl is very good at playing with slings and tripwires. In addition to having a shorter range than a crossbow, Halumi's long-range attacks are still sharp, especially the sling she used, which was made of rope kneaded from the bark of the world tree. There is also Waldwo's blessing on it, so that when there are no stone bullets on this sling, it will automatically absorb elements to generate a basic magic bullet, reaching the realm of unlimited ammunition. There are not many such holy objects even in the Waldwo tribe, and one of them was given to this girl. In addition, she is also a member of the Turtle Dove Alliance, so it can be said that Halumi and the group of Wood Elves are in perfect harmony. And after Finn showed his strength and led the 4 silver-bearded dwarves to carry out the project of peaceful armed automation, there was no noise in its use in this area. That was an episode in the journey. One afternoon, someone who was tired of eating dragon meat for days decided in advance where to camp, took away the crossbow in the hands of the peaceful armed forces, and wanted to go out to hunt some game. When he came back, there was a litter of pigs, big and small, hanging on a long stick on his shoulder. Halumi was quite critical of this kind of confiscation of the house, and put on a displeased expression. If these pigs had not been slaughtered, this girl might have let the prey go. As a teacher, why should you care about a little girl's face? They refused to help, so someone couldn't do it themselves. When I first traveled through time, I still had to take care of my own food. So Lin did all the bleeding and evisceration himself. During the process, he also took the opportunity to find the lich and muttered a few words. Separately handle big pigs and small pigs. The big pig removed the pork legs, rubbed them with coarse salt, and tried to marinate them. As for the pork part, if Midi didn't have soy sauce and Shaoxing wine, I might as well have studied how to make Dongpa pork. Now I can only make some simple dishes, mainly to change the taste of dragon meat that I have been eating recently. The focus, of course, is on the piglet, perhaps due to the sauce. It was impossible to recreate the deliciousness of the crispy roasted suckling pig, but someone still dug out a small jar of secret sauce made mainly from honey from his luggage. This was achieved by the heirs of the great foodie empire, who constantly experimented with flavors and adjusted recipes in their daily lives after arriving in the Lost Land. Of course, there is still a gap between this and the taste and memory. However, considering that this person is not a professional chef, but just a foodie, Lin still forgives his shortcomings very leniently. With the ingredients now available, the focus of the cooking shifted to Fun, or rather to the program she designed. To roast suckling pig, it is necessary to keep turning it for 2 or 3 hours. The method was different from the method of roasting a whole pig that I had taught a certain lich before. And what is the best way to do this kind of repetitive work? Of course, it's programs and robots. The program was a simple thing that Finn improvised. And the robot was of course the peaceful weapon. However, it is not practical to expect that a temporarily designed program can control the machine and complete all the steps of roasting suckling pig. Therefore, the main part that the piece arms does is the fixed action of rotating the grill to flip the suckling pig. The other processes were carried out by Lin while drooling and watching the situation. It was this approach that angered the 4 dwarves. Germaine looked at it with an embarrassed face. Riley was a little angry. Freya didn't think so. Marit just exploded. Ah! What are you doing? This is the crystallization of the highest technology of the Silverbeard dwarves. And it is not for you to use for such boring things. It looked like Marit was trying her best. But someone hid behind Finn. In order to eat good food, he didn't care if he offended these 4 dwarves. And who dares to provoke the former demon king who is drooling from the corners of his mouth? Then only turned his salivating eyes to the dwarf. And Marit, who was worried that she would be eaten by the way, did not dare to rush forward. She only dared to grit her teeth and stare at someone fiercely. It's a pity that such an expression has no effect on a man who is as thick-skinned as a city wall. There's a kind of shooting with cannonballs. And the eyes can't be penetrated. Lin only looked at the rotating roasted suckling pig carefully, and kept imagining what it would taste like when he ate it. How different is it from what you remember? When the suckling pig, which is constantly smeared with honey sauce, is roasted to a burnt red color. The aroma is not to mention. The expressions of the 4 dwarves also changed. Somewhat different from their original cynical appearance. It was a tangled expression with facial features wrinkled together. Painful, but he kept flapping his nose, smelling the fragrance that he had never smelled before. When night fell, it was supposed to be dinner time. But no one was eating. Everyone was staring directly at the suckling pig that was constantly turning over by the piece arms. Marit, who at first would say something sour from time to time, now completely lost her voice. Under the firelight, the oily skin of the roasted suckling pig shone brightly. When the roast suckling pig is ready to eat, it is less than 30 minutes later than the usual dinner time. But don't underestimate these 30 minutes. This represents 8 hungry people. 16 eyes fixed on the roasted suckling pig. It obviously looks delicious. But someone still insists on putting it on the fire. Change. Everyone is ready to eat people, let alone eat pigs. Taking a clean wooden board as a dinner plate, Lin took out the roasting fork on the roasted suckling pig. Although the roasted pig skin was not as crispy as expected, Lin still took out a kitchen knife and divided the pork into cubes. When everything is ready, take the lead and eat a piece first. This bite not only tells others that the food is edible, but also lets you taste it first. I have been looking forward to it for so long while making it myself. So there is no reason to lag behind others in enjoying it. It is true that the taste is far from the best one in my memory, but it is still quite appetizing and not so unpalatable that I can't eat it. With a slight sense of disappointment, Lin motioned for everyone to start. Then was the second to start eating, and she ate without any psychological burden, completely ignoring that the freshly roasted pork was still very hot. I took it with my hands and sucked my fingers after eating it. Kaya was the third one to take action. She took out her dining knife, forked the piece of meat, cooled it slightly, and then ate it carefully. As soon as she entered the mouth, she held her cheeks and showed an expression of satisfaction and intoxication. A girl who always keeps her emotions secretive. But it's rare for people to see her different expressions. With the appearance of his companion, Harumi, who was a little hesitant at first, couldn't help but also took out a knife and started eating. I just ate one piece, and the delicious taste was so sweet that it brought me an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Let her also hold her cheeks and chew carefully, for fear that the happiness of this moment will disappear in a blink of an eye. Hey, girl, didn't you say you don't want to kill the cubs? Why did you eat them too? You're not polite at all. Having been with his teacher for a long time, Halloumi naturally knew that this man, with a bad personality, just liked to take advantage of him. I couldn't help but feel my teeth itching with hatred. I really wanted to give up this perfectly roasted meat and bite this man hard, not wanting to give in easily and apologize. Halloumi rolled her eyes and defended shamelessly. You killed them all and roasted them, so you can't waste their precious lives. Eat them with gratitude. That's the greatest respect for them. People who care too much about face will easily suffer losses. You have to be as shameless as this old guy to live a prosperous life. This is the most useful concept that the two girls learned from studying next to this man, who told him that he once said with inexplicable pride, "If you are shameless, you are invincible in the world." Lynn didn't care at all about this girl's reaction. These two girls were not obedient yes men. That's why daily life, where you occasionally joke, is more interesting. But the four dwarves at the other end, can they withstand such a joke? Some words can only be said to people with whom you have friendship. Firstly, the other party knows whether he is really saying this out of malice. Secondly, he also knows where the other party's limit of acceptance is, and will not overdo it. When it comes to a few new friends, someone who is mean-mouthed is still very restrained. He just gave him a teasing look and made it sound from his nose. Although he didn't say anything, it made the dwarves even more confused. They all swallowed, their eyes constantly wandering between the roasted suckling pig and the expression of someone who needed a beating. Marit even burst into tears, feeling extremely wronged. Chapter 352. Food is the most important thing for the people. Although the roasted suckling pig is far from what someone imagined, it is already a rare delicacy in Midland. In fact, in this world where spices are still considered luxury goods, it's not that the descendant of a big foodie country is particularly good at cooking. It's just that he dares to boldly use those expensive spices and then tries his best to pursue the taste in his memory. Especially for the silver-bearded dwarves, who only have nutritious meals number 1, 2, and 3 on a daily basis. This roasted suckling pig, which some people thought was a failure, is already a new stimulation for their taste buds that they have never experienced before. No matter how careless you are about eating, you will never remain indifferent when you eat something truly good. It's just that you have to accept the idea of flipping barbecue with peaceful weapons. There are no dwarves who don't struggle, but they gave in to their stomachs. Whenever Germain sees any meat, he imagines it to be like roasting suckling pig, skewering it on a spit, smearing it with sauce, and roasting it for 2 or 3 hours. Several times, Marit stood behind the dwarf whose gluttonous soul was opened, raising and lowering her fists, and so on several times. And her expression was full of contradictions and embarrassment. Then once asked someone, "Can dragon meat be cooked like this?" After saying that, the two of them looked at the pieces of meat marinated in coarse salt that filled almost half of car number 2. Although my hometown has said, dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground. But no one has actually eaten dragon meat. So there are no cooking methods passed down. Well, there are no dragons in your hometown. Isn't that boring? Do dinosaurs that became extinct tens of millions of years ago count? In short, reptiles like crocodiles look closer. But I don't seem to have heard of anyone grilling a whole crocodile with sauce. Or maybe someone I made it. But it didn't taste as good as expected. So it didn't spread? Then, can't you do it? It's not that it can't be made. Anyway, just make it and eat it. I don't know whether it tastes good or not. Someone judged it like this. And then the group of people rushed out the next night. Although for the natives like fun, the way the dragon meat is grilled and brushed with sauce is impeccably delicious. Some people still feel that it is not enough. After thinking about it seriously, he said doubtfully, "Is it because it's not fresh?" Fresh? Everyone looked at the man who spoke. When it comes to eating, this man can be everyone's teacher, so no one dares to ignore his opinions. Seeing everyone's confusion, Lynn explained, "Each kind of meat processing method has its own suitable cooking method. The two complement each other, and you can't cook it just how you want. The advantage of marinating meat with salt is that it can be stored. It takes a long time. But if you want to grill it, you need to bring some gravy, so it will be delicious. But these dragon meats have been marinated, so they are not suitable for barbecue. So fresh means?" Hearing Finn's question, someone just felt confused. Is there no such thing as fresh and meaty? If you think about it carefully, you can probably understand that most ancient people did not understand the difference between freshness and corruption before they knew bacteria. That's why various precepts are needed to prevent people from eating broken things as food. For example, in the Analects of Confucius, the sacrifice of meat does not last 3 days. I haven't eaten for 3 days. Considering that there were no refrigerators for refrigeration or freezing in that era, Confucius' statement was actually a concept related to food preservation. Not that the sage, who was the most holy teacher, wasted food, since they didn't have the concept of freshness. Lynn simply explained, "The so-called freshness means that it has just been obtained before bacteria cause widespread spoilage. The ideal condition before the meat has deteriorated and become smelly. Marinate it with salt. This is because salt can dehydrate and reduce the chance of bacterial growth and action, thus allowing the meat to be stored for a longer period of time. In other words, fresh means freshly killed. That's right. But is it necessary to be so naked? Lin complains slightly in his heart. It's just that the Lich can't detect the complaints in other people's hearts, or even if he knows about it, then we'll pretend he doesn't know. She just smiled coolly and said, "This is called freshness. If you want to eat something fresh, it's easy. Just wait for me and come as soon as you go." He grabbed the Lich who was about to walk out. Seeing the other person's face ready to eat a certain species to extinction, Lin just wanted to ask the other person, "Are you really not like me, and did you come from my hometown?" However, the Lich who was pulled back almost scared someone to the point of peeing with his glare. But for the sake of the continuation and survival of the dragon clan, what needs to be said is, "Do you know, even if a dragon comes back from hunting, we can't deal with it." However, Thun was not satisfied with someone's answer. She showed a sharp look and asked, "Why? Tell me." Her tone was rare and stern, as if someone would say goodbye to the world immediately if the reason they gave was too blind. Someone reluctantly took out his treasured sauce jar. The jar, which was not much bigger than a fist, was now mostly empty. After shaking it, "You can still hear a shaking sound," Lin said. "We are almost out of sauce. So now even if you really kill a dragon and come back, we can only bake a small piece and the sauce will be gone. It's okay to bake a small piece. So why not?" "Sister, you are so domineering. In this case, the dragon died unjustly. After roasting a small piece, what to do with the rest? Waste is shameful, isn't it, girl?" Lin's last sentence was asked loudly to a certain blonde girl. When Halloumi was called, her eyes widened at first, after realizing that she had become the focus of everyone's attention. She hesitated and finally nodded reluctantly and said in a very low voice, "Well, waste is shameful, I said." "Wild girl, where is your persistence?" It was forgotten so quickly. Bringing the topic back to eating, Finn asked, "So what kind of ingredients are needed for the sauce? What I tasted are honey, sugar, salt, ginger, sesame seeds, peanuts, garlic. What else? Where are you going? Is it enough to carry a few kilograms at a time?" "Let me go." "Sister, your tongue is really smart. Do I have any secrets to tell you? Besides, how many kilograms of those materials are needed? This is for personal use. It's not about doing business." "Teacher!" Kaya suddenly shouted, which of course attracted everyone's attention. She didn't show off and said directly, "Have you tasted this before? When you were at the Tower of the Great Sage, you ate duck." She wanted to confirm, because the taste was a little different. So after eating it, I was a little unsure whether the sauces between the two were related. This girl has such a good memory. She can still remember things from a few years ago. Lin didn't have any answer, just nodded to indicate that he was right. When other people heard that ducks could do it, their eyes lit up again. The remaining sauce can't be used to coat a dragon, so it's not a big problem to coat a duck. However, Kaya put her finger to her lips and said, "But the taste seems to be different from before. Is it related to the different meat?" "That's not the case. It's just that my formula has changed." "The formula has been changed? What do you mean?" As an authority on magic present, Finn certainly knew the meaning of these 4 words. But she didn't expect it to have anything to do with food. And someone said without any secret, "I have only eaten those things before, and I probably know how to make them. But I have no idea about the materials required and the processing methods. So of course, I have to keep experimenting and trying. Eat it. But all kinds of spices are difficult to obtain. The second-hand dealer I went to last time saw that I was a magician and all I wanted was some herbal ingredients. He actually recommended that I get back guano. It's not too embarrassing to put feces into food. So, what does this have to do with us? Don't be in a hurry. No matter how delicious something is, you will get tired of it if you eat it every day. I need time to collect ingredients and try to prepare the delicious food in my impression. These cannot be achieved overnight. It is precisely because it is delicious enough that it is worth waiting, isn't it? During this time, just make do with simple meals." Lin tried to appease the greedy lich in his stomach, then narrowed his eyes, showed no displeasure, and did not utter any sarcasm. He was calm, which made people even more scared. What is the calm before the storm? This is what it looks like in front of you. On the contrary, others, like the lich, were not completely convinced. But it seemed that they could not force someone to continue making these unique dishes. So it can be expected that the next days will be like what the man described, living on a meager diet. I watched the man on carriage number 2 eat for a long time. But the portion was still almost full. Is this a simple meal? However, no matter how much time Lin and his team spent on eating, how much delicacies they ate, and how many modest achievements they made during this period of time, they were still making progress, and would eventually reach the goal. Destination. In the western part of the Lost Continent, the Pilson district is divided by the Magician Association. The headquarters of the district branch, Pilson City, has another better known name, the School City. This is because the city of Pilson is on the edge of the traditional development area of Midi. The war that lasted for a long period of time caused intellectuals, who just wanted a little peace, to flee here. Pilson Magic Tower, a city that had not been built yet, was one of the reasons most people chose it, because it had become the headquarters of the district branch selected by the Magicians Association. This represents the gathering of a considerable number of magicians here, as well as the gathering place formed in response to the needs of the mages. There is adequate protection and providers to meet the needs of life. So people gather here. As long as the war lasted, the gradually formed city of Pilson took in as many people as possible, until more than 100 years ago, when large-scale wars gradually subsided. Enough talented people had gathered here. The so-called enough means that there will be other people willing to follow here and seek the most advanced knowledge in the lost land. The city of Pilson does not need to attract people as a peaceful place apart from the scourge of war. The people gathered here have also become an attraction. Today's Pilson city can be said to be a small country-level city-state. Moreover, ordinary people who are not magicians and magic apprentices account for the vast majority, which is different from where most of the Magician Association branch headquarters are located. Such a city has no city walls. It can also be said that its growth and change have no time to build any city walls. So when Lin and his party came into contact with more and more people from the wilderness, they realized that their destination, Pilson City, had arrived. Chapter 353, Pilson City. Because for a long time, I was walking on uninhabited wilderness trails. Therefore, the appearance of people will still arouse the curiosity of Lin and the others, especially the silver-bearded dwarves, who have not seen so many humans. Although Germain and Riley found a human village last time, it turned out that the people inside were all ghosts and had evil intentions. So it was really not a good experience. And it cannot be said that the life shown by those ghosts is exactly the same as that of real humans. In view of this, as soon as Germain approached the gathering place of humans, he put down all the work at hand and looked at everything curiously. Although others were not as impatient as him, they also finished the things at hand, and then hid things that should not be exposed to others. Such actions are sometimes not done to keep secrets secret, but to protect others. Magic is the same as any knowledge. Ignorant people will only have two reactions: curiosity and fear. Either way, it will cause trouble for yourself or others. In order to save trouble, then still directed others to pack up their things and do something more static and less noisy. It's like hiding in the depths of the carriage, typing on the silent keyboard. She had no unnecessary curiosity about the group of people outside. The group of people did not stop because of the curiosity of the dwarves. This was really because there were so many things they had never seen before, which dazzled the four dwarves. Especially after Germain made a few reckless jokes, the dwarves were even more afraid to ride around. Everything in the human world feels strange to them, as if they might get lost in it at any time. Lin and the other 3 masters and apprentices are no exception, because the various customs and habits in the west of Midi continent are quite different from those in the southwest peninsula. Especially the difference in clothing is the most intuitive, although it does not break out of the category of men wearing trousers and women wearing skirts. The subtle decorations, colors, and patterns of clothing have great differences in the eyes of several women, respectively. Of course, the style of clothing is also different. Kaya used one of the functions of the arcane eye to leave photos and keep them in the space of the first coffin. Halloumi took out her sketchbook and quickly drew something that impressed her with charcoal. The reason why the 2 girls have such a habit was developed during the time they lived in Willian City community. At that time, a certain lich was like a costume expo, trying to change its tricks every day to appear in front of outsiders. Apart from herself, the 2 girls who helped organize the outfit were of course the 2 girls who were girls at the time. The original clothing pattern came from a certain otaku's sketch album full of 2-dimensional fantasy. Later, they developed their own vision and began to break away from their original molds and develop their own style. Someone's fantasy becomes a reference point only, and they no longer exactly reproduce what they look like in the album. For some people, This is a happy outcome. It's better than having everyone around you look sloppy. In addition to the differences in people, the scenery also gives people a sense of peace and calm. That comes from the vast tracts of farmland on the outermost edge of the city. When late spring turns to summer, the crops sown with seedlings are working hard to lift themselves up. The sight of green seedlings growing is very gratifying. In Midland, the population of a city is large or small, depending on its food production. In this world where transportation is not very convenient, it is the best situation to produce and sell food by ourselves. Grain production depends on the area of farmland. Moreover, the land in this world is extremely fertile. If you just find a piece of land and sow a handful of seeds, you will have a fruitful harvest next year. The only thing that limits the area of farmland is the cruel nature of the land, including the wild beasts and monsters that grow there. These creatures will not allow humans to develop and invade their homes. Even people will become their prey. Therefore, if you want to ensure the number of farmers and the area of farmland, force is indispensable. And in terms of the protection of force, how many places can be more powerful than a city where magicians gather? These guarantees are also an important key to the development of Pilson City. And a very interesting point. Judging from the historical documents that Lynn can obtain, Midland has never caused famine due to natural disasters. This is normal when you think about it. After all, this is a world where magicians are everywhere, and there are as many druids as dogs. Controlling plants, water, etc. may not be that simple. But it is by no means impossible. When it comes to praying for rain in the lost land, as long as the master is willing to pay a heavy price, there will be no rain. This is very different from the earth. But this does not mean that there is no famine in lost land. It's just that the causes of those disasters are man-made disasters. Like the former demon king next to her. In the early days of her reign, the world of Lost World was filled with scorched earth contaminated by undead natural disasters. And no crops could be grown at all. In the following era, the most cruel aspect of war between countries was the tactic of starving people of food. In a confrontation of willpower, people like to praise those who struggle in difficult circumstances, whether it is sacrifice in the end, or victory in reverse. Although the purpose is to promote their loyalty and perseverance. The subtext is actually a cold meaning of even if you starve to death. Please help me achieve my strategic goals. If you haven't been there, you can't imagine what kind of hell it is. Fortunately, no matter which world he is in, he is already far away from the era of intensive wars. Maybe there are still some conflicts in some corner of the world, but at least you are safe. Now it seems that he has enough strength to ensure his own safety. I don't know why, but my mood suddenly became a little sad. Lin shook his head and focused his eyes on the scenery on the roadside again. There are fewer farmlands, more houses, and more people on the road. And judging from his attire, he didn't look like he was going to do farm work. After stopping a passerby, Lin asked for directions to Pilson Tower. No matter how a magician's city is built, the location of the magic tower is the real core. You have to go straight to the location of the magic tower. Naturally, because the headquarters of the Pilson district branch of the Magicians Association must be nearby, or even inside the magic tower. At the district branch headquarters, you can find the reception desk, where magicians or other guests from out of town can receive assistance. With such services, it doesn't mean that the humanistic care of Midland is better than that of Earth. It was forced out. Just think about who the Magicians Association's main service targets are. What if there are some local swindlers who treat people from other places like sheep and slaughter them? Guess whether the deceived magicians will go to the police in tears, or they will knock on the door themselves to recover their losses? If on Earth, thieves and swindlers lure people into dark alleys, close the door, and let the dogs out, they can still make an extra sum of money from the victim. But in Lost Land, it is very common for a party with more people to be tortured to death by a single magician. The person who laughs with a stick in a dark alley is not necessarily the one who laughs last, because there are endless related incidents. No matter how much I warn some brokers who make extra money by serving magicians, they must not regard magicians as easy targets. There are still some sneaky guys who lose their lives because of greed. But if that's all, then forget it. Unfortunately, the methods of French men sometimes only hurt whomever they target. Strange things exploded at the branch headquarters at every turn. How could those high-ranking adults stand it? The reception desk of the Magicians Association came into being. The service staff at the reception desk are usually served by reputable magic apprentices. Not only is it registered, but if the magician suffers losses due to those people, the inspectors will come out to investigate the whole matter. And there is no need for the master to use lynching to recover. On the other hand, Having the inspector come forward can also prevent the magician from making trouble unreasonably and hurting the poor and innocent little apprentice. The people at the reception desk can do simple consultations. They can also be guides in the city. And sometimes they can temporarily do some brokerage business. If the price is right, hosting someone on the bed is not unacceptable. But under normal circumstances, when masters are looking for women or men, they will not look for them in this kind of place. Are you kidding me? He is someone else's magic apprentice. It is not uncommon for him to fall into some secret tricks that the inspector cannot come forward or cannot investigate. Being a receptionist will definitely have their own ways of making extra money, but it will not cause the guests to suffer losses. If something like that happens, the punishment is quite severe. For apprentices, this is an easy and lucrative job. It is natural that someone would never fail once in his apprenticeship. To be able to serve as a receptionist in a district association, you need to have some background. But a little regret from the past is not enough to deter someone from using such a service. Otherwise, it would be even more inconvenient to arrive in an unfamiliar place and be blinded and not know where to start. As we continue to advance along the main road, not only are the surroundings becoming more and more lively, but the buildings that are famous in the lost world are also in front of us one by one. The Great Library, the Academy, and the rather rare Magic Temple, which enshrine the 8 gods in charge of power. There are also the Palace of Life, the Palace of Change, the Palace of Summoning, etc., each representing different schools of magic theory. Looking at the palaces of various magic schools that were built to be comparable to the residences of kings or gods, Lin somewhat understood the reason why the lost world could not develop purely theoretical knowledge such as mathematics. Perhaps in the beginning, people of knowledge came here simply to seek refuge, but the knowledge they mastered had nothing to do with magic. But how could two groups of smart people get together without any sparks? Slowly, knowledge from two different directions intersected. Slowly, knowledge gradually served magic. Slowly, knowledge and magic became equated. At this point, it can almost be concluded that technology is dead and paper will be burned. Because whatever magic doesn't need, no one will care about it. It can be said that although the city has gathered most of the smart people in the land to study the most cutting-edge magic knowledge, it has also stifled the possibility of the development of other knowledge. There is no way. Who told this world to use the ability to fight as the criterion for judging high and low? From Newton's F equals ma to Einstein's E equals mc squared. And finally the creation of the big mushroom. Scientists were despised by those people who only grew muscles, but not brains for how long before they were able to turn around. Thinking of this, looking at these splendid palaces, and the endless flow of magicians and apprentices walking among them, someone felt quite emotional in his heart. The knowledge that he, a half-time magician, had mastered was incompatible with this holy land of knowledge. And what kind of destination does a fat man like himself have when he is thrown into this world? Or is this just a prank by someone? Chapter 354 Pilson Tower. Between the many temples, you can see a 5-story tower rising from the ground. That is the heart of the city's heart. Pilson's Magic Tower. The 5-story tower means that the person who built the tower was a Dharma saint. He was a leader on the human side for more than 200 years after the death of the demon King Fun and the official end of the Dark Ages. His refuge in his later years was built. This does not mean that ordinary great magicians cannot build 5-story towers. In fact, there is no such mandatory norm. But if you calculate the cost of the magic tower, you will know the reason why few magicians exceed the standard and even do not build it according to their status. This can be gleaned from the fact that the number of great magicians in each era is completely out of proportion to the increase in the number of magic towers above 4 floors. The magic tower has more than 3 floors. For each additional floor, it is customary to build an additional energy pool. Without an energy pool, no matter how many layers there is no point. Considering the issues of load-bearing and construction technology, when the original materials and designs cannot support it, many people's approach is to find stronger materials. As for those better materials, the output is of course rarer, and the price is more expensive. In other words, the cost of the 4th floor of the 4-story magic tower may be equal to the cost of the first 3 floors. The 5th floor of the 5-story magic tower may be the cost of the first 4 floors. Ordinary magicians may not be able to build a 3-story magic tower even if they accumulate a lifetime of wealth and don't eat, drink or spend it. It is even said that without the financial resources and connections at the national level, many of the materials used to build the magic tower cannot be afforded or purchased. As for whether anyone has broken through these restrictions, in fact, there are still some. But such a tower will not be named a magic tower. And naturally it does not have the various rights that come with it. What's more important is that those existing norms were not formulated on the whim of some people, but were formulated after being confirmed by countless examples during the period when magicians were fighting against the secular state. Designs that are easily broken by secular force will naturally be eliminated. Magic towers that can persist will become models for other magicians to learn from. It was this wave of lessons learned in blood and fire that allowed the magic tower to grow into what it is today and become a veritable war fortress. It also made those countries dare not go one step further and make a non-aggression agreement with the magicians. Pilson Tower serves as a magical tower, although it was built long before those norms were established. But there are countless examples of those regulations, and it is this magic tower that has been preserved to this day, and no one dares to violate it. This is also because the Dharma saint who built it is also an excellent military commander himself. For those who have stepped down from the center of power, it is inevitable that some people who had enmity in the past will come to cause trouble, and even former subordinates may inadvertently step on them. In order to avoid this situation from happening, the design basis for the construction of this tower was entirely based on the fact that the Dharma saint put himself in the position of an attacking general, and built the tower as troublesome and difficult as he found it. One of the most widespread features of the magic tower, after its influence, is that Pilson Tower was the first circular magic tower with no windows in history. Before that, although there were round towers, they were not the shape used by magic towers. In order to facilitate the arrangement of magic circles and the ease of construction, most of the magic towers before Pilson Tower were traditional tetrahedrons, and the more upscale ones were polyhedrons. Considering ventilation and sunlight, the more windows the better. These characteristics are the best direction of attack for an army with sufficient manpower. But how to attack the windowless round tower? The only two openings are the passage on the roof and the main entrance on the first floor. This means that the attacking party can only squeeze a large number of troops into this small space and line up to die. The interior design of Pilson Tower is made up of many narrow passages that are winding and maze-like, with countless deadly traps. Relying on these seemingly simple tricks, the Dharma saint actually fought back several times the angry army that came to look for him. Countless years later proved that the design of Pilson Magic Tower was ahead of its time and never lost its popularity. No matter who it is, they will only get confused when facing this tower. Lin, of course, stood at the bottom of such a legendary magic tower, admiring it, and asked the two girls to confirm the location of the Pilson District Branch headquarters. The Magician Association may not necessarily be located in the magic tower. Sometimes it will be located in another location. At this time, the magic tower is private territory, and it is not a good idea to break in casually. The headquarters will definitely be set up near the tower, and there will be obvious symbols. According to someone, it is an advertising sign, because they were in the city. The two magicians and the two apprentices naturally wore the magician's small shawls to mark their identities. After all, this is a class-conscious world. If you don't reveal your identity, many things will be quite inconvenient. Everyone is dressed the same as before. The difference is probably that one of the two apprentices who originally did not plan to follow their teacher and used the pixelated three-headed monkey embroidered an extra coat of arms for himself to mark his identity. Halloumi has a bird-shaped pattern representing the turtle devil lions embroidered on her right upper arm. It has a red background with black lines and 3 wings. The side view of a flying bird that can be drawn in one stroke represents the world tree Wadwo. The graphic is very simple, but the importance of the bird-shaped seal is probably second only to the 2 golden tassels on Finn's body. The 4 dwarves don't have any clothing that indicates their status. Even so, the silver hair with a silver beard is enough to attract attention. From time to time, people coming and going looked at them secretly with side eyes. 3 legendary creatures, dragon, golden goblin, and silver-bearded dwarf. Dragons can still be seen from time to time. Just looking at the large number of subspecies that are full of confusion and there are no duplicates, you know that this race is still looking for mating partners. The number of existing golden goblins can be counted on one hand. The only one whose whereabouts are known is a Dharma saint who joined the pure magician country in the Duke of Crow. The last of the 3 legends can really only be encountered in pillow stories. The Silverbeard dwarves once established a vast empire, and there are clear records of this. And there are still many races that retain relics or relics related to the silver-bearded dwarves. These facts make it impossible to easily say that the silver-bearded dwarves do not exist. But no one has seen it with their own eyes. Now there are 4 in front of me. However, what is more eye-catching than the legendary creature is of course the long-legged beauty. Today, Finn is wearing a high-slit cheongsam, with red and black background and yellow flower, and bird embroidery. The appropriate tailoring highlighted her already beautiful figure, firmly attracting the attention of everyone passing by. In the core area of the headquarters of the Magicians Association branch, there is a constant flow of people. Enfan's figure makes people gather together without leaving. The crowds are getting bigger and bigger. But this attention made the Lich feel unhappy. A pair of revealing eyes were unconcealed, and the men's desires were almost written on their faces. If it weren't for the 2 golden tassels on her chest that were so annoying, I'm afraid there would have been a lot of men who didn't have a good eye for her. But it was those 2 golden tassels that made people look more blatantly at her chest. All this made her unhappy. But with this real body, there is no way to maintain strange postures for a long time like before. The aches and pains caused by poor posture or being inactive for a long time are feelings that my sensitive self cannot ignore now. So now whenever there is a chance, then we'll get out of the car and stretch his body. She didn't even think about complaining. She just wanted to return to the previous situation. Although this body now has many inconveniences, it can taste more wonderful things that could not be experienced before. That real feeling is not something I imagined. The biggest beauty is that you can get surprises beyond your imagination instead of being limited to your existing experiences, whether it's from food or other aspects. Even though I had received a lot of looks like this when I was dealing with that group of nobles in Williams City. But my mood at that time was different from now. At that time, I wanted to play. But now I am too lazy to play. Just when I was thinking about whether to go back to the car and hide, someone came out to seek death. It was an uncle with beards, who thought he had a good personality. He held out his big belly, let out a laugh that was not clear whether it was hearty or obscene, patted his belly, and walked past the crowd as he walked out. Hee, where did this little beauty come from? You don't follow the rules very well. Do you need someone else's guidance? Oh, where did I break the rules? Then changed his original impatient expression and looked at the person with a playful smile. The man who walked closer stretched out his hand to trace the 2 golden tassels on Finn's chest, and even touched them a few times intentionally or unintentionally. The man smiled and said, "Not everyone can hang this thing. If you hang it wrong, someone will be in trouble. So I advise you to untie one." At the same time, the man changed his finger to grab, and grabbed it with his backhand. Lived on one of the golden threads. The huge force caused Fenton, who was unprepared, to sink immediately and his knees bent. Only then did she remember the shortcomings of her current body. Without any auxiliary magic, he is quite weak. Then was very angry about being overconfident in himself and giving others an opportunity to take advantage of him. But more than anything, he was angry at this man's attitude. But none of this showed on her face. Instead, she smiled even more heartily. The corners of his mouth curved up, and he said in a sweet voice, "Since you dare to come forward, just pretend that you are aware of it." "Oh, what awakening! Do you want to fight on the bed? I'm good at this. Ha ha ha, ah!" The painful howl frightened everyone present. The man was holding his broken arm in his right hand, his eyes slightly bulging, looking in disbelief at the woman who had just pulled off his arm in an instant. Yes, pull it off. Instead of cutting it off, it was pulled out from the route where the arm connected to the shoulder, and the upper arm bone was broken along the way. Looking at the severed part of the torn-off arm, there were several damaged muscle bundles hanging down, and the person in front of him was splattered with blood. Then inexplicably became happier. Chapter 355 Conflict is about to break out. Everything happened very quickly, and before anyone who was watching could think of how to react, things took a turn for the worse and developed in a not-so-good direction. They have already torn off each other's arms. It seems that saying sorry is not the only way to get rid of the problem. Lin was still dazed, and the man with the broken arm gritted his teeth, holding back the pain that penetrated into his bones, and yelled angrily, "Kill them! Kill them all for me! Leave no one behind! I will torture their souls for the rest of their lives." The bearded man's trip had a purpose, and he was fully prepared. His followers are a very famous warrior group in Pilson City, relying on the various magic equipment he supports. They have become a group that even magicians will find difficult. But things developed too suddenly. The other party took off one of his arms without saying a few words. He had never experienced such humiliation. So compared to the injury to his arm, the bearded man was even more angry. For the broken arm, he has countless ways to recover without any sequelae, but for this shame, he can only use the most cruel revenge to vent the pain in his heart, and to warn all those who are staring at him in the dark. Tell them, I'm still not easy to mess with. And his followers' reaction was nothing short of unpleasant. Although they could not stop the incident, and could not save the master they recognized, They still pulled out the flaming sword as soon as things turned around and activated the magic attached to it. The dark red flames of H.L. instantly covered the silver-gray sword blade. This flame was the reason why magicians were afraid of him. The warrior who rushes forward understands that this is the most vulnerable moment for the magician profession. Before she or he adds a full set of auxiliary magic to himself, less than the level of a transcendent, warriors can only rely on unexpected surprises to fight against magicians before their opponents are prepared. So as soon as they got the instructions, even taking action on both sides, they started to act. Countless magicians have suffered under their raids in the past. No matter what kind of person the opponent is with the flaming sword in his hand, as long as it can hit him, no shield or armor can stop him. And magic will have the same result. Just take a few more steps. First cripple the opponent's limbs, and then pull out the tongue. Maybe the master will not mind giving her to others to play with before completely killing the opponent. Anyway, this isn't the first time this has happened. And then, there was no more. Then just fired a series of bullets, and it was all over. Unlike using gunpowder weapons, you have to judge the ballistics. But magic weapons are all guided by powerful mental power. So she is only responsible for taking out the gun, pulling the trigger, and calling it a day. The bloody hole between the eyebrows is not as simple as it looks on the outside. The magic bullet has already made a mess inside the deceased's head, making the person dead. Even if you want to cast resurrection magic, it will be quite difficult. But this is guaranteed by a certain lich who is proficient in necromancy magic. Whether it was the onlookers or the bearded man who was holding his broken arm and bleeding profusely, everyone was speechless and stared at the dead and injured everywhere in stunned silence. More than a dozen soldiers were all gone in the blink of an eye. No one could believe it. "Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" Untimely shouts broke the calm. Everyone looked at it, but they couldn't tell who it was. But the goose yellow shawl was very eye-catching. The order maintenance personnel and inspectors of the Magicians Association lined up the crowd of onlookers, walked over quietly at a certain regular pace, if there weren't a few subordinates yelling next to them. "Who dares to cause trouble in front of the association's headquarters? My master will never let any magician who commits crimes go free." In the usual routine, the police are the ones who show up at the end after all the bad guys or good guys are dead. Those who will appear in the middle will definitely not be ordinary law enforcers, but participants in this wild stage drama full of flaws, who are also acting awkwardly. Someone just doesn't believe that the law enforcement officers can move so fast. They are causing trouble on the front foot, and then they appear on the back foot. But the one wearing the yellow shawl didn't look like a liar who was pretending to be an inspector and colluding with others. This can be seen in the eyes of others looking at him, full of fear and hatred. But the people around the inspector were not so serious. He cursed all the way and gave random orders to people he saw. He even kept his reputation as a master on his lips at all times, for fear that others would not know his background. After breaking through the crowd, the inspector's men came to Lin and others. The arrogant guy said arrogantly, "Are you the strangers who dare to hurt people in public?" Hurtful? Everyone is dead. And they all still follow the lines that sound predetermined, without making changes according to the changing circumstances. The traces of this routine are too obvious. Lin sneered in his heart, but pretended to be respectful and said, "Sir, we didn't hurt anyone. Where did you hear such false rumors?" "I call him your excellency because even if the other person does not have the identity of an inspector, but is still wearing a magician shawl tied with a golden thread, basic respect must still be given." However, the other party did not seem to change his face because of this, and still said arrogantly, "I dare to say that I didn't hurt anyone. Obviously, there is no one there." This is the sense of absurdity that arises in everyone's hearts at the same time, including the one with eyes on the top of his head. He couldn't speak anymore, and could only look around blankly. The place where more than a dozen dead bodies should be lying was now empty. The area was clean, not to mention the corpses. There were no weapons, equipment, or even blood stains left on the ground. The level of cleanliness made the onlookers wonder if what they just saw was a daydream. "Well, where is Mr. McDormand?" The originally aggressive man realized that things were not going as expected. He was a little at a loss and asked about the man who should be at the scene. An uncle with a beard and a beard. "I don't know who he is." Someone continued to act stupid. In fact, it was only then that everyone noticed that the bearded man with an arm torn off was gone. On the contrary, the ruthless, beautiful magician silently hid her severed arm behind her back. Is it for throwing? Or what method? Anyway, the severed arm that was hidden behind his back suddenly disappeared and ran into the hand of another man behind his back. The next moment, even the arm was gone. Maybe most people didn't notice such a small movement, but the four dwarves standing behind the two people could see it clearly. The two in front had such a tacit understanding that they completed what must have been a very complicated magic spell and relay without any communication. Finn's mastery of the flash technique is that he can flash himself or bring others with him, or flash the things in his hand to where his spiritual sense can reach him. As for the application method, like someone did, people or objects can be thrown to an unknown place in an instant. The instant calculation required is something that the former Demon King has not yet been able to do. So don't watch the two men disappear the evidence in an understatement. The knowledge and preparations behind it made the silver-bearded dwarves, who used to claim to be the most intelligent of all races in the land, suspicious. One's own life is born. Seeing that the place was so clean that it didn't look like a troublemaking place. This person who just wanted to cause trouble rolled his eyes and shouted around. "We came here because we heard rumors that someone was making trouble. There are people present. There are so many people out there. If anyone can tell me what happened just now, you will be rewarded." Listening to such questions, Lin's fake smile became a little more embarrassed. Is there such an explicit question? It's just to cause trouble. However, the most difficult thing in the world to deal with is this kind of controlling others with power after having the right to speak, not to mention that money and silk can move people's hearts. And there must be brave men under heavy rewards. This is true in any world. Just when I was thinking about how many people would respond to the question of the troublemaker, a man hiding in the crowd immediately shouted, "I know. I have." There was no sound. When one was not enough, someone else shouted, "I saw it too. But..." And then, there was no sound. What just happened? Before he could finish the same words, he returned to calm. This happened several times, and every time someone wanted to speak, the sound was silence before they could say a word. Everyone present also sensed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere, not to mention standing next to those who tried to speak and watching the people disappear out of thin air. What happened? This is what most people want to know now. But there is no explanation. This is actually a hybrid application method of Lin's. For a time traveler from Earth, how could he not understand the power of rumors? And how could he not understand the tendency of the masses to be easily incited? The two together are enough to ruin a person's reputation in Lost Land. It is not surprising to be torn down on the spot. So of course we need to find ways to prevent it. Those who want to incite the masses use empathy. Hiding in the crowd, the snakes in different locations echoed each other with some radical views, making people mistakenly think that that idea was supported by the majority of people. Some people will boldly say more radical words because of this, while others are infected by the emotions and atmosphere, and are coerced by the masses into agreeing with those extreme remarks. When more and more people make the same voice, the trend will eventually be unstoppable. To avoid such a situation, of course, we must eliminate speech that may cause adverse effects from the source. For someone, the extra-dimensional banishment spell is a very useful tool. Coupled with the research I started from the Tower of the Great Sage, there are various detection methods, which of course include sound identification, sound positioning, sonar analysis, and even airflow changes. Perhaps these methods are not very mature at this stage, but the snakes hiding in the crowd are the conspirators who try to change the direction, whether they control this mass behavior as a science or not. In order to incite more people, they have to use big words to incite more people. Use your voice to make your voice heard by as many people as possible, now that there is a clear voice as a reference. But no one can be located. The past few years have been wasted on related research. Since people can be located, no one can control where they go. The uncertainty of the extra-dimensional exile technique was based on the fact that Lin did not want to retrieve the people and things that were thrown away, and was purely based on efficiency and energy consumption. In other words, they might have gone to a better place. No one cares whether the ending is good or bad. Just throw it away. Chapter 356 Conflict? The unusual phenomenon plunged everyone into a strange atmosphere. Only the magician who had been causing trouble since the moment he appeared on the scene kept asking loudly around him, "Who spoke just now? Please finish your words and make it clear." He was completely unaware that those companions hidden in the crowd had disappeared. Maybe Midland is not like Earth, where judges need sufficient scientific evidence to decide a crime and sentence, but in Midland, to determine a person's crime and sentence, they also need the most basic human and material evidence, although they don't care much about whether the evidence is sufficient. Physical evidence, perhaps a dead body, perhaps blood stains or clothing left by an injured person. These things can be traced back to their source using prophetic magic, and see the part that the mages want to see. Witness testimony. Of course, is the testimony witnessed by the party or witness. And this magician who jumped out, shirtless, and wanted to put a hat on someone's head, could not get any evidence to accuse someone of anything, even if he grabbed the onlookers by their collars and asked them what they saw. The strange situation now made people unwilling or afraid to say anything. After hitting a wall several times, even he himself felt something was wrong. The atmosphere here was unlike anywhere he had ever seen. If the other party uses violent means, unless they are extremely cruel, there will always be people who think they are not afraid of authority. They will be intimidated by those violent means and become supporters of the other party in order to resist. But the weird methods don't need to be accompanied by too much blood. The fear of the unknown will make most people hesitate to move forward. People are not afraid of death, but they are afraid of dying inexplicably and worthlessly, seeing that it was no longer possible to mobilize the crowd, conclude the matter, or even kill the target on the spot. The man decided to use a backup plan. He said, "In any case, we heard criminal rumors related to you, so you should come with us to the inspector's headquarters and do the necessary investigations and inquiries." After saying that, he turned to his accomplice, who was also not a supervisor. The official magician said, "Come on, take this person back." How could people who have read a lot of various film and television works, novels and short stories not understand this routine? Once you enter the public gate, it is as deep as the sea. After entering stupidly, you are not allowed to round or flatten it at will. At that time, in the name of accident, we will tell the outside world, unfortunately, people died inside. Even the time of trial can be saved. This is the best means of killing with public power. So someone still has to struggle. "Hey, you don't have the qualifications of a prosecutor, right? Can you arrest people directly? We are volunteers who are voluntarily assisting Inspector Sar. As long as you know that you have committed an unforgivable crime, just cooperate with our investigation." As the man spoke, a supervisor wearing a yellow shawl stood behind him. The official raised his head, seeing the two generals, one on the left and one on the right, approaching fiercely. Lin just wanted to complain. His words made it clear that he was unforgivable. If he followed them back obediently, he would be rewarded. Lin also lowered his face and said in a low voice, "If you do things you shouldn't do and say things you shouldn't say, are you aware enough? Awakening?" The man walking from the left sneered and said, "We should ask you this question. Are you aware of disobeying an inspector's wishes? But none of you are inspectors. For someone who is complaining like this in his heart." Another thing he was more concerned about now was that the lich was too quiet. He turned his head curiously and saw Finn staring at him with an expression of suppressed laughter, with no intention of intervening. For the two people who were going to capture the target person, the attitude of the other party was what they saw for the first time. In the past, under the leadership of Inspector Sahel, no one who was captured was trembling, beaten or scolded, and no one dared to resist. But this time, the other party was quite absent-minded, not even looking at him, but staring at the beauty next to him. "I really thought that person was the legendary Demon King. Joke. The distance between you and the target is so close that you can capture the opponent just by stretching out your hand. As long as he returns to the inspector's dungeon, he will inevitably die even if he is a great magician." Then his vision went dark, and the last thing he saw was an indescribable huge fire wall, with the dark starry sky on the other side, and his body flew towards the fire wall involuntarily. By this point, he had lost all consciousness, although it has not yet been swallowed up by the wall of fire. If someone were there and looked over from a distance, he would clearly point out that it was a star dash. His body had already been ignited by the high temperature of radiant heat. It burned until there was no residue left. The whole process was so quick that there was no chance of feeling any pain. Another man was equally lucky, and before he realized what he had gotten himself into, he went mad. So even if he fell into a huge dinner plate and looked eye to eye with the alien creature with 17 eyes, he just smiled instead of screaming in fear. On one side of the field of vision, an equally huge head with 3 faces squeezed in, and he let out a roar like a bell. "Why is there a human on your plate? But mine doesn't. My mother is partial. It has nothing to do with Mom. This person got into my plate by himself. I want to eat too. Never. Whatever ends up on my plate is mine." It was too late. But soon, 2 equally huge forks, one up and one down, pierced the chest and abdomen. With just one exertion, the person was torn apart. The two alien monsters were muttering as they happily ate the unexpected delicacy. After eating, the one with 17 eyes held his 4 hands in pairs and prayed sincerely, saying, "Thank God for giving me abundant food. I hope you will come to my plate next time, and I will chew it carefully with gratitude." In the square below the Pilson Tower, everyone witnessed the two magicians who tried to capture the man disappear into thin air. No matter how dull a person is, they can guess what happened just now and where the weird atmosphere came from. And the man who keeps looking for trouble, keeps shouting, and keeps instructing others to do things, is shouting hysterically, "Where are the people? Why are they missing? Did you kill them?" "Right. Me." Lynn pretended to be innocent and said in a voice full of grievance, "I didn't kill anyone. I don't know where the people who left have gone. Their feet are on them, so they can go wherever they want. I can't control it. Maybe they have something to do at home, so they didn't tell you. It's their business. I'm not his parents, so I can't care about it that much. No matter what you do, send them back. If you refuse, you will regret it until the day you die. What happened to them has nothing to do with me. How can I send them back?" Len continued to be tough. In fact, even if he relents, he still doesn't know how to save the people who were thrown away by the extra-dimensional exile technique. This is also the price of fast and easy casting. Damn it. The angry magician was about to step forward and arrest the person himself. Lynn innocently said, "Are you coming over too?" A simple question made the furious man freeze immediately, unable to move forward or retreat, with an exaggerated expression of dumbfoundedness on his face. Everyone knew that this guy was in a bad situation. If we move forward, can there be different results? At least none of the people watching, whether they were magicians or warriors, knew how to deal with the weird magic that made people disappear. One should even ask, is that magic? People who don't understand account for the vast majority of the situation. If they retreat, it will be the first step towards the collapse of the prestige established by these villains, who have been attached to the inspector for a long time. Because someone has no fear of their fragile authority, and doesn't seem to have any means of revenge. It seems that the inspector, the great magician Sar, who had been standing silently at the back, spoke for the first time. "We made a mistake. These are all misunderstandings. Let's go!" Being able to rise to the position of inspector in Pilson, a well-known school city in Midland, Sar knew how to assess the situation better than most people, because his companions, who couldn't do it, were either inactive or dead. Only those with strength have the ability to play dirty. Of course, the focus is on play, not obscenity. Those who have no strength need to be strong-willed, to bluff and pretend to be powerful, and to be unable to retreat even a step. Otherwise, everything they have worked hard to build will collapse in an instant. But what does that have to do with myself? Sar thought so. So he turned around and left without any doubts. Seeing his backer leaving, the originally aggressive magician could no longer stand. He looked back and forth several times, and finally had no choice. He was filled with anger and regret, and followed the great magician Sar with mixed emotions. Although he was angry, he was not angry enough to yell at this one. He lowered his voice and growled like a vicious dog. "Why just leave like this? There's a lot of money at stake. Until I figure out what happened and what he did, I will no longer choose to come forward. If you are not satisfied, you can come forward yourself." In Pilsen, the followers of the ombudsman are usually less loyal than those of other magicians, and are usually a combination of interests. The overseer provides power and force, while the followers provide money and convenience, each getting what they need. So it is common for the two parties to have different opinions and goals. But most of the time, such conflicts will not be brought to the table, and cooperation can continue. But only if a certain limit is not exceeded. And it was obvious that the matter in front of him had exceeded the limit of what Sar was willing to do. Going forward is just a desperate effort. It was also obvious that the bounty, especially a bounty to be shared, was not enough to buy his life. Sar looked back and thought that everything he knew about the magician happened nearly 2 years ago. Maybe we should have a better understanding of what happened to him during this period of time. Chapter 357 One-Eyed Clan. The inspector, wearing a yellow cape and representing the symbol of justice in the wizarding world, left. The crowd of onlookers also dispersed, because no one wanted to imagine the inexplicable disappearance of what they had just seen. No one believed that the people who disappeared were just like what the magician said. They ran home temporarily because of something at home. However, in front of everyone, a person can disappear out of thin air. This is something that has never been seen or heard of before. If that's magic, what kind of magic is it? Why isn't there any magic that triggers the fluctuations caused by the 8 powers? There are traces of a warrior's martial arts skills. Even those extraordinary people have only mastered physical abilities such as strength, endurance, and recovery that are beyond ordinary people. The essence of martial arts is still the same as before. There is nothing beyond what the body can do. Since there are traces to follow, it is naturally possible to find a way to deal with it. And it is not impossible to use small to win big. But the magician's weirdness is often beyond people's imagination. Since it is impossible to imagine, there is no way to deal with it. When encountering such a person, the best way is to make a surprise attack and kill the opponent before he can react. But if you can't do that, the best way is to stay away from such people when you see them. And don't regard such people as enemies. The crowd dispersed precisely for this reason. What's more, there is a doubt that no one dares to ask. And that is those people who disappeared. Where did they go? Is it possible to come back safely? No one wants to be the next person to disappear before many questions are clarified. Seeing people hurriedly dispersed as if they were afraid of contracting the plague, Lin relaxed his calm expression and wiped away a cold sweat. Then asked from the side, "Isn't it quite relaxing? Why does it feel like a big battle? It's not like I don't want to cause trouble again. I'm going to use a turtle tactic or run away," someone said helplessly. "I couldn't afford to provoke him before, so I didn't dare to provoke him. Although I can afford to provoke him now. I don't want to, and there is no need to provoke him. And I don't recommend you to do so. Why? It's not like we can't win. Whether we win or not is not a concern for me. What I'm most afraid of is not knowing how it will end." How to end? Such a simple question caused Finn to think deeply. On the contrary, the few dwarves who had been watching the show looked confused. Germain even asked, "What's so difficult about ending it? It's over whether we win or lose. Hey, it's that simple. Let me give you an example from my hometown. There is a younger brother in my hometown who follows an older brother, learns things from the older brother, and uses the older brother's strength to do something. After a long time, he thought he could also be a big tail, and they were a little dissatisfied with the elder brother's attitude of taking charge of things. So when the elder brother was not paying attention, they pushed the other party to the ground and slapped the other party one after another, hoping to rely on their short-term advantage to win. The eldest brother admitted that he was equal to him and gave him some respect. But what they didn't expect was that the eldest brother went crazy because of this and fought with him to the end, eventually beating him until he called him daddy. What happens after that? Daddy has been called. So pretend to be your grandson." The other 3 dwarves all had thoughtful expressions. But Germain did not use his own brain at all and asked directly, "So what do you want to talk about?" Some people were speechless towards this guy, who was completely indifferent to the world. When it comes to talking about theory and doing research, this little guy is as smart as anything. However, Lin still explained, "For many conflicts, maybe you can choose when to start, but when to end is out of your control. It depends on the other party. Even if you kill the other party, as long as you are a human being, you have a father, a wife, a husband, a son and a daughter. What if these people come to you for revenge? And will these people have friends? Maybe friends don't avenge the dead. It's not a big problem to help a bunch of living people. If you kill these people, then they have families and friends. Wow, this isn't endless." "That's right. That's why I say that when we want to end it, it's not something we can control." "That sounds like a really bad feeling." "What's so bad?" The speaker was Halumi, who was sent to the reception desk of the Pilson district branch of the Magicians Association. Fortunately, she came back when the crowd dispersed, and the matter was resolved. She asked eagerly as soon as she heard what the dwarf said. Behind her and Kaya, there was a one-eyed girl. The one-eyed tribe is a relatively rare race in the mysterious land. They are divided into giants and subgiants. The former is about 3 to 6 meters tall, while the latter is taller than the average human. The girl in front of me is about 2 meters tall, which is more than a head taller than someone else. Although the size of the eyes is larger than that of ordinary people, it is not like a creature like a beholder. The eyes or the face, or even the eyes or the entire head. But compared to the girl's single eye, which was located just above the bridge of her nose, Lin's gaze moved down 30 centimeters involuntarily. This is not a one-eyed tribe. This is a dairy cow tribe. This is someone's first impression. Even the loose robe could not cover his greatness, which made someone's eyes go straight. Moreover, only the 2 parties involved and Harumi, who was so heartless, could not see the explicit appearance. But everyone else noticed it. Kaya noticed even more that a blue vein suddenly appeared on a certain lich's forehead. Halloumi introduced this cow. No. She was a girl from the One-Eye tribe. Teacher. She is Maurjit. The apprentice from the reception desk can help us be a guide in the city and an introducer to the Chamber of Commerce. Then he turned to the One-Eye girl and introduced the others. And finally pointed at Lin and said, Maurjit. This is my teacher. In a society dominated by humans, the One-Eye girl seemed a little embarrassed. Such people would be particularly worried about their own etiquette. So after Halloumi introduced her teacher, the girl hurriedly took a few steps forward, almost letting someone's face touch. Well, that height was just right. Place. Such a close distance made the few people present except the dwarfs feel confused. Lin Kai wanted to take a few steps back, but Morit unexpectedly bowed, covered his head with his big breasts, and said in greeting, Hello, Mr. Magician. I am Apprentice Morit, and I am honored to serve you. But he didn't think about it. Such an action would scare someone so much that they fell to the ground. Kaya noticed again that 2 blue veins appeared on her elder sister's forehead at the same time. Squinting her eyes, she realized that she had scared someone else again. The One-Eye girl hurriedly tried to help someone up. I just don't know why. But she is scratching and groping randomly, making someone look embarrassed. Halloumi and Kaya quickly came to help the two of them, and it took a lot of effort before their teacher could stand up straight again. At this time, Maurjit was pulled back a few steps and stood awkwardly. From time to time, she would secretly squint at someone with her big, tearful eyes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You won't let me go. It's okay. It's okay. Lin waved his hand and said with a smile. Although he was frightened, he was very cheerful and not angry at all. So naturally, he would not blame the other party. Especially the One-Eye girl looked at him with tearful eyes. Even if someone didn't show sympathy, he wouldn't be cruel. Ah! The third one! Kaya said something confusing. However, Lin couldn't think about it. When he entered Pilson City, he had many things to do. And there are a few things that are quite urgent. And it's not time to take things slowly. The original plan was just to let the 2 apprentices ask for the location and then search for it on their own. But since this girl seemed to like Halloumi very much, she invited her to be a guide. Lin was not polite and said directly, We have to find a place to stay today. But before that, we have to go to the Chamber of Commerce first. We have a lot of materials to sell. Do you know the place? Yes. Yes. I know very well. The One-Eye girl smiled through her tears and answered happily. But except for these 2 parties, others felt an unpleasant atmosphere. Even Halloumi noticed. On the way to the Chamber of Commerce, a group of people chatted. But basically it was the lively blonde girl who took the lead. And the others only responded occasionally. Although we had probably chatted at the reception before, I felt that both parties got along quite well. But now after chatting, Halloumi still discovered a few unexpected things. In addition to widening her eyes, although not as big as the other parties, she also made a questioning sound of, said, Mao Mao. You said your teacher is the great magician Mark Kovacs. Yes. I have grown up under the guidance of teachers since I was a child. Hey, then how come you have been an apprentice for so long like us? Hearing Halloumi's emotion, Lin wanted to complain in his heart, feeling say that you are looking for someone who has the same problem as your guide. Are there too few people in this world who have lifelong magic apprentices? If you don't work hard, it's not impossible to hang the silver thread to death. Facing Morit's hesitant look, Halloumi continued to ask, I remember that your teacher is the president of Pilson district. What? You don't have any advantage in learning magic? I studied very hard, but I still couldn't achieve the teacher's goal. Every time I took part in the apprenticeship promotion assessment, I was either wrong or inaccurate, or because of other reasons, my assessment results were not very good, so I was never promoted. And usually Shiryi often messes up some things for no reason. Ah, you won't want me because of this. Realizing that she had exposed her shortcomings, the One-Eye girl excitedly moved forward to plead for mercy. But because I didn't know how to move well, I quickly stuffed my breasts into someone's face, she said anxiously at the same time. Please don't do this. My teacher has warned me that if I can no longer play my role, he will not want me, and my living expenses are almost gone. And I don't want to starve to death on the roadside. This job is very important to me, and I will try my best to meet your requirements. Not to mention facing this excited girl, Lin felt like he might be suffocated to death. Others also felt a little weird because of the influence of a certain lich. Ah! Items 4 and 5. Kaya said something strange again. Chapter 358 Myopic One Eye. In fact, Lynn suspected something from the one-eye girl's actions. Whether the other person is looking near or far, they usually have to squint to see things clearly. This symptom is most likely to be profound myopia. If so, it would explain why the other party always makes a mess. Because one cannot see clearly, and one-eyed people are born with a weak sense of distance. It is also difficult to master the sense of balance, which naturally causes a lot of troubles in life. If you feel anxious because of this and are anxious to get things done, it will simply add fuel to the fire. Things will only get worse, making people less confident and falling into a vicious cycle. Thinking of this, someone picked up the arcane eye on the car, came to the one-eyed girl, and said, "Miss, come here." Smile. Maurjit smiled sweetly in response. I saw the small arcane eye used for the car. The emerald as the core emitted a green fan-shaped light, and it disappeared in a flash. Lynn also turned down the power as much as possible and did not irradiate it for too long. Even so, the big eyes of the one-eyed girl were stimulated to tears. Only then did she remember to ask, "Ah, it's so bright." I smiled. "Why are you doing this to me?" "It's not a bad thing. Anyway, call me after you get to the Chamber of Commerce." With that said, Lynn climbed into the first covered carriage. The light skin just now was the measurement magic used to capture the specifications of each component of the Silverbeard dwarf's peaceful arms. Anyway, there are no professional optometry instruments in MIDI, so this magic is somewhat of a substitute. I originally made glasses that could be used to connect to forums. In order to replace the hydroscope screen, the lenses were made of crystal magic materials. I could use plastic surgery to change the curvature of the lenses to achieve the effect of correcting my vision. Although ophthalmology, optometry and optical materials are not his majors. He is a fat geek who has worn glasses for most of his life, so he knows a little bit about them, through calculations and simulations. And after some tinkering, it didn't take long for Lynn to complete a pair of hot monocular glasses. He poked his head out from the front of the covered carriage, and there happened to be Halumi and Maurjit sitting in the driver's seat of the leading carriage. Halumi was quite dissatisfied with sticking out her head and interrupting the conversation between the girls. But she still asked, "Teacher, what are you going to do?" Handing the pair of monocular glasses to the one-eyed girl, Lynn said, "Put this on and try it on." Holding the glasses, Maurjit was confused at first. Although the pair of monocular glasses were different from those usually used by the two apprentices, they were still used by those who had used them. Halumi understood how to use it after just a quick look. After some explanations and gestures, the one-eyed girl finally understood how to use it and put the glasses on the bridge of her nose. It didn't matter whether it was hung up or not. Once hung up, she kept grabbing the temples with both hands and froze on the spot. How do people feel when they realize that the world they are used to is actually different? A more beautiful and colorful world? If you are not a person involved, you may not be able to understand the feeling of having a new world view. However, the producer did not savor the emotion from the one-eyed girl's expression and get a sense of accomplishment from it. Lynn just continued his thoughts and said to himself, "This is just a corrective lens I made based on the previous optical test. There will definitely be errors, and whether it is comfortable to wear depends on you." After speaking to the one-eyed girl, Lynn turned to Halumi, who pouted with the word displeased written on his face and said, "When I made glasses before, you also helped me do it, so you should understand how it is done. As for the shape, you two can check it out yourself and see how to modify it, if the power is not appropriate." It is a problem with the lens surface. You can call the G23 program to do the related work. Just use the shaping technique to adjust the mirror. You should be familiar with this, so please help me. "Thank you so much," Maurjit shouted. His whole body jumped up, and he threw himself into the covered carriage, wanting to hug his benefactor tightly. But this pounce was in vain, and he fell into the back compartment of the covered carriage. Fortunately, the built-in cushioning pad was big enough, so I didn't land on my face quite miserably. When Maurjit got up, he immediately checked the newly acquired treasure to see if there was any damage. When she confirmed that the thing was still intact, she hung it up carefully, trying to maintain the image of a lady, and returned to the empty seat on the driver's seat. Looking at this familiar city, with different faces everywhere, it was difficult for Maurjit to explain to others how excited he was now. In the end, she couldn't hide her surging emotions, and threw herself at the blonde girl who had been silent next to her, hugged her tightly, and said, "Haru, I'm so grateful to your teacher. I'm also very grateful to you. I know you. You are so kind. Ah, you idiot. Let me go. I can't see the road anymore. The girl, whose head was buried in the ravine, shouted anxiously. As for the person who caused the accident, he suddenly appeared in the driver's seat of the second carriage, squeezing the not-so-large space with the black-haired and brown-skinned girl who was driving. Ah, it's so crowded. It's annoying, Kaya said in her usual flat tone. Just squeeze in. Don't worry about it so much. The person who said this pushed his butt arrogantly to create a larger space for himself. Why? Kaya, who was always concise and to the point, asked. After getting along with this student for a long time, Lin also knew what she was asking. So he explained. Although I am always hit by her with those 2 pills, my head is relatively hard, so I shouldn't suffer any loss. But why do I have such a problem? In the end, it will still feel like a bloody head. Ah, you are aware of it too. I thought you would never notice it for the rest of your life. After making a ha-ha, Lin continued. In short, since we have to continue to deal with the other party and let her stop being so messy, the best way is of course to let her see clearly and stop worrying about vision problems. Otherwise, continue if I keep doing this, I have a feeling that I will be killed sooner or later. No wonder no one in Pilson City wants to hire her to help. This kind of well-intentioned help is more frightening than the malicious interference. Well, that's a gift? Kaya asked. Ah, I forgot to ask her for money. Forget it. I'll just give it to her if it's not worth a few bucks anyway, Lin said casually. For such a small amount of money, a time traveler really doesn't think it should be fussy. On the one hand, due to his personality, he is quite generous to his friends. But it is also true that he does not have many friends. On the other hand, he also has a good impression of this one-eyed girl, which makes people unconsciously want to help her. Besides, although the items sent out are also magic materials, the magic materials are also divided into 3, 6 or 9 grades. For the same pair of glasses, Halumi and Kaya used the best materials and made them themselves. Lin only gave principles and suggestions. The monocular glasses given to Morgit were originally used as a trial model for the mass production plan. Since you want to mass produce, the most important thing is of course cost control. And the products you use will not be good, so the price will naturally be much cheaper. In addition, there is no magic stone installed on it, so it cannot be used as a carrier for the forum browser. So the price is even lower. In a flurry of excitement, the advancing carriage finally arrived at the Chamber of Commerce that Margit wanted to recommend, the White Rose Chamber of Commerce. It is some distance away from the area where the headquarters is located, which is considered to be around the 3rd ring of the city. In the Shijia district of the Southwest Peninsula, the Chamber of Commerce was established by the high-level magicians of the district branch. Of course, they have considerable dominance, and they will unconsciously suppress forces that do not belong to them. As time goes by, the situation that Lin saw naturally formed. That is, a monopolized market dominated by one company. But in the traditional area of Midi, the Chamber of Commerce affiliated to the association does not have such an advantage. They have to fight against the nobles, and even the Chamber of Commerce supported by the king. And they may not necessarily get a good deal. However, if you want to deal with magicians in their territory, the secular Chamber of Commerce will inevitably accept these beings with supernatural powers and form cooperation. And here, the White Rose Chamber of Commerce is an organization related to Mark Kovacs, Margit's teacher and president of the Pilsen district branch. Of course, the one-eyed girl often interacts with people here. Over time, they became familiar with each other. And when she saw business coming to her door, the first place she thought of was the Chamber of Commerce. After handing over the 2 carriages to the attendants of the Chamber of Commerce, Margit entered the Chamber of Commerce with 4 humans. The identity of a certain lich had been ignored in 4 dwarves. A European medieval-style Chamber of Commerce. Quite aristocratic. Attendants in formal suits stood in 2 rows in the hall, respectfully greeting guests. The furnishings and decorations in the house are very elegant, giving people a sense of stability. As representative signature products, there are only a few types displayed on the shelves, but they are all extremely precious. However, when the people from the Chamber of Commerce clearly saw the visitors coming through the door, most of them quietly moved in front of the fragile objects to separate those fragile objects from a certain reckless one-eyed girl. Seeing this family's fight, Lin had only one thought. Do you dare to say that this guy is a habitual criminal? However, Margit did not feel that he was very valued. Instead, He greeted everyone excitedly and said, "Good day, everyone. I have brought guests, and they have things to sell and things to buy." "Oh, are you going to sell those 4 dwarves?" A steward wearing a black tuxedo walked out, hugging him from left to right. He pretended to come to Germain and others and looked them up and down. "Oh, this is a silver-bearded dwarf. It's very strange. How about I bid 300 gold as a dwarf?" Lin didn't say anything harsh. He just followed the meaning of his words and said, "It's a pity that your bid is too low. I won't consider it. Today, I mainly want to sell other things." Let's not care about what someone said. Are you kidding me? In the black market, a skilled dwarf slave is worth more than this. Although there is no apparent population market in Midland. However, the dwarf who was listening on the side did not hear the joke in someone's mouth. These days have made them understand that when it comes to these 2 humans, they are nothing more than dishonest people, ready to be slaughtered. Germain, who was so nerveless, even grabbed the corner of Lin's clothes and said pitifully, "Brother, you don't really want to sell us." Chapter 359 White Rose Chamber of Commerce. With a cold snort, the steward looked at the person with a rather arrogant expression, completely ignoring the painful drama performed by the dwarf, and said, "Save it, you magician from the countryside. Apart from these 4 rare dwarves besides, what else can catch my eye?" After saying that, he turned around and said at the same time, "If you are considering selling them, let's talk about it again. Otherwise, I suggest you leave alone to save yourself the trouble. It's a disgrace." The 2 apprentices and several despised dwarves were very angry when they heard someone talking nonsense. Lin's face was expressionless, as if he didn't hear it. Maybe she was really in a fuzzy state. This situation was quite common for the former Demon King. As for someone who had contact with the other party, he shrugged indifferently and said nothing more. The one-eyed girl who brought people here actually shares the same hatred as everyone else. He stuck out his tongue and made a face in the direction of the steward who had left. "Who is that annoying guy?" Halloumi asked this new friend. "He is one of the many children of Marquis Xiaoba, named Thomas Xiaoba. Marquis Xiaoba is one of the main sponsors of the White Rose Chamber of Commerce. I heard that a child will be sent here to look after that part of their property because he was not favored and was exiled. But he was never seen doing anything serious here. He was just annoying. It sounds like Maurjit is also quite dissatisfied with that noble. It's just that as a noble, he actually wears the steward's clothes that are regarded as servants to them. Speaking of which, that person's character is quite special. Coupled with the one-eyed girl's comments, it made someone feel that, as the saying goes, there are 9 out of 10 dandy pants, and one of them will not live long. Someone is lost in the world, and I have never seen many people with good backgrounds and good brains. However, such self-righteous smart people like to test others with a condescending attitude. Just like the person who had his arm ripped off by Fin not long ago can be classified as the very unlucky kind. In someone's eyes, that's the kind of unlucky guy who wants to get into trouble, but who knows that the driver of the car really didn't care, ran over the person, and even turned on the gear before he died. Now, although I don't know why he deliberately pretended to be like this, someone subconsciously wanted to stay away from this kind of person. It's very tiring to be a friend with such a scheming person, not to mention anything else. Just talking about where this place is, the headquarters of the Pilson district branch of the Magician Association, the school city, it is not too much to compare this place to the capital of a country. What nobleman was exiled to a place that might be more prosperous than his own territory? So someone is pretty sure that the man is not as simple as he seems. But the more this happens, the less I want to deal with that person. Fortunately, we don't have to listen to a few girls complaining too much to the dwarves. After a while, the real owner that Morit brought us to see should appear. She was a noble lady. Although there were a few strands of white hair on her temples, her luxurious temperament could not be concealed by the simple silver jewelry. Wearing a decent dress and fluffy skirt, she could unconsciously attract everyone's attention as she walked slowly step by step. Some women become deformed as they age, and sometimes look hideous. But some women become more and more fragrant with age. You have to see such a person with your own eyes to understand the meaning of the idiom. The charm remains, and the person in front of me has such charm. However, before she could get closer, the one-eyed girl flew into the arms of the noble lady, like a docile kitten, nuzzling and coquettishly. "Mrs. Audrey, I miss you so much. I miss you so much. Well, we just met yesterday." The noble lady was also quite skillful, stroking the girl's messy hair as if petting a cat. Seeing Moritz's satisfied look, the two of them were also ready to make a move. Not to mention the two girls, who had not enjoyed maternal love for nearly 10 years. Even someone himself was thinking that it would be very comfortable to be touched by her like this. But those dreams never came true. After properly appeasing Maurjit, the noble lady also turned her attention back to the guests. She knelt down and said, "Good day, distinguished guests. Is there anything I can do for you?" He returned the favor with the etiquette of a magician. Considering that I am not familiar with the etiquette of Midland nobles, this is the safest way to avoid making a joke. But someone's first question was a bit sharp. He asked curiously, "You are obviously a noble, but you also personally handle the business matters? Even if I can't increase the property left by my late husband, I shouldn't destroy it, at least until the children he left behind grow up. All I can do is try my best to protect it." The lady's answer contained so much information that it made someone laugh a few times. Like his child instead of my child. There is so much to ponder in the difference in wording. Just after hearing it, I also thought about it a lot. So Lin was a little embarrassed. But the woman didn't take it seriously and said, "This is not a place to discuss business here at the gate. Let's find another place." After saying that, she asked the waiter to lead everyone to the reception room in the Chamber of Commerce. She was held by the one-eyed girl's arm and walked together. The girl also showed off her newly acquired glasses as if to show off, and talked about the new world she saw in her eyes. And those words also made the lady pay more attention to this group of strangers. In addition to being a guarantee of force, magicians also have another quality for people like her: business opportunities. Not to mention the one who often performs miracles. The reception room of the White Rose Chamber of Commerce is like a bar. The various facilities and designs are so luxurious that it is the first time someone comes to the Lost Land. After inviting everyone to take their seats, Maurjit formally introduced everyone. "In front of you is the owner of the Longjin Mountain Territory, the merciful person who loves charity, Countess Audrey Sandor." Then, she turned to another one direction and said, "These are friends from out of town. Halloumi, Kaya. This girl who got stuck halfway through the introduction is really an incompetent middleman. But looking at the expression, that was so embarrassing that she was about to cry. No one planned to continue to embarrass her. A few dwarves whose favorability had sprouted were the first to introduce themselves. Of course, each title is longer than the last, especially those that make people confused about what Rock Savior and Peace Armed Destroyer are. When it was Finn's turn, she finally came to her senses. He nodded slightly and only said his name. Vanity Call. The finale was actually someone standing at the end of the line. He didn't want to be like the dwarves and come up with a row of stinky and long titles for himself. He simply introduced himself. Gabrash Tripwood, a magician from Sijia District. Upon hearing this name, the one-eyed girl became uneasy. She turned to look at the teacher who was her new friend, and said in surprise, "Hey! You are the magician with a reward, 15,000 gold. Realizing that she seemed to have said something she shouldn't have said, Maurjit quickly covered his mouth. Although someone does not realize that he is a famous person, Lin is not surprised when his identity is exposed. Just like what the one-eyed girl leaked, the reward has been increased to 15,000 gold coins. For many people in the Lost Land, it is an unimaginable number, and it will naturally bring a lot of attention to the person receiving the reward. In response, Lin just laughed and asked jokingly, "It's me. So, are you interested in that bounty?" The one-eyed girl's head shook like a tambourine, and the noble lady in front of her smiled slightly and said, "I don't like trading human lives. It's too heavy for a woman. This is really something to be thankful for. It seems that we do have some business to do." Then Count Sandor, "Please just call me Audrey. I think we should be good friends. And it seems like you are that kind of person." What he said, no one knew how to answer it. Seeing Lin's embarrassed posture, Audrey covered her mouth and chuckled a few times, and said, "What I mean is that I'm not very good at chatting. I really want to get to the point directly and finish talking as soon as possible and then do my own thing." "Very good." The style of a magician doesn't look like that of a noble. "I mean this." Lin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled and said, "I always think that small talk is something that two people will do when they are free. If the other person is busy, they have to occupy the other person with trivial things. It's a sin to waste time, and it can easily lead to resentment. After all, time is money." When Audrey heard this, her eyes lit up and she said, "Time is money. Well, what a good sentence. It's true. That's right. Yeah, right. It's really unbearable to meet the kind of uncles and aunts who just want to catch you in gossip. And those gossips that have nothing to do with you will only make people feel uncomfortable. No, if it is related, it will make people feel embarrassed. The most painful ones are those who ask questions. That's right, Audrey said politely. I still remember what I was most afraid of at the time were the 3 routines from my relatives. Which school do you go to? Where do you work? And do you have a girlfriend? I would ask the same questions in turn every time I saw them. I want to say, Auntie, I just said the same answer last time. It has only been 3 days since the last time. In these 3 days, will I change schools? Is it possible to be detached? Do you think it is 30 years? Someone seemed to be talking to himself. At this time, a group of listeners in the reception room gathered together silently and looked at each other heart to heart. Halloumi even lowered her voice and whispered, Occasionally, we meet people like this. Yes, such a person. Kai agreed. Then everyone secretly glanced at the man who claimed that he was not good at small talk, but was talking nonsense. Chapter 360. Mrs. Audrey. An unconscious man didn't realize that he was doing what he said was the most disgusting thing. Mrs. Audrey smiled without being rude, and spoke with her from time to time, giving full play to the social temperament she had honed as a nobleman. Among the 4 silver-bearded dwarves, some were drowsy after hearing this, while others were gnashing their teeth. There is no way. Someone talks too much nonsense, and it has the same level of lethality as the talks of the past, of those old men in the clan. If it had been possible at that time, he would have walked away with a flick of his head. Anyway, there were plenty of places to hide in the Iron City. If that doesn't work, go to the Mizran nuclear zone to find the guardians to play with. Or rather be played with. If you don't have any consciousness, you still can't enter that place. But now in this unfamiliar human city, they really don't dare to run around. The former Demon King was like a sculpture, with his feet raised, leaning on the armrest, holding his chin, quietly and not moving at all. As for the 3 girls, they studied the 18 ways to play the sap. Halloumi showed off and talked about her personal experience using some of these techniques. And we discover and solve problems through practice, so that our skills in sap knocking become more and more advanced. But before they could take action, the waiter knocked on the door and interrupted their original plan. Of course, he also interrupted the talkative person. The waiter, who was wearing a white formal suit and black trousers, walked as light as a cat and made no sound. He pushed a small cart through the door. In this relatively quiet environment where only one person was talking loudly, the clicking sound of the wheels was unexpectedly clear. But what made Lin stop talking nonsense, brought him back to his senses, and attracted others at the same time was a very special fragrance. Lin was quite familiar with this smell, and it even aroused withdrawal symptoms that he had not experienced for a long time. Is this coffee? Audrey looked slightly proud and said, This is a drink from other places, which is of great help to magicians. I believe you will like it, although some people are not used to the taste. They will criticize it. It's completely useless, but I still highly recommend it for its unique bittersweet taste, which is unforgettable. At the same time, the waiter brought a cup of black coffee to everyone present. The 4 dwarves, who had never drank before, took a sip, and their faces suddenly wrinkled into a chrysanthemum shape. But the few people who drank it were disappointed after taking a sip. Both Halloumi and Kaya had the urge to cook it themselves. Fun, who was as silent as the sculpture, simply didn't touch it and returned to his own fugue. Lin took a sip and said directly, It's overcooked, which is a pity. The roasted beans have also been left for too long, which is a pity. Audrey couldn't help but be curious about someone who could clearly give an evaluation. Do you really understand or pretend to understand? But the waiter who pushed the cart and slightly frowned, showing a dissatisfied attitude. As Mrs. Audrey's waiter who specializes in brewing coffee, there is no magician in Pilson who doesn't praise her full of praise. They even want to come and drink coffee whenever they have nothing to do. It can be said that no one in this city is better than him in coffee, although his behavior was quite reserved. Lin couldn't sense the waiter's attitude. He smiled and said, If madam is willing, please take out the coffee beans and cooking utensils, and let me brew a cup directly to prove it. Oh, you also know about coffee? Ha ha. Don't take it for granted. There are many people who are better than me. I just have some experience. It's just that those who know better than me are all on earth. Someone didn't say the words. In the communication of nobles, you can always meet people who want to show off certain skills. As a host, out of politeness, I will simply cooperate And if you are embarrassed and make a fool of yourself, not only will the person who wants to show off lose face, but you will also become enemies with the host. Because making a fool of yourself will also make the host's face less good. So I wouldn't dare to make such a request if I don't have enough money. The equipment that was delivered was truly worthy of being used by nobles. It was not only made of fine materials, but also carefully crafted. It didn't look like a coffee pot at all, but a work of art. Afraid of using this kind of thing? Afraid of getting hurt or broken? Joke. For someone, using such high-end appliances in daily life is more enjoyable. So after admiring each artifact, he started a performance. Yes, acting. Speaking of which, making coffee is similar to bartending or tea ceremony. As long as you do it well and seriously, it will naturally be worth watching. So he said while fiddling with it. To make a good cup of coffee, water alone is a science. The quality of the water depends on the location and environment. Basically, there is no choice. Then boil the water. Some people are used to boiling the water and then letting it boil. Some people think that the water should not be boiled. The degree of grinding of the beans is related to the intensity of extraction you want. Because the beans have been aged for a long time, we should not grind them too finely to avoid over-extraction. Someone talks the same thing, and his actions are not ambiguous at all. Just this starting gesture, coupled with a casual explanation attitude, has already calmed down other people who didn't know the details. The waiter in charge was a little unconvinced and said, I have read that coffee book. What is written in it is different from what you make. Oh, you've seen it. Ha. Lynn smiled and said, That's normal. That book is just an introductory book. I didn't write all the tips in it when I wrote it. I didn't type it well. Basics. If you learn too many shortcuts, you will only make good things nondescript. What's more, if you write too deeply at that time, how many people will understand it? After being stunned for a while, the waiter finally understood what he was saying and made a strange noise in a very disrespectful manner. Although Mrs. Audrey did not lose her composure in the same way, she still showed a surprised expression. Lynn smiled while cooking and said, Is it strange that I wrote the book? Didn't you pay attention? Or is it that the version you got doesn't even have the author's name at all? Ignoring the surprised expressions of others, Lynn explained while smelling the aroma of brewed coffee. This is also because Midland does not yet have a very accurate timing device, so it can only return to the most primitive, and actually the most correct method smell. Explain the reasons for each aroma change, and explain the correct way to use a stirring paddle. Finally, when the coffee was brewed, someone poured himself a small cup, took a sip, and chirped a few times. Well, not bad. After all, the beans are no longer fresh. Then he gave everyone a small cup and said at the same time, Try it. I think it's okay. The different and charming aroma has already aroused everyone's desire to drink. Even Finn, who had left the original cup of coffee to cool down, finally stretched out his index finger, twisted the handle of the cup, and imitated someone else's actions and took a sip. Well, the aroma is a bit weak. This Lich's comments are hard to agree with. The four dwarves spoke highly of the completely different black liquid before and after. The one-eyed girl picked up the cup and refused to put it down. She drank it with great treasure and smelled the aroma that she had never smelled before. The convinced waiter bowed without any unnecessary praise or appreciation. For a person of his status, even if he said good things, he should not speak in such an occasion. In fact, his previous questioning behavior had already exceeded the rules. Some things are indispensable, not to mention challenging a person with real ability. A magician. Just like the indescribable feeling in my heart when I drank the drink called coffee for the first time. I experienced it again this time, and the throbbing mood was even more intense than the last time. Holding her favorite cup, Mrs. Audrey re-examined the guests brought by this group of one-eyed girls and said, What a man who continues to create miracles. Lynn, who was discussing the aroma issue with Finn, couldn't help laughing when he heard the ladies' comments and said, You can't be talking about me. I've always heard mostly negative comments. Like a country bumpkin. A magician who is no different from a magic apprentice. And seriously, I am just a homeless dog who was kicked out of my house. If I understand what you have done, and judge fairly, most of the things you have done are good things. I also feel it is unfair to treat you like this. Unfortunately, I have no weight in the world of magicians, and can't help much. Busy. Then, sir, you came here not just to make us a cup of coffee. Oh, I have forgotten the serious business. Girl, take out those lists. The black-haired and brown-skinned girl who was named took out 3 lists from her small bag and handed them to her teacher. Lynn spread it out on the table and said, "The first one is what I want. There are a lot of varieties, but you don't have to have these items. It's no problem if there are substitutes with similar functions. And the second one is it's what Finn wants. Except for the designated items. You can use substitutes for everything else. In fact, the main part of Finn's list of requirements is the materials for making a ship-cutting knife. Since the last time he heard about this sharp weapon, this crazy lich has wanted to restore it. I killed an earth dragon not long ago. Although it was only a subspecies, the dragon scales basically met the needs. Now that the main materials are available, Finn's temper becomes a little more urgent. The third list is what the dwarves want. The items crossed out are the items that are not needed yet. For the remaining items, please collect them as much as possible." Because Jermaine wanted to do whatever he thought of, and there was no planning at all. So when he sent over the list of requirements, Linduo questioned him for a few words and then vigorously deleted a lot of materials that were obviously just a whim and just wanted to play with. Audrey picked up the 3 lists and glanced at them. Audrey returned to her true nature as a businessman and said, "Most of the things you specified that you are looking for are not cheap, and they are not necessarily easy to find. Generally speaking, when businessmen say these things, they are preparing to sell at a price. At this time, the buyer or seller must of course show sincerity." When Lynn was about to put forward his bargaining chip, Mrs. Audrey handed the list to the housekeeper who had been waiting nearby and said, "Help you find the items on these 3 lists." Lynn was quite surprised by the attitude of the lady in front of him and asked, "Well, madam, don't you consider charging a deposit or something?" "Uh-huh, Lord Tripwood. If you are the one in the rumors, then based on your own value, just say a word. There is no need to worry about those small things." "My worth? Selling my kidney?" This is the only answer someone can think of. Chapter 361 Transaction. Judging from most of the people in the Chamber of Commerce that I have come into contact with, a transaction, especially a large transaction, cannot be counted until the deposit is received and the contract is not signed. However, without knowing whether someone can afford it, he ordered it, even if it was just a gesture. This was the first time Lynn had seen such a courageous person. It can only be said that Mrs. Audrey truly deserves to be a noble. But one doesn't intend to end it like this. Buying something is only one of the purposes. There is another one to sell something. Of course, there's no money involved. Because barter, especially large volume and large amount transactions, is still one of the main lost business activities. So, the things you want to sell are placed on the carriage outside. It is still full and cannot be moved in. Mrs. Audrey asked as if to confirm. "Yes. So I can only ask Madam to move outside. I think this will be easier than sending someone to move the things in. And there doesn't seem to be enough space in this room for me to display the things in the car." Maybe Mrs. Audrey, as the person in charge, didn't say anything. But the housekeeper standing behind her complained a little about the one-eyed girl who brought the person here. According to his past experience, as long as the size and quantity of things cannot be placed on the table in the reception room, they will not be good things. Large and bulky are usually related to words like vulgar. You must know that although the White Rose Chamber of Commerce is not the top in Pilson City, its service targets are not ordinary people or ordinary magicians. Without any status, you can't even get in. Mark Kovacs, the president of the Magician Association, is the only apprentice who dares to act so boldly. And everyone will be pulled in this direction. You must know that the number of apprentices under the president is not more than 1,000 but also less than 100. Some have achieved considerable achievements. But there are also some who are mediocre. That one-eyed girl with not very good qualifications is not a character at all. In other words, she loves to act coquettishly, and just falls in love with her master. Although he was full of complaints in his heart, the housekeeper did not show any disgust on his face. Instead, he followed the master's instructions, and brought a group of people to the place where the carriage was parked. Judging from the appearance of the carriage, it is not a high-end product. It can even be said to be crudely made. Before you even get close, you can smell an annoying smell. Even the people who were originally here to guard him didn't want to stay long and stayed away for a long time. Even the horses in the nearby stables seemed restless. Sure enough, as soon as someone opened the broken carriage, it was full of meat, bones, and other objects that had no idea what they were called. There were also several sheepskin water bags that looked like they contained blood, unless the bright red stained sheepskin is just ordinary paint. But this explanation is too far-fetched. among the servants brought at this time. Some people held their noses in dissatisfaction and said, "If you want to sell meat, shouldn't you go to the slaughterhouse instead of here? Does the slaughterhouse collect dragon meat? Why don't I know? It's a big city. It's very progressive. So, could you please tell me where to go to the slaughterhouse?" I don't know if he didn't understand, or he was pretending to be stupid. Lynn said with a serious expression, "Is this dragon meat?" Even Mrs. Audrey, who had always maintained an elegant posture, couldn't calm down at this time. I walked forward to take a closer look. Don't think that in the magical world of Lost Earth, creatures like giant dragons should be roaming around the world. In fact, most of the giant dragons gather on Dragon Island in the eastern sea of the Lost Continent, living in isolation from the world. Only a handful of them live in seclusion somewhere unknown in the Lost Continent. This means that ordinary people have almost no chance of seeing a dragon. Besides, even if you see it, whether you have the life to return to the human world to show off is another matter. However, looking at the enthusiastic appearance of a group of people, Lynn still poured a bucket of cold water on him without knowing it, and said, "Okay, I admit that maybe my words have caused you to misunderstand. This dragon should not be what you imagined. The kind of dragon that can fly in the sky." "What do you mean? This is a fake?" someone in the crowd asked excitedly. "No one will be in a good mood if they are cheated over nothing," Lynn said. "There is a problem in saying that it is not a dragon. It is the first subspecies of Earth dragon. We met it on the way here. After killing it, we built a temporary car on the road and put as many valuables as possible into it. I brought everything with me. I think that even if it is a subspecies, it is a very powerful monster, and the materials on it should be valuable. I hope to use the materials of this dragon to exchange for the items on the 3 lists. However, I have not compared the detailed values, so if there are any shortcomings, we can still discuss what to exchange. These will be entrusted to you for valuation." It seemed that the news brought by Lynn was more surprising to Mrs. Audrey's side than the dragon flying in the sky. Someone asked in a trembling voice, "How can you prove that the dragon you killed was the one from the south?" "How to prove it? I can't do it. That dragon doesn't carry a household registration certificate with him to tell the world where it lives. What's more, its head has long been beyond recognition. I don't want to lose that head. It can fill up a car and bring back a troublesome thing that cannot be divided at all." Lynn's explanation seemed to be a pretext, which made everyone feel dissatisfied. But the housekeeper, who had been standing behind Mrs. Audrey, approached the car and held a heavy dragon horn in his hands. It was a tooth-like cylindrical spike with spiral patterns on its surface, but there was an obvious weapon wound in the middle. He said emotionally, "There is no need to argue. This is the dragon." The butler set the tone for this argument that had not yet expanded. He held up the dragon horn, which was impossible for ordinary people to do alone, and intentionally or unintentionally showed everyone a flat gap on it. Others also noticed the rather unique scar, and the clever one asked, "Brother, could this wound be from your weapon?" The place where the wound once was on his abdomen was aching, but there was a sense of joy in his heart. The man in deacon's attire exuded a dangerous and intimidating aura. All kinds of memories came to mind. In the past, it was supposed to be just an ordinary escort mission, but it eventually turned into a tragedy. The culprit was this king-level monster that suddenly rose up and changed its hunting range. An earth-walking dragon. Moreover, the compensation was not only the lives of comrades and the loss of money, but also the former Earl of Sandor, Mrs. Audrey's husband, and the orthodox successor of the Sandor family. Although no one said it, Mrs. Audrey also realized which dragon it was. However, she looked at everything calmly, unlike those brought from her family who were as agitated as others. The sudden death of her husband, the tit-for-tat confrontation between side relatives, and the sudden appearance of a young illegitimate child. In comparison, this Yalong is not the one she hates the most. Therefore, despite controlling most of the family's resources, Audrey would rather stay in Pilson City than return to that smoky territory. But if this happened, we couldn't ignore it. The territory of the Sandor family is located on the edge of Longjin Mountain, bordering the sphere of influence of the king-level monster, the earthly dragon. The death of the king was followed by the carnival of the monsters. In order to fill the vacancy of the deceased king, all powerful monsters will start a cruel competition, which will inevitably affect everything nearby. But if it works well, it's also an opportunity. When Snipe and Clam fight, the fisherman who wins does not have to be other monsters. It can also be human beings. However, Audrey really didn't have much confidence in those people who stayed in the territory. She probably could barely protect herself. If you want to gain profits from that carnival, if you are not careful, you may lose everything. In the end, Audrey ordered people to send the relevant news back to the Longjin Mountain territory. As for what those people wanted to do, it was beyond her control. The family's main force has long been divided up by relatives who don't know what it means. Many of the people he brought with him were from his native family. If it weren't for the family's largest financial resource in his hands, I might not be able to use the surname Shander long ago. At the same time, she also directed her overly excited subordinates to sort the Yalong materials in the cart into categories and display them one by one. This is also for estimating value. Biological materials not only depend on where they are collected and refined, but also the state in which they are preserved. Of course, the value is higher if it is well preserved, and lower if it is well preserved. And these must rely on professional appraisers to make judgments. Audrey looked at the dazzling array of materials on display. Even after passing through strong winds and waves, she was a little messy at this time, because only a small part of the car had been emptied. Not all of them are raw materials. A small part has been processed by Lich, such as purified essence, etc. Seeing everyone busy, Ling came to the lady's side and said, "Mrs. Audrey, I believe you can estimate a good price for these materials and make them properly." Disposal. At that time, we were limited by the environment and could not do any comprehensive preservation. So, you are planning to leave? Audrey understood the intention of someone's words and asked directly. Of course. We have just entered the city, and we don't even have a place to stay at the moment. If we don't find a place to sleep first, we will have to sleep on the roadside tonight. So, where are these things? Will any of you stay to supervise them? Mrs. Audrey felt a lot as she looked at the countless precious materials spread all over the table, and even on the floor, as if they were free of charge. According to Mitty's practice, when making a deal with the Chamber of Commerce, before the price is estimated, trusted personnel will be sent to monitor everything even if the parties involved are not present. This is also to avoid possible disputes later. But Lin laughed and said, "I don't want to carry that cart of things around. Since they are all for sale, Madam can just take care of it. I'm not good at this." The so-called homesteading means being in the house. The areas where he doesn't care will show up in broad strokes. And someone doesn't care at all how much that truckload of Yalong brand materials is worth, as long as you can get what you need. Too much money bites. Chapter 362, The Conspirators. Maybe someone has no consciousness, but even if they leave, he will still be the target of attention in the White Rose Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention that this goal also brought huge benefits. A dragon, and a king-level dragon, various essences purified by a lich, and some leftovers. Thomas Xiaobo, the 17th child of Marquis Xiaobo, was sitting firmly in his own room in the Chamber of Commerce, listening to various reports from his subordinates. Especially after the material from the earthly dragon appeared, he almost widened his eyes and asked about a protector next to him who once wandered in the dark world. Could it be another earth dragon? Not the one we know. Are there any other earth dragons around here? The old man squatting next to the bookcase, playing with a knife, asked. Then he seemed to be explaining himself. Okay, even if there are others, but at least they killed an earth dragon. You can't deny it. That thing is not that easy to kill. Then are you sure you can take him down? By any means? If you don't think that the method I know can work, that guy would not be alive now, and he would have been dealt with by my colleagues. I am very humble to say that I am very powerful, and can even be said to be the best in this industry. But to deal with a lich and a magician who doesn't know the means, I can only advise you to stay away from them as much as possible if you can't be their friend. In fact, I will do the same. What a disappointing suggestion. If you saw with your own eyes the fate of that nasty guy from McDonnell Douglas, I believe you agree with my suggestion. Although the guy who grew so big and cried back to find his mother deserved such a fate. But it does not mean that I just want to have the same ending as him. What happened? Did they disappear? Who knows where they went? Maybe everything is fine. The ending is not important. What is important is that we are irresistible. There are no signs, no magic fluctuations, no spells, and we don't even know how it happened. And what is the most interesting news? Do you know? Halfway through the words, the little old man playing with the knife stopped and looked at the noble, who had not yet received the title, with shining eyes. Knowing the old man's somewhat bad character, Thomas asked helplessly, Okay, what's the interesting news? He. Do you know how many people carried out sneak attacks on that person while he was sleeping in the middle of the night? And what happened next? What's going on? Thomas asked perfunctorily. Poof. Gone. Just like what happened to that bearded bastard. Even if you fall asleep, is there no flaw? Yes. That's what I want to emphasize. What happened to that man was so weird that you couldn't even understand whether it was the man's problem or whether it was because there was a lich around him protecting him. It's not clear. Whoever is causing trouble is the one who needs to pay attention. Don't mess with a magician. Well, a group of magicians. So, you are a well-fed boy with nothing to do. Why do you want to trouble that magician? Do you want to get some benefits from that feast with a bounty on it? No. I'm just unhappy that the woman he brought is prettier than me. A lich? Are you out of your mind? The little old man looked at the noble son, who was pretending to be dissolute with a disgusted expression. Have you ever slept with a lich? That's not true. Don't you want to try? Thomas's words made the ugly old face look even weirder. He changed his words and said, Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say it. Since there is no chance. Just stay away from him. I don't really want that bounty or that woman. Boy, choose wisely. I know you can always make smart decisions. Taking back the knife, the energetic old man, who was ready to run at any time, breathed a sigh of relief. What he fears most is that the master will provoke the other party and implicate himself. Fortunately, this person is not that tough-talking, and he can still tell the difference between strong and weak. But another group of people are not so easy to be kind. Under the protection of a group of followers, the old woman, who was barely able to walk with a cane, stormed into a small fortress-like courtyard. Although there were warrior guards and apprentices of the owner of the small courtyard, a group of people either did not dare to come forward to stop them, or when they stood up, they were beaten away by the old woman with a wave of her palm and vomited blood. They fell to the ground and groaned for a long time and could not stand up. The old woman shouted all the way with her loud voice that was completely different from Mong Zhong's old demeanor. Ulta, where is Horta? Grandma Yojia, I'm here. You must not demolish my house. There are a lot of things in here that I spent a lot of hard work to collect. An older, gentle and handsome male magician walked out from the corner of the corridor and greeted the intruder. He walked out wearing a rather peculiar star nightgown, and his bronze body could be seen under the nightgown. Normally, the old woman wouldn't mind using a man much younger than her to entertain her. But today is different. A woman following the male magician also walked out from around the corner, wearing a similar robe. She walked up to the magician and said affectionately, Sir, who is this mother-in-law? How dare you be so angry and offend your majesty? Things were urgent, and the old woman was in a bad mood. Without saying a word, she raised her hand and unleashed a magical shockwave that caught people off guard. He beat the poor woman until she was stuck to the wall, and the blood seemed to explode, staining the wall red. Then the old woman gritted her teeth and said, Shut up! Stop talking nonsense! Seeing her unfinished female companion's bloody appearance on the wall, Horta softened, weakly said, Well, personally I hope you tell the person to shut up first, and then take action if the other person doesn't listen. I think this order will be much better. Shut up too! After being scolded like this, Horta immediately shut her mouth and tidied her clothes obediently, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. The star robe actually represents the category he is good at, and the furnishings in the room are mostly related to the stars. But he is not an astrologer despised by the magician community. Horta Audrey is a rare and highly respected prophet among the magicians, a person who knows the past and the future. However, considering the many uncertainties in predicting the future, it can be said that no one can accurately predict it, because as soon as the future is spoken, that future no longer exists. The many people's understanding of prophecy is even more advanced than that of the people on earth. But if you want to know the past that has happened, magicians who can be called prophets are like video cameras that have no blind spots in the area around the clock. As long as there is a related item as a lead, they can get everything related to this lead. Of course, a high price must be paid. Otherwise it will become a routine method of criminal investigation in the land. And this Horta Oberly is the top figure among the prophets in Pilson City. It's not a very important matter, and it's not his turn to take action at all. The people who can invite him are not small people or small families, and those who want to invite him are usually not a good thing. Granny Yoja who broke in was one of Horta Ubre's old customers, and she was the kind of person he didn't dare to disobey. Generally speaking, it is almost instinct for a prophet like him to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. Sometimes all it takes is an inspiration and a slow step, and things can turn around. But what Grandma Yojia is good at is the curse that even a prophet like him can hardly avoid, making people unable to guard against it. Of course, this mother-in-law often comes to visit her in order to combine his abilities, use certain inducements to find an unspecified object related to the event, and then curse the other person. This combination of abilities allowed the great magician, who was called Granny Yojia, to get rid of enemies hiding in secrets, whose identities were unknown more than once. Sometimes she knew the identity of the other party, but was unable to come forward in person, or she knew who it was but didn't know where he was hiding. Grandma Yojia would come to Horta and use his ability to curse her to death, kill the enemy. At first, Horta would reject such things and use his ability to curse others to death. But as time goes by, once you get used to it, you no longer reject it. I especially remember that when I met Granny Yojia for the first time, the other party offered me a reward that was hard to give up. At that time, I really wanted to refuse and proceed according to the original plan. At that time, the conditions proposed by the other party became 2 items. One is a generous reward. The other is his own life safety, not only for the sake of his own life, but also for the reward. It is not an exaggeration to say that Horta responded to this person's requests. So when he saw Granny Yojia appear, he quite welcomed her. As if to resolve the previous embarrassment, Horta O'Brien spoke first and said, "Grandma Yojia, who is getting in your way this time? My child, my most beloved child is gone. Gone! Although others told me that he is just missing and will come back to me sooner or later. But I have a feeling, a very unpleasant feeling, that my beloved the child is dead. I hate it. I hate it. I want to curse those who dare to kill my child and make them live in pain and suffering for the rest of their lives." The old woman's emotional remarks also shocked Horta Oberly. He was deeply impressed by the bearded boy. Although he is obviously old, he still behaves like a child, acting willfully, especially when he caused trouble outside. There was never a time when he didn't ask his mother to help him deal with the aftermath. In this life, it seems that I have never heard of that guy doing anything good. Nowadays, people are gone, which can be said to be surprising, but not surprising. To be fair, Horta thinks it is a good thing to have one less scourge in the world. Of course, these words were impossible to say. Granny Yojia, who had fallen into a semi-crazy state because her only son had died, gritted her teeth and said, "I want to curse the person who killed my child. I want to curse the person who killed my child. Everyone involved will go to H.L. and accept endless torture." Chapter 363 Curse. What can anyone else do to a mother who is on the verge of losing her mind because of the loss of her only son? The best thing to do is probably to stay away and let the emotion calm down a little before intervening to persuade, or after the emotion collapses even more. Try to find a way to save it. In short, it is generally not the best choice to get involved immediately. So what can others do to a mother who is on the verge of losing her mind because of the loss of her only son, but who also has great power? If she wants to go crazy, just go crazy with her. Otherwise, what else can she do? If you don't want that anger to burn into yourself. Horta Oberly is a smart man and knows how to protect himself. In this case, he simply took the people to the ritual room used for prophecies. Of course, it could also be used to cast magic to trace what had happened. To trace the past, it is very important to have an introduction, or a clue. The more precise the description of people, events, places and objects, the easier it is to find that specific time segment. Taking this incident as an example, if Granny Yojia wanted to know the murderer of her son, it would be relatively easy to follow the clues. A drop of blood from a blood relative, something seen just before death. With such clues and requirements, one can find the part that one wants to see from the long river of past memories, and then reproduce it. Most importantly, this ritual sees more than images. Participants in the ritual can even interfere with the past to a certain extent from a third party's perspective. This is also the biggest reason why Granny Yojia's curse can have an effect on specific characters who appear through rituals. Of course, there will be corresponding costs to the extent of interference. It is not impossible to save people, or to retrieve disappeared items from the past, but the cost will be so high that the caster can hardly imagine it. If the ritual failed, it would be a trivial matter that all the sacrifices used to perform the ritual would be reduced to nothing. It would not be impossible for the magic to backfire and the caster to die. This set of rituals created by Saint Wells of Time does not have a specific name, precisely because this magic ritual can do many things that cannot be explained by common sense. and is so powerful that it can change one's destiny against the heavens. The most discussed knowledge about this ritual is actually how to prepare sacrifice, or substitutes. As long as there are enough sacrifices or substitutes to pay the cost of the ritual for the caster, this ritual can be said to be a super magic without side effects or sequelae. But whether the sacrifice is enough, whether the substitute is strong enough to ward off disasters, these are not the final say of the person performing the ceremony. As long as the price is insufficient, it will begin to drain the life force of everyone participating in the ritual until there is nothing left and nothing can be used as a price to fill the long river of time. And the ritual will fail. It is precisely because of such terrifying characteristics that many magicians who performed this ritual were eventually swallowed up by their own greed and lost their precious lives. Audrey was very aware of the taboos in this ritual and performed every ritual carefully, so that she could live happily to this day. Grandma Yojia's commission was not the first time for him. So after entering the ceremony room, he ordered his students to place enough sacrifices, and he also made preparations for the ceremony. Of course, there was something that he had to pick up in person. Holding a small silver plate, Audrey walked to the still angry mother and said, "Grandma Yujia, I need a drop of blood from my blood relatives." The old woman said in a hoarse and heavy voice, "I know this ritual well. So when the ritual starts, I will drop the blood to the right place myself, and you don't need to worry about the rest." This is considered a person who is good at curses and is cautious about his own blood. Audrey shrugged noncommittally and took back the hand holding the silver plate. Just like what the old woman said, she was very familiar with this ritual. If the blood was not in place and the ritual failed, the responsibility would not be on him. While everyone was waiting, Audrey put on the robe used for performing rituals. The euphemistic name is for the sake of solemnity and smooth spell casting. After all, the magic of Lost Land is idealistic, and good or bad mood will have an impact on the results of spell casting. But what others don't know is that there's a secret hidden within. This robe is woven from human hair, and those who contributed their hair, including ordinary people and magicians, have their souls imprisoned in the robe as a last resort for themselves when the ritual goes wrong. Despite this assumption, since the bloody commission was completed, this magician, who is not as gentle as he appears, has not had the opportunity to test whether this robe can function normally. After all, it's best that that kind of thing never happens. After repeatedly confirming that everything needed for the ceremony was in place and in sufficient quantity, Audrey dismissed other irrelevant people and asked them to leave the ceremony room. At the same time, Granny Yojia was also dripping blood from her fingertips at the right spot. The burning of incense, the murmuring of mantras. The ceremony room was filled with a wonderful atmosphere. The fog is getting thicker, and the interior is no longer what it was before. Instead, it is replaced by many fleeting scenes, and those scenes are getting clearer and clearer. Finally, the picture reaches a place in the sky. All you can see are misty white clouds, flying upwards. In other words, the observed target keeps falling. Seeing that the scene was fixed and there were no major changes, the old woman as a great magician was now just an anxious mother, looking around. Soon, she saw her child. The familiar body shape and familiar appearance. But the difference is that one arm is missing. But obviously, the person should still be alive. Looking at the vivid image, she couldn't help shouting, "MacDonald, is that you? My precious child. Mother, mother, is that your voice? Save me. I don't know where I am. Come and save me quickly. Kid, don't be afraid. I will find you. I will definitely find you." Looking at the scene of deep love between mother and son, Audrey wanted to pour a bucket of cold water on the other party. The past memory found using the last scene before death as a condition. The person is still alive only because he was still alive at that time. What follows will be a brutal death scene. Isn't it maddening? And talking to people from the past without permission wasted some opportunities. These opportunities were all obtained with sacrifices. Fortunately, I was always prepared. This was a big customer anyway, so he could always be reimbursed. However, regarding the speed of consumption, Audrey, who had performed many rituals, still felt that something was not quite right. The fall from the sky is not endless. Below is a green and lush grassland. There are no other plants. Only a raised hill, forming a throne-like terrain. There was also a person leaning on it, with his feet on the chair, his hands on his knees, and a book open with one hand, looking very leisurely. The messy brown hair is fluttering in the wind, as if there is a sparkle of light, blowing away in the wind. Although he hasn't seen the other party's appearance clearly yet. just looking at it from a distance. Holte felt a sense of indescribable familiarity, and a sense of weirdness. Next to her, Granny Yojo was yelling at her incompetent son to use the flying or feather falling technique. It means that this kind of magic that should be cast when falling from high altitude needs to be reminded by others. Holte really feels that if that guy dies, it will really save the world less trouble. As the McDonnell Douglas fell, Holte realized where the strange feeling that had been lingering in his mind came from. The person on the ground was in a very comfortable posture, and the one reading the book was too huge. Ma Dao, the underachieving son of Grandma Yojo, is as big as a finger? There are giants in the mysterious land, but the size disparity is not so great, unless the opponent is an ancient giant. In the limited literature, the description of the ancient giant's body shape is exaggerated. Before I could understand the origin of the giant, I saw him close the book with a snap, and the mother-in-law next to him let out a heart-rending cry. Holte also looked at it dumbfounded. Before today, he had no way of imagining what it would be like for a living human being to be slapped to death like an insect. But it just happened. Suddenly a possibility flashed into his mind. But before Holte Oberly had time to capture that inspiration and figure out some vague things, Granny Yojo had already taken action. Sprinkle the secretly mixed corpse powder into the sky and chant a spell that does not belong to this world in the language of the dead. The souls used as materials were released at the same time, in order to gain freedom and pass on their own pain. They used various vicious words to curse the target marked by the magician who cast the spell. Generally speaking, the target person will not discover the curse cast through the ritual. But as soon as Grandma Yojo took action, in this past memory, the cursed person seemed to notice something and moved his eyes over. He even made eye contact with Holte, the person who performed the ritual. This has never happened before. When the warning flashed in his mind and Holte wanted to interrupt the ceremony, it was already too late. The giant grabbed it into the void, and then made a throwing motion. Granny Yojo beside her seemed to have been hit hard by an unknown force. She floated into the air and landed heavily again. She fell to the ground, with a concave chest and a ferocious expression. She stared at the magician, who was performing the ritual with her eyes, which made people feel numb. This is beyond death, brutally sweeping away all the places where the sacrificial vessels were placed, and even destroying the arranged magic circle without hesitation. Not only because the death of the old woman shocked Holte Oberly, but he also remembered who that person was. That one is not a giant, but the Lord of Perception Monet, the god who controls perception among the 8 powers. What you see in the picture is actually the kingdom of God, the Lord of Perception. The huge size difference is because humans are so small in front of gods. But all this was also too late. The moment before the ceremony was completely interrupted. Holte Oberly's eyes exploded. Although he saved his life, he also realized that his perception among the 8 powers had been completely cut off. This means that his progress in magic will always stop at this moment in front of him. Unless he can find a way to please that spirit, there is no chance of regaining the power of sense. Chapter 364 Disease. God killing people is never a trivial matter in Lost Land. Especially the power that bursts out in an instant and disappears in the blink of an eye. Masters who have reached a certain level and above can detect it. And most people don't need to sleep that night before they figure out why something like this happens. A few people can fall asleep peacefully and have a peaceful sleep. God killing people is a warning sign. If this act was done by him on his own initiative, it means that there will be a second, third, or even countless acts. It is not impossible that even the church and the military force under his command will act at the same time, turning it into a holy war in the name of religion. If God kills people passively, then who will die? What to die for? Many questions and assumptions seem to only make the problem more and more complicated. And then everyone can't sleep. But among those who suffer from insomnia, it is obvious that they do not include some brave lich who is a master of arts. The burst of divine power was quite familiar to her. But the point is, that divine power is unfamiliar to her. And it's not the same group she went through so much trouble to hunt down. Since it's not the case, then of course you can sleep when you need to, and do whatever you need to do. She has no grudge against those new gods. Under the introduction of the one-eyed girl, the group found a hotel that rented out a small courtyard for accommodation. There are actually not many such hotels, and their main customers are caravans with carriages and horses. This is also the second time someone has stayed in a hotel with a private courtyard. It's just that I didn't feel anything at all the previous time. But this time I had a strong sense of sight, which was very much like a motel on Earth. But I haven't been able to lie down on the bed for a while. As soon as I saw the simple but comfortable room, I surrendered. He flopped onto the bed with no intention of getting up. It's a pity that a certain lich was so busy that he couldn't let people sleep well. Moreover, this night was quite uneventful. There are more than 2 groups of people making trouble, or wanting to make trouble. In the previous assassinations, there was always the moment when the knife saw red. In response, someone set up unreasonable protective rules. While he is awake, he will use the flash technique to randomly teleport himself to other locations, away from danger. If you fall asleep, you will teleport others randomly, and you will also be away from danger. But this is one of the magician's base camps. Although in terms of population ratio, non-magicians account for the majority. But purely in terms of quantity, the number of mages here is even greater than that of some small countries. Maybe the mainstream tactics of the MIDI magicians are the same as those of the berserkers. But that doesn't mean they don't have other methods. Curse is not the exclusive property of a few people. Curses cast by evil spirits can be said to be the most common classification. As long as you are like a ghost in hanging boots and intend to follow someone to cause trouble. Don't forget that there is a lich here, the ancestor of the undead, standing at the forefront of the undead. Everything Finn saw was stuffed into the ordinary oil lamp. The material of the oil lamp was quite ordinary, and it was just something someone picked up to make ends meet. But the flame of the lamp is an eternal fire, a magical flame that uses soul as fuel. This is one of the lost magics in Midland, but it has reappeared in the hands of the creator of this magic. According to this lich, this magic is not picky. It can burn any soul you put in it, and as long as she doesn't take the initiative to release it, the soul used as fuel cannot escape until it is completely burned out. Some higher-level evil spirits can invade other people's dreams, starting from the soul level. In the dream, facing the visiting evil guest, the Fat House avatar chose Freddy, the most talkative person in history, while the middle 2 avatar chose Freddy, who had a good habit of killing people when he saw them and didn't like to talk nonsense. Jason. These 2 fierce ghosts will teach these evil spirits in the land how to be ghosts. Not by howling, not by cruelty, but by constantly resurrecting with full blood on the spot and letting other ghosts kill him until he can't bear it anymore and collapses. I really can't stand playing with you. These little minions. His fingers slid over the brim of the round hat. The avatar of the Fat House licked the sharp finger knife while looking at himself in a red and green striped sweater with a slim figure with satisfaction. Said, actually, I've lost weight and I'm quite stylish. Are you right, Sadako? A traditional 29-inch picture tube TV next to it suddenly turned on. In the black and white picture was a violent Lolita wearing a white robe. She violently slapped the TV screen from the inside and shouted, I am not Sadako. Let me out from here. I will bite you to death. Oh, there's no way Sadako can't crawl out of the TV. You're really useless. As he said that, Phasia got a piece of paper and pasted it on the TV. It read, My Sadako is so hacking him. Useless. At this time, an evil spirit had just been split into 2 pieces, dragging its feet upside down. The second incarnation of Jason came to the side and asked, What does that mean? Well, he's meowing? It's best that's the word you're thinking about. Flicking his Tiffany hat with his finger knife, Fatty said in a pretentious manner, You are not a fish. How can you know the joy of fish? However, after waiting for a long time, but could not wait to complain, he noticed Jason and the people on the TV. The 2 of them stood quietly, silently watching him perform a one-man show. Hey, are you so cruel? Let me play monkey tricks alone. Isn't this what my character is? To kill the protagonist quietly. This is what the big man wearing a hockey mask said. Let me out and let me bite you to death. Or you can just go ahead and kill me directly. Whichever one is good. Make a decision quickly and stop talking nonsense. This is the TV show where teeth are sometimes gritted, and sometimes life is revealed, Loli said with a cute expression. In reality, a man who seems to be able to cope with various levels of curses very well ends up falling for it. This also proves from the side that the diversity of magic can still find someone's lack of consideration. Just like firewalls and hackers, there are all kinds of stories of love and death, and the threat that has been ignored by someone is disease or epidemic. Since traveling to Lost Land, the man who has never been sick almost thinks that he has no chance of getting sick. You must know that before time travel, as a fat man, he suffered from major and minor ailments, not to mention some chronic diseases. It can be said that apart from the place of work and the place where you buy various video games and animations, the hospital is the place where someone travels most frequently. However, Midi is a place with good mountains, water, and air. which means that everything you eat, drink, and breathe is extremely healthy. It's completely different from before time travel, when various chemically synthesized ingredients train humans into a different kind of invulnerability, coupled with the pressure brought by the cruel nature. Someone does not dare to relax his exercise except for the time when he lives in a certain magic tower. In other words, in addition to infections and fevers caused by various traumas, someone did not catch a severe cold and stay in bed for several days because he forgot to cover his stomach while sleeping. It's just that for such a healthy body, diseases will eventually come to visit. When he woke up early in the morning, he felt groggy and hot that he had not experienced in a long time. For a moment, Lin thought that he had gone too far last night. After all, the current climate is probably late spring or early summer, and the night wind is still a bit cool. It just so happened that the window was open last night even though it was bare. Could it be that I caught a cold like this? After sneezing so hard that mucus almost came to his mouth, someone finally believed that he was really sick. At this time, of course, you have to find an explanation from the culprit. You have to find a kind-hearted lich to heal yourself. After all, that one is quite good at magic like regenerating severed limbs or resurrecting the dead. Once you can do those things, small things like treating patients shouldn't be a big problem. Healing diseases is really not a big problem for that lich. The problem is that the lich, who had just reshaped his body at the DNA level not long ago, was most interested in what DNA and what cells. When someone is sick, he is a guinea pig sent to his door. The best research and experimental subject. There is such an excellent target. If you don't dissect it, you would be sorry for the word, lich. However, technology must keep pace with the times. Using a knife to cut people into pieces is no longer in line with this lich's values. That is now drawing blood, taking samples, and conducting various tests. Even a time traveler, who often went to the hospital before time travel, couldn't understand what Finn was doing now. In short, someone wrapped in a big quilt, sneezing, shivering with cold, and coughing from time to time, was listening carefully to the diagnostic instructions from a certain former demon king. Although that person seemed to be telling tall tales, the listeners couldn't believe it. Ha ha! So what did you say? Say it again? Rubbing his red nose from blowing his nose constantly, Lin wondered if it was due to illness that caused his hearing problem. I said, you are not sick. Hello! Am I not sick? Lin's face started to turn red, not sure whether he was excited or had a fever. Although I really want to help you find the cause of your disease and cure you. But if you are not sick, then I can't do anything. I can't cure healthy people, unless you also approve my reincarnation treatment. No, nothing can be solved by reincarnation. It sounded like a cough that was about to blow out your lungs. After he almost calmed down, Lin weakly looked at the lich he once relied on and asked, if this is not a disease, then what is it? Then thought for a while before making up his mind and said, I have a guess, but there is no evidence to prove it yet. What guess? Could this be a curse rather than a disease caused by a virus or germ? Curse! Ha ha! Someone sneezed loudly, remembering that among the gods of Lost Land, there was indeed a god of disease, a weak divine power, one of the subordinate gods of the Lord of Hades. There are gods in that system that some worship and some that respect. Those who worship can be classified as cults. Those who respect and offer sacrifices are a bit like the concept of paying protection fees. I respect you, but please don't come to me. Therefore, cursing others to become sick is also within the business scope of the god of disease. It's just that Lin didn't expect that there would be such a phenomenon where the body was obviously healthy but showed symptoms of disease. It seems that someone has refreshed his understanding of the unreasonable nature of magic. Chapter 365 Curse. If what you want to deal with is the unreasonableness of magic, then you can only use magic to solve it. The lich who said this put aside the scientific thinking that had been brainwashed by someone these days, and looked at the disease caused by the curse from his own perspective. Yes, it's just a disease, not a blight. The latter has contagious power, and is not as threatening as the former. However, this lower-level curse caused trouble. If you want to break the curse, generally speaking, if you get rid of the curse caster, the curse will be lifted naturally. That kind of person's death. The curse will still be there as another situation. Another method is to find the source of the curse's power and dismantle the magical curse in a targeted manner from the lowest level. To use this method, it is necessary to determine who the power borrowed by the spellcaster belongs to. In Lost Land, the god of disease is not the only god or evil god who can do such a thing. In addition, If the curse on someone is a contagious disease, then for each additional person infected, a little more power must be diverted from the original source to cause the symptoms to appear on the next person. This process gave them the opportunity to pry into the origin of that power. But what happened to someone was a disease that was not contagious. After the source of the curse was hidden in the target's body, it worked silently, not giving others a chance to pry into the source. All the apparent symptoms are the disease reactions produced by the human body after being affected by the source of the curse. And the most annoying thing is that when this curse is used against ordinary people, it may turn from a fake disease into a real disease. This is another example of psychology affecting physiology. I got sick, and then I got really sick. If you get really sick, you will die. But when dealing with a magician, it is difficult to have a fatal crisis, because the magician's spirit and cognition are not so easily affected. But when it comes to how easy it is to lift this curse, it's just the other way around. Ordinary people only need to find the church they believe in, donate a sum of money, and ask the priest to perform the magic of dispelling the curse, and the matter will be solved. But a magician cannot do such a simple thing. The essence of the magic of dispelling the curse is actually to use divine power to brush the human body and eliminate the negative and dark forces. Some powerful warriors didn't mind, and even some Templars had the effect of dispelling the curse during their daily prayers. But how could Master Fa casually let power that did not belong to him brush through every corner of his body? Consider a famous example from Earth. An artist surnamed Chen believed that the confidentiality level of a personal computer was comparable to the top secrets of national security. As long as others were not allowed to use it, he could hide some secrets in it. As a result, the computer broke down. So I naively sent it to someone to fix it. It would be no exaggeration to say that the whole of Hong Kong was in turmoil after what the maintenance engineer revealed. In the same way, using divine power to remove a curse is not just about removing the curse. What else can that divine power do? No one can fully understand it except the gods themselves. When all the secrets are mastered by God, the reason why he does not do the immoral thing of breaking the news or threatening others is just because the benefits that can be obtained by doing so are not in the eyes of the gods. It does not mean that he just can't do it. So when the benefits are big enough to attract the attention of the gods, or are small enough to arouse their interest, what choice will those superior beings make? Will it definitely benefit people? Just by looking at the division of the gods into camps, and distinguishing between good gods, and evil gods, you should know that they are by no means entities that can be trusted unconditionally. So is it appropriate for the secret hidden in a certain time traveler to be exposed in front of the gods? You can give it a try, but I can't guarantee the result. And this time, I won't hunt down those gods forever just for you. Anyway, last time I brought the whole family into it, and if you were the only one to die, I wouldn't be able to kill you alone. It's not enough. It's stupid enough to do something like that once. I don't want to do it a second time. Okay. Just exclude the option of the divine spell dispel curse from the list. It is this kind of symptom that does not kill people, but only makes people angry. In addition, it is not easy to find a solution by following orthodox magic methods, which makes someone very helpless. As for the scientific method, someone doesn't know what it takes to heal a healthy body. What does this feel like? For example, if a barrister on Earth is involved in a car accident, even if it is just a minor scratch, the medical expenses, lost wages, mental compensation, and economic losses will all add up. If he does not ask for hundreds of thousands of yuan in compensation, it will be in vain. Lawyer, title. But what if you were hit by a kid riding a tricycle who hadn't even gone to kindergarten yet? Not to mention the barrister. Even if the chief judge comes, the most they can do is call the parents out and give them a slap in the face. As for the wound, I can only apply saliva on it myself. How to file a complaint in this situation. How to seek compensation. This is how Lin feels now. He tried his best to think carefully about all kinds of duels with real swords and swords, so that they could be blocked by soldiers and covered by water and earth. However, when encountering such a low-end to endless curse, it will cause trouble for itself in a unique way. And it seems that there will be no solution for a while. The depression in my heart is something that others will not understand. However, seeing someone sneezing and coughing one after another, almost to the point of interfering with normal life, then still found some scrap materials and made a very rough life pendant. The biggest use of that accessory is to suppress the effects of the curse and reduce the impact of various diseases as much as possible. It was said that dead girl Halloumi had exerted a lot of effort to hang up that strange pig head-shaped necklace. Afterwards, Lin remembered something and asked Fin. The way you control and use power is different from what we are learning now. Then can you, like those gods, brush my whole body and remove the curse? The Lich replied casually. Yes. It's not difficult. Oh, that's great. Help me get rid of that curse. Don't talk about trust or distrust. Who am I and you? If you can't trust those gods, I can't trust you either. Anyway, I didn't follow either. What secrets have you concealed? You already know about peeing your pants when you were 3 years old. I'm really not afraid of you knowing other things. So, come on. Help me get rid of this curse. No. A certain Lich tilted its head like a mischievous little girl. Why? Because things haven't been solved according to formal methods. It's really low-key to use brute force to solve everything. You can't die anyway. So just let me do more research. I dare to say that I became a guinea pig. In short, someone is currently in good health. But from time to time they sneeze, cough, burp, have blurry eyes, and fart involuntarily. Fortunately, the symptoms are not as bad as flashing urine, farting and flashing feces. The Lich refuses to help people cure it. If they insist on keeping it for research and want to find out who the god behind it is, someone will have no choice but to live like this for a while. Don't let yourself find the person who cast this low-end curse. Otherwise the other person will definitely experience a round of the 10 tortures of the Manchu and Qing dynasties. I secretly watched that movie several times. Apart from being inexplicably hit by a dart and being cursed, I still have to do other things and live my life. Not to mention anything else. The transaction with the White Rose Chamber of Commerce continued, but it was replaced by 2 apprentices, Halumi and Kaya. In this regard, after Mrs. Audrey came to visit and saw someone's miserable condition, she only said, "Take care," and said nothing more. As for someone's daily life, apart from being a guinea pig for the Lich's research, he was sorting out the designs he had made some time ago and communicating with 4 silver-bearded dwarves. Although the magician is also the leading craftsman in the lost world, he can't restrain himself from coughing and sneezing from time to time, making the stability of his hands the biggest obstacle to making precision parts. Therefore, this important task can only be entrusted to Germain and a few other dwarves. As for the 4 silver-bearded dwarves, who came into contact with the colorful world of humans for the first time, they used the excuse of serving as bodyguards for 2 apprentices to visit every corner of Pilson City. All kinds of novel things really opened their eyes. The reason for this interest is entirely due to the pairing of Halumi, who is no different from a wild horse, with Germain, and with that one-eyed girl, Maljit. If Kaya and 3 other dwarves weren't following them, they might have played even crazier. According to the various criminal facts they stated after they came back, except for the core of the city, the magic tower Pilson Tower, they probably didn't break into it. And they also asked for the details of other inaccessible places. Not to mention Germain, a dwarf who has never seen the world. At first, Margaret was like Kaya, being implicated by some wild girl, but later on, she also enjoyed it. The reason why Halumi is so keen on visiting people in the streets seems to be related to the connection with the Ikaruga alliance. No one can care whether he took on some private work or not. Considering the age of the 2 apprentices, on Earth, they were singing the praises of their youth on the university campus. It's either 4 years of fun or 4 years of hardship. This is also the time when it's not easy for elders to discipline you. A certain person's attitude towards this was to let things go. After all, he was just a teacher, not his biological father or anyone else. So he couldn't control that much. Perhaps Media attaches great importance to the identity of the teacher. It is not only the inheritance of magicians, but also the inheritance of other types, including the inheritance of warriors, priests, etc. The name of master and disciple is as important as Mount Tai. But as someone who has gone through 9 years of compulsory education and studied for a total of 16 years, although teachers need to be respected, teachers are just teachers. Lin really couldn't put the heaven, earth, lord, prince, teacher in the past Confucian thinking on the same level and treat it with the same attitude. It can only be said that times are different and thinking is different. These are deeply ingrained for a person and difficult to change. The White Rose Chamber of Commerce successively delivered the materials they ordered and directed the 4 dwarves to help with some pre-processing in their spare time. When a certain person and the Lich were living such a leisurely life, they welcomed an unexpected person. Unexpected guests. Mark Kovacs, the president of the Pilsen branch of the Magicians Association, led by the one-eyed girl Morit, visited the small courtyard where a group of people stayed. Chapter 366. Mark Kovacs. He was an old man with reddish-brown hair and beard mixed with a few streaks of gray, thin and tall, full of scholarly atmosphere. Completely different from other presidents he had seen. Although I haven't seen a few of them. Those presidents look like heroes and overlords. They glare, and those who are a little timid will probably be frightened to the point of peeing. But the person in front of me looks like an old scholar who has been immersed in books all his life. Mark Kovacs' ability to become the president in a special place like the Academy relies more on skill and interpersonal relationships than on force. Killing legendary creatures and establishing great achievements. He acts as a bridge between magicians and ordinary humans, connecting the relationship between the two parties so that this special city can be managed well. After all, in the early days of this city, ordinary people who came here were not only servants or family members of magicians, but also scholars who were equally qualified to be respected. It is these smart people without magical talents who lay the foundation for the prosperity of this city. However, a certain person has never realized that he can be regarded as a prominent figure. And don't look at it as if he has met many presidents. In fact, these people can be regarded as local emperors. But not everyone can meet them if they want to. Now that such a big shot comes to the door of his residence in person, how can someone not feel flattered? We received the president, whom we met for the first time, in the small restaurant that was used as a reception room. Halloumi and others didn't have time to go out yet, so they acted as waiters, helping someone to make a scene. In fact, some people believe that just do it yourself and try not to trouble others. It's a pity that I'm affected by that low-level spell now. It would feel worse if I was sneezing and serving water to the guests. Then we have to invite the former demon king to receive her, no matter whether she is asked to put on a maid outfit or not. The scene is so beautiful that no one dares to imagine it. Anyway, that girl hasn't gone crazy yet, and she's on official business. The receptionist was served coffee made by Kaya. Ever since someone showed his hand in front of Mrs. Audrey that day, a batch of related equipment and coffee beans were sent, in addition to the favor of this noble lady with good skills. Of course, the batch of Yelong brand materials given to her was too valuable. After sweeping through 3 lists, there was still some extra. Lynn did not ask for the extra money, gold coins, directly, but left it with Mrs. Audrey to buy daily necessities, and some odds and ends. Of course, a key item not mentioned before, various spices, has also been added. The reason why the value is higher is because the value of the pile of Yelong card materials is higher than Lynn's imagination. Not only is the subdragon a king-level monster, those materials are not only used by magicians. Warriors can also use bones, skin, scales, and other materials to make weapons or armor, or they can ask magicians to make enhancements. Physical medicine. The target customer group is larger, and the prices of rare items can of course be more attractive. This is very simple business logic. On the other hand, it is aimed at the group of magicians. The various essences extracted by Fan are all amazing. Dragon blood essence, bone marrow essence, dragon meat essence. These essences are extracted by a lich personally, even if they are not processed. Eating 1 or 2 drops raw can bring great benefits to the human body. Even if you don't eat, you can still feel the strong vitality just by holding the bottle full of essence in your hands. Precisely because the quality of the items is so good. Many magicians want to go through the consignor and collect the items directly instead of competing with others at the Chamber of Commerce's trade fair. There are quite a few people like this coming to visit during this time. So during the spanking time of his first meeting with President Mark Kovacs, Lynn was also guessing the other party's intention. All I can say is that he is indeed a master who is good at dealing with ordinary people and nobles. And he will never be left in the dark while chatting and spanking. And he doesn't just talk about embarrassing topics. He praises people just right. Most importantly, he used the title of Great Magician to call the lich next to him. Don't underestimate the difference between whether there is the word big in the title or not. Since leaving Shijia district, the most common conflict the group encountered was whether Fan was qualified to hold the title of Great Magician, especially coupled with her beauty. It always attracts some people who don't know whether to live or die to try and see how ferocious the lich is. If this person walked in the world of magicians and didn't show those 2 golden threads, honestly speaking, her beauty would cause more problems. Don't think that the masters are vegetarians. Of course, there is no need to worry about the safety of this former demon king. What really worries Lynn is just like the jokes used in many comic novels. Instead, her enemies need to be worried more. But in the anime, it was more or less a joke. But here someone was really worried. Especially about the way the lich handled things, and what might happen next. Talking about creating a bright world and so on. It is really not my style of painting. With the president setting the tone himself. The words coming out of his mouth can reduce a lot of trouble for Lin and others. If anyone clings to this point, they are simply looking for trouble. It's time to start fighting. Don't try to persuade the other party by reasoning. Just when someone thought that the president was here to chat forever, Mark Kovacs suddenly put down the coffee cup in his hand and asked, "I wonder if you plan to settle in Pilson City?" The drama is coming. Someone is still thinking, how can this president survive? Anyway, the other party is taking the lead in the topic, and I am just humming along. Now that we are ready to get into the topic, of course we have to play it by ear to see what the other party wants. Regarding the first question, Lin thought for a while, and then said, "I will stay for a while, because I want to build some things and need to collect the necessary materials. But I have no plans to live here permanently. It is no secret that I entrusted Mrs. Audrey to purchase a large amount of magic materials. So there is no need to hide your purpose. As for a long-term stay, although Pilson is nice, I still feel like something is missing." "That's right. Don't you realize your predicament?" "Oh, this break is a bit sudden." Although he didn't feel overwhelmed, Lin still pretended not to know and wanted to hear the president's opinion. In fact, he was really confused about who he was provoking. The various assassinations aimed at him during this period, although except for the disease curse he suffered a few days ago, none of them caused any real harm. But being chased and having your life threatened, only when you feel happy can there be ghosts. It seems that the case has been on sale for a long time. Mark Kovacs did not continue to pretend to be serious, and said directly, "Don't you know that you are being rewarded? I know this. But there must be a reason to put a bounty on my life. And for such a large bounty, I really don't know what it is for. Buying a murderer and paying such a price means that you can bring such benefits to yourself. Then, it seems that I have a lot of benefits that match this amount." This only made him more confused. In fact, if this teacher had spent some time paying attention to the task assigned to Kai in the past, which was to monitor and record forum comments, he should be able to deduce something. However, someone looked at the girl's regular reports in a perfunctory manner, even though he pretended to be serious. This is not because the teacher looks down on the achievements of his students, but because he is not essentially a person who pays attention to those things. The scholar-type president said with a helpless smile, "I will keep the part of your name. In fact, the person who is offering you a reward is the president of a certain branch of the Magician Association. The reason is that you have mastered several magics. Knowledge. If we want to spread the magic knowledge on your behalf, we must get your consent and let you get the agreed benefits. But if you die, the knowledge will become the property of the association and can be left to its own devices. People dominate, and that's why you're being rewarded." This was the first time Lin heard such a reason. He also immediately thought about what interests he best suited to the Magicians Association and the presidents of each district. That is a pot of gold that I can earn. It can be said to be the first phenomenal magic product in Midland, the browser magic stone. To be more precise, it is the most basic tool for connecting to the forum. Looking at the expression of the young magician in front of him, Mark Kovacs guessed that the other party must have figured something out. And then he continued, "If you are willing to stay, of course the Pilsen district will provide you with shelter and keep you safe. But the association also needs your contribution. I think this should be a very reasonable win-win approach. It should also be the safest choice for you. Of course, it should belong to your interests and not a single cent will be lost. You deserve it all." If you use conspiracy theories to speculate on the thoughts of this scholar-type president, it is to undermine his own people, sell someone a good one, and gain both people and wealth. However, judging from Mark Kovacs' voice and attitude, it seems that he is not that sinister. He really just can't stand other people's methods of buying and killing people to forcefully obtain the right to magic knowledge. If this person is not a movie-level expert, he is really just a good old man. So he said those words to Lin. As for the browser magic stone, in fact, as early as the Willian City era, Lin had discussed with the then President Chung Wei-Eaton whether to completely transfer the rights to the association. The answer he got was the same as in the Analects of Confucius. When Zhigung asked Confucius whether he should let go the slaves he bought and give them their freedom. But the conclusion is the same. That it should not. From the standpoint of these high-level members of the association, it is a good thing that magicians are willing to dedicate their knowledge and magic without any remuneration. But no one dared to make such an opening first. Because once the opening is made, if you meet another talented magician in the future and propose another magic that can affect the world structure, Do you have to ask the other party to follow Lin's precedent? What would I think if the magician being asked like this was one of my nephews or descendants? Will you regret what you did today? Therefore, what good old President Mark Kovacs proposed can be said to be the safest approach from their perspective. On the contrary, Lin will lose his freedom, and must live obediently in Pilson City without leaving home. This situation is nothing to a homebody. But why should you wrong yourself when there is a better solution? Chapter 367 Solution. For Mark Kovac. Although he cannot understand the choices of other presidents, he does not understand their anxiety. In the eyes of ordinary users, the value of the forum lies in the knowledge and information accumulated by Southwest Peninsula over the years. Just the free disclosure part is not something that ordinary people can learn in a lifetime. However, from someone's perspective, that pile of stuff is like a maze of things that no one knows how to organize and summarize. So everyone just provides their own experiences, and a large part of it is repetitive or similar. This is also the reason why someone is too lazy to gain knowledge from the current forums. There are too many and too confusing. When people's vision reaches a certain level or above, what values the forum is its ability to circulate information. In the past, to obtain information about a certain place, after sending people to investigate, the most basic thing was that the dispatch personnel would turn back and report back. To speed up, you can ride a horse or even a flying monster like a griffin. Flying pigeons and other such things are not feasible in the Lost Land. The sky in the Lost Land is too dangerous. Migratory birds that can migrate long distances basically arrive at their destinations with only 1 out of 10. So in the Lost Land, those birds are very capable of laying dozens of eggs in a clutch. It's hard to imagine how those small bodies can lay so many eggs. A more advanced way of transmitting messages is, of course, using magic. However, it requires the sender and receiver to have certain magical attainments, or else use very expensive one-time magic props. The forum can be said to have broken the restrictions of the first two in one fell swoop, and the minimum price is just a red magic stone. Such a price is not unaffordable for people with a little wealth in Midland. Not to mention a browser magic stone. As long as you don't look at some pages with many pictures, you can theoretically use it without restrictions. The rapid circulation of information can bring many benefits. There are countless gratifying examples of this, whether in the Southwest Peninsula or the Basque Country. Therefore, not only the presidents of the Magician Association, but also the Mercenary Guild, the Adventurer Guild, and even some nobles and royal families have very high expectations for the forum. But there is a prerequisite for all this, and that is that it is popular enough. The Southwest Peninsula itself is facing the problem of insufficient transportation capacity, and there is no room for export sales. Although the Magician Association is in the traditional southwest region of Midland, the Bacchus District branch headquarters continues to output browser magic stones, and President Evers of Hillside City is laughing from ear to ear because of this. But that amount is not important to the entire, it is still a drop in the bucket for fans. Not only was the profit that should have been earned not earned, but the intelligence was lagging behind. And there was even a sense of crisis of falling behind others, which made these people in power feel anxious. The inner desire is getting stronger and stronger. So some people choose less bright methods. Lin, the creator, was unlucky because of this. In fact, if this whole thing were told to Lin, he would laugh at these people severely and seek death without realizing it. Let alone the loopholes left by someone in the source code of the forum. When intelligence spreads without restriction, and truth and falsehood circulate everywhere, it will definitely become a nightmare for those in power. Poor people are happily eating sugar-coated poison and trying to promote it in the hope that the poison will spread all over the world. But someone doesn't know the anxiety of those big shots. Even if he knew it, he was not in his position and had no political agenda. So it was not his turn to worry about those troubles. He smiled heartily and said, "I have an immature idea about this matter. Please listen to it. Chairman." Marko Kovac seemed unsurprised by how this unfolded. No matter what happens, as long as a person encounters it, he will bargain for it. So he nodded and said, "Please tell me. I don't know if the president is clear about the Charlie Richard Magician Foundation that I established in Shijia District, and the Chungwa Eaton College that I once ran. I've heard a little bit." Mark Kovac nodded. At such a moment, Mark had a vague idea as to what the magician's intention was when he mentioned the two big things he had done. From the height of the president, I have to say that those two things were done beautifully. So he wants to. It's probably best to be clear. The details are not important. As far as I know, There are ways to communicate with each other among the various branches of the Magician Association. I hope that through the channel of the President, a message can be passed to all branches. Message. What's the message? Please tell me. In fact, Mark Kovacs had already guessed the content. But he still couldn't believe that this man had the courage to give up such a large sum of money. I agree to all branches under the Magician Association to copy and sell the magic knowledge that I turned over. The profit I deserve and the price of the magic knowledge are based on the agreement I made with the association when I was in Shijia District. And that profit, it will be transferred to the Charlie Richard Magician Fund. The name and purpose of the fund are also in accordance with the articles of association submitted when I was in Shijia District. But the manager's part is entrusted to the various regional branches of the association. If there is enough money in the fund, please establish an academy to teach magic and various knowledge. However, I will not limit the name and methods of the academy, and leave it to the fund managers in each place. Mark Kovacs immediately understood the intention of the magician in front of him. This move not only lifted the ban on the sale of browser magic stones in all branches of the Magicians Association, but also the association's position of respecting knowledge creators has not been shaken, or set a bad precedent. Although the purpose of the established fund is restricted, it is still in the hands of the manager designated by each district chapter. It is impossible for this magician to run around the world just to check accounts. So it is conceivable that there must be a lot of tricks in this. In fact, it doesn't matter if it's right in front of you. While in Shijia District, Lin lived in Willian City. Those who dared to cause trouble should do so boldly, no matter who they were. This is a bloody experience. Secondly, is the limited use of that fund a bad thing? Provide funds for magicians or apprentices to do the monotonous work of spreading magical knowledge. I hope to find more talented people suitable for learning magic from the increased group. Not only does this help those who are not good at fighting, but the newly added groups are groups that were previously very difficult to access magic. At the same time, it provides this group of people with the opportunity to climb up in the world of magicians. This is something that many aspiring magicians wanted to do in the past, but due to various difficulties, they were not able to accomplish it or even proceed. Now you can get it at your fingertips. And the price is just to give the greatest glory to a dead great magician in the wilderness. It is said that the title of that person was given posthumously. All I can say is that that one turned out a good student. Perhaps Mark Kovacs is not as focused on posthumous reputation as Chung Wu-Eden, the former president of the Shijia District chapter. But as long as we are human, how many people will not be tempted when faced with this kind of opportunity to become famous? Thinking of this, the great magician who felt that he belonged to the old school of researchers had to agree that the suggestions and methods given by this young man were more thoughtful and courageous than he had imagined. Besides, even if you have thought of those words and ideas, they are not what you can or should say. Now that the other party had such an awareness, Mark Kovacs of course studied the details in depth, and finally put all the agreements on paper and finalized them in black and white. For Lin, although all this was a concession in exchange for survival, in fact, he had carefully considered it. First of all, we must change the concept of traveling from the earth. The first thing to overturn is the saying money is not everything. But without money nothing is impossible. The first half of the sentence is equally applicable to lost land, but the second half is not. The main focus of most transactions in lost land is barter. Coins are just an intermediary, not a designated currency that must be used. And there are no banks in this world, so there is no such thing as a deposit account. You have to find a way to take all your property with you. No one will help you keep it. This was also the only amount of money Lin and his 3 masters and disciples took away with them when they fled Willian City, which was only 20% of their total net worth. Take all the good money away, and then take away some good money, and there is really nothing you can do about the remaining coins. If we take them all away, it doesn't matter whether the mule can drag the cart full of money. At that time, there was not much space in the small truck to put a cash box. As for someone opening a bank or something by himself, that is completely ignored. In the beginning, banks were not charitable organizations. To use more familiar language, that's a loan shark. Moreover, opening a bank requires not only time, but also strength. Not only is there the possibility of a bank run crisis, but there are also all kinds of troubles that have to be dealt with. People who are lazy and suffering from cancer have to stay away. Another reason why someone doesn't think the money in lost land is important is the worm that contributed most of its body. A king-level monster has benefits that no one can imagine. So much so that I originally planned to pay for the required materials out of my own pocket. But now I just need to bring things back one by one. What does it mean? From one person's point of view, this is telling others that when they are short of money, just go out for a walk and hunt some rare animals and come back. Making money is so easy. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have enough strength. This really corresponds to the saying, what is the easiest way to make money? It's too slow to make money with money. Of course, the only way to go faster is to grab it. So give up using the forum to make money. In addition to considering your own life, the most important thing is that too much money in the game will really bite people. Money is enough for daily life. After reaching a certain level, what you want to do depends on beating the level with your fists, rather than using gold coins to clear the way. Chapter 368 Agreement completed. Perhaps the pace of life in Midland seems much slower than those in the prosperous metropolises on Earth. But the vigorous and resolute actions of the master still make some people miss the tense life on Earth. It's like the boss gives instructions and wants to get results immediately, regardless of whether others need homework time or not. But this time the situation is different. Before time travel, I was just getting paid to do things. Depending on the boss's face, this time, I was doing things that were related to my own life. So what else could I do if I was pushed to be more anxious? Accept your fate. Although I don't need to be afraid now, with a bounty hanging on my head and the endless tricks of the masters, it would be too much to bear when another trick I didn't expect would come. In fact, what you have to do is not difficult. That is, put the things you agree on in a written document in a smooth and non-misunderstanding manner. And he followed the suggestion of the president, Mark Kovacs, and explained in a columnar manner what magic he had publicly authorized. To avoid misunderstanding, all your achievements should be included in the scope of fund income. During the process of drafting the text, Mark Kovacs also found 5 other great magicians, all of whom were powerful figures in the Pilson branch, mainly as witnesses. One of them is a great magician who specializes in managing the magic knowledge kept in the district club and is also famous for his profound knowledge. After all, it is difficult to avoid this person in this matter. Lin Fong's witness was Finitiker, who was recognized as having the qualifications of a great magician. Generally speaking, only one witness is needed to make a contract, or each party to the contract needs only one witness. Mark Kovacs will find 5 great magicians to appear because the power structure of the Pilsen District Magician Association is larger and more complex than other places. In the Pilsen District, ordinary people can also become members of the parliament and naturally have a say. Lin hopes to set up the Charlie Richard Magician Fund here. This matter is big or small. If it were to be discussed in a parliament with more than 100 people, it would probably take more than a year and a half before a conclusion could be reached. However, the establishment of a fund will not affect the rights of everyone, and no one will suffer losses here. Therefore, the president can use simplified procedures to facilitate this matter. That's why so many witnesses are needed. Of course, the people Mark Kovac hired would not look for people who had opinions that were different from his own and were always ready to cause trouble. These few people who came here were good friends with him. In addition, they can be considered as first come first served, so they can take advantage of the subsequent fund establishment process and naturally become a more solid alliance. After completing the declaration and signing it in the presence of everyone, a group of big shots who rarely see each other hurriedly left. For them, the race against time has just begun. Another group of people leaving in a hurry were Halloumi and a few others, because the president came to visit. They who stayed to help had already passed the time when they would go out these days. So after they had nothing to do, they prepared some things and left in a hurry. Seeing the girl leaving in a hurry, Lin couldn't help but become curious and asked from the side, "Does that girl have a man she likes outside? She looks so anxious, as if she is running to see her lover. Don't you know about this? Sister? Should I know such a thing?" Fin asked, looking like he was lying on his back. "After all, I am also a man, and I am also their teacher. If they have a little lover outside, they will not discuss it with me, and you are the elder sister. If they don't discuss such matters with you, they will still. Who can I ask for? I haven't heard them talk about this. Compared to that, aren't you worried that they are actually causing trouble outside? Is there any use in worrying? Maybe they cause trouble outside, and eventually they will bring it back and implicate you. Don't you like this kind of thing the most? Have you changed your mind? How can I change my gender? If something like that really happens, then just keep it secret. Otherwise, what else can you do? As for persuading those 2 girls, will they listen? It's not like I haven't been young at that time. How could I not know what I was thinking? If I had to break their legs, it would be useless. Don't you try and see? In any case, those two girls were educated and raised by you, so they will probably listen to what you say. There is a saying in my hometown. Do you know what lessons humans have learned from history? The lich didn't answer the question. She just tilted her head and looked at someone. Lynn did not show off. Shrugged, and said with an indifferent attitude, the only lesson humans have learned in history is that humans can never learn lessons. In many things, no matter how much the older generation talks about their own experience, in the end you still have to make a big mistake yourself to learn that lesson. It's useless what others say. Have you no confidence in them? It's precisely because I have so much confidence in them that I say this. What do you say? He has always been alone, has never taken care of any students, and of course does not have a son or daughter. All Finn has is a group of subordinates, who can give up at any time. The different atmosphere this group of people gave her was also a major factor in why she stayed. Of course, she would also be interested in the strange remarks Lynn made from time to time. Someone was not disappointed and said, I have always tried to cultivate the habit of independence in them, and learn not to rely too much on others. The most basic thing is to be able to protect themselves. But these few years may have been too smooth. It seems that they have a sense of arrogance that things in the world are nothing more than this. In this case, when they encounter something, they will naturally think that they are fine, even if something goes wrong. They can take responsibility and the consequences. Usually when this idea comes up, something will definitely happen, and other people will definitely be involved. At this time, saying that I should bear all the responsibilities is just nonsense. Don't mess up the matter. Things will happen to other people. Doesn't it mean that you can't handle it anymore? And things will break out and be known to others. It sounds like you feel deeply. Yeah. If you haven't experienced any pain, how can you make a deep impression? People always have to touch their heads full of bumps before they will remember the lesson deeply in their minds. If you just watch others touch their heads full of bumps, it will be heartless and heartless. It's normal to laugh on the sidelines. So I really hope that the girl just goes on a date with her little boyfriend. Oh, no. If it's just a date, there will be too many followers. That is to say, they separated halfway. Where will the rest go? Finn couldn't help but feel funny watching someone get into trouble. Although they say they are not worried. But if they are really not worried, they will not even mention it. Because they do not take it seriously at all. Besides, it's not like the two girls didn't come to discuss matters with her. And their dependence on this man was beyond their imagination. In the hearts of the two girls, this man is not only a teacher, but also a father-like existence. And with that kind of unrelated father, coupled with the fact that they get along day and night. In fact, it is difficult for even onlookers to determine what the relationship is. But it's good to keep it like this. There is no need to break things off and change the current situation. Just like the self-righteous man who talked a lot of nonsense said, you won't learn the lesson until you encounter a lot of trouble. There are some things that you have to admit to yourself before you can move forward. That layer of window paper is not broken, but is separated on both sides of the window and has nothing to do with each other. And my own mood is also in a state that I can't explain clearly. So that's it. It's good. In the city of Pilson, the 6 people walking on the street were not at all as fussy as they were when they first came to the city. And they felt novel in everything. Especially the 4 silver-bearded dwarves. Whether it was their freshness about the world outside Iron City or other people's curiosity about these 4 legendary races, they all faded away after a period of time. The novelty will fade away. And the main reason is because the impression given by the 4 silver-bearded dwarves is that they do not live up to their name. Dwarves who are also working in the flames and stones will inevitably have the idea of discussing with each other when they see the same clan and peers. And that is different from the way warriors compete. What the dwarves compare is, of course, the weapons and equipment they have made, the rare ores they have seen and forged, and the incredible achievements they have made with the weapons they have made. While they were drinking and bragging, the silver-bearded dwarves were hemming and hawing and couldn't come up with any information. When asked about some casting professions, from Germain on down, not only did they not know anything, but they also asked others, what did the things they just said mean? Originally they were here to discuss and learn from each other, but in the end it seemed like they were teaching. This greatly reduced the interest of the dwarves. And in the end, no one was willing to invite these 4 dwarves anymore. If someone knew about it, Lynn would definitely sneer at such a situation. First of all, don't think that the silver-bearded dwarves are the same species as the ordinary dwarves in the Lost Land. The development and progress of the two are in completely different directions. If we insist on chatting together, we probably won't be able to talk about anything. Secondly, there has been no contact with each other for such a long time. And the language of the Silverbeard dwarves is completely different from the ordinary dwarf language. In this case, can using some proper nouns really help the other party understand what you are trying to say? And that kind of explicit contempt made Germain want to go back and put on peaceful weapons several times and come back and give these arrogant guys a good beating. Fortunately, such an impulsive move was persuaded by the other three. Although their current views on peaceful armed forces are somewhat different from the blind confidence in the past. Most Silverbeard dwarves still have some resistance in their hearts when the biggest secret of the Silverbeard clan is exposed. But without showing their peaceful weapons, the four silver-bearded dwarves could not dispel the strong sense of contempt in the eyes of others. The only good thing is that the dwarves' generous mentality means that even though they are not welcomed by dwarves of the same species, the four silver-bearded dwarves don't take it seriously. It is even said that this kind of evolution allows them to take a good look at the world without being treated as exotic animals by others. Chapter 369 Methods of Gathering Intelligence. At noon, the sun should be at its strongest and the temperature at its highest, especially in early summer. But the alley where the group of 7 people were walking was not only messy, but also a little shady. This is a remote corner of Pilson, and locals are used to calling it Lower Town. Just like everything has a dark side, Lower Town is also part of Pilson's dark side. Thieves, prostitutes, beggars, robbers, and killers are the main residents of this area. If an outsider breaks into such a place by mistake and is not wary, the consequences are obvious. Although there were 4 dwarves inside who looked quite old, the various behaviors of a group of 7 people still looked quite raw. According to the judgment of the old thieves who have been observing secretly and have been here for a long time, this is a rookie. But the reason why they can walk on this street safely for the time being is that those hiding in the dark are not worried about the dwarves' force, or the unknown methods mastered by the magic apprentices. What really stopped this group of people was the 3-feathered bird with red background and black thread embroidered on the right arm of Halumi's little magician's shawl, one of the symbols of the Turtle Dove Alliance. The 3-feathered bird is the unchangeable symbol of the Turtle Dove Alliance, but its color can vary from 19 kinds to colorless. The 19 different colors represent the 19 high seat hidden behind it, which is the 19 world tree. Colorless is a member who has not been accepted by any high seat. Of course, there are also people who are unwilling to surrender to any high seat, but are recognized by others in the alliance, and will also use the colorless 3-feathered bird. The Turtle Dove Alliance generally does not have a good reputation, because they value mutual assistance very much. Even members from different positions always respond when things happen. Therefore, when trouble comes to the Ikaruga Alliance, it is often agreed to fight one-on-one. But then it turns into a group fight, and most of the time it is the other party who beats one of them. The most annoying thing is that the other party doesn't ask what is right or wrong. This point will be difficult for people in the Order or Evil camp, because the other party is unreasonable and only asks if you have offended me. This is also the reason why 7 people who seem to be easy to bully can walk safely on this road. And Maurjit, who knew the situation in Xiaqing district very well, went from being worried at the beginning to feeling like best friends going out for a picnic. She had never entered such a place before under the warning of her teacher. Now it seems that it is a bit over the top. As for the 4 dwarves, they were just 4 idiots who didn't know why they were wary. It was thanks to the 2 magic apprentices that he was not abducted. And they would be walking in a place like this, not just for leisurely strolling on the street. On the second day after arriving in Pilsen City, Halumi contacted the local members of the Turtle Dove Alliance and learned from them that there was a long-standing mysterious event behind Pilsen City. Missing events. The Ikaruga Alliance will cling to it. Of course, because there are Alliance members among the missing people. You want to see people when you are alive, and you want to see corpses when you die. But this is the unchanging principle and style of the Turtle Dove Alliance. I am just a member who is in contact with Halumi. I only hope that this new rookie will pay attention when you have free time. You may have clues about others, but how could this blonde girl be satisfied with just taking a look? At an age where she wanted to show her worth, she chose to take the initiative to find the missing person. To find the missing person, Halumi chose to rely on a dark-haired, brown-skinned girl who was the same age as her and grew up together. Although someone has always believed that he has left a backdoor on the forum, he has never used it. It is really a good conscience, and the world is still as harmonious as before. But is that really the case? A long time ago, she was given the task of collecting intelligence on the forum. although someone stated that the priority was still to focus on the studies of the magic apprentice. But Kaya's seriousness made her unable to be satisfied with spending time, but not ways to get things done. So since she was a child, Kaya has been thinking about how to sort out and summarize the messy information on the forum more quickly in her spare time. She thought of many methods, but few of them could produce significant results until she officially came into contact with the P language. The original purpose of programming languages was to replace human resources to perform simple and boring tasks. When Kaya first came into contact with the P language, she began to think about how to organize and summarize the forum information she did daily and program it. Using the search and copy-paste functions, Kaya quickly turned what used to take her a lot of time into something that could be completed with just one command. All that's left is to enrich the search keywords, which are the key points that you want to care about. If things end like this, then the world will return to peace. Sadly, of course not. Just like Halumi was in a period of rebellion and wanting to express herself, Kaya was also at the same age. But she just chose a different direction. Although there was no detailed explanation of what the forum's backdoors and programs could do, someone had never concealed it from the two apprentices and the elder sister. So Kaya turned her attention to the non-public private blocks on the forum that restricted permissions. Without the teacher's knowledge, Kaya got herself a super account without permission restrictions. Of course, her superficial programming knowledge was not enough to understand the original structure of the forum, let alone crack it. So she found a strong foreign aid, their elder sister, to guide her. The forum, which rarely maintains and upgrades its structure, still maintains its original appearance, with only the title, main article and reply content. There is no time sequence or click count for these things. And of course, there is no design like likes. Even so, in the underlying architecture, this data is still retained, and even browsing records are included, because these things themselves belong to the characteristics of the article's dissemination intensity and timeliness. Since these things exist, I don't know when someone will get mad and upgrade the forum to expose these things. So Kaya studied a way to make the super account invisible. That is, while obtaining the title, main text content and other information, she did not allow herself to leave any records. In order to prove that her method of hiding footprints was effective, Kaya also read the log files for a while, and almost vomited when she saw them. But it was this action that made her realize that someone was trying to do the same thing as herself, collecting information on blocks with restricted permissions. However, those people only thought about bypassing or cracking the permission restrictions, and did not think about hiding themselves. After writing down the names of those strange accounts and leaving log files for their footprints, Kaya returned to the original topic, recording and organizing the information on the forum. Before there was a program as a tool, all kinds of sorting and summarizing had to be done manually. So Kaya had her own set of organizing principles. The teacher, who was a teacher at that time, would also discuss with her which news must be paid attention to, which news was worthless, and which news was conflicting, and how to judge which was true or false. In order to simplify her homework time and eliminate some worthless news, Kaya trained her own set of judgment logic during that period, now using a super account with permission to browse the entire forum, and using programming language to do what he has done before. Kaya, of course, took out that set of judgment logic and applied it to the current data volume of a completely different level. When this part is completed, it is actually just the completion of data cleaning and summary. After sorting out the amount of data in the entire forum, the number of listed messages is still so overwhelming that even I don't have the patience to read them one by one, let alone others. So Kaya started the second round of sorting, mainly looking for ways to present and search. After trying many presentation methods, Kaya finally chose to imitate the star map drawn by their teacher, and it is divided into two parts. One is to connect all events in time sequence, location and causal relationship, because there is a causal relationship between the events before and after, and the event itself will laterally affect other events. Kaya finally completed a cloud model that was more complex than the cosmic star map and used it as an index for the compiled data. The other is based on human beings, and draws a pedigree chart belonging to people based on their love, hatred, blood relations, marriage and other interpersonal relationships. They include nobles, magicians and ordinary people, and of course people of various races. If the inheritance of a noble family can draw a tree diagram for more than 6 generations, it would be an amazing and well-established family. But what Kaya accomplished is not something that a mere tree diagram can present. What she completed was another cloud. A cloud that connected all 3 generations of everyone's ancestors, relatives and friends. And this cloud is also connected to the first event cloud. Whoever is involved, or is leading an incident, whether he is the perpetrator or the victim. This information can be interleaved and queried. This algorithm was even later used by Finn to build her own DNA genealogy cloud. It is precisely because of the existence of this cloud that she can analyze DNA more efficiently. And when reconstructing her body, she can efficiently find the parts she needs and envisions. As for whether someone knows that such an exaggerated thing exists, as an apprentice, Kaya did not hide her teacher. Besides, in every regular report, Kaya also mentioned relevant information and received praise from his teacher. But those are of no use at all, because someone just said nonsense like, "You did a good job," but didn't even look at the content of the report. Kaya discovered this when she checked the data of the report she submitted. All the files used as reports did not even have a single click. This shows that someone has not even looked at it. Or maybe the account used by the teacher has the same results as Kaya's research, and has the ability not to leave his own digital footprints. However, according to the apprentice's understanding of their teacher, the former possibility accounts for 99.9%. Chapter 370 Tracking. Of course, Halloumi knew that his companion had created such a gadget, but Kaya named this gadget with a very simple name: forum index. This gadget is actually an algorithm for creating a directory. It does not store data, but only organizes it. By establishing this set of indexes, you can not only select time series and regions, but also find out the most popular or important events at that time and place. You can also find the association and location of relevant events based on keywords, and find their related footprints and events they participated in based on names. However, Kaya has always focused only on how to build indexes more correctly, and how to more efficiently determine the relevance of an article content. It even introduced the machine learning program used by the Tower of the Great Sage, which was a program used to automatically correct attack parameters for the target. What Kaya wants to study is to make the index program more intelligent and automatically determine the key and correlation. After all, even after the development of that program, various ridiculous outputs still occur from time to time. What Kaya has been doing is to constantly improve the logic of judgment and reduce those ridiculous mistakes. Furthermore, the region with the most complete data is the Southwest Peninsula. The amount of data in other regions is several orders of magnitude different from that of the Southwest Peninsula. However, forums are used in areas outside the peninsula, and private areas with restricted permissions are established. 9 out of 10 things recorded in them are shady. Judging from the intelligence value of each article, it is even higher. This is why Halloumi asked Kaya for help. Someone didn't know about this, and the two girls and their sister didn't realize how exaggerated it was. Otherwise, someone will ask them to be more cautious, or even stop the entire project. At least people should not know that they have such a tool, so they should be more careful in their actions. In fact, if Lin really knew, he would not be surprised by such a result. This is not the same as the PRISM project that Snowden helped the CIA establish. The big boss was good at intercepting packets on the network and invading and monitoring all devices connected to the network. Organizing data to turn it into valuable intelligence is the most trivial part. In data analysis, the most difficult part is always how to obtain the data. All that's left is to dig through the data and find the answers to the questions you want to know. Since some intelligence is time-sensitive, data mining cannot necessarily be done slowly. But Kaya's starting point was a forum full of holes, because someone established it early, and with the addition of servers and other things, no one else could use it at first. So the forum became the only choice for MIDI network, and all information was put in this sieve-like place. There is no time limit for a girl's work, so it can be said that it is inevitable to get such results. This time, they will be walking on the streets of Pilson's lower city, which is the clue given by Kaya's forum index. All the mysterious disappearances that occurred in Pilson, despite all the possibilities in the chattering speculations of noble people. But in the end, there were still no clues pointing to a certain person behind the scenes, let alone any evidence. There are even doubts about whether someone is really missing. However, if you compare the time and location distribution of these mysterious disappearances, you will find that most of them coincide with the actions and appearance time and location of a certain organization, although they didn't know if there was a connection between the two. But now that there were no clues, it was like a life-saving straw. The two girls agreed to investigate the organization first. The organization is a quasi-religious group, and its name is the Han In Society. But when I asked Maurjit, a local, she had never heard of this organization. According to the information found on the forum, the Han Society is an organization that worships a certain ancient hero. This is quite common in the Lost Lands. In this world with gods, after a hero dies, He is usually taken into the kingdom of God by the gods he believes in, and becomes an immortal heroic spirit. If there are enough people who are grateful for their achievements and remember them, and if they continue, some kind of belief will naturally form. And these heroic spirits will have the opportunity to ignite the divine fire and become a member of the gods. This is how most gods and subordinate gods with weak divine power come from. However, generally speaking, in order to increase the chance of igniting the divine fire, these believers usually preach the achievements of their admirers, like missionaries, hoping to be recognized by more people. However, it is unknown how many people need to recognize it, and how many people need to believe in it before the sacred fire can be ignited. Those ancient heroes who wanted to get rid of the heroic spirits, who were subject to the status of gods, would only send a message to their followers in the world. The more, the better. However, the Han in society is very low-key, like a secret sect, and all activities are kept quite mysterious. In fact, even in the private section of the Han and forum, Kai had only found some messages about the gathering time and location. What the gathering was for has never left a single word. Another point that makes people suspicious is the name of their organization, Han. There is no hero with this name in the history that Kaya can find. Even if we don't search within the narrow group of heroes, and instead look for Han whose name has been left in history, we can't find anyone with this name or surname. The name Han may also be just a pseudonym or a nickname, because this word means rooster in the dialects of some areas of Midland, and has a majestic and mighty connotation. It is one of the most commonly used names for men in certain places. Those with these characteristics are usually shady cults. Otherwise, they are the kind of noble people who are all so high-end that ordinary people with poor legs may never see them in person in their lifetime. No matter which one it is, it will not be too friendly to ordinary people. Therefore, although Halloumi and others were looking for Han and Hui, they did not dare to reveal anything to anyone other than the 7 of them. The only clues I was looking for were a location I knew from the forum, and a symbol that members of the Han Society would use when communicating with each other, 3 parallelograms connected to each other, much like an art blade on the earth. The reason why you care so much about symbols is a habit of being lost in the world. In a certain organization's sphere of influence, they will be accustomed to drawing symbols in inconspicuous places, such as corners and tree trunks. If the territory is changed, the old symbols will be removed and replaced with new ones. This is the same as a dog peeing and marking its territory. Sometimes when I want to send a message, I will also use this symbol to remind people in the same organization that there is a secret message I left nearby. So please look for it. Of course, the cryptic message doesn't necessarily have to be nearby. It's possible that the symbol is just a starting point. The next step is to follow the standard pattern within the organization to find the designated terrains one by one, and finally find the target. Others want to use symbols to find clues to a certain organization. In fact, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. They can only try their luck. However, a few people had no other way, because before they entered the lower town of Pilson City, they had used the local contacts of Maurjit to inquire about relevant information. But there was no useful information. Finally, yesterday, they found someone who might have clues. He said they were looking for some strange organizations or people, so they should look for them in the lower city. This is also the reason why the girls hurried out after seeing off President Mark Kovac's group of distinguished guests. Halloumi was a little anxious, wanting to know if yesterday's clue was useful. But as he walked further and further into the lower city, Germain, who was hot at the beginning, became worried and asked, "We have walked so far and still haven't found any clues. Should we go back?" "Okay." There's always an ominous feeling. Marit, your man has an ominous premonition again. This is the first time, and he has to say it a few times every day. If he is really scared, you should take him back earlier. Next, we will just leave by yourself. My teacher said that those who are timid on the battlefield will only die faster and drag others down. So if that doesn't work, you should leave first. Everyone knows the relationship between the 2 pairs of dwarves. And as soon as the 4 silver-bearded dwarves joined, Halloumi became good friends with the 2 female dwarves Marit and Freya, who talked about everything and had no taboos. Since they are good friends, it is inevitable to complain about each other. So 2 single magic apprentices, and a female dwarf who goes out with a companion. The most common topic they talk about is that one has a teacher who needs others to take care of him and cannot even eat or sleep without the 2 apprentices. He is a man who always messes up things and waits for him to deal with the consequences. With just this comparison, 2 women of different races became much closer. So when Germain said something so demoralizing, of course Halloumi unceremoniously complained about Marit. The female dwarf, on the other hand, bared her teeth and cracked her mouth at the guy who was shrinking his neck like a quail with a feeling of hatred. If it were a normal conversation, Mara would be able to reply, and she would not stop until she had been talking to the human girl in front of her for more than 10 rounds. But as soon as the topic turns to this man, it is a miserable state of being ridiculed and unable to reply. No way. When this guy is hot, he dares to do anything. But as soon as that emotion passes, he is like a coward. Seeing that nothing is wrong, all he can think about is how to escape. From the past to now, I have been tricked by this guy countless times. Not once did I not hate myself until my teeth itched with hatred. I just wanted to stretch out my finger and poke at this man's ugly face. Freya's voice came from the side, saying, "Hey, everyone. Look. Does this look like what we are looking for?" Suddenly, everyone's attention was focused on where Freya was pointing. It was a very simple and clear symbol. 3 interconnected parallelograms, which should be unmistakable. Next to the symbol is one of the passages leading to Pilson City's sewer facilities. Chapter 371 Sewer. Kaya, the blonde girl called her companion. In terms of erudition and general knowledge, this companion who loves to read is better than many old magicians. The girl who was named was certainly aware of her companion's unspoken question. She looked at the bricks that formed the circular channel at the entrance of the cave, as well as some details, and said, "This should be the style of the Figaro Empire-style sewer. It is characterized by being relatively narrow inside, and the roads are complicated. It may be there are several layers, which is a good place for some underground creatures or special organizations to hide." Before the rise of human civilization, there were still several races that once ruled the Lost Land. Although they have stepped back from the protagonist's position, they still left behind some far-reaching things. And the sewer project is one of them. As long as the city is large enough, sewers are an indispensable urban construction in order to discharge rainwater during the rainy season and all kinds of sewage produced by people living in the city. The sewer construction methods that have been passed down to this day are generally divided into 3 categories: Elf Empire style, Pure Magic style, and Figaro Empire style. The Elven Empire usually combines underground water veins for construction, so it will create a very huge sewer space. The Dwarf Empire simply digs out huge spaces on its own. The two can be regarded as the same type. Pure Magic style is terrible. The masters connected the sewers to other planes and discharged the sewage into other planes, maintaining the local cleanliness to a great extent. It sounds like a very beautiful and convenient urban facility, but considering that the magic circle connecting the alien plane is a very sophisticated type, a single mistake may bring unpredictable results. In history, there were many people who used this kind of cool operation to destroy the entire city. It's like the entire city was sucked into another dimension, or conversely was invaded by residents of another dimension. Even if the city above it seems peaceful, if you want to explore this kind of sewer built based on magic, you will very likely get lost in the gaps between the overlapping planes. The Figaro Empire was a huge country founded by humans before the Dark Ages. They will make the sewers like a maze, which is not only intricate but also extremely strong. The original purpose was to hide soldiers, march, and even serve as a life-saving passage for the royal family to escape. The advantage of this design is that the construction difficulty is much lower than the first 2. No matter what kind of sewer it is not easy to manage every corner. Naturally, there will be some uninvited guests, even some aborigines from unknown places. Perhaps, the target the group of people are looking for is the evil guest living in the sewer. However, after reaching this point, it is time to go back home. Kaya thought so. When everyone went out, their original expectation was just to ask questions and find the location of special markers, but they never thought about going into the sewers for an adventure. So the equipment was not equipped for adventure. To enter such a narrow place, a group of people would have to make more preparations. But my friends don't seem to think so. Without consulting the others, Halloumi planned to hit her head into the sewer. The black-haired and brown-skinned girl quickly stopped her. The 2 girls looked at each other, and without Kaya saying anything, Halloumi said first, "Don't worry. I won't conflict with others when I go in this time. I just want to go in and observe the other party's location and personnel. As soon as I see it, I will quit immediately." That firm guarantee, based on my understanding of this companion who grew up together, should not be a lie. That guarantee didn't sound like there was anything wrong with it. So Kaya let go of her hand, which was regarded as approval of the other party's approach. When Halloumi entered the sewer first, Kaya stepped aside and arranged her equipment. making sure that everything was where it should be. The one-eyed girl Maurjit didn't think much, followed closely in the footsteps of the blonde girl, and walked in as well. The dwarves struggled for a while, but in the end Marit couldn't bear it anymore. So she simply ignored Germain's ugly face that was about to cry, and walked into the sewer third. Freya followed silently, and was the fourth. The remaining two dwarves said that there was no way they could go back alone. They followed the two magic apprentices at first, but they promised someone that they would take care of the two human girls. Wouldn't it be a violation of his promise to go back alone like this? Kaya was the last to enter the sewer. No one asked her opinion, because she always walked at the end of the line, and was responsible for paying attention to the places that everyone passed by but ignored. She and the blonde girl, who was walking at the front, had a quick communication method that allowed them to have a good grasp of the situation of the entire team. A group of 7 people just broke into this strange underground world. In the original imagination of several dwarves, this exploration should be similar to walking through the underground passages in their hometown. But what they didn't expect was that underground passages and sewers were completely different things. The level of filth, the smell, the mixture of countless garbage and feces, and even the rotting corpses. They were not just small animals fainted by the stench, but real, murdered humans. This can be seen from the dagger stuck in the back that has not been removed yet. Walking in such a passage, the dwarves cursed and moved forward while trying to avoid the dirty water accumulated in the cave. From time to time, he would stop and shake his feet desperately because of the dirt on his feet. The noise was so loud that Harumi complained more than once and asked everyone to be quiet. Another point that these 4 dwarves did not think carefully about was that they were walking in the underground passage near Iron City in order to hunt nearby creatures. And they were wearing full-piece armor. Of course, the habits developed at that time are so harsh. After all, if you are wearing that kind of full-body armor, no matter how hard you try to maintain it, the movement will not be too small. Now their weapon is only a short spear, and their armor is only a piece of chain mail brought from their hometown. Although the weapons and armor are all produced by Silverbeard dwarves, and their quality is absolutely guaranteed. This is the lightest of light equipment. According to the standards of midi warriors, this is no different from Igua Bin, not to mention the 3 magic apprentices. The master's terror was only realized after careful preparation and planning. But this time, no one felt anything was wrong with this impromptu decision. Even the most basic auxiliary magic for magicians in battle was only thought of adding to the purification magic, when everyone complained that they couldn't stand the smell of the sewers, and asked 3 apprentices to help with the first round of purification magic. The whole process was like a ghost covering their eyes. No one realized anything was wrong. It just seemed to go on smoothly. Harumi, who took the lead, felt inexplicably irritated the deeper he went. When I was a child, I went out with my teacher. Although the battle to encircle and suppress the goblins was not easy, there was no uncomfortable stagnation point in the whole process. It was as uncomfortable as having no power to use. When I stayed in the Waldwo tribe, I went into the forest with other wood elves. Whether it was training or hunting wild beasts and monsters, it was even more smooth. Everyone involved was intoxicated, but this journey made it difficult to calm down. As if nothing was right, everyone's actions were not as secretive and quiet as they imagined. Halloumi tried to get everyone to learn her movements and dexterity, but except for Kaya, everyone else just learned the obscene expressions and movements, but did not achieve true silence. All kinds of unfavorable conditions made Halloumi gradually feel discouraged, and even came up with the idea of turning back. But the people who secretly surrounded them seemed to have no obligation to cooperate obediently. The group of vicious men who appeared just watched silently, as the lamb walked into the encirclement net. The time to offer sacrifices to that master was coming soon, and it seemed unreasonable not to accept the sacrifices he had brought to his door. On the surface of Pilson City, someone staying in a small courtyard had just made a pot of vegetable soup. After tasting it, he felt satisfied, but also looked at the former demon king with a bit of sadness. Then knows how to cook, and although the food she makes is not amazingly delicious, it is at least edible. But she doesn't cook all the time, elegantly using his eyes to order others to bring the food quickly. Because I am hungry. This is what this person does most often, especially after she obtained this real body. Her demand for the 4 major items of eating, drinking, and diarrhea may have been greatly reduced under the extreme effects of the 2 major systems of digestion and circulation, but the demand for eating and drinking went in the opposite direction. Does not decrease but increases. Simply put, a certain lich cannot be hungry now, let alone stay up late. If you don't get her way, the consequences usually aren't good. As Finn himself said, if there is any deficiency, It must be made up from other places, always to meet the needs of the body. So during these days when the two apprentices often ran away, someone played a guest role as a house cook, serving an ancestor. But as soon as the vegetable soup was brought to the table and a bowl was filled for the man, then uncharacteristically did not smell it, test the taste, and then criticize it. She said nothing, staring blankly in front of nothing. Is this a distraction again? Should we set a rule in the future that we are not allowed to use mobile phones while eating? We are not allowed to go to forums or other related interfaces. Ever since this person mastered the ability to directly see the data on the forum with the naked eye. And it doesn't matter if she moves her fingers or input text directly using her thoughts. She becomes expressionless and unresponsive more often. Even if he is in a daze, others cannot tell the difference. Let's eat. He tapped the edge of the pot with a large spoon. Someone didn't pay attention to himself at all. He was talking to the former demon king in the same tone as he spoke to the two apprentices. And I don't know when this transformation started. But since someone has no self-awareness, that doesn't matter. Fun, who just came back to his senses, did not pay attention to the bowl of hot vegetable soup, pulling open a water mirror screen and performing a few simple operations. The instant messaging software interface frequently used by these three women appeared in front of Lin. Then came a message from Kaya. Just a few minutes ago. Help. A prank? Lin asked the elder sister for her opinion. And then, their expressions became quite ugly. Chapter 372 Immediate Rescue. When receiving this kind of clueless news, the first thing to do is of course ask about the situation. Of course, there was no response. According to Kaya's habit of replying immediately after receiving a message. This lack of reply is very strange. Lin asked about the elder sister they had always relied on. Do you know what they have been busy with recently? They are just shopping. And they don't have to go shopping to call for help. Someone always thought that those people just came to a new place, curious about new surroundings, so wander around. But now it seems that is not the case. They didn't tell me anything. Facing someone's question, then also looked confused. Then how do we find them now? I lost it. Sister, do you think the younger one is Liam Neeson? Taking a sip of vegetable soup in a hurry. It is not conducive to thinking when you are so hungry that you feel faint. Unfortunately, it was too hot, so I had to give up. If you want to find the girl who shouted for help, the first thing you have to do is to know what they have been doing recently. Because we rented a small courtyard, the two girls shared a room. Lin first entered their room, hoping to find some clues. I have to say that the living habits of the two girls are much better than their elder sisters. No valuable clues were found in the paper materials. In fact, this is normal. After having the program, Lin will of course design the most basic notepad and calendar software. Even without using the first coffin, a lowest level red magic stone can store enough information without the burden of paper. However, this is not without risks. If the power in the magic stone is exhausted and turns into ordinary white crystal, all the data stored in it will be lost. Don't think that you can play hard drive rescue or something like that in Lost Lands. No matter what information was originally stored in the magic stone. Please forgive me. It was such a tragedy that happened. So someone kept emphasizing to others the importance of backup. Now I just hope that they will listen to what they say and leave some clues that may save their lives. The backup data is of course concentrated in the first coffin. When Lin uses it himself, he treats the first coffin as a cloud server. The magic stone medium he uses is just a client interface for remote connection. Within a certain range, the processing and computing power and storage space of the first coffin can be used, which cannot be compared with just any magic stone. So Lin walked to the room where the coffin was placed, waved his hand gesture, and the water mirror screen as the terminal interface immediately opened. Then was wondering how this man was going to find clues in the coffin. She knew that Kaya liked to keep records, but that girl didn't have the habit of keeping a diary. I saw that Lin did not enter the data storage partition that the two girls had created for themselves to look for clues that they didn't know where. With a few operations, he directly recalled all the commands that the girl had recently used. That is not a novice who knows nothing about program instructions. She can understand the results of someone's operations at a glance. She asked with an ugly face, "Will all the commands we have used be recorded? This? Oh. He was originally thinking about the effect of the command the girl had used. Even though the Lich was interfering, he still took the time to give a brief reply to prevent the other party from becoming impatient and making any irrational actions. In order to catch bugs easily, I didn't trust others to explain clearly the operational problems I encountered. Of course, I didn't trust that my brain was really that good. There was absolutely no typo or anything like that. So I entered the regardless of whether the command is right or wrong. It will only retain about 2,000 memories. I want to know what I have done recently. Hey, what does this command do? Lin was confused when he saw that the girl's most commonly used commands were not the notepad and calendar that were originally given to her, but P language and an unknown execution file. Click on it immediately to see what happens. The room where the coffin was placed suddenly darkened, and a fan-shaped light swept across the entire room. Is this opening your own star chart? This gesture is almost the same. The next moment, what filled the entire room were not the light spots at familiar locations, but short strings of characters linked to each other. For a moment, someone was blinded and couldn't figure out what he saw. This is the forum index designed by that girl. Can you find anything useful in it? Finn said naturally from the side, not feeling anything new or special at all. After all, besides Kaya, she also put a lot of effort into this program. But someone was so surprised that he was speechless. Looking at the battle and the tone of voice revealed by Finn, he could probably guess what the function of this program was. However, the emergency situation at hand did not allow him to study the gadgets made by this girl in detail. The same operation is used to call up the historical command record. It not only contains the text of the command, but also the time of use. Skipping those operations that were too long ago, Lin directly looked at the search keywords from 8 days ago. That is, after they arrived in Pilson City. The first day or two were a bit aimless. But then, there are a lot of missing words, along with various other keywords. Lin entered the same command into the forum index, wanting to see what they saw using the program in front of them. The turning point in searching for keywords is on 2 overlapping maps. The word Hanenhui began to appear frequently. Han and Will. Looking at this word, Finn said with emotion. Upon hearing the Lich's tone, Lin quickly asked, Do you know him? How is that possible? According to records, although this small organization has been established for a long time, it definitely has nothing to do with me. It should be. After talking about it, Finn said with a guilty conscience. Lin heard the hidden meaning and said, It seems that you really know this Han-in. I used to have a subordinate named Hanan. There's nothing wrong with it. But this name is very common. It's hard to say who it represents, or who it doesn't represent. It was more like explaining to himself, than tried hard to convince himself. Putting aside this little episode, there is very little information about the Han-in society on the forum, and none of it is useful. The mystery of this organization is not that it takes a high-end route and attracts powerful people to join, but it is something that no one knows about. It is low-end, and so closed that no one knows what this organization is doing. Considering that there are not a majority of forum users in the Pilsen area, there is naturally less useful information. If you want to know some unknown gossip, it seems that you can only use the old method, ask. But there are skills in asking. Asking the right people, and asking the right questions is more important than anything else. If you want to find the right person, you must first ask where the right person is. Looks like I need to go out for a while. But before that, Lin found a lot of bottom-of-the-box treasures, such as light armor that would not destroy magic affinity, the magic wand, the longsword, the magic version of the Smith and Wesson M29 revolver. All preparations are based on a big battle. Then hastily packed a few pieces of equipment. Although not as fully prepared as someone else, she was also a little serious in a rare way. When everything was ready, Lin looked at the long-awaited Lich and asked, Are you ready? You can set off if you want, and I'll follow you. Finn said it coolly, but someone reluctantly admitted that the other person did have the ability to be arrogant. Logically speaking, the randomness and controllability of the flash technique make it impossible for anyone with evil intentions to track or predict. But Finn's flash technique has a strange feature. It will track other people's flash destinations. This caused Lin to appear in other places using the flash technique, and Finn would appear from behind him the next second. What is the principle behind this? Neither of them can figure it out yet. Someone only knows one thing. That is, the most powerful magic used to escape cannot escape the hands of the former Demon King. But thinking about it from another perspective, at this urgent moment, there is no need to go to great lengths to hand over the parameters of your flash technique to the Lich so that the other party can keep up. As long as he flashes, then will appear behind him. So in the blink of an eye, Lin activated his flash technique and instantly appeared in midair in the White Rose Chamber of Commerce. Then appeared behind him. In the blink of an eye, he had landed right at the main entrance of the Chamber of Commerce, and then the Lich appeared. The two of them walked into the Chamber of Commerce. It's a pity that the guard guarding the door is not sure whether he is stubborn and stubbornly prevents outsiders from entering, or whether he is deliberately looking for trouble. As soon as they saw someone approaching, they put on an expression that said they would not approach strangers, signaling to drive them away. The next moment, his eyes blurred, and the two approaching magicians had disappeared. The guards guarding the door looked at each other, feeling as if they were seeing a ghost. But in fact the two of them had already entered the house. As long as there is an accurate distance, an accurate direction, and a very brave heart, someone can theoretically reach anywhere. Whether you can see it or not, it's still secondary. Walking inside the Chamber of Commerce, as an uninvited guest, naturally there will be security guards who come out to greet you warmly. However, Lin didn't fight with these people. He flashed again, appeared directly behind others, and continued to move forward. After not going around a few corners, I saw the room I used when I came here to negotiate. Inside, Mrs. Audrey seemed to be discussing business with someone else. Regardless of whether he was interrupting others, Lin suddenly appeared in front of Mrs. Audrey. Such an action certainly frightened a few people in the room. Sir Tripwood, you? Although it was not shown on her face, Audrey Sandor's heart was still quite complicated. Maljet, my two underachieving students disappeared together with me. Saying this straight to the point really attracted the attention of this noble lady. Several guards, who had no real skills except for their size, pushed the door open hard and broke into the room. With a ferocious attitude, he walked towards the two of them, ready to throw them out of the door. Stay back. Although she didn't understand it at first, but after thinking clearly about the meaning of the magician's words, Audrey called back the few guards who were loyal to her. Look at these two uninvited guests seriously. Chapter 373 Thieves Guild. The one-eyed girl he loved was missing, as well as the two apprentices of the magician in front of him. Judging from the other party's attitude, this is not a trivial matter. It may even be life-threatening. So Mrs. Audrey apologized to the client she was receiving, then stood up and asked, You two, how can I help you? At the same time, she motioned to go to another smaller reception room to facilitate a detailed discussion. Lin declined the unnecessary move that wasted too much time and said directly, If Madam is willing to send people to help search, I will be very grateful. But actually I just want to ask where I can go to find out some gossip. After that, Lin left his hand. The long wand struck the ground, and a small three-dimensional map of Pilson City appeared between the two of them. At first, Mrs. Audrey was a little confused about what she saw in front of her, but she soon discovered that it was a topographical map of Pilson City from an angle that she had never seen before. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't interested in the detailed map presentation before her. However, she also knew the priority of the matter. After roughly identifying the location, she pointed to a certain area in Xiaoqing district and said, This is the location of the Thieves Guild. They are probably the most well-informed in Pilsen City. After speaking, she raised her head and heard only a, Thank you. Mrs. Audrey wanted to continue, but only to find that the person in front of him has disappeared. The noble gentleman, who was watching everything, stood up, came to the place where the two magicians disappeared, and asked, Who are those two? The magician Gabrash Tripwood, and the great magician Fenitical. It's those two. In the chatting topics among various nobles, those two are absolutely indispensable topics of conversation, whether it's the things they've done or the benefits they may gain from them. Yes, those two are the ones. Mrs. Audrey didn't know whether to be grateful or to feel helpless towards the two magicians who left after just one question, because the other party was right in saying that the situation was urgent, but did not give any more clues. Even if he wanted to send his subordinates to help, he would not know where to start. But from another perspective, the other party also prevents himself from getting too involved in this trouble. Is this considered considerate? Or is it the arrogance of not taking oneself seriously? After two more flash moves, Lin had arrived at the lower city area in an instant. If the first flash appeared in midair, no one would necessarily notice it, but the second flash appeared very suddenly on the road. Xiaoqing district is already a very sensitive area, with countless eyes staring at every movement in every corner here. Although the appearance of the two people was silent, it was not without shock. Word spread quickly, but for the two parties involved, they had no awareness of being in the spotlight. Instead, he looked up at the distinctive building in front of him. It was in tatters and patched everywhere. It wouldn't surprise anyone if it collapsed, and it would make people nervous if they wanted to go in, if it weren't for the mark belonging to the Thieves Guild clearly hanging on the outer wall. someone would have thought they were looking in the wrong place. The so-called Thieves Guild is not a powerful organization. It is different from the three major organizations: the Adventurers Guild, the Mercenary Guild, and the Magicians Guild. Its nature is more like that of various small and medium-sized organizations walking on the dark side, established for the convenience of communicating with each other. Most of the personnel stationed there are one or more of the local powerful societies, and the location is a place of peace agreed by everyone, no matter how big the hatred is. Here we only talk and don't take action. In other words, people who can thrive in a thieves guild in one place may fail in other places. Of course, there will also be some experts who can eat everywhere. Usually the fame and strength of such people are no less than those of Dharma saints among magicians. Such a place is also the place with the best local gossip and the most shady transactions. Of course, don't think that this is a place where morality and money are both important. After eating the target, eating the employer, and peeling both ends are also daily life here. When people who are not strong enough enter a place like this, they are just dishing out food and being slaughtered by others. So this is a place that someone has never stepped into after traveling to this magical side of the world. Now for those two wild girls. I have to walk into a place like this. To be honest, I feel a little uneasy. Finn was standing right behind Lin, looking at someone's expression of embarrassment and confusion. He finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind. It was a short period of time, but it went through a big change. When he took steps towards the Thieves Guild, Finn asked, "What's wrong? You seem to be reluctant to go in. I've dealt with this kind of people before, but I didn't leave a good impression." "Forget it. Let's not talk about that. It's more serious to bring those two wild girls back as soon as possible." Someone who has made up his mind never hesitates. In full view of everyone, he walked into the dangerous building that was about to collapse. It looked shabby on the outside, but there's something special about it on the inside. Although there is still a long way to go with the word taste. At least it looks much stronger. The layout here is not like the reception desks of the other three major organizations. People can know where to find, and who will serve them at a glance. The Thieves Guild in Pilson City is like a salon or bar. There were many women dressed in voluptuous clothes, holding wine bottles, walking among the crowd, serving everyone. And from time to time, they were lit. The scene inside really makes someone feel a little overwhelmed. But even if we don't know who is in charge here of those eating, drinking, or having sex with women, the bartender standing behind the bar must have a certain status or connections. So Lin walked to the bar and pushed a gold coin out without saying anything. The bartender, who silently accepted the gold coins, gave each of the two first-time guests a glass of ale. Lin Swisher took a sip of wine, but didn't dare to drink it. He said directly, "I want to find out some information." The silent bartender wiped the glass and pointed in a direction with his eyes. Lin Shun looked over and happened to catch the eye of the sitting man. The other party also raised his glass and smiled in a friendly manner. After walking over, Lin directly placed a small bag of coins on the table, opened the bundle to reveal the yellow gold coins inside. "I'm looking for, well, there should be 7 people, including 4 silver-bearded dwarves, 1 one-eyed woman, and 1 woman with brown skin and black hair. Where did they go? Where did it last appear?" Instead of describing whether they were tall or not, and what their faces looked like, Lin directly reported the most obvious features of that group of people. Needless to say, there are 4 legendary races of silver-bearded dwarves. These are the only 4 dwarves with iconic silver hair and beards in Pilsen City. The characteristics of the one-eyed girl are equally obvious. Although Kaya is a pure human, she is also considered a minority among humans. In other words, the main living location of her tribe is not in the west and southwest of the Lost Land, but in the east-south-south. So in Pilsen, a human city dominated by white people, she and someone with black hair and yellow skin stood out equally. The man picked up the money bag, weighed it, and then threw it back on the table with disdain, saying, "You are a man worth 15,000 gold. Can you only afford such a price? Those people are your follower. Or should I say, this one's follower." The man's eyes drifted towards Finn, who was standing behind someone without speaking. Someone was too lazy to bargain. So he took out another big money bag and put it on the table and said, "This is all the money I have, and I'm in a hurry. It's related to the safety of my apprentice. So please tell me as soon as possible that you know if you really don't know. Please explain it directly so we don't waste time." With a disappointed look on his face, he picked up the big money bag and then put it down again. The man said in an innocent tone, "Everyone who comes to me for information, who wouldn't say that he is in a hurry, And of course it is related to life and safety. But he wants to get information about your apprentice from me. News. These are not enough. You? Lin stood up angrily. But countless voices came from behind him. With a quick glance at the back of his eyes, he realized that everyone else had stopped playing and put their hands on the handles of their weapons. Ready to go. Of course, Lin knew that in shopping mall negotiations, the party that showed a sense of urgency would be at a disadvantage. But the matter was really urgent, and he didn't want to talk too much nonsense. So he decided to use money to clear the level. It seemed to have the opposite effect. The man in front of him shook his head with a helpless expression. In fact, he was preparing for the lion to open his mouth. One wrong step. Every wrong step. Lin Kai was thinking about how to save the game when Fan walked out. He patted someone and said comfortingly, "Let me ask. I'm better at this." "Oh, the beauty is ready to come forward. To be honest, I am better at negotiating with beautiful women. There is really nothing to talk about with men." At the same time, the man pointedly grabbed his crotch, and he showed an expression that every man would understand. Then Pingting moved lightly, came to the man, and bent down. The beautiful scenery is undeniable, but it makes people's eyes wide open. He licked his upper lip longingly, looking at the beautiful face that was almost close to his own. And Roland's blowing breath was intoxicating. Then came close to the man's ear and said, "Don't worry. I will be very gentle and won't let you feel any pain." Although the voice was a bit magnetic and not gentle at all, it had another allure. The man was intoxicated, and all his feelings came to a sudden stop. The Lich's 5 fingers joined together penetrated the man's neck, penetrated through the spine, and exited from the back of the neck. Going one step further, the body and head are separated. The people who were originally surrounded were caught off guard. Before they could react, the team leader had died tragically at the hands of the magician. The others were about to take action when they heard a thunderous "Wow!" In an instant, everyone's movement stopped, and no one could move. This is one of the famous skills of the demon lord Tikal. Eternal imprisonment. If you were stronger, you could break free earlier. But if you are an ordinary person, it is possible to be banned until death. But Feng didn't look directly at those who were trying to surround him. She just looked at the head held in her hands affectionately, and then gave her a kiss. Chapter 374 Clues. With Feng's lips touching each other and a strong suction, the soul that was supposed to be summoned by the Lord of Hades was trapped in the present world and summoned in front of everyone. The man's body remains the same as before, but the overall color seems to be covered with a strange green light, giving it a glass-like transparency. Moreover, he looked dull, and his eyes were dull. Then asked directly, "Have your people seen the whereabouts of those 7 people?" The man's soul said vaguely, "Yes." "Where did they go?" "Go north." "Where was the last place you saw?" "The entrance to the sewer." "How far is it from here?" "A distance of about 1 kilometer. Are there any identifiable features nearby?" "Stink. Very smelly." "Aside from the smell, are there any visible characteristics?" "There are no intact houses nearby, and the entrance to the sewer is connected to a large ditch." "Okay. Do you know anything about the Han in society?" "Don't know much." "What's the name of their main character?" "Han." "How many members are there?" "Have no idea." "How many of them are there in Pilson City?" 14 people. "How many magicians are there?" "There is no magician." "Is that a warrior?" "Or what?" "Most of them are demon breakers." This news surprised Fan. Demon breakers are not a specific profession, but warriors with skills specific to magicians. This is not something you can count on by just getting some demon-breaking weapons. It is not easy to cultivate and train such people. And even if they are called demon breaker, they may not be a threat to official magicians. But when it comes to dealing with apprentices, they should be easy to grasp. "Besides the sewers, are there any other bases for the Han in society?" "No." "Do you know what Hanan will do in the sewer?" "Have no idea." "Yeah." Then pondered for a while. The advantage of directly questioning the soul like this is that the soul will never tell lies. But the disadvantage is that the soul will only answer specific questions. Asking the wrong questions, or questions that are too ambiguous or too broad, will either get the wrong answers or answer the wrong question. Regarding this incident, she didn't know what else to ask. So Fan turned around and wanted to ask the man if he had any other comments. But before he could speak, he saw someone freeze on the spot with an exaggerated ghost expression. Just like everyone else in the Thieves' Guild, they were frozen in place by her magic and unable to move. Throwing down the head in his hand, He swayed the body and ignited the almost disappearing soul. I saw the man's soul tumbling in the blue flames, making a silent cry, then pulled a clean cloth casually, wiped the blood stains on his hands, flicked his finger at Lynn's forehead, and said, "You are really useless. What I just used is not complete. Eternal confinement. It's a weakened version at best. So you'll have to review it after you go back." Lynn, who was free again, touched his red and swollen forehead after being shot. Everything he just saw surprised him from beginning to end, and he didn't even know where to start if he wanted to complain. But the Lich said as if nothing was wrong. "You have heard what I just asked. So besides what I asked, do you have any other questions you want to ask?" I saw the soul burning in the flames, changing into various postures that ignored gravity. Someone didn't know whether to sympathize with this poor man, or feel a sense of sourness that his greed had led to such an end. Lynn just said expressionlessly, "Now that it's been like this, can he still answer questions?" "Of course. It's not that difficult. I'm a Lich, and torture of souls is one of my few specialties." "What? What do you want to ask? Or do you want to see what kind of posture he puts on?" "Forget it." Looking at the soul tumbling in the flames, Lynn felt a little uninterested. But when he looked at the other people who were still frozen, he said subconsciously, "Maybe we should ask a few more people. Others may know something different." The most cruel part of Demon King Tikal's version of eternal confinement is that although the body cannot move, the senses and consciousness are still very clear. So although someone's words were whispered, almost everyone heard them, and their hearts felt like 10,000 grass and mud horses galloping past. "Forget it." Looking at the eager Lich, Lynn gave up his mind, said, "As long as you know the direction, you don't have time to waste time with these people." "Oh, I thought you would hate me for doing this. And then you would say something bitter. It seems that you have no intention to pursue it? Or have you given up on me? In emergencies, follow the authority. Besides, he was the one who shot the gun himself. If you didn't do it, I would also want to overturn the table." After saying that, Lynn glanced at the people who were immobilized. His face was expressionless, making it impossible to guess what he was thinking. Such an attitude makes everyone who can see their direction feel numb and nervous. In fact, someone was just using the map information in his field of vision to confirm the distance and direction parameters of the flash technique, because the picture is directly projected on the retina. And there are many ways to input. It is not necessary to type on the keyboard with your hands, so other people can't see someone touching something and worry in vain. Although the three-dimensional map of Pilson's City amazed Mrs. Audrey, but for Lynn, it was just a sketch with insufficient accuracy and only rough descriptions of the various landforms. There is no sewer entrance above, nor does the ditch the man mentioned appear on the picture. So apart from the distance and direction, the rest can only be determined by searching. Fortunately, this can be regarded as narrowing down the scope. After some calculations and confirming the parameters and search methods, Lynn returned his attention to the real world. He packed up the 2 money bags on the table and put them in his arms. After thinking about it, he took out the small purse, threw it on the table, and said, "This is the funeral expenses. Help him organize a decent funeral." After saying that, he turned to his companion and said, "Let's go." He glanced at the dead man and the money bag on the table. Even now that they have lived together, Lich sometimes still doesn't quite understand this man's brain. For the time being, she put aside the idea of cutting open the opponent's head to see what happened, and turned the burning soul into the flame of the eternal fire, and put it in her arms. Then nodded and said, "Well, let's go." As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 people disappeared from everyone's eyes in an instant without disturbing any movement, as if they never existed in the first place. After a long time, someone suddenly said, "It seems that they are as scary as the rumors say. You damn old man. You are indeed not imprisoned. Why didn't you come forward just now?" This was another voice. A third voice came and said, "Who dares to come forward in the situation just now? Whoever comes forward will be unlucky. The one who died over there is just an example." The rickety old man who made the voice walked out of the crowd and came to the surrounding area. At the table, the old man picked up the money bag, weighed it, waved his hand, and hid the money bag with dexterity. At the same time, he said, "Money can only be used by living people. It is of no use to dead people. So I accepted this bag of money with gratitude." When he noticed that some people were gradually breaking free from the effects of magic, he said to the young man, "Hey, come here. Throw this piece of meat into the back alley and feed it to the dogs. Hey, Old man? Isn't that your favorite student? Someone in the crowd mocked the old man. But the old man, who has lived to this age and has a thick skin, does not care about the ridicule at all, and sarcastically said, "When a person dies, he is nothing. What's more, this guy can be considered stupid. It takes a lot of genius. You only want to create a lich, especially if you use coercion. This time, you can't even save your soul. Who can blame you? Since there is no soul, what's here is just a piece of meat. Is this wrong? Okay, you're right." Another old man walked out of the crowd and said impatiently, "But he also freed the remaining men and women who were still imprisoned in the magic." The young people who were untied were extremely angry. Some people even continued to clamor, saying, "Everyone, are you going to give up like this? Don't forget that that man represents Kier. If you work hard to make money all your life, will you ever give more money than you make it today? Oh, they are still in Kiel. What a bunch of idiots." There was an old man who relied on his old age and unceremoniously taught the angry young people a lesson. "Old man, what are you talking about? Don't think that now that you are old, we have to obey your arrangements and everything. Of course not. You are right. I am not who I am, and I am certainly not qualified to order you." The old man's seemingly submissive remarks were actually a hidden secret. He said lukewarmly, "Besides, that man's reward has been cancelled. But don't say, I never told you this news." The original clamor fell silent instantly, and everyone looked at the old man who spoke in shock. Some people looked puzzled, some people picked their ears and suspected that they had just heard wrongly. But the old man repeated it again and said, "The reward has been cancelled. If someone wants to continue to assassinate that person, and you are lucky enough to succeed, and also successfully escape from the lich, you will not get half of it." Dime. Why was the reward cancelled? Some young people questioned as if they were whining. "Old man, are you serious? Where did the news come from?" This was what other people of the same generation as the old man asked. After all, this old man has a criminal record and will not hesitate to release false news to mislead others for his own benefit. The employer withdrew the bounty and made it clear that he would no longer be offering a bounty to that person. Just ask for the obvious things. Anyway, I don't want to offend a lich for something that has no benefit. It seems that the news is true. What news? That man has caused big trouble again. What big thing? In history, he was the first Dharma saint to be posthumously canonized. Before today. Have you heard of it? What a joke. Yeah. I really hope it's just a joke. In the salon, a group of people were different from the previous noise. They kept talking about recent news and discussing possible changes in the future. As for the people who died, who cares? Chapter 375 Attack. Regardless of what happened in the morning. Why, it was only afternoon. This group of professional people who inquired already knew about it, and even speculated on the possible development of the matter. Employers who put a bounty on someone's head are very realistic and immediately withdraw the bounty after obtaining their respective benefits, without even giving a little time difference that may waste money. He didn't even try to hide his identity and not make others think of him. All he had to do was tell the world that the person who was offering a reward for that magician was a group of branch presidents of the Magician Association. The focus returns to someone with a clear goal and a general direction and scope. Lin and Finn searched from midair and soon found their destination, the entrance to the sewer. At the same time, a mark belonging to the Han and society was also found at the entrance, which was 3 parallelograms connected like an art blade. Before entering, the two of them added all the auxiliary magic they needed. After making all preparations, they entered the sewer system of Pilson City. Lin had no intention of taking it step by step, not to mention his poor tracking skills. Finding the way is already troublesome enough now that every second is running against the clock. So don't waste too much time on walking. Once entering this semi-enclosed space, of course, it was the magic that opened the way, using the feedback from active sonar to obtain the topography of the sewer. However, because the scope was too large and time was tight, Lin did not wait to finish painting the complete terrain of the sewer. After having a rough outline, start moving the location, targeting those locations where biological heartbeats are detected. In a hurry, of course. It was impossible to confirm how many individuals there were in those areas where living creatures were detected. After roughly calculating the distance and direction, Lin and others immediately flashed, and the time interval between each jump was no more than 1 minute. But after moving so frequently, I only saw some mice and other small animals. Or they were evil groups living in the sewers. The kind that had nothing to do with those girls. Seeing myself appearing in the middle of a bunch of goblins. These people are not like their civilized compatriots, who know how to speak human words to others properly. As soon as they saw outsiders, they shouted, waved wooden sticks or torches and attacked them. But someone responded irritably with more violent means, using a staff in his left hand and a long sword in his right hand, using his bow from left to right, slashing and smashing. After a while, a clearing came. Someone himself was very puzzled as to why he did not use cleaner means, but instead made the place red and white everywhere, like a slaughterhouse. However, this was not a good time to think philosophically. He shook his hand stained with goblin blood, while Lin released his active sonar. He also calculated the time and distance parameters required for his next destination, in another part of the sewer. After repelling several waves of raids, Halloumi and others no longer had the energy to continue escaping. Not only have the injured people lost the ability to move, but the enemies in the dark have also completed the siege. They can only stand still and hope for a miracle to happen. The regret in Halloumi's heart now is difficult for others to understand. Kaya has fallen, her life or death uncertain. It was to block the second wave of attacks from the people, and he received a solid stabbing for himself. Originally, he could still be supported by others, but during the escape process, he lost a lot of blood, so he fell unconscious. Among the silver-bearded dwarves, Germain's little follower, Riley, also blocked a knife for his companion. After all, dwarves are physically stronger than humans, so Riley's eyelids are still open, unlike Kaya, who is already unconscious. Even so, he couldn't continue fighting. Everyone else is also injured, and no one can remain intact even if they have all their hair and beards. The group's situation was so miserable. In addition to lack of preparation, one of the main reasons was the unexpected attack on their abilities. In the first wave of attacks, Harumi's original confidence was shattered in an instant as the auxiliary magic on her body was lifted one by one as the colorful light spots sprinkled down on her. The most fatal thing is that the bright light technique used for lighting has also been broken down. In a situation where I couldn't see my fingers. Luckily there were 4 dwarves who were accustomed to walking in the underground world, and they were able to stabilize their position. I remember that someone has not given up on technical training since they were young. Instead of asking them to be like a berserker and rely on the physical fitness enhanced by auxiliary magic to defeat the opponent. Furthermore, while staying in the Wadwo tribe, Halloumi also learned a lot of close combat skills from the Wood Elves, which allowed her to survive the first wave of attacks. Kaya was not so lucky. She uses magic as the main focus of her battle. Once the magic is suppressed, she is just an 18-year-old girl, although she had some physical training, not to mention compared to the hostile group of adults. Even Harumi was much stronger than her. Thanks to her extremely stable mentality, she could barely hold on in the darkness until she helped her companion block the sword. Although the girl from the One-Eyed Tribe is also a magic apprentice, the One-Eyed Tribe is known for its physical fitness that exceeds that of humans. In addition, her original magic level is not very good, so naturally she will not rely too much on magic in daily activities. Something like this happened, except for the darkness at the beginning, which made Maurjit feel a little troublesome. At other times she was able to attack and defend well. Needless to say about the 4 silver-bearded dwarves. Not only can they move freely in the dark, the dwarves' physique and the protective equipment they brought from their hometown gave them enough capital to be stabbed without falling down. Despite this, Germain's little henchman, Riley, was still too injured to continue moving. But now, those hiding in the darkness are still watching, without the illumination of the bright light spell. Except for the 4 dwarves. Everyone else looked at the darkness around them worriedly. Suddenly a movement broke the dead silence in the darkness, and rapid footsteps sounded from all directions. People's minds and attention will be involuntarily attracted to the noisiest directions. But if it were just like this, it wouldn't make the group of people so embarrassed. The actual direction of the attack could be anywhere. It was because of this that she suffered a lot. So when Halloumi heard a series of footsteps, she forced herself to calm down and ignore the misleading footsteps. Remembering the teacher's lesson, Halloumi closed her eyes and felt the strange flow of air. Every stirring could represent someone making an action here, and that was all the blonde girl knew. When a strange fragrance wafted to her nose again, the uncomfortable feeling of nausea emerged again. Not only that, the person who removed all his auxiliary magic and firmly suppressed the power in his body was the source of this strange fragrance. Based on the experience of several battles, the intensity of this smell can also be used as a reference for distance. So Halloumi counted silently in her heart. At the moment, when he reached the preset critical point in his mind, Halloumi didn't care whether there was anyone in front of him or not. He just used all his skills to hit the open space ahead. Chapter 376 Rescue. Touch typing is not without its rewards. The enemies in the darkness are not really humans with dark vision. They are just more accustomed to fighting people in this darkness. Therefore, for Harumi's sudden attack, the person on the opposite side took it all without missing a punch. But no matter how skilled he is, he still can't hide the fact that his strength is too weak without the blessing of magic. If the opponent can be seen, Halloumi has many moves to hit the target. Even with the strength of a woman, she can still knock a strong man to the ground. Unfortunately, I can't see it now, so I can only rely on imagination and guessing to hit the vital point that I don't know where. In order to cope with this shortcoming, Harumi will knock people to the ground in one fell swoop whenever there is an opportunity, or choke people, or try to inflict severe injuries on joints. The girl performs various short hitting and joint skills flexibly. It can be said that when she is entangled, it is difficult to break away, and Halloumi tries his best to cause harm to the other party. Unfortunately, the numerical disadvantage prevents Halloumi from seizing every opportunity to kill or maim his opponents. Every time he missed that crucial finishing touch, someone would interrupt him from the side. Sometimes it was kicked away. Sometimes it was grabbed by the collar and pulled away. However, Halloumi couldn't ignore an opponent and pursue him fiercely. All enemies are not afraid of killing or injuring people. If they ignore the threats posed by others, they will end up with a knife on their own back. Kaya fell under this attack and blocked the sword for herself. In fact, in this situation, if there is a sharp blade, even just a short dagger, it will be easier to kill the opponent. Unfortunately, coming from a wood elf, the commandments Halloumi swore to abide by restricted her, and she did not carry any bladed or spiked weapons. The only two weapons on his body are the blessed sling and the vine whip made from parts of the world tree. However, such a weapon would not work at all in this situation. So even if Halloumi exerts her full potential, the effect seems to be limited. The person who is attacking him is still coming and going, and his strength has not diminished at all. Even if the opponent is the same person, he can't tell. It can only be said that judging from habits and height, maybe this is the third or fourth opponent. The dwarves in other places made quite a few gains. They mainly focus on close combat, and their natural dark vision prevents them from being blinded in such an environment. Coupled with their ruthless ability to exchange injuries for injuries, they have defeated many enemies. But the short spear in their hands was also lost as a result. And now everyone was in a state of bare hands. The dwarves didn't have many tactical options left. But one of them found a way to capture the other person. And the others found a way to free up their hands and hit the person who couldn't move. But the gap in numbers is still an unavoidable disadvantage. The most common situation is that after finally catching an enemy, another one will beat him all over the head. The dwarves have light armor on their bodies, but not on their faces. However, the people who are fighting do not know when this battle will end. It looked like there was no hope of winning, so the best option now was to run away. But in fact, everyone understands that even if they abandon their companions, who are unable to move or have difficulty moving, the chance of escaping is slim. So what's the reason for continuing to fight? Halloumi couldn't help but have such questions flashing through his mind during each attack. But then he concentrated his attention on the enemy, who didn't know when he would attack. But how many waves of attacks like this can it survive? The reason why the enemy doesn't go all out is that the one who takes the initiative wants to accumulate psychological pressure on the opponent. So he keeps fighting incessantly. Are you still going to fight? If you surrender, will the other party spare your life? Also help treat Kaya? If captured, is there any chance of escaping in the future? Will some miracle happen to allow him to escape? As soon as I started to think about all kinds of thoughts, they were as unstoppable as the flood that burst the embankment. Of course, the deepest thought is what I most want and don't want to shout out. Teacher, where are you? Oh, damn it. It's so dark in here. Worse than anywhere else. Bright light. Is this an auditory hallucination? Why does it sound like that person's voice? This is a common thought among all conscious people, because that person had no idea where he went, what happened, or how he could appear in this place. The next moment, the dark passage suddenly became as bright as day. The light that was supposed to be the softest simulated daylight blinded a group of people who had adapted to the darkness. Almost everyone covered their eyes and shouted in pain. But there are two exceptions. One is the strongest demon breaker among the enemies. With a strong consciousness, he endured the discomfort in his eyes, and once again, chanted the spell to dispel the magic. He was once a magic apprentice, but now he is a demon breaker with various skills for magicians. He hated this group of superior people and vowed to make these people suffer, whether physically or mentally. The other person who suppressed the discomfort in his eyes was the blonde girl apprentice. Of course, she did not take advantage of this opportunity to kill everyone in one go. The girl just felt the sting in her eyes and did not forget to remind her teacher. That person will dispel the magic effect. Don't let his cast succeed. However, although Halloumi remembered to remind him, it was already too late. For demon breakers, dispelling magic is just one of the many ways to deal with magicians. If the incantation needs to be recited long and unpleasantly, and you have to compete with the masters to see who is better at reciting the incantation, then even a few lives will not be enough to kill you. So in just one sentence from Harumi, the demon breaker once again sprayed out colorful mist, dispersing all the magic effects on Linhefen. Ha ha! A magician is only worthy of. The demon breaker who successfully dispelled the magic proudly said some declaration of victory. Unexpectedly, someone who had been prepared quickly took out the M29 revolver from the holster in his arms. He opened the hammer and fired 6 rounds, directly killing 6 people including the demon breaker who used dispelling magic. And the death was miserable. The revolver designed by Lin and the 6 special magic stones in the magazine are the source of energy for shooting magic bullets. The original design is that when the loaded magic stone is not enough to continue to support shooting, the hammer can be opened, igniting the remaining power in the magic stone, and firing it as live ammunition, which will be more powerful than ordinary magic bullets. But what if the magic stone fired is a live ammunition full of power? It is so powerful that even if the person who is hit does not hit a vital point, it will be destroyed wherever it is hit. The one who cast the dispersing magic was shot in the chest and abdomen, and was blown into 2 pieces. Among the remaining members of Hanhui who were still alive, some were so frightened that their legs weakened and they collapsed on the ground. More people turned around and ran away. When the situation was great, they were suddenly overturned. Not many people could accept such a gap. So this group of villains collapsed. Fun, who originally wanted to draw the gun, released his hand on the handle of the gun behind his waist. She was not interested in pursuing those who escaped, and let them run away. But she walked towards the person who could not leave. Her lotus steps moved lightly, and her beautiful body was swaying. It's a pity that such beautiful scenery, in the eyes of the collapsed person, is more terrifying than any evil. Don't come over! Don't come over! My master, Big Rock Han, will avenge me. You can't afford to offend my master. If you don't want to be his enemy, just let me go. The original Fin just wore her usual slight smile and looked at everything in the world with a detached attitude. But now it was as if some switch had been turned on, and her whole body became murderous, glaring angrily at the members of the Han En society who threatened her. The man being stared at seemed to be trying to increase his chances of survival. And he continued, Have you never heard of him, the Rock? He is the closest subordinate of Demon King Tikal, the Iron Guard of the Rock, who is known as the Dark Iron Wall. Now that the Demon King from thousands of years ago has been resurrected, our master is not far away from fully awakening. So please remember my master's name. He will bring terror to this world again. Zhu Yin. Of course, I am deeply impressed. It can be said that I remember him all the time. That shameful betrayer. Then gritted his teeth and finished all this. The anger in his heart was hard to calm down. As if to vent his anger, then crushed the feet and knees of the person who fell in front of him. This sudden change also frightened someone who walked next to his apprentice. Lin was a little confused at first, but after sorting out the meaning of his words, he understood something again. It was probably the news about the former Demon King's old acquaintance that angered him so much. Then even grabbed the opponent's neck with one hand, lifted him up with the other hand, and let the opponent kick his feet in midair. The lifted man blushed and threatened others from time to time. Put me down! Put me down! My master will come to avenge me! My master will come! Let him come! I'm waiting for him. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of expression he will use to see me. After finishing speaking, Fin didn't even look at the man in his hands, but cast his eyes into the distance and mouthed there are words to read. At the same time, he put his hands on the man's neck and twisted it, because it is an action after strangling the neck. Of course, the person being choked cannot make any sound. He could only slap the wrist of the lich in front of him with all his strength, hoping that she would be merciful and spare him. And the feet that were hanging in the air were kicking and kicking randomly. Finally, they kicked off and stopped moving. It turned out that Finn had twisted his head too much, twisting the person's body and head apart, and he was so dead that he could no longer die. As if returning to reality from memories, Finn looked at his blood-covered hands with disgust, looking around for something to wipe my hands with. Only then did he realize that in the mess, not only the enemies fell, but many of his own people were also injured. After repelling the enemy, Lin ran over to check everyone's injuries. The dwarves will be fine just by smearing their saliva on them, so don't worry about them for now. There were only some superficial injuries and bruises on Halumi's body, but they were not serious. But Kayak was not so lucky. Lin estimated that the mildest case was internal bleeding. There was no way to deal with an injury of this level on the spot, and the environmental sanitation at the scene was also too poor. So Lin shouted towards Finn, "Come and help! Send them all back first. Kaya's condition is not good, so we have to move quickly." Chapter 377 Aftermath. On Earth, before surgery became commonplace, internal bleeding was one of the deadliest injuries in war. The so-called cutting and stabbing to death describes a phenomenon and a fact. This is one of the reasons why more than 70% of deaths in wars are caused by bows and arrows, rather than being killed in close combat. But in the land of magic, as long as you can afford it, you might even be able to cure cancer. Although someone has lived in this world for more than 10 years, he has never seen or heard of cancer. It's quite ironic sometimes when I think about it. If healing is truly a gift from God, why do we need money? If the purpose is to attract believers, wouldn't free be more attractive? But if I think about it more seriously, there seems to be nothing wrong with this. Comparing the world in which I live, suppose two gods use free services to win over believers. In order to poach the other party's supporters, it is necessary to provide better services and more attractive benefits, so that it is possible to gain the faith of more believers. The result is that the two continue to increase the benefits they can provide, ultimately dragging down their own development, regardless of what the missionary strategy of the lost gods is. Without considering the use of divine magic, Kaya's situation is urgent. Of course, there are life-restoring magics in magic, but considering that the former demon king brought everyone back with the flash technique, he is a little out of shape. So don't bother sister for the time being, if you don't want to be taken advantage of by her, if broken into pieces. Therefore, a group of people can only rely on themselves and strengthen themselves, and then they are all in a hurry, shouting about things, but in fact there is no progress at all, and the girl's life is being lost bit by bit. Maybe he was watching from the sidelines and couldn't stand it anymore. Maybe he couldn't bear the noise from a group of people and wanted to gag these people. Then seemed to have just returned to reality from the outer world. He pushed away a few people who failed to achieve anything but failed, and dealt with the girl's injury neatly. This also made someone see the unreasonableness of magic once again. According to Lin's idea, he would first use surgical means to help the girl stop the bleeding in her body, then use the druid spell that Halumi learned from the Wood Elves, a recovery spell that can only deal with minor illnesses, to restore Kaya's physical condition as much as possible. When Finn, the authority on undead magic, took action, not only was the congestion in the body restructured into various cells needed to repair the body, but something like granulation grew at the wound, which continued to repair the wound until it was completely restored. To a certain scientific believer, the whole process was something other than a miracle. He didn't know how to describe it. Lord Lich, who was done, turned around and saw a bunch of people staring at her in the room. The man said coldly, with an expression as cold as if he was looking at a dead person, "Get out!" Everyone was rolling around. No one dared to stay. This person used his hands to turn a person's head off before. The shocking power of that scene. To say that he can adapt to it and take it calmly would be an absolute lie. Only Riley's injury can be said to be the second most serious after Kaya's. So even though he climbed up with all his strength, he was still the last one, and was left behind unloyally by his companion, Germain, whom he risked his life to protect. As for that Lich, he had taken action anyway. The guy in front of him couldn't even walk properly, so he simply treated him, and threw eternal imprisonment at the silver-bearded dwarf, because the dwarves themselves have very high magic resistance. As the leader of the tribe, the resistance of Silverbeard dwarf should only be higher. And since she had no experience in dealing with Silverbeard dwarves before, it was of course difficult for her to know what to do. Therefore, the eternal imprisonment shot thrown by Finn was a complete version that had not been used for a long time. It directly froze the dwarves crawling out into dogs. The full version of eternal imprisonment will not be released naturally as time passes. It can only be released by the nod of the caster. Throwing Riley, who was still in a dog-crawling position, onto a chair aside. The magic that healed Kaya also worked on the silver-bearded dwarf. As for the so-called magic resistance, even the healing spell in white magic will be resistant. But for a lich like Finn, that was only a small matter. Under the continuous influence of magic, the frozen dwarf's body quickly recovered to health. So much so that after his eternal imprisonment was lifted, he immediately escaped from the room in a lively and panicky manner. And looking at the silver-bearded dwarf recovering so quickly, the black-haired and brown-skinned girl lying on the bed is still in a coma. Is this the difference between humans and dwarves? Or other factors? Think was very sure that Kaya's body had recovered. But what was the reason why she didn't wake up? However, even after such a toss, Finn's mood could not return to its original state. After checking Kaya's vital signs again, and making sure that everything was normal, and that the person would not wake up, Finn also left the room to let the girl have a good rest. Just as soon as I walked out of the room, I immediately felt a strange atmosphere. The four dwarves ran back to their room, where it sounded like a full-scale martial arts display, with banging, scolding and begging for mercy. It sounds like two young couples are having trouble. No! It could also be 3-on-1. Targeting Jermaine, that bitch from start to finish, because he didn't have a good meal in noon. After someone was kicked out of the room, it was of course to see if his pot of vegetable soup had gone rancid. But after only leaving it for this little time, of course it won't go rancid. It will just go cold. Now he's trying to figure out how to add some spices and reheat it. Someone doesn't want to abuse their belly when they can. The heir to a foodie empire is the only identity I can still think of from time to time. The one-eyed girl has disappeared. She may have left and returned to her own place. But what really made Finn feel the strange atmosphere was the blonde girl who was in a mess, with a sad look on her face. She sat far away and looked directly at someone. How is this? Before he had time to delve into the origin of this weird atmosphere, Finn was already attracted by the smell of meat. Someone just upgraded vegetable soup to broth. Thinking that he hadn't eaten anything at lunch, Finn naturally sat down at the dining table and filled himself a bowl. As if she finally got the chance, Halloumi came to Lin's table pitifully with her unkempt appearance. He lowered his head and said in an aggrieved voice, "Teacher, I'm sorry. Apart from the sounds of drinking soup and chewing, there was no other reaction from the person, which made the girl who had been this man's apprentice for 10 years a little uncomfortable. According to past experience, this man would never hit anyone, but as long as he got the chance, he would inevitably give him a long and nasty lecture. He just wouldn't give up until he heard someone fall asleep. But this time someone unusually just hummed. No matter how you think about it, it is very abnormal." So Halloumi said in surprise, "Teacher, aren't you angry? Is it necessary? What did you do wrong?" Lin said in a cold tone after taking a sip of soup. That's right. I didn't do anything wrong." As if she had received an amnesty, Halloumi's tone became lively. To justify himself, he said, "It was only Jermaine and the others who made too much noise that attracted the attention of that group of people. If I was the only one who couldn't beat them, I would have run out long ago." Oh! There was still only one answer. Lin was still focused on fighting with the broth that was finally cooked. Halloumi, on the other hand, continued to complain, turning from being disliked by his enemies to his own people. It can be said that this time it ended so badly because of a series of other people's misfortunes and bad luck. At the end of the story, the girl looked at her teacher who was concentrating on drinking soup and couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, are you listening to me?" "No." The concise and powerful answer made the girl feel a little powerless. Halloumi asked, "I have talked so much. Teacher, can't you give me some advice? Any need? I'm not asking you out of necessity." After drinking the last sip of soup in the bowl, Lin wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and said, "Seeing that you look unconvinced instead of introspecting, I feel that there is nothing more to say, because I will still do it next time. If the same thing happens again, then next time. Kaya may not send a message for help before she faints, next time. We may not be in time, next time. The enemies you encounter may not be the same. You will be as weak as you are today. In other words, you will die sooner or later before you realize your mistake. So what should I worry about? But if something like that really happens, can we discuss it? You and Kaya need to complete the formal magician examination first, because the association stipulates that each magician must train 2 magicians. So far, I have only accepted you 2 apprentices. If you can complete the magician examination, It really helps me a lot because I don't have to worry about who to accept as an apprentice in the future to fulfill those 2 quotas. In fact, as soon as she heard the truth, the girl's mood hit rock bottom. After hearing this, she slapped the table angrily and stood up. It's just that the fingers he stretched out were almost inserted into his teacher's face. But he couldn't say anything to refute. Halumi's eyes were red and filled with tears. She watched her teacher pour soup and drink it as if nothing had happened. Finally, she ran away crying. The lich who witnessed all this looked at the man in front of him speechlessly. After a long while, he managed to squeeze out a sentence and asked, "Why don't you comfort that girl?" "To comfort her? Why? So that she can continue to cause trouble to others next time. Or to let her continue to die stupidly. There's always some more euphemistic way of saying it. Right? Of course. But those words are of no use to that wild girl. If they are useless, no matter how much you say, it will be in vain. It is better to save some words. Then what you said is useful. I have also been at that age. So I know that being scolded in those years will only arouse resentment and then resistance. At that time, the most hurtful words were actually to express disappointment. If it is someone you respect to say I'm disappointed, that feeling is simply despair. But I don't know how much weight I hold in their hearts. I just hope it won't be so small that it actually arouses them. Saying, "Who are you? What qualifications do you have for me?" I feel disappointed. In short, at her current age, reflection is more important than being lectured by others. If she can't do it, then that's it. Listening to someone speaking plausibly, then felt a little powerless and said, "No wonder you always say you had no friends before. With your mouth, anyone alive will be driven away by you." After that, it was her turn. He got up and went to find the girl who ran away. By the way, why were you depressed before? Why do you only worry about these masters and disciples? So you don't have time to worry about your own affairs? Chapter 378, Healing the Soul. The incident at the Sewerhen Association was an insignificant matter to the entire city of Pilson. No one cared about it or cared about it. The one-eyed girl Maurjit didn't feel that she had been cheated at all. She was still a new friend who came to see her every day. However, the 4 dwarves saw Harumi taking detours for a while, and did not dare to approach. As for Halumi, her mood was a bit low, mainly because the other girl's not-so-good situation still made her worried. Kaya still hasn't woken up, and her body is getting weaker and weaker. Then tried every method that could be used on living people, some of which were no longer medical, but were body-strengthening methods used in her time. But there was still no method that could revive the comatose girl. In the end, even a certain lich admitted that he was helpless. Should we make her an undead creature? Or should she also be transformed into a lich? The latter is more difficult, but it is not impossible to transform her. These were the exact words their elder sister said out of desperation. The difference between transforming into an undead creature and a lich is that the latter has certain requirements for its own strength before it can be successfully transformed. As for how a certain lich plans to overcome this, someone has no interest in knowing at all. Is there a possibility? Starting with this sentence, Lin raised a possibility. The source is of course the classic experiment on Earth. He told a prisoner to bleed him, and heard the sound of dripping water at the same time, making him mistakenly believe that he continues to lose blood, and eventually his body dies. On Earth, psychology can even affect physiological state. In mystery, this magical world that clearly has a soul. What is the connection between the two? Regarding this point, Linka has not read any relevant research papers, nor has he ever experimented with it himself. Of course, the reason why I didn't do the experiment was because I couldn't do that. So he could only guess whether the comatose girl didn't realize that her body had been cured, but thought that she was still losing blood and slowly dying. It's just that they don't seem to know that excessive blood loss can lead to death. So they just continue to weaken instead of dying. Of course someone has never said this before. I guess. Even Fun was interested in such speculation. She never thought about the reaction when the soul and body are not in harmony. Her understanding is only that damage to the soul will affect the body, and damage to the body will also affect the soul. As for how to prove whether someone's guess is correct or not, it couldn't be easier for her. Facing the girl who was sleeping peacefully, then gave her a deep kiss, and then sucked hard, and Kaya's sighing glass-like soul was pulled out. Her soul was just like her body, floating in midair, lying flat and sleeping. The difference lies in the original wound. The physical part has been healed by Fun, but the soul part is still bleeding out. Of course Fun was very interested in this unprecedented situation. However, she did not directly use the girl as a guinea pig, but set out to heal the girl's soul. Compared with the treatment of the body, the soul is more fragile and cannot bear the torment. Most people can't even touch it, let alone heal the soul. But this lich is not one of them. Even so, Finn didn't heal the body with magic from beginning to end. According to her, the so-called treatment in most magic means that all cells share the damage together, and then cooperate with some external power supplements to regenerate and restore the injured area to its original state. But the soul cannot play like this. The repair of the soul must rely on foreign substances, because that is the whole, and no other part can share the damage. The appearance of being injured is actually the cognition in spiritualism. I thought I was hurt somewhere, so I was hurt there. The materials that can be used to heal the soul are not rare things, but incense and ointments that are often used during meditation rituals. If these things were in any place, they might be hard to find. But this is the headquarters of the district branch of the Magicians Association, and where Master is running around, how can there be a shortage of materials used to hold meditation rituals? So I quickly entrusted the White Rose Chamber of Commerce to deliver a large bucket of everything. I originally thought I could see some delicate operation or some amazing process. From the conclusion, it is quite surprising. Several barrels of ritual incense and ointment are poured into a large barrel. They will be held in the hands during the ceremony. The special stone that slowly absorbs the magic substances in it is ground into powder by Finn, and is also added to the large barrel. There are also some strange dried animals, some of which are ground into powder, and some of which are soaked whole. When all the materials were thrown into the same bucket, Finn took out a big spatula from somewhere. That's a round spade, sister. In short, the lich was heating the entire barrel of stuff that was so viscous that I couldn't describe it, and stirring it with a round shovel. When the fire was almost over, Finn swung the spade and brought Kaya's soul into the vat, stirring them together. It is said that after I traveled to this magical side of the world, even the alchemy potions were played like doing experiments in the laboratory of the earth. Everything was calculated in grams and milliliters. The witch in the fairy tale uses a big pot to cook strange things. I have never seen such a scene until today. And what was added to that bucket was actually a living creature. I originally thought that I had seen enough and had experience in both worlds, and I could laugh at other people's ignorance by taking out one at a time. But today I saw this kind of extensive treatment method, especially the treatment of the soul. Someone's outlook on life was refreshed again, and it was the kind of treatment that was mercilessly crushed. In short, Kaya's soul was soaked in that barrel of paste and boiled for a whole day. It wasn't until the entire barrel of white paste was cooked until it was charred black that the girl's soul was dug out with difficulty using a round shovel. Immediately afterwards, a whole barrel of zircon spring was used to wash the soul. The spring water was originally used to quench magic weapons when casting them. After washing, put it in the sun to dry. After this operation, someone has given up complaining. Anyway, I can't understand it, and I don't have any experience in healing souls. I can only rely on this one and let him do whatever he wants. It was already 2 days later when Finn put the clean soul, whose original form was no longer visible, into the girl's body. The most unreasonable thing happened at this moment. As soon as the soul returned to the body, the girl with black hair and brown skin woke up. No one cried with joy at the girl's awakening, because everyone was stunned and looked at the lich, who behaved the same as usual. As the attending physician, Finn stood beside Kaya's bed and asked, "How do you feel?" "Little girl, I'm not dead yet. With me here, how could I let you die so easily?" "No, I feel like I'm about to die because I seem to be dreaming that I was caught by an ogre and cooked in a pot dot." Everyone was shocked. Then it fell into the water elemental world, and was put into its body by the elemental lord and played with for a while. Everyone was scared again. In the end, it seemed that she was regarded as a black witch again and was tied to the stake by the church people, waiting for execution. Everyone was frightened. So I have a feeling that if I don't open my eyes quickly and regain control of my body, I will die. Although Finn behaved the same as usual, according to the testimony of a certain girl, she would recover. Not because of the sexy operation, but because the operation felt life-threatening. So in reality she struggled to open up eyes. Well, actually it seems that the credit can also be attributed to that operation, but the meaning behind it is different. Anyway, the girl woke up. It seemed like everything was normal for her, but she still had no expression and cherished her words like gold. However, her awakening still made her peers breathe a sigh of relief. And when Kaya woke up, everything seemed to be back on track, as everyone should do. So be it. The difference is that a group of people no longer run out all day long, including 4 dwarves and a girl from the One-Eyed tribe. A group of people chattered and reviewed the mistakes and improvements made in the past few days. Of course, in the process, it is inevitable to blame each other, and the voices will get louder. This is also how someone will know that they are having a review meeting. Then a group of people ran to ask their elder sister for advice. But in the end, they still came to the door. Only 2 of his apprentices showed up. And it was Kaya who came over the reluctant Halloumi. It is said that this blonde girl has been having a cold war with him for many days. Although she has completed all the things she should do normally, she just doesn't want to talk to her teacher or even make eye contact. Just so evasive. Until now. So, are you going to stand there all the time and see that I can't do anything? From the moment they entered the door, these 2 girls remained silent and looked straight at someone. Seeing that Lin was a little numb, he had to put down what he was doing and turn around to ask. Kaya pressed Halloumi's head and bowed 90 degrees. The blonde girl gritted her teeth and said bitterly, "Teacher, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me." "Oh, where did you go wrong?" "I have no idea. So the apology is a fake apology." "No, I sincerely apologize." "You're apologizing again, but you don't know where you went wrong. It makes me very suspicious of what you are thinking." "Are you kidding me?" "No, teacher," Kaya said calmly from the side. "We just want to know where we went wrong. So we came to ask you for advice. Are you going to find your elder sister?" Lin had been ignored by his apprentice for a long time, and it was inevitable that his tone would be a little sour at this time. "What my sister said has no reference value," Kaya answered seriously, and someone listened helplessly. Even if you haven't been there in person, you can probably imagine what that person's answer would be. How to defeat the enemy. Just hit it. What to do if you encounter a trap. Just leave. Are you encountering obstacles like walls? Just pierce it. Don't know who the murderer is? Just kill them all. In short, all difficulties are not difficult in the face of strength. It just so happens that I am on the weaker side, and do not have the strength to equal everything. Chapter 379 Artificial Satellite Project. Because teachers will find ways to escape when encountering problems. If they really can't escape, they will find ways to minimize the damage, and they will procrastinate when encountering problems, and will not prepare until they feel that they are completely sure. Do it. The most admirable thing is that no matter what you do, you must prepare 1 or 2 escape routes for the convenience of escape. And no matter what happens, you must first consider all kinds of bad situations and do it. Good response plan. These things are really admirable. So we believe that if we are teachers, we will never encounter a crisis like ours. So I want to ask teachers what we have not done enough. This girl is here to take revenge. Maybe for what she had punished her a few days ago. Hearing Harumi crackle and speak such words in one breath, the corner of someone's mouth was twitching. Sighing. When I was young, I was not brave and diligent. I looked down on those middle-aged and elderly people who were conservative and behaved in a vulgar way. But when you get older, you will realize that it is not that those elders are too conservative, but that they have seen too much, and they will naturally consider more. If you make a mistake when you are young, of course you will want to avoid the same or similar situation later. This is also human nature. No one really wants to make the same mistake again and again. Just like the 2 girls who came in front of him. Kaya pressed Halloumi's head. This was an unimaginable scene before. But after this incident, Kaya was severely cheated. No matter what her mentality is, Halloumi seems to have become a dwarf in front of her peers. This should be considered a good thing. At least before today. Halloumi might be convinced by someone, but she would never be controlled by anyone. No one can control this wild horse. Whether it was me as a teacher or their elder sister. They had just been taught a lesson before, then turned around and started having fun again. This was this girl's daily routine. In short, since they asked sincerely, the teacher would not say nothing. Moreover, when there are actual cases, someone saves the effort of giving examples and directly talks about the situations they encountered one by one. Analyze each situation they encounter one by one. What risks may be hidden behind it. What consequences different choices may bring. And most importantly, whether the people present are strong enough to cope with such a situation. This analysis frightened the 2 girls into a daze. You must know that as an afterthought, coupled with the possession of the master of talk, he did not make them doubt their lives. This can be considered as a time-traveling person who has shown mercy. You know, there are a lot of people on Earth who commit suicide because of cyberbullying. Until the review of Operation Hanhui was completely completed, the 2 girls left with their feet still wandering. When people who don't know see this situation, they would think that the 2 girls were severely ravished by their teacher. In fact, the two girls were indeed severely ravaged by their teacher. But it was psychological, not physical. Of course, from an onlooker's perspective, this setback made the two girls more mature. Although they would still go out with the one-eyed girl. This time it was really just shopping. So they wouldn't be so crazy that they couldn't find anyone all day long. And this time, they also added their sister. There is no need to worry about the safety of the girls. But now someone is worried about the safety of others. The four silver-bearded dwarves were kept by Lin. The reason was, of course, that there was a need for their help. This group of children who ran away from home have always been in the state of eating from a wealthy family like Lin. And they have learned someone's advanced knowledge for nothing. Although they said they provided peaceful weapons and allowed Finn to research and experiment with automated robot programs. In fact, they were having a lot of fun now. So it couldn't be considered tuition and meal expenses at all. And because of that damn curse. In addition to the design, there is a high probability that any material will be scrapped. Of course, he took 4 dwarves out of tolerance and made the gadgets on the design drawings on his behalf. After most of the materials purchased by the Baiqiangwai Chamber of Commerce were delivered, Lin announced the design and research he had been doing during this period in front of others. Sputnik 1. This is the official project name. So, what exactly is an artificial satellite? Although he has little experience in ordinary affairs, Germain is the most interested in all Lin's knowledge among the 4 silver-bearded dwarves. So many questions come from his mouth. Seeing a group of people looking at a loss, including Finn, a well-informed lich, Lin felt as if he had regained some ground from the shock of healing his soul a while ago. He said proudly, I told you about satellites. They are stars that revolve around planets. They are called satellites. For example, the Gudalana moon is fixed and does not move in the sky, and the Nana moon rises in the east and sets in the west. They are different types of satellites. And artificial satellites are of course machines made by humans and also orbit the planet. Regarding the distinction between stars, I am an expert in astronomy and physics. So of course, I take the trouble to instill this most superficial knowledge into others. Except for the 2 apprentices who were tired of hearing it. The dwarves were not ignorant. But knowing what a satellite is, you may not necessarily be able to understand Lin's thoughts. So Germain continued to ask, Then you plan to build a machine to orbit the Earth? What's the use of it? So, ignorance is really terrible. On Earth, in order to put an artificial satellite into the sky, the vast field of knowledge involved, and the many uses of an artificial satellite after it is in the sky, are unimaginable to people who have not experienced that era. Describing the various events that took place on an artificial satellite, to this group of lost natives, it was like listening to a science fiction fairy tale. But to someone, it was a past life. Of course, Lin couldn't afford to build artificial satellites like those on Earth, no matter what kind they were. Those were not his expertise. He could only use magic as the technical basis to build a mysterious version of a magical artificial satellite. The idea of building an artificial satellite has been around since the time of the Great Sage's Tower. In order to accurately map the universe, a small astronomical telescope is far from enough. The most troublesome thing is of course the error caused by the atmosphere. It would be a dream to have a device that could observe the stars from outside the atmosphere. Don't think that you have found the location of the Earth. But you seem to have made some kind of contact. But if you really want to use the flash technique to return to Earth, you have to know the exact direction and distance. That precision is completely different from what is being accomplished now, and can be compared with it. That kind of astronomical unit distance. Even if there is only a millionth of a second error in angle, it is possible that oneself will be thrown into the sun from the original destination, the Earth. Of course, this gap is not bad. And it is not surprising at all even if it is transported to a place outside the solar system. In addition to deep space exploration, artificial satellites are also used for ground purposes, such as communications, meteorology, reconnaissance, navigation, geodesy, etc. For the magic network of MIDI, which does not need to consider the speed of the network or the number of signals. Except for the forbidden magic area, the need for communication satellites does not exist. But in terms of other functions, no one can predict what kind of sparks will be produced at the height of the artificial satellite and the magical technology of MIDI. Perhaps the effect is not as good as the arcane eye set at the top of the magic tower. And perhaps more exaggerated results can be obtained. And these, unless a satellite is actually attached. We don't know what the final effect will be. However, although I really wanted to own an artificial satellite before, I have not taken any action or even designed it. The biggest reason is another major difficulty. That is, how to get the artificial satellite to go to the sky. Breaking away from the gravity of a planet is not that simple. Rockets and their close relatives, missiles, are themselves a knowledge that takes a lifetime. To touch that technology tree, someone will wilt just thinking about it. But the practical application of the magic of flashing allowed someone to see a glimmer of hope to save the country. Flashing could be used to send artificial satellites directly to synchronous orbit. Although the flash technique will cause the transported items to be contaminated by the high-dimensional world, the energy required to solve this problem may be simpler than clicking on the rocket's technology tree. Then the remaining physical structure to consider for an artificial satellite is the detection device. Of course, this part is mainly based on the arcane eye, whether it is aimed at the direction of deep space or the ground. In Lin's opinion, the arcane eye is already a very mature magic device. It can collect all data within the scope of observation. The difficulty lies in how to use the collected data. This is the work of software programs, and has nothing to do with hardware. A posture adjustment device. When a satellite is in outer space, there will inevitably be a need to change the direction of the satellite. Also, when it is captured by the gravity of the lost land, it needs to find a way to escape and move to a higher orbit. There is a lot of magic that can be done in this part. After all, any object in the almost vacuum space environment will cause drastic changes as long as there is a little force. Therefore, this part of the design is aimed at the coordination of linkage. The most important part is the energy device that maintains the operation of the satellite. Should I install a semi-permanent device similar to a magic tower energy pool? Or should I use magic stones to make up the numbers? The former is like installing a solar generator on a satellite, which can run indefinitely without any accidents. The latter is like installing a battery. The installation is simpler, but it has a lifespan. And all of this has a major premise. That is, the magic of the lost world can still work after entering the range of outer space. Logically speaking, magic that can produce the same effect in various alien planes should not crash in space. However, there is no experiment and no precedent to refer to. No one knows what will happen if something is really sent to the sky. Chapter 380 Preparing for Liftoff. Someone was too lazy to give this very commemorative and mysterious first artificial satellite a different name, but directly used the name of the planned project. That is the word satellite, with number 1 added at the end. But to be honest, it only took a few months from project establishment to production. Many parts are directly used from existing magic device designs. There are not many parts that are actually redesigned. Most of the time is spent integrating the existing designs. The program part is mainly based on the robot control program that Zephan and the dwarves have been working on recently, because the most valuable part of that program is the functional linkage control of each part, coordinating the action patterns of each part. But no one has any idea what will happen to these designs after they go into space. After all, I have never done such a thing. At best, I just know it, and then use my imagination and the existing technology at hand to complete everything. It is precisely because of this that Sputnik 1 has a very experimental nature. So Lin decided to connect high-quality, ordinary magic stones with batteries instead of trying to find a way to carry a small energy pool for a magic tower on it. After all, the costs and risks of the two are at different levels. If a man-made satellite is compared to a car, the Earth's version is a top-notch product created by a professional team of professional racing cars in cooperation with a car manufacturer. The mystery version in front of me is an assembled car built by a layman in a warehouse with many ready-made parts. But an ugly daughter-in-law always needs to see her parents-in-law. When the dwarves built the parts one by one according to the design, they assembled them. Even Finn put her robotics research on hold to join the construction of satellites. All remote control functions were tested on the ground without any problems. Then all that's left is to send it into space. Except for the two satellites, the various planetary parameters of MIDI are similar to those of the Earth. So it has a similar climate and environment, including the height of the synchronous orbit. After calculation, we also got a value similar to the Earth's 35,786 kilometers. But it is much closer. This is because MIDI is slightly smaller than Earth. But the error is less than 1%. This means that someone has to use the flash technique to teleport an object to a location 35,000 kilometers away in one breath. This distance can far exceed the long-distance teleportation that I have used for my own movement. It occurred to me that time. The teleportation back to the house in Williams City Community was only a little over 1,000 kilometers away. Of course, this is completely different from trying to use the flash technique to teleport back to the Earth in one breath. To calculate that number, Lin also designed variables that took up more memory space and expanded their value ranges. Then looking at the digit string that stood up and was taller than his own height, he suddenly felt that life is short, and he should enjoy himself in time. In short, when everything was ready to send the first man-made satellite in the history of the lost world into space, Lin and others chose an open area with fewer people outside Pilson, rather than doing it in a temporary residence. The main reason is that I am afraid of some unforeseen emergencies. It doesn't feel good to do this kind of thing in a densely populated area. Use a carriage to transport the strange-shaped artificial satellite made of various magical materials to the predetermined location. When the group arrived, they were not in a hurry to take down the things, but wanted to make some preparations first to deal with the side effects of the flash technique. Considering that all goes well, this artificial satellite will only need to be transported through the blink technique once. If you want to cover its surface with a complete magic circle that can resist high-dimensional energy pollution and can be reused, I am afraid that the volume will be more than 10 times the current size. That wasn't the best choice in every way. If it is for short-term protection, you should be able to find a simpler method. After discussing with the only person with knowledge in this area, who could also use the flash technique, based on the protective magic that Finn had developed to temporarily carry people or objects, the two designed a magic circle that could protect objects sent out from this magic circle are not contaminated by the high dimensionality of flash. According to someone's habit of not wanting to leave too many footprints, he first rejected the method of drawing directly on the ground in the wild, and instead went to great lengths to lay a layer of paper used to make magic scrolls. Although this is very expensive, it can be used everywhere in the future. However, because it uses paper, it will have a certain damage rate and cannot be regarded as a portable device that can be used permanently. Furthermore, this magic circle also requires some auxiliary ritual instruments. And of course, magic stones that supply energy are indispensable. After working all morning, I finally set up this protective magic array, which is no simpler than the original teleportation array in Midland. Finally, with the joint efforts of the 4 dwarves, the heavyweight Sputnik 1 was placed in the center of the magic circle. Well, I'm hungry. Not in a hurry to send things to the sky. A group of people directly came to have a picnic. Food is prepared in the courtyard before going out. The 2 girls and the dwarves, who had never been to the surface world for most of their lives, were chatting happily. And the one-eyed girl is here too. Muljet has been coming here to eat and drink. According to her own words, she was not welcome everywhere in Pilsen, and only 2 girls from out of town were willing to accept her. But someone's feeling is that before this, a girl who was extremely short-sighted and had strange powers that were different from ordinary people would be avoided by people no matter where she appeared. According to the girl's previous performance, even if she doesn't hurt anyone, she still has to smash a bunch of things. But now that she is wearing glasses and has begun to adapt, she is no longer as frizzy as before. Just for a while. Other people may not get used to the one-eyed girl now, and she will naturally get close to the person who helped her make the glasses. Harumi. In other words, that girl is just helping with the final modification of the appearance and adjusting the prescription. Chant. The people who really contribute are here. But someone doesn't really care about this, so the credit should go to that girl. If he was really entangled by the one-eyed cow, he would be in trouble. The man who was biting his sandwich and making final checks on the various functional programs of the satellite thought sourly. By the way, the sandwich in my hand is also a history of blood and tears. After traveling to the Lost Land, the staple food to eat is bread. Bread, black bread, bread that is as hard as bricks and can be used as a weapon. Or mashed potatoes, fresh mashed potatoes, stinky mashed potatoes. Various grow fancy mashed potatoes. After all the conditions were met, a greedy person found a way to work on the flour sifting and bread baking machines to make this kind of toast that was fluffy and soft and could be cut into slices. After that, there are fancy combinations of various toasts, which gives more choices for food changes. After traveling through time and coming to the Lost Land, the most difficult thing to adapt to is the food. If you travel to another country that is a paradise for foodies, then forget it. The current situation in most of the world is that being able to live well under the threat of nature is already a thing worth celebrating. Most people are not particular about what they eat. Why can't Fat Man gain weight after traveling through time? There is only one reason. The food is terrible. After preparing everything and adjusting his mood to the most appropriate state, Ling calculated the various parameters for transmitting the artificial satellite to an altitude of more than 35,000 kilometers using the flash technique. It's called calculation here, which is actually not quite right. For someone, The actual operation process is just to look at the destination. Or given certain conditions, the program written on the Dream Magic Tower will instantly give the parameters required for the flash technique and fill them in the relevant program. Then you only need to cast the magic. In a realistic scenario, someone looks at the destination, and as soon as his thoughts move, the whole person teleports there. The so-called calculation is actually work done in the background. Someone does not directly know the parameter values, or directly operate the magic, unless you want to extract the parameters and hand them over to another person so that the other person can move to the same or adjacent position like you. This will be more troublesome. At least it takes time to operate and transfer data. If you want to move an object other than yourself, if you are in contact with it and flash it with it, it is actually no different from flashing and moving independently. It's just that the size of the individual self has become larger. But if you want to move objects other than yourself, and it is not through contact or carrying, it requires more calculation time. At least the reference coordinates of the target object and the observation coordinates of the destination are needed to calculate the relative position and distance between the two, and then the parameters required for the flash technique. After the calculation was completed, Lin asked Kaya to activate various monitoring programs for remote connection to artificial satellites, as well as the arcane eye scanning settings for the ground. Although the satellite is equipped with many functions, it does not have any deformation to change the mode of the functions used. Just connect everything to the outside, and at most you can change the direction of alignment by adjusting the position of the nozzle. Therefore, to confirm whether the artificial satellite is operating normally, the best way is of course to directly accept the data transmitted back from it. If it is normal. If it is not, it is abnormal. As for those monitoring programs, they just collect some basic data about the environment in which the satellite is located, such as altitude, temperature and humidity, speed, L integrity, etc. But not all devices have to be turned on at the same time. The energy supply mounted on it does not support this. So Lin chose Arcane Eye Scan of the Earth as the first magic to be used from outer space. In the midst of everyone's expectations and attention, someone pretended to count down for 10 seconds. As soon as the 0-second sound came out, the artificial satellite instantly disappeared from the center of the magic circle. Everyone followed Lin's line of sight and looked up at the sky, looking at the object that was so tiny that it was invisible to the naked eye at an altitude of more than 30,000 kilometers. Chapter 381 Preliminary Test. Teacher, start receiving information. Kaya, who is in charge of the ground console, reports the latest news. The dark-haired and brown-skinned girl was sitting next to the coffin, with 3 hydroscope screens floating around her, each displaying the monitoring data fed back by the artificial satellite. All visible environmental data are very different from the surface. The 2 apprentices and the former Demon King have long been familiar with the metric system of weights and measures that someone inherited from the Earth, so they can understand the meaning behind these extreme numbers at a glance. It is by no means an environment suitable for the survival of any kind of creature. Although the 4 dwarves are not as keen on these numbers as the 2 apprentices, they feel it to some extent, but they are not surprised yet. This is also because the resistance of the dwarf race in all aspects is much higher than that of humans. So until now, they still can't understand how high the temperature must be to be considered hot, and how low the air pressure must be to be short of breath. But unknowingly, there is indeed one person here, a one-eyed girl who came to join in the fun. She couldn't understand the purpose of a group of people surrounding the water mirror screen, pointing at the incomprehensible words and diagrams. By the way, with the friendship between Maurjit and Harumi almost getting tired of being together all day long, of course the one-eyed girl also got a browser magic stone. Therefore, the one-eyed girl knew what a forum was. She was already lively and curious. She also plunged into that world. But she was a complete novice. It's just that the extreme values returned by the monitoring equipment are still strangely inconsistent. Kaya was calm and started the self-examination process. Lin saw this and asked, "What's wrong? Did you find any problems?" "Teacher, the temperature data sent back is not correct." He stretched out his head and took a look. But Lin didn't see anything unusual. He said, "This is normal." "What's wrong?" "But why are some temperatures so high? More than 150 degrees Celsius. And some parts only have temperatures below 0? You designed and installed so many temperature sensing devices without coordinating the readings they obtained. And you got this result. Don't you think it's strange?" "This is the problem." Lin smiled and explained. "Check and see where the temperature is concentrated above 100 degrees. And where the temperature is below 0. Following the teacher's instructions, Kaya found that all the sensors showing high temperatures were concentrated on the same side of the satellite. The same was true for low temperatures, with no mixing between the two. Further inspection showed that the direction of the high-temperature sensor was now facing the sun of MIDI, while the low-temperature sensor was facing away from the sun. At this discovery, Kaya's eyes widened, and she was speechless. It seems you discovered it. At the same time, Lin also observed that although others were a step slower than Kaya in noticing, it was better to be aware of it later than not knowing it at all. What's the reason? The person asking the question was a lich who rarely spoke. Ha. If we talk about this seriously, it would be a long story. To put it simply, there are no media like air, land, and water to store and balance heat in the space environment. Therefore, when exposed to sunlight, the temperature will be unstoppable. It's a simple explanation, but there are still some things people don't understand. Others were about to continue asking questions when Kaya, who was monitoring the artificial satellite in the sky, said, "The Eye of Arcane Earth is starting to send back data." After saying that, the girl used gesture commands to control the coffin, which showed that the artificial satellite was orbiting the Earth. The scanning results of the Eye of Art. The ground scene returned by the artificial satellite is an arc surface in the three-dimensional imaging of the first coffin. The presentation at the beginning is just a rough distribution of color blocks. As time goes by, the images presented become more and more refined. The first thing to recognize is the west side, 1/3 of which is a large area of blue, occasionally dotted with other colors. That should be the sea. What's really eye-catching is the east side, which is colorful and undulating. As the image becomes clearer, it can be distinguished that there are large green mountains and forests, as well as an entire tawny desert. Occasionally, there are small patches of different black and gray colors. If you look closely, you will find that they are vaguely a microcosm of the city. Although you can only see the outline, you can see where the highest point of the city is. Of course, what is clearer is the boundary formed by the city wall. The most important thing is that the terrain patterns returned by artificial satellites are very wide. It was so big that even though Kaya zoomed in on the map information she had compiled several times, she couldn't tell what part of the north-south range of this real-life map was included. Not to mention the one-eyed girl who had never seen it before. Maurjit stared at her only eye, opened her small mouth in a circle, and could not speak for a long time. Except for the well-informed lich. Everyone else was also very surprised. The dwarves, who were already quite surprised by the results of the vehicle's arcane eyes, were not much calmer than the one-eyed man. But the distance used by the car, on terrain with no obstacles, is only about 10 kilometers. If there are too many obstacles, the distance that can be observed and recorded will be shortened. Even the two apprentices who were familiar with the arcane eyes of the Great Sage's tower were quite surprised by the results returned by the artificial satellite. The arcane eye that was originally installed at the top of the Great Sage's tower found it difficult to completely cover the entire Shijia area. The two girls couldn't figure out how wide the range they saw now was. The only thing that is certain is that it must be wider than the place he has walked. However, someone who is accustomed to seeing a globe will certainly not be surprised by the scene in front of him, and he also does not feel that the images returned by the artificial satellite are comparable to those from the Tower of the Great Sage. You must know that the Tower of the Great Sage uses the arcane eye, with a maximum scanning range of about 400 kilometers, and an accurate range of about 200 kilometers. But after setting the observation direction in one direction, it will not be able to take into account other directions. If you want to completely monitor within the range, the distance will be shortened to between 80 and 100 kilometers. The level of detail that can be seen from these distances can be immersed in one-to-one magnification. This is the advantage of the Tower of the Great Sage. The arcane eye on the artificial satellite was designed to give up such accuracy from the beginning, and instead focused on observation distance and range as its main requirements. So to someone's perspective, it's like comparing 4K resolution with pixel style. There's no comparison at all. However, satellite images can still be used as a reference for modifying maps. But you must first consider which projection method to use for presentation. Perhaps the classic Mercator projection method would be a suitable choice. While Lin was still thinking, Kaya prompted again. "Teacher, the third stage of deep space photography is ready. Do you want to turn it on?" There are many magic ways to record images. When I was in the Tower of the Great Sage, I designed various surveillance screens to be made into images. Not only could they be played back repeatedly, but the images and sounds were very clear, and anyone could hear farts. But those videos, in addition to relying on the energy pool of the magic tower, cannot be transmitted and played through the Magic Stone level interface of the browser, because the capacity occupied is too huge. The most terrifying thing is the frame number. All measurement methods. The frame number of the images recorded by MIDI is directly off the charts. After in-depth research, I discovered that the development of magical image information is not like the Earth, which started from photos and film and developed step by step. In other words, the image information of MIDI does not use frame-by-frame pictures and the physiological characteristics of human visual persistence to form a moving illusion. In fact, it is just a series of pictures connected together. The image information left by the magic of Lost Earth is a kind of historical record involving time and space. All images can be spatially displaced. In other words, you can directly turn the screen around to see what is being obscured by someone or an object. If you want to study the principle behind it, it is so high-end that it will be blinded by someone. It's no wonder that it's impossible to store or transmit data based on the Magic Stone's power content alone. After understanding this, of course you can find a way to get some castrated version of the image information and provide a Magic Stone-based interface for playback, recording and transmission. Relevant research was hit and missed for someone who was not doing his job. And it was not until a while ago that preliminary results were achieved. The method is of course to imitate the idea of the Earth, cutting the picture into a frame of still pictures, and then playing them continuously, taking the image quality of approximately VCD and 25 frames per second. The video can be successfully transmitted and played on the Magic Stone interface, and even consumes less power than transmitting images in the MIDI version. The meaning behind this is that the pictures of the Lost Edition actually have secrets in them. Of course, Lynn put this newly released imaging technology on the artificial satellite. After all, the shocking power of the video and the picture are completely different. So in response to Kaya's question, Lynn said proudly, "Oh, let's drive when you're ready. Let you have a good experience of the vastness and depth of outer space." Beauty. When the real-life image of outer space was received by the first coffin and played on the newly opened water mirror screen, almost everyone crowded in front of the small screen that only had VCD quality, compared with the clean starry sky shown in MIDI without light pollution. A more vast and boundless starry sky scenery shows a different attitude from what can be seen on the surface as the camera moves. Without the filtering and protection of the atmosphere, the sea of stars is no longer just a monotonous silvery white, but flashes with various magnificent colors. Red, blue, orange and green. All kinds of unimaginable colors, filling the eyes. As the camera moves, a huge star slowly emerges from the corner of the screen. On the aqua blue surface, there is a film-like layer of light-transmitting mist covering it, like an aquamarine filled with aura. The moving and profound colors deeply attract everyone's attention, like a whirlpool, sucking people's body, mind and soul into it. On the other side of the horizon, the light of the sun star is like a golden ring surrounding the sapphire, extremely dazzling. In the distance, you can see a man with flowing blonde hair and unimaginable handsomeness. He is riding in a golden chariot pulled by two eight-legged black horses. The colorful auras are galloping through the void step by step. Make a way. This style of painting is completely wrong. And this unforgettable artificial satellite finally sent back the image of golden chariot wheels rolling past. Chapter 382 Falling. Ah, there's a shooting star. Make a wish. What? What do you mean? My teacher said to make a wish quickly when you see a shooting star. If you can finish your wish before the shooting star disappears, it may come true. Is it really true? Then I want it too. It's great that the meteors are still there. I hope the teacher can make his wish come true in the future and launch man-made satellites, so they won't fall down again. The above is the conversation between Harumi and Maurjit. The words were full of malice. This girl definitely did it on purpose. But one person couldn't bear to quarrel with his apprentice. Watching the man-made satellite fall into the atmosphere, and the tail flame caused by the friction, all I could think about was how to make the final struggle to save the satellite that had just gone into the sky and fell down in a car accident. By the way, the current lost space is not full of space junk like the Earth. How lucky must it be for an artificial celestial device smaller than a horse to happen to be hit and fall by someone driving a horse chariot who doesn't know what it is. Regardless of how this happened, even if the materials for making this satellite were obtained in exchange for that earthly dragon, they are no different from those picked up for free. But they are not just thrown away casually. It won't hurt at all. No matter what. We must find a way to save it. Lynn could only think hard about whether there was any magic that could be used at this moment. However, none of the magic that Lynn knew and could use in lost land could work at such a long distance. Tens of thousands of kilometers away. Therefore, the only magic that comes in handy is the magic that I have researched, which is different from the traditional system of MIDI. But if you want the flash technique to target the instantaneous movement of an object, you may not know whether it is because the distance is too far or because the target object is too fast. In short, you cannot successfully capture the falling satellite. And naturally you cannot move it to your side, considering that the flash technique requires moving objects other than oneself. There will be a slight time error. Perhaps it is this time difference that allows the extremely fast-moving target to leave the range of objects that can be captured by the original parameters before the magic takes effect. Then there seems to be only one remaining method. Without having time to discuss with others, Lin instantly arrived above the falling artificial satellite. Although he wanted to teleport closer, when he jumped back to reality from the high-dimensional space, the falling satellite fell further forward. Lin, who was stranded in a high altitude, had not had time to feel any problems such as cold or air pressure. The next moment, he appeared steadily directly above the satellite. He stepped on it with his feet, and his body followed the satellite. Falling. The speed was so fast that the wind pressure made it difficult to open one's eyes, and a burning sensation began to spread. Squinting his eyes, looking down from such a high altitude, he couldn't see the location of Fen and others at all. Lin also knew that there was no need to delay this action, so he could only rely on his impression and tried to teleport back using the flash technique. But from the time of departure to the successful capture of the falling artificial satellite, he did not know how much distance he had fallen. So to be on the safe side, Lin moved the return altitude up a few hundred meters. If you do this, you may appear in midair and fall to pieces. But it is better than falling from the current height. If you fall directly from an altitude of tens of kilometers without wearing protective clothing, you will be torn into pieces by the wind pressure in midair, and you will not smash to the ground like a rotten tomato. Living up to expectations. The next second, Lin appeared in midair where Finn and others were. Although the reference indicator of the return altitude has been moved up a lot, the position it appears is only a dozen meters above the ground. In addition, the speed of the satellite's fall did not return to zero. So before someone could react, not only was the satellite directly inserted into the soil, but Lin also came into close contact with the ground. In fact, various protective magics have been blessed by someone as early as the first time. In addition, the direction of the fall had a certain inclination angle, rather than vertically to the ground. So he rolled and bounced on the ground like a drifting stone, and stopped only after digging a long trench mark on the ground. Seeing this tragic look, the two apprentices rushed to their teacher's side as they landed, even if they didn't show any signs of nervousness or panic. I saw that someone looked very embarrassed. His clothes were burned and damaged. The exposed skin was bloody, and there were even obvious fractures or dislocations in his hands and feet. He was still hanging with only one breath left, and he was not completely dead. When someone opened his eyes again, he looked at the wooden beams and thatch on the roof, his eyes a little blank. It took a long time before I remembered that I had traveled to another world, and that it had been more than 10 years. Then the last impression I had was that I was forced to land on my face at a speed of hundreds of kilometers per hour. He is actually still alive, and has not traveled through time a second time, which means that his face already has the same level of defense as Captain America's shield. Is that so? I wanted to get up and see what kind of situation I was in, but I found that I couldn't move at all. It was difficult to even lift my neck. Well, not only that, but now I don't feel anything in my whole body. Is this a dead situation? Ah! Teacher! You wake up! Halloumi stuck her head out to someone's front, and the tip of her hair brushed against someone's nose. But Lin didn't feel anything. No fragrance. No smell. Not even itchiness. Still no feeling. Seeing the girl lift her hair and push it behind her ears, Lin asked unusually calmly, "Am I still alive? Let me guess. How many parts of my body are missing?" What a pity. No. Although my sister had planned to transform your body while you were unconscious, she gave up in the end. Then why can't I move now? It's normal that you are seriously injured and can't move. But my sister said not to worry. Even if you die, there will be a way to revive you. So injuries of this degree are just trivial. So don't be afraid. Then why don't I feel anything? Sister Sama said. Teacher, you once said that pain is actually a kind of early warning system of the human body, telling you that there is a problem or disease somewhere in the body. But if no part of the body is intact, then the pain is just a simple addition to making you remember the lesson this time. You will also be tortured by others, because you have to listen to your screams all the time. So my sister simply blocked all your feelings. But I want to prevent you from wanting to move because there is no pain. So I have to stop you. Considering that I still have something to say to you, I will let you go. But don't make her angry. Sometimes I won't even let you speak. It's very painful to not be able to speak. You will be the only one who feels pain because you can't speak. I wanted to retort like this, but I couldn't move. But I felt some inexplicable irritation. Lynn said with some displeasure, Sister, everything is what she said. You don't have your own ideas. But I don't know how to help you. At the end of the sentence, Halloumi started to cry a little and ran away. But he passed by mistake. And the person who came and said, Hey, if you are stupid, don't get angry at the child. Well, did I have a bad breath just now? Next time, remind me to record it and let you listen to it yourself. Fun, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, stretched out his head to look at someone's face, took a serious look at it, and said, Are you sure that girl? Didn't you teach me your reckless personality? How is it possible? I cherish life so much. Yes, I have cared so much that I have over 20 fractures all over my body, injuries to internal organs, brain hemorrhage, and spinal damage. I have never seen this kind of love and care. What if you don't care? Then today you are even a scumbag. No scum can be left behind. Try to invoke power, recite incantations, and cast water mirror spells to see what you look like now. It's a pity that the power fluctuation only shook for a moment and then didn't respond. Although there was no pain, it felt quite hard, and I couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. When Finn saw this, he just flicked his fingers. Water elements gathered in the air, and a life-size water mirror floated in front of someone. Lynn could now clearly see what he looked like now. He was bandaged all over and looked like a mummy. The blood seemed to be oozing non-stop, and it seemed that he was still a long way from being healed. Those two girls are taking turns taking care of you during this period. You should thank your students instead of making them cry. Sensing that keyword, Lynn asked, How many days have I been in coma? 3 days have passed since the day you were injured. Can't you just treat me directly? Even with Kaya's serious injury that was about to kill her, you took care of it in just a few strokes. Although I look much more serious than that girl. It shouldn't be beyond your ability. Or are you planning to keep it just like that curse? Does this count as helping those two girls to vent their anger and take revenge? After removing the water mirror and sitting on the edge of the bed, then leaned in the direction of someone with one hand, so that Lynn could see her figure. The beauty, who has always had a cynical expression, is always at ease. The smile hanging on the corner of the mouth is not only attractive, making people blush and heartbeat, but also gives people a sense of confidence. As if with her around, everything will be no problem. But now she had a serious expression and said, Honestly, it's not that I won't help you. It's just that I can't do it. What's the meaning? Although you were unconscious at that time, I witnessed what happened to you twice after you lost consciousness. The first time you even killed a newly resurrected old god with a knife. When I tried to use magic to heal you, I felt the power was about to move. So I stopped. That's not true. If you are helping me, then what are you afraid of? Actually, it's just like the program. I don't know how their judgment mechanism is, or whether they can even understand good intentions or bad intentions. The only thing that's certain is that you can't control that kind of behavior. And I don't want to provoke that force. That's not true. Are you afraid of someone who can kill gods? If there is only one, then fighting for it won't be a problem. But do you think there is only one under the starry sky in your hometown? When discussing this matter, Finn couldn't help but think of the man's mental image every time he was there. Under the projected starry sky, it feels like being watched by countless pairs of eyes. It seems that if he makes any rash move, he will die in the next moment. Maybe he hasn't realized it yet. Maybe it's because he can't control it. But the starry sky is this man's most terrifying weapon. Chapter 383 Mutated Things. I have no choice but to accept that while I get some conveniences, there will be some unavoidable side effects. For example, the flash technique still has limitations, and I can't use it as much as I want. Lynn no longer insisted that he could recover quickly. Anyway, it seemed that he would not die now. It's just that I don't feel anything, which makes me even more scared. So I still have to find something to distract myself. The first thing that comes to mind is of course the thing that I paid such a heavy price to try to save. He asked, What about the artificial satellite? How many parts are left? Is there anything that can be recycled and reused? Has the data inside been saved? After asking several questions in succession, the lich in front of me showed a strange expression. Someone felt that something was wrong at first sight and asked, "I have become so miserable. Don't tell me that I haven't even saved anything." "Wait, you're speaking too slowly. I'll just bring that thing in and show it to you." When the footsteps of the departing lich came back, someone wanted to turn his neck and look in the direction of the door. But he couldn't move at all. "Help you teachers up," Ben said. At this moment, from the corner of his eye, he saw Kaya and Arumi, who was obviously crying, coming to the left and right to help someone sit up. However, seeing that the blonde girl was still sniffing with a line of snot hanging from her nose. Although Lin wanted to apologize, she didn't know how to say it. But then, his attention was completely attracted by what was in front of him. The original appearance of the artificial satellite is no longer visible. After passing through the atmosphere, the combustion caused by friction with the air destroyed most of the components. This is thanks to the fact that the entire satellite structure is made of magic material, and its resistance in all aspects is very outstanding, so that the remaining parts can be preserved, but without any protection. The result of teleportation through the flash technique is that the satellite is contaminated by the high-dimensional world. If a creature is contaminated by the high-dimensional world, the creature with too weak mental power will directly go crazy, or even be physically harmed as a result. If you have enough mental toughness, if you are lucky, you will just feel uncomfortable. If you are unlucky, you will be noticed by higher dimensional beings and then possess you. What follows is a drama of fighting for body dominance. If it is an ordinary object without consciousness, the result of being polluted by the high-dimensional world is usually aging, damage, or even decay, but if it is a magic material, it will mutate if you are lucky. And of course, it will be favored by higher dimensional beings if you are not lucky. And then possession. Of course, sometimes this possession is not intentional, but the other person is just unlucky and gets sucked in and cannot get out. The satellite in front of me is completely made of magic materials, and there will be no decay through the flashing technique. But it seems that the luck is not very good. The huge gem that was originally the main body of the arcane eye is now like a big living eyeball. I don't know which part of the eyelid is transformed. It blinks by opening and closing left and right, looking curiously in front of me. Everything. The biggest difference from abyssal creatures like beholders is that this mutated satellite has no extra tentacles that can be used for movement. And for the time being, it seems that it doesn't have any weird abilities. It just watches. Lin asked helplessly. Can the things inside be saved? Unfortunately, it seems to have become one. Unless you plan to kill it. Which I don't want to do. Including the one inside. The main body is the one inside. You understand. The person they were playing riddles with was the last bit of essence left after Fin absorbed the entire magic stone mine. A small purple level magic stone. In fact, it was the use of that very rare magic stone as one of the materials for making satellites that allowed someone to take the risk to save the falling satellite. I have tested it, but I can't be sure whether it is a higher dimensional being that occupies the magic stone and then uses the magic stone as the main body to control other parts. Or is it that a little bit of consciousness in the purple alexandrite is amplified, then wakes up, and takes over this body? Is it okay to keep it? Lin's first thought was safety. I don't know. That's why I need to study it. Anyway, no matter how weird it is, it won't be weirder than what happened to you. It really makes me feel at ease to hear you say that. Now that you know, just take good care of yourself. Also, thank your 2 apprentices. I don't do things like taking care of others. If you dare to cause trouble for me like that, I will only let you get away with it once and for all. Never have to worry about shitting or peeing. Yes, those things are really troublesome. I miss my dead body. It turns out that's what happened. For a lich who has regained his physical body, no matter how efficiently he utilizes food, there will still be leftover residue. Compared with ordinary people, it is just a question of how much. There is also necessary metabolism and water replenishment. These are not like a machine body, which burns everything that enters the stomach as the most basic fuel. Or the body of the undead has no need for this at all. Some things that are eaten because they are interesting will only accumulate in the stomach and will not be digested. As an ordinary person, even when I am sick, I still have to eat, drink and defecate. So when their elder sister talked about it, although Kaya had no expression, Halumi looked aggrieved, biting her lower lip and saying nothing. I'm sorry. What I just said was too strong. I apologize for that. The situation was stronger than the situation. Even if Lin couldn't keep his face, and it was difficult to speak. He still found a way to squeeze out these few words. Before the girl, who was laughing through tears, had time to reply, a group of dwarves burst in like that. Germain, who was taking the lead, rushed to someone's bedside and said, "Brother, you're awake. Can you get out of bed? I have many things I want to discuss with you. I have thought of an automatic avoidance program. As long as it is determined that something is on the collision line, it should be activated. But I still need to discuss the specific situation with you." The talkative dwarf wanted to continue talking, but suddenly his body froze and was stopped by Finn. Scenes like this are not uncommon these days. When it comes to the dwarves, no. Rather to Germain. The former demon king will usually stop the person without saying a word and let her have a moment of peace as long as she is bored. The other three dwarves actually never stopped it, not only implicitly supporting such behavior. Marit, who followed Germain out, even went to see the lich privately and said she hoped to learn this magic. Teach a person who has never used magic to cast eternal imprisonment, then simply handed a wooden stick to the female dwarf's hand, and found Harumi to teach her the essence of the sap technique. Marit was satisfied. Germain was out of luck. It's just that the unlucky dwarf never thought about who was the culprit. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to retaliate. Carrying Germain, who was like a dead dog, then took a few steps outside, then turned back and said, "Although it looks terrible, you won't die as long as I'm here, and it will take time for your body to recover. It's time to take a good rest." After the group left, the two apprentices asked their teacher to lie down again. Just from this simple movement, blood seeped out again. Lin watched the two girls working on him for a while before keeping himself clean again. He couldn't help feeling that he should be more cautious in his actions. If there is no one around me in the future, how will I get through this? And the other person involved in the satellite crash incident, a person? The palace built of white stone has no walls. Only a large white column supporting a dome full of murals. Two eight-legged black steeds, one of which strode with its head held high and made a mocking sound from time to time. The other had a sprained foot and was lying on its side, with other servants coming to massage its legs. The man driving the horse chariot was standing next to his chariot distressfully, looking angrily at the damage to the right wheel. That look was no different from the car owner on Earth, whose car was scratched by a kid. His eyes were on fire. It was really fire. Not just a description looking at his car. A very heroic female warrior wearing silver armor came behind her, looked at the handsome man with blonde hair slightly worriedly, and said, "My lord, how could the chariot be so damaged?" Suddenly the man exploded and said angrily, "Damn it! This must be the work of that bastard Lavakito. Who else would do such a stupid thing as putting small stones on the guardian road besides him? Doesn't he know that the gods are watching? Apart from being a hindrance, those guys in the abyss are not reliable at all. Besides me, who else is willing to take care of this kind of nonsense? Gushieni called out bad luck, without him coming out to bring bad things to people. How can we prove that fate is correct? What kind of nonsense is this? War begins. War begins. War is about to begin. I've warned that brat a long time ago not to mess with me. If he doesn't listen, I'll go there in person to remind him that he has to find those dwarves if he wants to repair the chariot. That group of snobbish little guys are very cruel in their demands. So I came here this time to grab some of his goods and make up for some losses." Although I already knew that the master I served had such a personality, I was still a little uncomfortable hearing him say it so boldly. The female warrior looked embarrassed, and the blonde man, Apollos, the guardian god, also noticed that there was something wrong in his words. After looking at his servant, he changed his words and said, "This is all for justice. Teach Ari a lesson. That kid from Wakido. Let him stop playing tricks and harming people. Yes, that's right. It's for justice. Asking the god of mischief to stop playing pranks. Asking a god to give up the concept of his own godhood. Is this any different from taking his life?" The female warrior heroic spirit wanted to say something, but she couldn't. His furious master never cares about this. He only cares about protecting the people and things behind him. Everything in front of us comes as it is convenient. How did you choose this belief in the first place? Is it because all the guardian knights choose to believe in this one? Or is it because they just look at the handsome statue of the god, so they decided to become a guardian knight? Wearing silver armor, the female heroic spirit, who should have a dashing and heroic appearance, put her forehead with one hand and thought tangledly. Chapter 384 Illness. While someone was recovering from his injuries, many major events happened in the world. The biggest thing is a divine battle. Not only are the gods directly at war, but the secular church is also fighting fiercely. Although no one can figure out the origin of this fight. Anyway, the big boss in the sky said to start a fight, and the younger brother seems to have no choice but to fight. But in fact, the war between the two in the secular world is just louder than thunder. In the eyes of outsiders, the opening of the film between the god of protection with powerful divine power and the god of destiny and the god of mischief with weak divine power is a complete bully. Because the Guardian's faith not only spreads throughout the Lost Lands, but also has powerful secular armed forces, but the Mischief's faith is only subordinate to other gods, without its own church or its own force. The two sides are on completely different levels. Therefore, the gameplay of the secular war between the two sides is that the strong side makes a high-profile declaration, and the weak side makes some rebellious remarks and then hides. In fact, there are not many actual fights. That is, they are just hunting down a few of the chosen people of Lavaquito, the god of mischief, in the world. But these people usually hide out of sight. So apart from making a lot of noise, they don't actually cause much damage. What is truly tragic is the part that humans cannot see. Apollos, the patron saint, led an army of heroic spirits directly into the kingdom of the god of mischief. In fact, from being warned by his sister to being pinned to the ground and beaten by Apollos, Lavaquito couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. Because this powerful blonde god never gives a reason when he beats anyone. He can be called a madman in the Order camp, who is hated by gods and ghosts. However, he has many believers and is powerful. What scares the gods especially is his powerful concept of godhood. As long as his conceptual state is triggered, there will be an unlimited explosion of the small universe. Even those big guys in the abyss, who had survived the Dark Ages, were unwilling to fight against the rising star in this state, even if they were to besiege him. However, this divine war did not escalate into a confrontation between the Order camp and the neutral camp. On the one hand, it's because Apollos is so powerful that he has no friends in the Order camp, while Lavaquito is so annoying that he has no friends everywhere. As long as Lavathene, the goddess of fate, does not come forward to support her brother, all the gods will be happy to watch dog fight dog on both sides. However, unless the level of this fight between the gods is above a certain level, you are not even qualified to watch the excitement. What is relevant to most people in Lost Land is the canonization that has not happened in the magician world for a long time, and the development of related events, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Mark Kovacs, the president of the Pilson district chapter, when conveying the news about the magician Jebra Tripwood, agreed to the sale of browser magic by all magician association branches. The magic stone is just an add-on. The premise of the vehicle is that the proceeds will be transferred to the Charlie Richard Big Magician Fund. And then how? The function of this message transmission channel between the president and the president is only to communicate, not to discuss. The use of the word great magician in the text can also be regarded as a condition. It means if you agree, you can get the rights given above. If you don't agree, you will be thrown away. However, among the total 62 magician association divisions in the Lost Land, if more than 50 divisions will recognize their qualifications as great magicians, they will automatically be named Dharma Saints. The very few remaining divisions must be honored as Dharma Saints no matter how unwilling they are. This is the condition that a magician must meet if he wants to obtain this most honorable title. Generally speaking, those who are canonized as Dharma Saints are those who have both strength and fame, and both are indispensable. There has never been a person who was awarded the title of Dharma Saint simply because of his great achievements. Contributing to one place does not mean that he has contributed to other places. Therefore, one zone will recognize a person's contribution, but this credit may not be considered in the eyes of other zones, because other zones do not have it, benefit from. But this unprecedented thing seems to be broken today, because according to the conditions of the creator of browser magic, the prerequisite for magician associations everywhere to promote this knowledge is to admit that his deceased teacher, Charlie Richard, was a great magician. As long as all branches recognize it, then this Charlie Richard, who is no longer alive, will be posthumously canonized as a Dharma Saint, because of factors other than strength. It has never happened before in history that a person is recognized as a Dharma Saint. It has never happened before in history that a dead person can be made a Dharma Saint. These two groundbreaking things were brought to the table for discussion by the 62 presidents, whether they should just follow the trend and call that person the Dharma Saint, or maintain the original appearance. Everyone pretended not to know. The results of the discussion among the presidents were quickly released. The conclusion is, Let's pursue the ban. Anyway, he is just chasing a dead person. He will not jump out to demand the power of the Dharma saint, or point fingers in other people's faces. On the other side, there are the real benefits that browser magic will bring. A false reputation is exchanged for benefits. Which master would be so stiff-headed that he would have to turn down such a good thing? Whether to be granted the title of Dharma saint or not is just a debate among magicians over a title. What really concerns the world is the use of this fund. Expanding the influence of magicians can be said to be the long-cherished wish of every president of the Magicians Association. Compared with the constraints of the nobles, the competition with the church forces can be said to be a major obstacle to the inheritance of magic. The two sides' fierce battles did not happen only once or twice in history. But the problem that hinders the inheritance of magic on a larger scale still lies in funds. If you want someone to teach you, if you want more people to learn, and to find young people who are suitable for learning magic, you need money. Or to put it more clearly, only after these people have enough food and clothing can they have enough time to learn magic and teach magic. If you only think about where you will have dinner tonight and where you can sleep tonight, you will have no time to learn and teach magic. The Charlie Richard Foundation fills this need very well. Of course, for someone, he is very aware that this money falls into the hands of various regional chapters. And it is inevitable that there will be situations where personal pockets are enriched. But so what? This is not life-saving money for disaster relief. It has nothing to do with human life. Even if it is only partially used for the purpose you envisioned, you can still spread magic to a group of people who have nothing to do with the world of magicians. This provides countless more opportunities for the inheritance of magic. And it is enough for someone inherited from the concept of the mentor. What he gave was an opportunity, rather than ensuring that everyone could live safely through magic. These were two different concepts. Otherwise, how many people can you help by yourself? This money is a good thing for magicians and the entire magician world, but not for others. The first thing to be impacted was the authority of noble lords everywhere. The nobles of lost land still have a rather outdated thinking. The people in the territory are the property of the nobles, and have the power of life and death. It is best for these people to remain stupid, work hard and be exploited. If the people learn the ability to resist, it will certainly not be conducive to aristocratic rule. The best case scenario is that the territory loses one human resource and one less labor force for the nobles to exploit. Worst, anything could happen. But to resist the backlash of natural forces and the harassment of monsters and beasts, these powerful forces are indispensable. The noble lords can be said to love and hate these powers that are higher than themselves. Use violence to stop the magicians? Are you sure you want to compete with the masters in violence? Then cut off the source of funds? This part is embarrassing. Charlie Richard's Master Fund is mainly funded by the funds from the sale of browser magic stones. And the people who will buy this thing are not just masters. There are also many adventurers, as well as noble lords, who hope to use the convenience of the forum to better control their territories. No one has discovered the hidden disadvantages of the forum, or those who have discovered it have not made it public, but are quietly taking advantage of it. But the nobles really feel that they are shooting themselves in the foot. The magic stones he purchased for his rule were used to pry the foundation of his rule. Not using the forum? You must know that the speed of information circulation means everything. Nobles without this understanding will be eliminated sooner or later. Other nobles are happy to have such idiots in this class group. Copy the browser magic stone and use it yourself instead of making money for the Magicians Association? Within 7 days, if one member of the family can survive, the masters dare to commit collective suicide. The taboo of stealing the knowledge of magicians is something that even the royal families of the 5 empires dare not commit. It is almost the same as declaring war on a group of magicians. The masters will not stand up to you. And those who play dirty tricks will have no children or grandchildren regardless of their surname. Therefore, in order to relieve the crisis of a bounty on his head, someone caused a shock in the land. Generally speaking, it is developing in a good direction. But it can be expected that some people will not adapt to such changes and eventually end up with the tragic fate of being eliminated. But none of this would be blamed on anyone. Or in other words, someone wouldn't care about such nonsense. Regarding the recent changes in news on the forum and the explosive increase in the number of new users, Lin learned a thing or two from Kaya's report. Now that he knows that his apprentices have created a forum index, let's continue to use their titles for the time being. Of course, the teacher cannot continue to ignore it. Anyway, those are the things I want to do, but they have never been scheduled. There is nothing that can be done now. Of course, the only thing to do is to check the progress of the 2 apprentices. And it would be better if they just opened their mouths about this kind of thing. Kaya's results on the forum index far exceeded someone's expectations. Even if he did it by himself, he probably wouldn't be able to do it better. Therefore, the advice Lin Ning can give is something that some girls have not noticed. The most important thing is, of course, how to hide your whereabouts without being discovered. This is not only the hidden behavior on the program and data surfaces, but also the actual use and behavior in front of others. It can be expected that when vulnerabilities in the forum are exposed, distrust will severely damage the confidence of users. At that time, there may be enough people who have mastered the relevant technology to develop other interfaces with similar functions, but with better confidentiality based on the forum. At that time, the best way for someone to deal with it was to push, use, and respond with an attitude of, "I don't know anything and I am also a victim. It's not that I already knew about it." And then happily took advantage of this loophole to do some outrageous things. To be able to do this, Kaya's behavior must be cautious and cautious. At least not to reveal her secrets in front of outsiders. Chapter 385 New Topics. In addition to Kaya's forum index, someone who was forced to be idle began to care about things that he had not cared about for a long time. This is because ever since he was doing research with the World Tree Wadwo in the Wood Elf tribe, all that was involved was research that Lin couldn't be distracted from. Until the previous man-made satellites are launched into the sky. That is considered a staged endpoint of one's own research. Although his body looked like he was dying and his brain was swollen, his mouth was still normal. The whole day was spent watching the two apprentices dangle in front of their eyes. So someone naturally became concerned about their magic progress. The two of them started learning apprentice level 3 ring magic a few years ago. In my impression, Kaya had already made preparations for the formal magician examination, and had also asked herself for advice. But in the end nothing came of it. As for Harumi, this misguided girl, it seems that she has not completely given up on learning magic. But when asked about her progress, it was all evasive. Speaking of which, their apprenticeship qualifications have surpassed their own. With someone's poor apprentice talent, he can still become an official magician in the 8th year after time travel. In Lin's opinion, the reason why many people get stuck in MIDI's 3-ring magic test and make no progress after a lifetime of studying is not that their talents are not good enough, but that they have not mastered the examination method. The two girls have been with him for 11 years. Even if you don't do your job properly, you still have 3 more years to learn the test secrets from the earth. Not to mention there is a lich to ask for advice. Poor talent, resulting in insufficient power accumulation, cannot be regarded as a reason at all. Because teachers whose talents are as bad as theirs can accumulate enough power to pass the 3rd apprenticeship test in a shorter time. There is no reason why they can't. However, he urged 2 apprentices to take advantage of the opportunity of staying at the Pilson District Branch headquarters to pass the apprenticeship 3-ring assessment, obtain the golden thread, and become official magicians. Anyway, my physical condition has improved greatly recently. Although I still can't get out of bed, I don't need anyone to look after me all the time. However, the two of them made excuses, and made excuses. After someone has recited it a few times, he or she loses interest in reciting it anymore. During my rebellious period, when I was that age, I didn't let my parents worry too much. Instead of struggling to battle wits with the two girls, he had other business to do, taking advantage of the fact that most of the research has come to an end for the time being. Lin certainly reviewed the recent gains, losses, and shortcomings. The first topic at hand is related to flash technique. With a long distance of more than 30,000 kilometers and a flash within the field of view, whether it is used simply for movement, attack, or self-defense, there is nothing to fault. But if the conditions change, and it involves locating targets other than yourself, it will not be so smart. For example, when you want to rescue those reckless guys, if you can have a way to locate them and flash directly to them, you don't have to go through so much trouble of asking people and looking for clues. If it's really too late next time, Lin has no way of imagining that scene. Or when a man-made satellite falls. If the satellite body can be directly located, it can be recovered remotely. There is no need to catch up by yourself and then fall into a trap. The current flash technique uses oneself as the origin of the relative coordinate system and moves to any coordinate point. To move an object other than yourself, you need to first define the position of that object, then calculate the position of the moving destination and obtain the corresponding parameters. The problem lies in the item of defining the position of an object. The only way I can locate other objects is by visual. In other words, if you can't see it, or if it moves faster than you can calculate, you can't do anything about it. According to the original idea, Technical research similar to GPS positioning would be considered after the satellites were launched into the sky. In addition, using yourself as an observation point, triangulation can complete positioning quickly and accurately. But now, until he figures out the conditions of the space orbit, Lin has no plans to send the second and third satellites to the sky for the time being, lest they be knocked down as soon as they go up. Of course, a certain person still doesn't know the reason for that lively divine battle, and only regards himself as an ordinary melon eater. But even if he knew, he would definitely be pretending to be stupid. Are you kidding me? Even the one who got slapped on the face is not something I can afford to offend. Okay. Although he had some clues as to how to position the space so that the flash technique could have more uses, Lin still planned to solve another problem first, the curse on his body. The life ornaments jointly created by Finn and Halloumi effectively suppress the curse that can only make hairy people, but cannot kill people. But as long as they are normal people, no one would like to have inexplicable things on their body. The spirit behind it, the curse, these are not in line with my style. And that disease curse allowed someone to once again understand the spiritualism of magic. The body is healthy, and all symptoms of disease are caused by that curse. When I didn't think about it, everything was fine. But as soon as the environment changes, such as it becomes windy or cool, past experience makes me intuitively believe that if I don't take care of myself, I will easily catch a cold, cough, and sneeze, and my body will react immediately. And various diseases will appear endlessly. Sometimes when assembling precision parts, I think that I must concentrate and don't let my hands shake. But whatever you are afraid of will come. If you don't sneeze boldly at the moment that worries you the most, you will be ashamed of the curse you bear on your body. In other words, this curse does not hinder one's daily life, but hinders every critical moment when one is worried and afraid. Fortunately, a certain lich decisively blocked all feelings for someone. If the various negative feelings and emotions caused by the actual illness were added to the curse, someone's condition would only be worse. Recently, besides being busy treating someone's various serious injuries and complications, Finn was trying to explore the source of the curse power. But the progress was not very optimistic. This is because she doesn't understand what divine power is. And of course, she has no way of exploring it. You can kill gods! So why don't you understand divine power? No matter who the opponent is, as long as you are stronger than him, or find a way to weaken him to a point where he is worse than you, you can kill him. This has nothing to do with my understanding of divine power. I just helped someone change into an unknown person. For the ointment, then directed the girl waiting at the side to pack her things while inserting the probe of the detection instrument into someone. At the same time, she spoke so plausibly that it was difficult to refute. Lin, who had no feelings at all, was of course at the mercy of others. As if to make up for the helpless situation of losing all five senses. He especially likes to find excuses. So even though he didn't understand anything, he still continued to talk nonsense. God is so useless. So what's the difference between being that God and not being that God? Gods and magicians are still different. They involve things on another level, which have no absolute relationship with strength. They are even related to faith and so on. To a certain extent, they belong to external forces. And most magicians, what we pursue is the inner origin. How to hone it and how to strengthen it. It is because of this essential difference that I did not consider researching in that direction. Is there any difference between divine power and authority? If not, do you know what the difference is? You don't think that if I knew, your problem would have been solved a long time ago. At the same time, the lich unceremoniously twisted the switch on his hand, and a tube of special medicine was infused intravenously, directly allowing someone to people's eyelids are heavy, and they gradually fall into sleep. She said, if there is no constructive nonsense, you should talk less. Go to sleep well. And when you wake up, maybe I will have results. The lich is truly a lich. The potion that Finn used to put someone to sleep and block Lin from all sensations in his body were the results of the lich's potion science. This is also a compromise to avoid triggering someone's self-defense mechanisms. Using magic to interfere with someone will trigger the defense mechanism of that starry sky. Using medicine will not. Just like any physical attack and most spiritual attacks, they will be ruthlessly thrown into the unknown by the flash spell, but a lowest level curse can leave someone half dead. It can only be said that the various protections on someone's body are still full of loopholes. Someone who fell asleep, of course, entered the magic tower in his dream. I can't go anywhere for a while, and I can't move my hands and feet. I can only go into my dream and experience the illusion that my limbs are still intact and my body is healthy. The two avatars of Zhong and Fei Zhai are playing chess. But the violent Lolita, who had always been manipulated in various ways, was nowhere to be seen this time. As soon as the original one appeared on the stage, he said, "It's so relaxing. I'm almost pissed outside. But you guys are here, playing chess. It can't help." After Fat Man's incarnation ate a chess piece, he actually stuffed the chess piece into his mouth and bit it. The second incarnation also said at this time, "The things we will know are the things you also know. And the reason why we will talk about some things you don't know is because you already knew those things, but just forgot. So like in this case, it's useless to ask us, because we don't have the answer. So please think about it for yourself." How heartless. Don't you have any direction for your thinking that I didn't notice? Okay. Since you asked sincerely, I will give you a trick. The avatar of Fat Man shook the layers of fat on his belly and said while picking his nose, "The so-called permutation and combination. We know that the perfect power ratio is 128 to 64 to 32 to 16 to 84:21. But we still don't know how this ratio is arranged. Why don't we look for it in this direction? Brother, I came to discuss with you to find a way to solve the problem, not to create more problems or increase research topics. You are doing the right thing. If you cannot answer the question with the existing evidence and methods, it means that the existing things are incomplete. Don't always think about using induction or inference just to get results. Sometimes, the stupid method of exhaustive exhaustion will lead to there will be unexpected gains. So before that, please work towards every possibility. It may be relevant, but it may not lead to any results." Chapter 386 Pilson's Lecture. Since I found the smallest unit of power in the Tower of the Great Sage and found the perfect ratio of power to maintain a static balance, I will pay special attention to the ratio of power use when doing research and design in all aspects. I have also studied the ratio of magic output power in use, observed the difference in magic efficiency after fine-tuning, and tried to find the best ratio. But all this presupposes that the different units of power are perfectly uniformly mixed in the quantities used. But is it really so? Just like alloys, as we all know, they are mixed from different metals to obtain different metallic properties. However, alloys are not perfectly homogeneous. And making alloys is not as simple as heating two or more metals to a liquid state, mixing them together, stirring them evenly with a stirring rod, and finally cooling them down. Using different processes will yield different results and have different properties. If we follow this line of thinking to consider whether the actual situation in the proportion of powers is even, we have to follow what the fat self said and consider the arrangement of powers in the most basic units, regardless of whether this thing is useful or not. It is certain that the project will be very huge. Fortunately, Finn had already constructed a similar judgment program, the one she used to detect DNA sequences. So after Lin woke up, while the impression was still deep, he asked Halumi, who was waiting on the side, to invite their elder sister, and said this. "Is this feasible?" Although Finn was a little skeptical, he looked eager to try. At this level of lich, she will be very interested in anything she doesn't know yet, as long as she can feel the novelty. And now, in addition to his own power, someone also has the power of the curse hidden in his body. It can be said that the experimental group and the control group are combined into one, and they are still unable to move and are at the mercy of others. There will be better experimental subjects. So Finn quickly commanded the 2 girls and 4 dwarves, and began to set up the observation magic array, supporting instruments, and debugging procedures. For them, the relevant technologies are readily available, and the only difference is an idea of how to use them. And the most difficult thing about doing this is that the object of observation must be as still as possible, because the activity itself will lead to changes in the power in the body. Remaining still will only suppress this change to the smallest extent. But this difficulty is just right for someone who is seriously injured. In addition, in order to prevent someone from being too bored, but arrange the detected powers into a scrolling picture that was constantly updated according to someone's request. Generally speaking, the program will run faster if it does not involve input and output. If it were Finn's previous approach when analyzing the DNA of all species, he would send the sample data to a cloud cluster composed of world trees for calculation. The speed is so fast. As someone said, it takes time to transmit data. Although it is a pleasure to use the computing power selflessly contributed by the world trees, it also depends on where it is used. What they need to do now is related to someone's privacy, and they are trying to investigate the secret of divine power. Finn and Lin both agree that it is better to do these things secretly. It takes a little longer, but there is no concern of leaking information. Someone's fear of death is extraordinary. Although the other lich is not afraid of death, he doesn't want to offend the being behind the curse. There are two different things between facing your opponent head-on after you are fully prepared, and provoking your opponent before you are fully prepared. So the inefficiency caused by outputting the image this time is just a trivial matter compared to just using the first coffin calculation. What's more, sometimes the logic of the preset judgment may not be comprehensive. So people have to do the final check. If you can see the results presented with your own eyes, you may have new and better ideas. Having said that, some people underestimate how boring it is to constantly browse monotonous, messy, and unreadable data. Did you last an entire afternoon? Someone who had lost all sense and found it difficult to fall asleep was already drowsy before it was time to go to bed at night. This time, the two apprentices can find a treasure. You must know that the most troublesome part of taking care of someone is that the work and rest schedules are not consistent. So it is very difficult to take care of a baby who sleeps very lightly and needs to drink milk every few hours. Another trouble is that the patient is afraid of looking for trouble. And the only trouble is taking care of him. People, if their elder sister hadn't specially warned not to use the sap technique on someone who was sick, I'm afraid Halloumi would have pulled the female dwarf Mary over. And the two of them discussed in detail how to use the sap technique to save effort and be effective. Will Kaya stop it? Usually her role is to be a lookout or divert attention. Nowadays, this constantly refreshing picture of the arrangement of power has a hypnotic effect. The two apprentices can't wait to open someone's eyelids and insert the water mirror screen displaying the picture. Anyway, no one ever said that he wanted to remove it. But whenever Lin had the chance, he would always cheer up and try to find patterns in the pictures that might not exist. It just usually doesn't last long. Analyzing the arrangement of powers in one's body is like waiting for the body to heal. It seems to be a long road. During these days, apart from occasionally directing the two girls dangling in front of him to do things that he didn't know the meaning of, Lin was always falling asleep due to the hypnotic pictures of color changes. In order to take care of a certain teacher who was dying, the two girls stopped running outside and became much calmer. The same goes for the four dwarves, which means that they are not fun-loving in nature. Besides, for Germain, learning new knowledge is more important than seeing the colorful world, because deep down in his heart, he still hopes to inject new vitality into the almost rigid society of the Silverbeard dwarves by learning someone's knowledge. So whenever he had the chance, he kept asking and doing. However, Fin has been quite busy recently and often runs out. Of course, her situation now is different from that of William's city back then. At that time, in order to run the college, the Charlie Richard Magician Fund, which was supposed to be responsible for the funding, could not allocate half a dime into the college's treasury for various reasons. In order to pay for up and down expenses, in addition to using one's own property to advance. Of course someone has to find some way to find some sources of funds. The nobles who have too much money and are stupid are of course the main targets. Therefore, during that time, the two of them attended gatherings of nobles very diligently. And it was inevitable that they would be a little pretentious, just to let these stingy nobles take out their wallets. But recently Fin went out as a lecturer of P language, giving public lectures similar to those Lin gave when he was in William's city. Many actions initiated by someone have actually spread their influence to various places with the popularity of the forum. Moreover, the natives of Lost Land are not so stupid that they have no ability to learn. When they see good things, of course they will selectively absorb and use them. Lectures are one of them. The magicians in the Lost Land do not have the habit of cherishing their brooms. They may hide some special skills that are hidden in the bottom of the box, but they still hope to spread their knowledge, in addition to being driven by the overall social atmosphere. More importantly, in order to learn magic, various magic materials and items required for meditation rituals require money. Apart from fighting life and death, exchanging some expired old knowledge for money is a very safe way. So why not do it, rather than letting the association sell its own knowledge slowly? Ticketed lectures can be said to be the fastest way to make money. At this time, he is very articulate and talks about magicians that most people are interested in. Of course, it is easy to make a lot of money by giving lectures. Of course, some people have suffered losses because of this. After all, there are always some expenses to be incurred in order to hold a successful lecture. In fact, if someone knew about it, they would have a feeling that in Midland, the lectures are not used to spread knowledge, but like a celebrity concert. But to be honest, even on Earth, there are some lectures that charge more for tickets than concerts. However, The reason why this lazy lich whose cancer symptoms are no less severe than someone else's is holding a lecture is not because she took the initiative, but was invited by Mark Kovacs, the president of the Pilson branch of the Magicians Association. The reason is, of course, that the P language is no different from the Bible. With the popularity of forums, of course some people will be interested in the technology behind them. Since the lich came to the Pilsen area to log in, of course he also logged in the P language locally. And if you can master a programming language without a teacher just by looking at the textbooks without any foundation, you must be an unparalleled genius. Unfortunately, most people are not this kind of person. Therefore, inviting one of the creators of P language to give a lecture has become a need, not a simple means of making money. For fun. Even though he has been recognized by the Pilsen district and holds the title of the local Grand Magician, there will definitely be people who are unconvinced and want to try the lich's skills. In addition to relying on strength to kill an opponent, convincing others with practical skills is also an option. Besides, lectures don't have the trouble of recruiting apprentices. They impart knowledge within a fixed time and then provide some time for a few lucky people to ask questions. Even if we meet each other on the road, we are still strangers and have no obligation to answer questions or answer questions. This is not like a serious apprentice accepted by 800. Not only do you have to worry about the apprentice's magic progress, you also have to pay for the other person's food, accommodation, and various expenses. So the lich thought about it for a while and agreed to the lecture invitation. In addition, all the fees payable are borne by the Pilsen district chapter, but the admission fee belongs to the speaker. The only exchange condition is to provide free admission for 20 people from the association to attend the lecture, but had no reason to refuse such favorable conditions. Don't think that the association seems to be at a disadvantage. As the branch headquarters of the Magicians Association, how could it not have space and manpower? If others want to borrow it, they have to spend a lot of money. If you want to use it, how much money can you spend? In other words, among the people below who are doing things, a few of them dared to talk to the people above about the cost. In fact, this practice later became the practice of the Magician Association to invite famous or powerful magicians to give lectures. As the founder, Lich, in this memorable lecture, used programs to solve complex mathematical problems, torturing the listeners to the point of ecstasy. Chapter 387. The soul leaves the body. Although someone has had this understanding a long time ago, no matter who is more or less in this world, horses will still run and dance, and nothing will change. But when you actually encounter it, it is inevitably a bit frustrating. I couldn't feel anything while lying on the bed. I could only be manipulated like a doll. Other than that, I just stare at the picture of the power arrangement that I don't know what I will see. And it keeps changing. Although in the 24 hours a day, I am afraid that there is not even 1/10 of the time that someone can cheer up and look at the screen. Even Lin will have the illusion that he will just rot on this bed and finish the book. So someone started looking for something to do in different ways. The so-called otaku is one who can find the pleasure of enjoying himself in a small space and live a life that he thinks is rich. Being able to be satisfied with the happiness that others look down upon is otaku in the true sense. So what tricks can you play now that you can't move? Talking and singing. Teasing two little girls dangling in front of you? To be honest, someone really doesn't know how to sing Shabamo. What era are those things from? I've only seen them in Jean Yong's The Deer and the Cauldron. Therefore, a method that someone thought of was actually something that he wanted to try when he came to this magical world a long time ago. Soul out-of-body experience. In addition, I had witnessed it twice a while ago. The lich sucked out the soul of a person with just one kiss. So someone mentioned this matter to the lich to see if she could make it easier for her to pass the first out-of-body hurdle. Unfortunately, the refused immediately. She said, "If you want to ask for a kiss, you can. If you want me to use the Banshee's kiss to take out your soul, I can't." Why? I should have mentioned that I don't want to provoke the power hidden in you before you can control it. Or before I figure out what it is. Okay. Someone's voice was a little frustrated, but he couldn't figure out what made him frustrated. But Lin would not give up just like that. He remembered a scene from a certain movie and asked, "Do you have any other ways to get the soul out of the body? For example, slap my chest and take my soul out. In vitro or something like that. Are you sure?" Then looked at someone lying on the bed, thinking wildly, "Isn't this difficult for you? I saw this former demon king with a sharp and beautiful face and a pair of phoenix eyes that seemed to enchant people's soul." He said seriously, "It's not difficult. If I hit it seriously, I can knock out any soul." But there's no need to think about how to go back. Just live as a ghost for the rest of your life. Because you probably won't even have a body. Alright. Don't think about shortcuts. It's just a movie after all. The person in front of me is not the Ancient One Master. And he does not seem to have the posture of the Supreme Mage. What about the formal magic of the undead system? Although the ghosts in the Lost Land are not as full as walking around, they are definitely not unusual. I still remember that not long ago, the place where I met Germaine and those scammers was in a village full of evil spirits. But after asking Flynn, a lich who was completely dead but had somehow revived himself, he determined one thing. Most of the non-physical creatures such as ghosts, evil spirits, and so on in the Lost Land are all in a way to continue life under forced or accidental circumstances. Very few people voluntarily become this form. No matter how broken the body is, it has more advantages than a pure spirit body. Because the pure spirit body is very vulnerable to the impact of more powerful forces. And there is a doubt that it will collapse. It is very difficult to become a ghost strong enough to walk freely. Most of them are evil spirits that are subject to certain restrictions to exist. When it comes to protecting your soul, you can never be too cautious. Even if some people train their souls to be extremely powerful, it is only for protection and resistance to attacks that may come from the mind or soul. No one deliberately lets his soul leave his body. There is only one exception for magicians of this system, and that is curse. The formation of the curse is not purely composed of power, but must involve some degree of mental power, soul, and obsession. Separate a little bit of your soul. Use a lot of power to amplify the negative power contained in this soul, and then harm the cursed object. It is this kind of constant cutting of one's own soul, even though it is only a little at a time, and part of the soul is separated from the body for a long time, causing disharmony between body and soul. So magicians who are good at curses are usually not in good health. Furthermore, what will happen to the body that has lost its soul in the Lost Land? After the death of a powerful individual, the body will not rot or decay quickly. Even in a well-preserved state, the body that has lost its soul will still maintain the lowest heartbeat and breathing. It sounds incredible, but Minnie is just so unreasonable. If you don't find a way to suppress it at this time, there will be two possibilities. 1. Other souls or evil spirits take advantage of the situation and occupy the body. 2. A new soul will be reborn from the body that has lost its soul. He will remember the habits of this body, but without the memory of this body during his lifetime, he can be directly regarded as a new individual. Therefore, if you want to use the biological method to separate the soul from the body, the first thing you must pay attention to is how to preserve it and prevent other passing ghosts from occupying your body. In addition, this lich gave a lot of suggestions. The implication is that I have no objection to someone trying this. Of course, on the one hand, Flynn also wanted to see if the training system described by Lynn was suitable for the MD. Secondly, she also understood that someone who was cut off from all feelings would go crazy sooner or later if he didn't find something to do. Have you seen someone who has been torturing 2 apprentices recently? Exploring the arrangement of powers is a very important topic. But now that the written judgment program is working hard to execute, there is nothing else to do except wait. To actively let the soul leave the body and break free from the shackles of the body. The most important thing is to cut off the connection between the two. It can be regarded as a basic magic that Lich must learn. And Banshee's Kiss has such an ability. But if you do this to others, no matter how careful you are, it will cause harm, big or small. So this trick should be used with caution. If you were to do this to yourself, you certainly wouldn't be able to choose something that would cause harm. Therefore, Lynn is moving towards weakening the connection between soul and body, and then trying to break away from the body, but not completely breaking away from the bondage. But all the preparations and all the possibilities have been made. But the soul seems to be deeply ingrained and unable to truly break away. Faced with this situation, of course someone entered his own dream, came to the 5-story magic tower, and asked the other 2 for details. Because the only possibility he could think of was that if the spiritual world was linked to the soul, then this dream magic tower would definitely have a lot to do with preventing his soul from appearing in the real world. What's going on? What do you think? Since it was all about himself, Lynn didn't even say any opening remarks and just asked without thinking. How about you die? The violet lily hasn't been dismantled yet and made into bricks to fill the gaps in the tower. Lynn didn't think that this person, who was imprisoned in her dream, could still get in touch with the outside world. Unless the fat one and the thin one told her. If someone says something like this without knowing the reason, it shows the depth of their resentment. But you still have to ignore what should be ignored. especially a violent loli with twin tails, who was transformed into a head, seeing 2 arms growing out where the ears should be, and 2 short legs at the neck. Lin felt that he had nothing to say to such a person. But Fatty, who was playing with the girl as a pillow, said in agreement, "That's right. Anyway, your sister also said that people can be resurrected if necessary. So when you want to leave the body, just die and resurrect when you want to regain your soul. This is one way. Why do I have the feeling that you guys would seriously give me this idea? It's a very stupid idea. Well, then you don't need our stupid idea?" Looking at the second-year middle school boy who rarely took the initiative to speak, Lin said with some surprise, "Say it. Say it. It's rare for you to have an opinion. How could I not listen carefully? Actually, the question in this matter needs to go back to another question first. What do you want to use the out-of-body experience to do? Float to the dark realm and say lo to Dormammu? Of course not. In fact, we just want to in the real world. You don't have to rely entirely on others. Just do something. All I can say is that I am truly worthy of myself." That's exactly what someone was thinking. Like the 2 new topics set before, programs are already scanning the arrangement and combination of powers, and all that is left is to wait for the results. But for another project, the subject of improving the flash technique, although there is a general direction, there is no progress. Ultimately, it's because I can't move in reality, wanting to use forums, or not manually entering program code. These are the Lich's expertise. Someone cannot do this. And it is certainly impossible to develop any programs. As for why you don't develop programs in the Dream Magic Tower, in fact, someone had tried this a long time ago. But in the end, he had no choice but to admit the fact that Dreamland is not a good development and fault-tolerant environment. The Dream is more like the actual server in use. No matter how important everything is, it is not as important as a stable server that will not cause any accidents. And to do some development on the server that may have the risk of crashing, you have to be really stupid to make such an attempt. Therefore, if you want to make any progress on the subject of upgrading the flash technique while you are ill, you must have the ability to work in reality. It is impossible to wait for your body to recover so that you can show off your skills. Because according to a certain Lich's diagnosis, if it was a simple trauma, it should have been cured long ago under her treatment. But the actual situation was not the same. The only possible explanation is that the power of the curse, hidden somewhere in someone's body, also plays a role in blocking the body's self-healing mechanism. This time, the power of analyzing the curse can be increased to a life-threatening level in one breath. As if echoing the opinions of the second incarnation, Lin said, "Indeed. I just want to be able to type on the keyboard in the outside world. I have never thought about using my soul to float around and do some peeping. Well, have you ever thought about it? In fact, we just need to extend the limbs in our imagination, instead of completely detaching and becoming an independent individual. Just like a potted plant. Although the flower is not in the soil, it cannot be separated from the soil. And the biggest advantage of doing this is that the connection between the body and the soul is not severed. So there is no need to make any major changes. Even if the extended soul limb is injured, it will not hurt the root." Chapter 388 Accident. In fact, if you want to comply with what the second incarnation said, just to meet your work needs in the real world, there seems to be a magic that can do this. And that is the Bokamashu giant palm technique. But the fact is that now that all feelings have been temporarily lost, there is also a problem in mobilizing power. What's more, the giant palm technique is a variant of the giant fist technique. It was originally designed to be used for attacks, not for precision operations. If you want to maintain this magic for a long time, the consumption is not light. Not to mention that in some extreme environments, it will increase the consumption of magic, such as handling high temperature and high heat things. Therefore, what the second incarnation said seemed to be a solution. But in fact it was of no great use. According to the Lichfan, the body is both protection and restraint for the soul. Therefore, if the soul wants to break away from the body, it is like a baby bird breaking out of its shell. It needs to break the shackles of the body before the soul can break free. Then, there are a lot of words about feeling yourself, feeling nature, feeling everything in the universe, feeling the existence of that membrane, and then breaking it and wearing it out. To be honest, this is the biggest reason why a certain time traveler still misses science. Everything is told by numbers, and all feelings are put aside to enjoy the coolness. So the biggest problem now is that we still don't know how to break the shackles. Is it meaningful to discuss whether the soul should be completely detached or partially detached? It's true that I'm discussing it with myself. But the blind spots still exist, and it doesn't help the progress of the matter. Thinking of this, someone couldn't help but sigh. Although he had set several research topics for himself recently, he was stuck in each one and didn't know how to proceed. Just when he was sighing and feeling sorry for himself, the blonde girl walked in again, and she still had an unhappy expression on her face. Recently, because someone has been too idle, others are feeling sad, especially the two girls who are responsible for taking care of him. Normally during the day and midnight, the two girls would take turns guarding their teacher. Only the period after dinner and before going to bed is the time when someone is most nervous. So the two girls started playing various games to decide the outcome, and only the loser would appear in front of someone. They did not hide this situation, and Lynn was happy to use this to tease the girls who appeared. Lost again. Why did you lose today? You are so stupid. If it were me, I would do whatever I want. The two girls' reactions were completely different. Kaya would stand expressionlessly in front of someone's bed, within sight, staring at the person quietly for a while, and then go about some routine business. When you're done, rest or do your own thing. If she is very angry, she will hide in someone's blind spot and sharpen her knife. I really don't know where I learned this weird trick. Very useful though. Listening to the sound of sharpening knives. Someone dared not even fart. When Halloumi was ridiculed, she would angrily retort, no matter how big or small. Her voice was not inferior to anyone's. When she gets really angry, she starts drawing or writing. Don't think it's too elegant. It's painted on a person who can't move. And it's all kinds of weird and joking pictures. Someone can't resist even if they want to. And as soon as the painting is finished, Kaya will definitely be asked to take photos and videos as evidence. What a bad habit. But today, as soon as the blonde girl entered the door, she was cursing and stomping her feet while walking. Looking at this posture, how could the teacher not care and ask? Why? I was abused by Kaya in all kinds of ways again. And I'd lost my pants. Someone would say this because they almost all hung up in the sewer last time. The dark-haired and brown-skinned girl did not wake up after being rescued. Sofan used all kinds of methods to treat the comatose girl. Even in the later stages, many of them were no longer purely medical methods. What should I say? It's like when someone wants to make a typhoon belt and a grasshopper helmet for a girl to wear. All I can say is that she is truly the former leader of an evil organization. A woman with the title of Demon King. The only thing she should do is to enlarge herself, or the weirdo. An intuitive manifestation is that after Kaya adapted to the body that was severely plagued by the lich, her childhood playmate could no longer beat the girl she grew up with in physical fitness without using any auxiliary magic. Otherwise, in the past, the lively and active girl always outshined her quiet companion. However, Halloumi was not discouraged at all, and instead sought abuse in various ways. The euphemistic name is to help girls get familiar with their new selves and understand their weaknesses and strengths. Of course, the ending is all kinds of tragic. So recently, listening to how young girls are being abused is one of the few pleasures I have. Of course, the girl understands the virtues of her teacher. These days, in addition to not seeing the patient and beating him up, I can't help but quarrel with him. This time when he entered the house. Of course, Halloumi couldn't help but complain about someone. Anyway, all the mistakes are the fault of my own teacher. So she scolded her right away. It's all because of you. You idiot. Every wrong has its owner. Every debt has its owner. And what you say must be well-founded. Why am I stupid? I've been losing to Shioka lately, so I suggested that we don't compete with anything else today and just try our luck. Shirka agreed. She suggested tossing a coin and guessing the head versus the word. I agreed. I chose the word first and just wanted to find one. I have to dig through the money box. She remembered that I had a lucky coin with me. I agreed without thinking. It was a lucky coin after all. Then I took it out and put it in. The coins that this girl was asked to keep were indeed secretly engraved with dwarven lucky charms. But how come someone vaguely remembers that the lucky coin is a two-sided head? So someone blurted out and cursed. Idiot! You are the fool! Why did you make that kind of coin? I lost. That's not lucky at all. No. You obviously kept the things. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about it. As a result, you, the person who kept it, got hacked by Kaya. It's my fault. It's your fault. Idiot. Idiot. Making a face and sticking out his tongue at someone, Harumi twisted his head and gave someone a slap on the back of his head. Someone just smiled inwardly at this. although I wanted to really laugh out loud. I just had a facial paralysis right now. So I forgot about it. This girl's childish nature seems to have remained the same as before, even though she has grown taller. Should this be considered a good thing or a bad thing? Ah, so beautiful. This girl said this in vain. Just when the teacher wanted to complain a few words, she heard a pop, and it was like a bag full of things falling to the ground. The sound of, "Hey, girl, what's wrong?" For a moment, there was no response. This abnormality can make someone worried. Lynn wanted to shout a few times and call out to that silly girl. But unfortunately, he couldn't use his strength now. And of course, he couldn't speak loudly. So he could only shout dryly, "Hey, idiot! Don't scare me. What's wrong with you? Just respond! Kaya! Kaya! Come and take a look!" Although he tried to scream, the volume was still the same. And it even caused injuries to his body. Although Lynn still didn't feel anything, it was more difficult to speak. Faintly, the blonde girl's breathing could be heard. But what exactly is going on? No one can see. He struggled to get up. But unfortunately, the Lich's magic was too powerful. And this body still didn't look like his own. And his style didn't move. But the situation is urgent. And someone doesn't want to accept his fate. In other words, giving up here may have terrible consequences. Not daring to imagine the worst outcome, Lynn tried to mobilize the power he still had at his disposal. According to the general situation in the Lost Land, after being restrained by magic such as immobilization, the standard procedure for breaking away is to concentrate all the powers on one point and regain control of part of the limbs first, even if it is just a movement of a finger. In the world of spiritualism, the body-fixing technique will disintegrate. So Lynn struggled hard. Suddenly, there was a crisp sound like glass breaking, and the whole world seemed to have undergone some inexplicable changes before his eyes. But after realizing that he could move freely, Lynn had no time to notice the difference and jumped out of bed as soon as he got up. The ghostly and crazy girl with blonde hair was paralyzed on the ground. Her face was flushed. She was sweating coldly. Her hands and feet were shaking slightly. The saliva from the corner of her mouth was hanging directly on the ground. She rolled her eyes, and she was completely delirious. This is definitely not in heat, according to the visual judgment of someone who has been ill for a long time. A fever? Serious cold? Or some other emergency? Just looking at it is useless. First touch your forehead to see if it is hot. It's okay if he doesn't reach out. But when he reaches out, he inserts his hand directly into the girl's head. Someone was startled and retracted his hand. Subconsciously looking back, I saw myself lying on the bed fine. I stretched out my hands and took a look. There was nothing wrong with it. It didn't look like a ghost with a transparent body. So what's going on? Before she could think about it carefully, the girl fell to the ground and coughed violently. Lynn also knew that time was of the essence, and that he could not save anyone. In the current situation, he could always seek help. He immediately took 3 steps and 2 steps, rushed to the door, and grabbed the doorknob several times. But if you can't touch it, you can't touch it. This is how to open the door. Regretful that he had not learned to use his spirit state to move objects in advance, Lynn regretfully hammered the door panel. But nothing was hit by the hammer, and instead the whole arm went through. Damn. I've been a human for so long that I don't even know how to be a ghost. Close your eyes and bury your head. As expected, he didn't hit anything and walked straight out of the room. After identifying the rooms of the 2 girls, according to Kaya's habit, she will now be busy in her own room. Jogging quickly, just before he could enter the girl's room in his soul state, someone seemed to be pulled by something and fell straight back. When I got up again, I couldn't move forward an inch. Looking back, I saw a white ray of light extending from the tailbone, the thickness of a baby's arm, pulling itself straight, restricting movement. The other end came out of the wall. Looking at the direction, it should be the position of my body. Is this an EVA cable? After people unplug it, they still have 5 minutes of activity time. I couldn't even see where the plugs and sockets were. How to call for help now. Chapter 389. The Sick Girl. Someone who was restrained stood outside the room and yelled. Although I tried my best to suck the milk, there was no reaction at all. I remembered that I was currently in an abnormal state and had no idea how far I could interfere with the real world. But now was not the time to study slowly. There was nothing he could throw away. He looked around and saw that there were some things in the corridor, but he still couldn't pick them up. Force yourself to calm down and think. This is a magical world that cannot be treated with ordinary physical laws. So those who calmed down immediately tried to mobilize their power and cast magic. But unfortunately they found nothing. None of the conventional magic could be cast. Since conventional ones won't work, what about your own magic carved on the dream magic tower? With just such a thought, the familiar starry sky enveloped the entire corridor, glittering with stars. Although he didn't know if this simulated starry sky contained a girl's room, Lin still controlled the twinkling of the stars, using the 3 long and 2 short signals that he had taught them before, and repeated them. The international rescue signal from the Earth only flashed for the 2nd time, and Kaya had already ran out of the room. She looked at her lively teacher in surprise. Without any extra time to explain, Lin grabbed the girl's hand, rushed to his room as he had just done, and then slammed his head against the wall. Lin, who was not sure what type he was now, held his nose and cursed. At the same time, the dwarf, who was still in the small courtyard, also leaned out of the door to take a look. The dark-haired and brown-skinned girl, who was also not in the situation, looked at her teacher in confusion. For some reason, someone who was in so much pain that he couldn't speak could only keep gesturing around the room to let the girl take the first step. But he could only hold onto the wall and walk in step by step. When he finally walked into the room with difficulty, Kaya had already lifted up the unconscious Halumi and checked her condition. Teacher, Haru's body feels very hot. It looks like she has a high fever. How could this happen? At this time, there were several dwarves outside the door who were poking their heads and looking at the situation in the room. Seeing this, Lin shouted directly, "You guys should come in and help. First help this girl to her own bed." The 2 female dwarves Marit and Freya did their part. One after the other, they lifted up their light but hot bodies and walked towards the girl's room. Lin also quickly followed. On the way, Lin asked Kaya, who looked worried, and said, "Your sisters haven't come back yet?" Then had a lecture to give tonight, so she went out after dinner. It was far from the time she would normally come back, so Kaya could only shake her head worriedly and ask, "Teacher, what happened? Also, are you dead now?" The girl remembered that when she entered the room, she was surprised to see someone lying on the bed. The level is definitely no less than seeing a companion lying on the ground. I followed all the way to the girl's room. Although I didn't realize it, I now no longer have the problem of scope limitation. In this way, he commanded everyone and put the girl with high fever back on her own bed. In the Lost Land, magicians, like high-level warriors, rarely get sick, but once they get sick, it will be very serious. However, the girl's illness came quickly and urgently. Without any warning, someone is trying to remember what just happened. The only unusual thing is that the girl said, "So beautiful." Did she see something that made her feel this way? And could what she saw be related to the girl's current situation? Speaking of that room, it was just an ordinary small business hotel. There was no ingenuity in decorating the room. Everything was mainly practical and functional. As for the only change, that is the program that is running. Browsing capabilities are sorted and pictured. As if he had caught that little bit of inspiration, Lin pushed Kaya, who rarely showed an expression, and said, "Quick, help me stop the traversal program in the room." And looking at the blonde girl moaning in illness, someone added he finished, "And bring me the pig head I brought with me." Pig head, someone's name for the life pendant made by the lich and the sick girl. The most important thing is that the image of the pig face is made vivid and has risen to the level of art. And that life pendant is an important accessory for someone to suppress the power of the curse. Of course Kaya knew this, so she just showed the same worried look. Of course, the teacher knew what his students were worried about. He pushed the girl again and said, "Don't worry. No matter how bad my situation is now, it's just like that. On the contrary, this wild girl is about to die, and I can't find a way to help her. If we postpone it until your sisters come back, then we must prepare for the ritual of using resurrection magic." As if she agreed with her teacher's statement, Kaya nodded and immediately walked out. But Lin still didn't forget to shout, "Remember to stop that program. Also, to be on the safe side, don't look at the screen. Got it?" The girl, who was not used to speaking back, just stopped, looked back at someone, nodded obviously, and then turned around and left. When the lich returned to the courtyard in the carriage sent by the association, she hesitated. Should she go into this extremely dangerous place for her? Somewhere under the starry night sky. In fact, the scope of the shroud did not extend beyond the small courtyard. From the outside, there was nothing unusual at all. But the terrifying feeling was hard to forget. But as long as she takes a few steps back, it feels like it doesn't exist. This contrast makes her even more wary. What happened again? After hesitating for a while, before Finn could make up his mind, someone already ran out of the small courtyard. The dark-haired and brown-skinned girl grabbed her sister, just like their teacher grabbed her before, and ran towards the small courtyard with her. Hurry! Sister! Haru is sick! Very sick! What is this? Fun, who looked confused, was pulled into the girl's room. Halloumi was lying on the bed with a pale face and sunken eyes. She looked like she had been ill for a long time. This made a certain lich even more confused. Before she went out, the girl was still alive and kicking. And that was only more than 2 hours ago. Stepping forward to check on the girl's condition, Finn felt a strong vitality and a vicious curse intertwined with each other, growing and declining, and constantly changing. After removing the quilt, the life pendant she had made was placed on the girl's chest, emitting a faint magical aura, which showed that it was playing its best role. Then asked with an ugly face, "Where is your teacher?" Kaya didn't know how to answer this question, so she could only shake her head. But she didn't expect that just shaking her head and saying nothing could easily cause misunderstanding. The lich, who at least couldn't figure it out, thought for a moment that things were developing in the most disturbing direction. But then he thought that in this starry sky, it didn't look like that guy was dead. After confirming that Halloumi's condition was not urgent, then decided to see another patient first. Following Kaya, then opened someone's door and heard an angry voice coming from inside. "Don't come in!" The steps that I had taken forward were retracted. Then looked at the fat man inside with a very interested expression, and said in a very provocative voice, "Can I go in?" "Ah, it's you. I thought it was someone else. Come in and have a look. No one else is allowed in." After seeing the person standing at the door clearly, Lin did not stop the former Demon King. But he still shouted. He pushed back other people who wanted to follow him through the door, instructing the girl who followed to take care of her companion. Then walked into the room and looked curiously at someone's current situation that she didn't know how to explain. "Are you dead?" Someone's body was still lying peacefully on the bed. His breathing was very light, and his heartbeat was slow, as if it was no surprise that it had stopped all at once. But his ghost is sitting half-length inside his own body, sitting upright with his upper body and hands busy, just like someone who was immersed in coding before. In response to this person's questioning, the man who was focusing on the screen in front of him rarely put down the matters at hand, took a look at his own appearance, and said, "I guess he's not dead yet. I've tried it. If I lie back inside my body, I'll be fine. It's back to its original state. Well, it should be. Since I don't feel anything, I can't move, and I don't have much energy to speak. Okay, what did you find? Does it have anything to do with the condition of that wild girl?" Before she fell down, that wild girl said something beautiful. I was wondering what she saw to make her feel this way. And this room is so monotonous that even I feel bored. So I guess the only possibility is what amazed her was what she saw in these pictures. "So you went looking for it?" "Yes. Because the program did not stop immediately when Halloumi fell. So it took a while to go back to the time point. But I still found the fragment she saw. As he said that, Lin just turned over the water mirror screen. But he only moved for a moment. And then he drew his bow to cover part of the picture. Well, you know that wild girl fell down after seeing it. So you have to prepare first. If you also fall down, I know how to save you. Turn over. I'm ready." Since the lich said so, Lin certainly wouldn't worry about anything. At her level, the only flaw is the accident that happened before the situation was unknown. As long as you are prepared, even if you are just mentally prepared, it will be harder than climbing to the sky to hurt this lich. Therefore, Lin did not hesitate about the lich's request and turned over the water mirror screen. On the screen is the basic unit of power collection defined by Lin 1 mana. There are a total of 255 units of power, arranged in a regular geometric pattern. If the object of analysis is someone's power, the proportion of powers in 1 mana is not only far from the perfect ratio, but is even arranged in a disorderly manner, and it is difficult to repeat in adjacent power arrangements. However, Lin expanded the water mirror screen in his hand to double the screen area up and down, showing the continuous changes in the analyzed power. For Finn, the identification was not difficult because it was just the same fragment repeated 3 times. But she still took some time to confirm that it was the same 3 arrangements, and the ratio of the 8 powers was still a perfect ratio. However, although the probability of encountering 3 consecutive identical ones is very low, it is still possible to encounter them. So her expression was a bit disapproving. The next moment, Lin pulled the water mirror screen up and down while reducing the scale. Just look at the elongated picture showing unimaginable colors. And they are very regular. Like silk. Crystal clear. And fascinating. Chapter 390 The Essence of Divine Power. Before this, Lin had never thought that the arrangement of pure power could bring people a beautiful feeling. On the one hand, it is also because in the early stages of program design, the power arrangement pattern that appears when detecting someone is an irregular and chaotic color block. Therefore, she preconceptually believed that what someone wanted to do would only result in a bunch of nonsense, and would not have the results he expected. But now she has changed her mind. Although there was a moment in my heart where I doubted whether someone was making up lies to deceive people. But thinking back, Lin didn't need to do such a thing. And another feeling also made them certain that what they saw in front of them was what they were looking for. Just looking at this pattern formed according to a certain pattern. There is a faint force that wants to invade my body. It was the same power that pervaded Halumi and someone before. This may be the reason why the blonde girl suddenly became seriously ill and fell into a coma. Although she learned some druid tricks from the Wood Elves, they were still not enough to fight. So, this is the source of the divine power we are looking for. Someone didn't say much, but reached out from his spiritual body into his physical body, as if holding an object weighing 1,000 kilograms, and picked up a piece of powerful spiritual light the size of a grain of rice. The masters can roll a fireball casually, and they are not only that little bit in size, but the quality between the two is completely different. The fireball did not hit anyone, and did not pose a threat at all. But just seeing that aura of power up close, I felt like I was about to be assimilated by a strong force. So Lin looked at his hands with a strange expression, then looked at the aura, and moved his head back and forth like this. It seems that you have also discovered its strange characteristics. As Lin said, he blew gently with his mouth, and a ring of apprentice-level wind-raising magic caused the air in the room to rotate and flow. But after a while, someone lost control of the wind, and the wind that should have gradually dissipated in power seemed to be absorbed and concentrated like a whirlpool towards the aura of power held by someone, until it was absorbed completely. Regarding this phenomenon, Lin said, it will assimilate all the powers close to it and change the order to be the same as it. And once the transformation is completed, it will be controlled by it and have the same characteristics, including infecting others and producing diseases. Ability. However, this self-proliferation characteristic is not very useful for formal magicians. Is there a gap in control? What Lin mentioned is actually one of the abilities that the magicians of Lost Land constantly improve in order to cast spells. To cast magic, in addition to accumulating a sufficient amount of power to support the consumption of magic, another path is to continuously hone your ability to control power so that you can use it more accurately without wasting it. In the stage of magic apprenticeship, the meditation ritual exists for the former, allowing those who are determined to walk on the path of magic to continuously accumulate the 8 powers. The practice of 3-ring apprentice-level magic is to train the latter skills. Even the assessment condition is to perform 10 apprentice-level magics in succession, just to assess the proof that the control ability has reached a certain level. If you have a formal magician level of control over your own power, it will not be easy for you to be assimilated by this power from an unknown existence. In other words, Halumi will fall because she is not good at learning. That's not all I discovered. As he spoke, Lin threw the power in his hand into the air, taken from the star map equal scale scaling technology. The power as big as a grain of rice instantly unfolds into an extremely complex spell model. Some of the 3-dimensional structures are in the form of magic circles that are similar to modern magic, but most of them are incomprehensible to some people. So one of his purposes was to hope that this well-informed lich would help identify it. But Lin didn't say anything, nor did he look seriously. He just stared at someone with sharp eyes and said, "Keep it like this for now. Don't move." After that, the person walked calmly outside the small courtyard. And such a request makes someone quite embarrassed. It was originally just a fragment of analyzing power, but it was honestly very difficult to face those arranged fragments with self-proliferation characteristics. What is displayed in front of you should be the structure that causes disease symptoms on the body, similar to a spell model. And it's the same as the arrangement of powers. Just by seeing it, it already has effectiveness. Of course, someone was resisting with great difficulty. His actual situation is not as easy as it looks on the outside. So someone really wanted to scold the lich for trying to maintain itself and then running away. But what else can I do? Lin had never considered disobeying the former demon king. But soon, Lin returned to someone inside. You are so lucky. This inexplicable compliment was well deserved by someone. I thought of the girl who fell down again. But it was because of that lucky coin that she got into so many troubles. So he said, "This is not good luck." He looked at someone around him and sighed again. I found what I was looking for. And it seems to have been completed beyond expectations. Can this really be considered good luck? Let me ask you a question first. Please. When you were doing all this research, then scan the surrounding area with her slender green fingers. All under your starry sky? Yes. How did you do it? Faced with such a problem, someone had nothing to hide. But he also said in confusion, "To be honest, I don't know how to do it. The only thing that is certain is that only under this simulated starry sky, the spirit body can move freely and interfere with the limited reality world. But it is only within the scope covered by the starry sky. If it is in a normal environment, although my soul can be out of the body, there is nothing I can do." What's wrong? I did all the research under the simulated starry sky. What you are doing is tantamount to exposing a god. What do you think is wrong? Or do you naively think that those gods will be indifferent to the things you have done? If they know about it, Lin was startled and asked. No way. It's so serious. Do you know the source of this power? I don't know. But it is certain that it is a certain god. And the good luck I am talking about is that all your actions are carried out under this starry sky. It blocks the overflow of the breath inside and provides you with good luck. As long as those little Mao gods don't focus their attention here, they shouldn't feel that their powers are passive. Really? Someone looked at the lich suspiciously and asked, "Is this good luck?" Of course it counts. Otherwise, now you would have the opportunity to try to kill the gods. Or be killed by the gods. Well, I should feel lucky? Yes. Congratulations. So, he glanced at the surroundings that he had worked so hard to maintain. To resist this force, Lin could barely do it. With this, do you have a way to solve the problem between me and Harumi? The original purpose of all this research is to solve the curse on someone. And that wild girl can only be regarded as being implicated. But he has achieved results that exceeded expectations. It can be said that to some extent, he has analyzed the fundamental difference between divine power and the power controlled by ordinary magicians. And the rice-like power that came out of his body was actually the source of the cursed power in his body. Logically speaking, this would break the curse. But someone doesn't know what to do with this thing in their hands. Looking at Halumi's tragic situation, you should know that you shouldn't throw away the things in your hands. Moreover, after his condition was relieved, someone had no idea how to help that wild girl. In this case, of course, you have to ask the lich for his opinion. Thorfinn. It was far beyond her imagination for someone's research to produce such results. Not only did she analyze the divine power from an angle she had never thought of, but she also followed the clues and restored the spell model composed of this divine power. If you can't find a solution like this, then it will be in vain that you have learned magic for so long. Direct someone to scale and move this spell model. Vinci took a closer look. Although it was unclear who the master behind this power was, then couldn't help but sympathize with the other party. Based on her experience, she knew that what was in front of her should be the core of the source of power belonging to that existence. And it was just spread out in front of outsiders. How is that different from being seen clearly inside and out? But what should be done? What should be done? It is meaningless to sympathize with that unknown being. For someone, he had already taken out the power of the curse. And the rest was to rest and wait for the broken bones and serious bruises to recover. His previous concern was just where to throw the taken out curse power. On the contrary, that girl's situation is a bit complicated. Before starting to heal Halumi, then first asked someone to shrink the magic model of this power into the size of a grain of rice, and then covered it tightly with both hands. Although it is easy for Finn to reversely eliminate this power now. But wouldn't it be a pity that the pure divine power that had been stripped so cleanly was wiped out like this? And this is a cursed power about disease. You never know when it will come in handy. You can use it to trick others, and then dump the blame on others. After setting the tone, then went to the girl's room and kicked everyone else out. Forces from the same source attract each other. And according to their teacher's description, Halumi was not directly attacked. But after seeing the arrangement of the power of that force, part of her body was assimilated, which then induced the same effect. In other words, what he holds in his hands can be said to be the origin of Halumi. If two identical forces attract each other, then you can use the source in your hand to suck out the curse from the blonde girl. Of course, you have to be careful with the source in your hand, and it will run into the girl in turn. covering his hands and looking at the haggard face of the wild girl lying on the bed. Then couldn't help but think that these three masters and apprentices had only been in Pilson City for a short time, and all three of them had been seriously injured. If he stayed longer, he would really have to perform the Lich's transformation ritual or cast resurrection magic. Chapter 391 Destiny. Do people who are lost believe in feng shui? Who cares whether they believe it or not? Someone does. Feng shui not only depends on the condition of a place, but also on whether it is suitable for the people to live in. The two complement each other. However, a group of people came to Pilson City at the end of spring, and the summer had not yet passed. First, Kaya was seriously injured in the sewer, and then someone showed off his teacher's airs and reprimanded the apprentice for being too reckless. Not long after, he crashed himself. 3 people lost too, and a group of people did not dare to go out anymore. Logically speaking, he should have rested for a while, but he stayed in this small courtyard with only the one-eyed girl Maurjit coming to visit. Halloumi also collapsed. If you don't know anything, forget it. It happened that the Lich brought up this matter, and now no matter how lukewarm a person is, he will feel awkward in his heart. The lost world is an idealistic world, and it also has the same virtue as the earth, which is always good but not evil. So one can't help but feel uneasy. Without the power of the curse, the physical injuries recovered very quickly under the care of that person, and the care of the 2 apprentices. Almost as soon as someone could get out of bed and walk, he ran away, catching everyone off guard. Just like how he ran away at night in Williams City. But this time, there was still a small improvement, and we walked during the day. The 4 dwarves had nothing to say. Of course, they followed the man wherever he went. The 2 apprentices only had time to say goodbye to their new best friends. This was when Maurjit came to visit, and we happened to meet him, and had the opportunity to say goodbye. Thin's lecture wasn't quite over yet. It's not that she still has the scheduled courses to teach, but that the topics she arranged herself haven't completely hit the minds of those little programmers who are mentally retarded. It's just a pity. Anyway, the ticket revenue from the lectures is collected and settled on the spot. There is no fraud such as people running away after selling the tickets. However, a group of people caught up with him, and they were the supporters of the former Demon King in this era. They hope that one can stay in Pilson City forever. There are many reasons. Nothing more than the lack of a future with a sick man. If the great fanatical is willing to stay, they will do everything in their power to meet the needs of the former Demon King. Everyone understands everything. Then very carefully declined everyone's proposals, and tried her best to get them to give up following the leaving carriage, and continued to persuade her who didn't want to stay. The sincerity and seriousness of the attitude made people dare not refuse. They could only agree with the idea with tears, and send away the person they admired. The above is the self-explanation of a certain Lich. Although the Lich left a short distance away, he wanted to have a private space to talk to the group of supporters. But I don't know whether the Lich really forgot or pretended to forget. Under the influence of the vehicle's arcane eye, there are no secrets within a kilometer or so. Anyway, the group of people whose legs were broken were indeed in tears. Even if they disagreed, they could only say they agreed and watch the Lich leave. She didn't mention it, and everyone was happy to act stupid. Lin's consistent attitude was that he would never ask or say anything about what a certain Lich wanted to do. When you can't win, interfering too much is just causing trouble for yourself. Because she doesn't know when she will hit her limit. And then she will explode, and she will have to get a beating. On the journey after leaving Pilson, everything returned to the life before. The difference is that someone who has just recovered from a trauma is still unable to walk. So as long as all parties allow, he will leave the carriage and follow the crowd on foot. The factor that urges him to act like this is actually the sense of crisis facing the world of lost land. Power that exceeds the limits of mortals. Ferocious monsters that only seek food. And nature that is more cruel than the earth. Any one of them will bring a fatal crisis. Of course, magic can solve everything. But what if you lose your magical abilities? The only thing I can rely on at this time is my own physical strength. The crisis that Halloumi and the others encountered when they were in the sewers was not due to the sudden dispelling magic that disrupted their position. The enemy will not give them the opportunity to cast a full set of auxiliary magic. Don't watch them pause during the battle. In fact, from someone's point of view, there is a gap that induces people to make mistakes. With the apprentice's casting speed, unless a complete set of tactics including luring the enemy and counterattacking are formed. Adding assistance to oneself in front of a prepared enemy is the same as asking others to beat oneself up. Since you want to regain your physical fitness as soon as possible, the sooner you start the rehabilitation process, the better. Of course, There is no such thing as recovery, and after the two girls recovered from their serious illness, their young bodies immediately regained their ability to jump around, relying on the superpower called youth. But a certain old bone can only walk cautiously. It is necessary to restore physical fitness and avoid secondary injuries. Of course, this speed cannot be fast. Other people who were traveling together simply organized the peaceful armed forces again. During their stay in Pilson City, the Silverbeard dwarves also made a comprehensive review and correction of the robot's walking program. It's just that there are too many people in the city, and even in the small courtyard, there is no chance for the peaceful armed forces to come out and wander around. I haven't had the chance until now. The first experiment after this major reform was to race with someone, and it looks like the revised walking routine won't be lost to anyone. Looking at this ridiculous and unconscious competition, then suddenly remembered the experience of being taken to watch the tortoise race by the group of nobles in Williams City. She sat at the entrance of the carriage, swinging her slender legs back and forth like a little girl, looking at someone with interest. She couldn't help but feel amused as she thought of the topics that had been discussed around the fire last night. When asked about someone who was walking hard with a long cane, he said, "Do you really believe in fate? I thought scientific believers would not believe in anything that cannot be calculated by adding 1 plus 1. There is a saying in my hometown. 1 is fate. 2 is luck. 3 is feng shui. The other is to accumulate virtue, and the 5th is to study. Maybe many things seem to be accidental. In a more mysterious way, it means that they have their own destiny, but in fact, these accidental things are also, isn't it, the consequences of each choice, accumulated bit by bit, and something that is bound to happen. So do I believe in fate? I do, because this is the interaction between my intentional or unintentional actions and the environment I live in, the inevitable result. But can fate be changed? I think it can. The question is how much effort it takes. Oh, this statement is really new. I haven't heard it before. Anyway, you just believe that if you stay in that city, this kind of bad thing will happen again and again. Have you ever thought about the reason? What is it? I don't know. Someone answered very simply, completely different from his stumbling steps. Oh, you don't think that if I can understand those things, I should be the god of fate? This is quite interesting, isn't it? Don't you think about it. If you are interested, I can help you. Forget it. He threw his hands away and just wanted to live a relaxing life. He didn't think that being a god would be a good profession. Just like a bunch of fairy novels. In order to pursue immortality, they actually just pushed themselves into a more miserable life. Otherwise, how could those millions of words of praise and tears come from? As it is now, it's pretty good. The journey is still going on, and everyone should do whatever they have to do. Someone also slowly regained his original physical fitness during the difficult rehabilitation process. Even if it's not the same as it was in its heyday, it's still 90% restored. The biggest difference is that there is less of a reward on Lin's head. Without money, no one would be willing to hang behind this group of people. After all, that would involve risking offending a lich. So it was quite peaceful along the way. After the Silverbeard dwarf succeeded in programming the robot to walk, they finally figured it out and began to come up with various tricks. And every time I get some small results, I will be very happy. But someone who had been watching wanted to say, "Little dwarfs, you must have been led astray by that lich. So what if the peace arm is really fully automated? Your biggest problem is your inability to mass produce. Without mass production, there will be no scale and intimidation. Forget it. Food is eaten one bite at a time, and skills are accumulated bit by bit. Maybe it doesn't seem to be used now, but when it is needed, you can take it out and use it directly. It would not necessarily be a good thing to completely dampen their enthusiasm and let them rigidly follow the plan. What someone is more concerned about these days is Kaya's progress on the map. Before the fall of Sputnik 1, some geographical information had been collected and scanned. Because he was ill before, Lin couldn't do much to help. In fact, the dark-haired and brown-skinned girl had no idea what to do with the Ark. So the matter was left alone. Until now. Secondly, the satellite remains in synchronous orbit for a very short time, so the scan cannot obtain a clear enough picture. Therefore, how to integrate such results with the entire map of the puzzle completed by Kaya has become a difficult problem in the near future. The reason why I want to sort out the map information is because if you go along this road, you will reach a kingdom. If someone is considering the possibility of taking a detour, or is determined to take a detour, he or she must find a feasible direction. Generally speaking, Magicians will not enter the territory directly under the nobility, let alone the capital of a kingdom, especially when the kingdom is not yet a human kingdom. The Elf Kingdom, Jamie, is one of the only 5 remaining elf national level forces in Lost Land today. Of course, the strength of the kingdom of Jamie in all aspects is nothing to say, and it basically maintains peace with its neighboring countries. But don't think that it is a friendly and hospitable place. 1 elf can maintain humility. 3 elves can be friendly to others. But when thousands of elves gather together, they become an extremely arrogant race. That's why someone thought of taking a detour. Chapter 392 Elf Kingdom. In fact, when leaving, someone just wanted to get away from Pilson City and had no plan at all about where to go. Just grab the biggest path and walk along the road. And then, it was awkward. It was only before someone was seriously injured that he agreed to the sale of browser magic stones by the Magician Association of the entire Lost Land. In the more than a month since he was seriously injured, the world has undergone many changes. In particular, the number of users of the forum has exploded, giving people the feeling that magician associations everywhere are ready and waiting. As for what they are waiting for, it's not like someone agrees to set up a fund so that various places can get rid of the intellectual property rights of the Midland version. Perhaps it is only the presidents of a few regional chapters who put a bounty on someone's head. But now it seems that everyone is waiting for such a result, regardless of what has been resolved. What were the original thoughts of all parties involved? The forum has an explosive growth in users, which naturally brings several times the number of messages flowing to this virtual version of the Mystery Edition. The first one to be impacted was actually Kaya's forum indexing program. The original purpose of this program is to integrate related topics and organize them according to their relevance. But now, it is necessary to create another index for the 2 index clouds of people and events. Otherwise, in addition to the search function, if you want to directly use time series to view recent major events, there will be too many things to see. The reason why I am so interested in this function designed by Kaya is because no matter how little I care about current affairs, I have read the so-called "Know yourself and the enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle" in Sun Tzu's Art of War. There is no harm in knowing a little bit about the general situation of the place you are going to. However, it would be better not to read it. After working hard to guide the black-haired and brown-skinned girl to adjust the forum indexing process, and after reading the forum reviews of the places she passed along this road, someone wanted to take a detour. The arrogance of the elves was only more exaggerated than the rumors someone had heard in the tavern before. The kingdom of Jamie is actually a small city-state country with a small population, mostly concentrated in the capital. But the area is not small. It contains several high-quality grain-producing areas and many minerals, including some precious metal mines. The kingdom was established after the collapse of the Elven Empire in the past, when a few elves who retained their strength migrated here. At that time, this place was far away from the traditional areas of civilized development and was an out-and-out wilderness. After that, the human dynasty developed silently. But in the Dark Age, when a certain demon king came, the kingdom was destroyed once. After ushering in the light, the survivors returned to the original location and re-established the kingdom. The resilience of such a race and country that has experienced turmoil is not comparable to that of ordinary emerging countries, compared to the rumored romance of elves. In fact, if you study the national policies of the existing elven kingdoms, you will find that they are more pragmatic than many human kingdoms. Apart from anything else, let's just talk about the dark days of the elves, when they were like animals, constantly hunted by slave teams of other races. And then countless half-elves were born. The several elven kingdoms that survived those years used real swords to fight with others to create their own piece of pure land. The price of loving peace is either to be bullied by others, or to be so cruel that no one dares to bully you. The existing elven kingdoms all follow the latter path. The character of the entire nation is ruthless, and the natural individual strength is higher than that of other races. It is not difficult to imagine how arrogant the character of this race will be. Whenever a stranger approaches, they will first suspect whether the person approaching has bad intentions. If there is any violation of the rules, it will be killed first and then investigated. An accidental killing will be considered bad luck. Anyway, within their territory, the leader should bring the army to discuss with them which is more important, sovereignty or human rights. As for the resources within their territory, for a race that is more druids than magicians, they must be extremely protected and then used in a limited manner, even if it is a piece of grass, a tree, a rabbit, or a monster. Adventurers from outside the kingdom who dare to come will be treated as poachers and illegal harvesters. And the only penalty is the death penalty. Even the monsters, which have no territorial concept of Homo sapiens, went outside the kingdom and ate people. Even if the Avengers cross the border to hunt down Warcraft, they will be treated as poachers, and their consequences are self-evident. For travelers, if they want to pass through the Elf Kingdom, it is best to ensure that they bring enough dry food and water, not to mention wanting to catch some small animals for dinner on the spot. Sometimes a sip of their water would cause problems. Under such circumstances, the few borders bordering other countries' territories are naturally subject to constant disputes. The Elf Kingdom also adheres to the attitude of cutting off hands and cutting off feet, firmly maintaining the integrity of the kingdom's territory and protecting the people and resources within the territory. Therefore, what the elves call peace-loving actually means that I will not attack you, but please take a detour when you see me. And it is best for the two sides to never have any contact with each other. It is precisely because the attitude of the entire country is very tough, and on the basis of the reason that more things are worse than less things. Someone wants to find a way around this troubled country on the map. Even though there was a demon king in his party who destroyed the kingdom once, it was not difficult to do the same thing a second time, even if she is now alone, with only 2 or 3 kittens around her. If she wants to destroy a country by herself, it's better not to think about whether she can do it or not, because someone himself doesn't know how far the Lich has progressed through research related to his own ideas. So what I can make up for now is to try not to let this person have a chance to go crazy. It's just that God never obeys people's wishes. The fork in the road that can bypass the kingdom of Jamie is just ahead. But just before they could make a smooth turn and head away from that troublesome kingdom, a group of camel knights surrounded the 2 carriages. Someone who was originally staying in the carriage, studying maps and information from various places, and calculating the next direction, noticed that the carriage stopped and there were shouts and shouts outside. He also secretly prepared himself, and then got out of the rear compartment. The first thing that catches the eye is a group of blue-feathered camels with the same coat color, which looks quite dazzling. You must know that the Luo bird is a magical beast. In addition to being unable to pull a cart or cargo, it is effortless to carry a heavily armored knight on a long-distance attack. Its endurance can be said to be the best among all conventional war riding. Simply put, it was impossible to escape from the knights riding the llamas, with only 2 ordinary horses pulling the cart. Although llamas are good at running, they can fly short distances at low altitudes by vigorously flapping their wings, or glide to the ground from high places. It can be said that it is an excellent combat horse with no shortcomings. The difficulty of raising them in captivity is also much higher than that of ordinary war horses. To be able to choose those with the same coat color and similar body shape is something that ordinary organizations and forces cannot do, regardless of the envy, jealousy, and jealousy that surrounds the crowds of luxury cars of the same model and color that are seen on Earth. The armor on these knights is also very attractive, except for one of them. The armor of the others was obviously standard equipment, and all of them had the same gorgeousness. And behind this magnificence, there is a silent murderous intent. Some people will criticize the elves' equipment for being flashy, but usually those people see elf-style armor made by human nobles, the kind that they have only scratched the surface of. Real elf equipment, with its gorgeous textures and color combinations, but the genuine combination of magic patterns and magic materials, is on a completely different level from the generally recognized enchanted equipment. When it comes to armor, we only pursue stronger defense, lighter weight, and better flexibility. In terms of weapons, they are more durable, sharper, etc., constantly pursuing higher destructive power. The elves don't add some weird magic to their weapons and equipment. They just want to defeat the enemy by surprise. Their pursuit of melee combat is better equipment and better martial arts. The former is just to continuously strengthen the attack power and defense power, while the latter is just to hone one's personal skills. For such a level of equipment to be standardized and mass-produced, it would be impossible for some second or third-rate small organization to do it. As for the one wearing unique armor, that's even more incredible. Even a layman can tell that the armor is of a higher grade than others, and even exudes a faint aura of magical power. Is this the regular army of the kingdom of Jamie? Entered their country by mistake? If you were an outsider with no sense of geography, you might be intimidated by this battle. But Lin was very sure that you had not entered the kingdom yet. The difference between lost land and Earth is that there are still gaps between some countries. It's not that people don't want to occupy it, but that before occupying it, the natural creatures entrenched on it must first be eliminated, including king-level monsters. The power that the Lost Land has developed to this day is still unable to surpass the powerful creatures that exist in nature. In addition to boundary markers, most countries choose to use natural borders to mark national borders, such as rivers, mountains, forest edges, etc. The national border of the Kingdom of Pyajani in this direction is a valley leading to the interior of the kingdom, as a terrain that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. It is an important place that any force must seize. This also means that if you walk from this direction, as long as you don't enter the valley, you are not entering the territory of the Kingdom of Pyajani. So what are these people here to do? But I have never heard of elves also appearing as bandits to rob the road. Someone got out of the car and looked at the knights. They talked in Elvish. Their voices very soft. Lin used the lingua franca of Enchanted Land and said, "Everyone, I think we haven't invaded your country's territory yet. Of course you haven't yet. This is an ownerless territory, and my main destination is to find you." The one who also spoke in common language was the Camelot Knight, wearing particularly gorgeous armor. The female voice sounded familiar. Chapter 393 Elf Sword Dancer. The knight wearing special armor jumped down from the camel with great skill. He first took off the ghost-like mask, and then took off the sky-blue shiny helmet decorated with wings on the left and right sides. This person is who? The blind person had a question mark on his face. It is said that it is not uncommon to see various elves and half-elves in Lost Land. When this race travels and adventures with similar beautiful faces, it is easy for people to suffer from aesthetic fatigue. It's like when I was on Earth. I watched too many mystery movies. If the actress didn't have any special features, I couldn't remember who was who. Anyway, the skinned pig looks the same. As for the person in front of me, his voice sounded familiar, and his face was just the same. Someone who is not good at remembering faces couldn't remember the background of the female elf who named him. I saw the other party walking slowly and walking over, one step at a time. Without saying a word, he cupped someone's face and kissed them so deeply that they were stunned by the kiss. Seeing the dumbfounded expression of the person being kissed, the elf female knight looked sad, clung to someone's chest like a bird, and said, "It looks like you have forgotten me, which is really sad. I remember how harmonious we were when we were together." Not to mention someone who was confused. Even the group of knights, who looked like subordinates of the female elf, were also confused. The 4 dwarves and 2 apprentices next to them stared blankly. Even Kaya, who was always calm, had her eyes widened at this moment. Halumi even opened her mouth exaggeratedly, pointed at people, and made a sound of ah, and was speechless for a long time. And someone is trying hard to recall, when did he have any dealings with the female elf? Was there even a history? In the end, there were only 2 possible conclusions. I had lost my memory, or the other party recognized the wrong person. The latter is more likely, because amnesia and other gameplay are too unsuitable for me. Laina Tidov, I really didn't expect to see you in a place like this. The noble elf sword dancer has been reduced to a nanny taking care of a group of novices. The one who spoke was naturally his own lich. His voice it sounds plain, but there is a hint of tit-for-tat underneath. And someone turned around and looked even more shocked. Don't look at the strength of this lich. It seems that he doesn't take most people into consideration. But when it comes to building useful equipment for yourself, this person will not be casual. Coupled with someone's net worth, Think built himself a set of equipment that would be worthy of being rated as a legend in future generations. There is a bunch of magical robes, accessories, gloves, and shoes. No one knows how much life-saving or fatal magic is stuffed inside, because it has not passed through his hands. There are 4 magic guns, although the 2 that should be held in the hand are temporarily placed in the holsters on the waist. There is a machete tied to the side of his waist, and a finished version of the ship-cutting knife on his back. This mother looks like she is ready to go to war and massacre the city and the country. However, Finn's reminder reminded Lin of who this female elf was. An elegant elf sword dancer. A beautiful female elf who was keen on quarreling with the former demon king at gatherings of nobles when she lived in the Five-Link City. Seeing the lich appear with a murderous attitude, the female elf didn't give in at all. Pushed back and said, "Hey, you are dressed up and appear. Who are you showing this to? There is no nobility like you humans here. No matter how coquettish you are, no one will appreciate you. You mean those people who were as fat as pigs and followed you? If you don't seduce some of those people, I really don't know who to show my beauty to. If you want me, do you want to wait for some time? They are the kind of people who will always listen to your call. Or maybe you have changed your taste and deceive children who don't know anything. These little guys around me, Because I'm close in age to them. At least I can't use the character 1000 yet. Oh, by the way, according to your mathematical usage, it's a 4-digit number. What's the specific number? Round up to 2. Chateaus. If your knowledge is not good, don't show off. Do you know what it means to make people laugh? But don't worry. With our friendship, I won't laugh so loud that you can't get down the stairs. Although if this happens to me, I would be so ashamed that I would dig a hole and bury myself. But you are so shameless. I should be used to this kind of embarrassment. Oh, that's great. I wish I was half as shameless as you. No. 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 You are too modest. With your bold clothes that were completely inappropriate for your age. I feel ashamed like a child. If that is not shameless, then I don't know at all how should we write those 3 words. An elf and a lich were talking to each other, and they were getting closer and closer. In the end, the 2 of them were even chest to chest, staring at each other, not giving it even a step, just like the tip of a needle against an awning of wheat. Well, you two, calm down. Seeing that sparks were about to flash between the 2 of them, Lynn had to step in to smooth things over. The most important thing is that other people don't understand the love between these 2 people. There were also a group of knights in full armor surrounding him, although they did not draw their weapons. Looking at the movements of their hands, feet and feet, they were ready to move. However, it is okay if someone does not come forward. But once someone does come forward, he will suffer disaster again. Lina directly took Lynn's left arm, put it close to her ear, and said affectionately, "Okay, I've always been very calm. So how do you want to thank me?" Still unclear about the situation, someone's right arm was held by another person. Then was also close to his ear and said in a sweet but spine-tingling voice, "Don't make a choice that will make you regret it. You understand?" Lynn's arms were tightly grasped by 2 people. Lynn glanced at both sides. How could he still not understand his situation? I originally thought I could experience the Shura field once and enjoy the feeling of pain and happiness. But in fact, it seems that he is just a ring, and anyone can step on him if the opponent gets excited. It would not be surprising if the ring is demolished. What does it feel like to have 2 tyrannosaurs grabbing your arms? The feeling that you might be torn in half at any time is definitely not a pleasant thing. So Lin used a flash technique to get himself back to the driver's seat of the carriage. Of course, he had to slightly push away the blonde girl who was sitting on top before he could sit down smoothly. Halloumi looked disgusted at the behavior of her teacher pushing her butt, and she almost wanted to get angry. In the end, he reluctantly moved his position and gave up his seat, but was not surprised when someone flashed and disappeared. He just put down his hand and continued to confront the female elf. But such an action was something Lina had never seen before. She looked at her now free wrist and thought carefully about what had just happened. There are no signs, no fluctuations in power. Although he did not use any joint skills to lock the opponent, it seemed that this could not be blocked using skills. However, someone's sudden appearance slightly eased the war between the 2 women, but it heightened the tension of others. The knights riding on the camel pulled out their weapons and stared at a certain magician warily. Conflict is about to break out. Take back your weapons. Half-baked. There is no need to take action. Not to mention there is no way to win. Lina Tidal shouted in Elvish language to stop her subordinates. My chief, I don't understand why you treat this group of humans with such courtesy. According to the order of the clan king, wouldn't it be nice to just take them back? What does that little hairy guy who doesn't have all his hair know? Just by listening to you young people talking in your sleep, you think you can conquer the world? Ask him to get out of that palace and have a look. Only when you step out will you realize how big this world is. The real strong men are not the group of people who follow him and surrender. You have gone too far. My commander, the glory of the Elf Empire will eventually be restored in our hands, as long as you have the knowledge of that man. Bah! Bang! Bang! What do you want to say next? No matter what means you use, you must achieve the goal. If you don't believe me, try it yourself. He pouted at the arrogant lich. But let's make a deal first. Even if you are all dead, I won't interfere. Those who have no eyesight and do not obey orders should not be in my team. A bunch of half-baked people. Go and die on your own. Which just saves me having to look for reasons to kick you out of the team later. Lina spoke decisive words without mercy. No matter how angry the group of young people were, they had no choice but to put away their graceful and deadly elf swords. Being able to follow the elf sword dancer, one of the strongest members of the kingdom, is a dream for young people like them. although the actual follow-up was somewhat disappointing. They did not want to give up this opportunity. Despite this, some people were still resentful and cursed, saying, "We are just a few weak humans. Why do we need to worry so much?" Although the other elves were not as blatant as before, they also exchanged glances and muttered words. It was obvious that they had many complaints about their captain's orders. Laena didn't want to say anything to a group of young people who had never seen the world. It is very difficult to explain anything to them, who cannot even detect the true strength of their opponents. All she could do was try her best to prevent the situation from escalating and save the lives of these half-baked newcomers. After all, in addition to having a certain level of ability, those who were thrust into their team also had people behind them. Because of the kindness of those uncles and uncles, it doesn't seem good to just send their heirs to die casually. Although, she really wanted to do this, because these people also have another identity. Their own fiancé candidates. Men and so on are just tools for reproduction. Even if I want to make do with it, I don't want to pick on these guys whose eyes are on top of their heads, and whose abilities are only in their mouths. Looking at the man with his hands on his chest, his eyes seemed to be electric, making people feel numb all over. The red lips were slightly curved, as if they were smeared with a layer of blood, making them crystal clear. That fair skin. Those long legs. It's been a long time since I've seen this one. And she's even more charming. For the first time, Laena looked at the person opposite with her fiery eyes, which made the lich shudder. But Finn thought it was a provocation, so his fighting spirit became even stronger. Chapter 394 Automated Robot. Just when a group of elves thought that no one from other races could understand them, so they spoke all kinds of rude words without restraint, causing their leader Lena to be on the verge of breaking out. The dwarves' carriage first made a commotion. It turns out that this time point is the time when the dwarves and Finn have been testing the robot program during this period of time. Then, as if to show off their automation achievements, they designed an alarm clock-like function. As long as the time is up, the previously modified programs and routine operation checks will be run from the beginning to the end in one go. But since they left the homeland of the Silverbeard dwarves, their tone has been to hide the existence of peaceful armed forces, using them as a trump card or simply for scientific research, and never thought of making them public to the world. But this encounter with the elf knight was unplanned. Everyone was only focused on being on guard against this group of heavily armed pointed ears, completely forgetting about the peaceful armed forces that would automatically convulse when the time came. So when the familiar sound of joint operation came from the carriage, the dwarves remembered to stop the automatic program of peaceful arming. However, Germain, who had the authority to control the program, was in a hurry, but could not stop the rigid execution of the program. It seems that these dwarfs have bad habits and have no forced breakpoints. The harsh sound of metal friction certainly attracted the attention of the elves. To their ears, it was like the sound of a dragon grinding its teeth, or the scratching sound between its scales when it wakes up from a deep sleep and shakes itself off. The weapons that had been put away were all drawn out again. All the elves, including Laena, were wary of something in the second carriage, and naturally ignored the panicked dwarf in the background. The muffled sound of metal falling to the ground hit the elves' chests hard. Their keen senses understood how heavy it must be to cause such a sound, and everyone looked at the source of the sound. Bathed in the sun, a thick, simple but strangely shaped full-covered armor appeared in front of everyone. Countless scars were all over the armor, and the gray surface of the armor formed a strong contrast with the shine of the elves' armor. There is an indescribable sense of vicissitudes of life and the weight of having experienced hundreds of battles, which makes people awe-inspiring. Although the style is completely inconsistent with the aesthetics of the elves, no one would doubt that anyone who can wear this rough-style armor of the dwarves can easily smash them to pieces with one punch. However, compared to the unconcealed panic of other half-baked newcomers, Laena was thinking about the information about this group of people. Needless to say, there are two familiar people. Tripwood Magician has two apprentices. Recently, he has been joined by 4 silver-bearded dwarves who are suspected to be from an ancient race. And none of these people are in sight. So, who is that guy wearing that armor? And what is the origin of that armor, coupled with the name of the ancient race? Silver-bearded dwarves. Laena thought of a term. The main force of the powerful dwarf Imperial Guards was peacefully armed. The legendary invincible existence could allow ordinary dwarves to possess the power of a transcendent. Just a small team is enough for the dwarves to fight against the powerful equipment of the dragon. The archery skills that the elves are proud of are a joke in front of such a pair of armor. This is also the main reason why the elves in the past succumbed to these dwarves and became members of the Empire. This legendary armor is not unfamiliar to the elves who remember the past. So not only Laena, but all the elves recognize the origin of this armor. The heavy square box pendant on the back, the integrated helmet like an iron bucket, and the emblem of the past Silverbeard dwarf empire painted on the chest. All these characteristics make it difficult to deny that this is the legendary peace arms. Maybe the electric-heated spear on his back was not in his hand. But no elf would ignore the threat of peaceful armed forces. They raised their attention 100% and watched as the dwarf, who had no idea of the purpose and was wearing peaceful armor, began to stretch. It could be said that it was a silly gymnastics move, performed in front of a group of people with pointed ears, which made Germain and others blush. What did the lich say just now? Dig a hole and bury yourself? This is what a few dwarves want to do now. In fact, I just wanted to show off to a certain magician that I had a rich library of action programs. As for the scars and a layer of dust on the peaceful armed body, it is because during the experiment, he always lost his balance and fell to the ground. At the beginning, Germain and others nervously dusted off the dust and wiped the outer SHL of the peaceful armed forces clean. Over time, let it be. Anyway, as long as the lubrication of the joints can pass the test, they will let it go. According to someone, this thing was made for fighting. If it cannot be used in difficult and dirty environments, then it is just a showpiece. Just display it in the window of your home. Don't put it out to make people look embarrassed. Then the dwarves agreed. Maybe they were just being lazy. It's just recognition. Recognition. This appearance is visible to outsiders, especially those with pointed ears who pay the most attention to appearance. Even before today, several young silver-bearded dwarves had never seen an elf. However, the elders in the clan have many criticisms directed at this race, which is also a long-lived species. Therefore, when this embarrassing situation was seen by this race that was almost naturally opposed to them, several dwarves also felt that their shameful defense had dropped to a negative number. As for someone who watched the show from beginning to end, he just thought it was funny, regardless of the embarrassment of the dwarves. Except for Laena, who took off the helmet. The expressions of the elves were all hidden by the helmet's mask, but you can still detect their mood from their body language. According to someone's observation, that was the most terrifying lich present, and they tried their best to provoke him. If it weren't for the female elf pressing down, I'm afraid all those people would have died long ago. And when the automated peace weapon, which can be said to be the most useless, appeared, it scared the elves to death. Don't look at Germain and the others who have designed a bunch of actions. The automated program's ability to cope with various unexpected situations is still very weak. But if you think about it seriously, maybe the attitude of the elves is more in line with common sense. It is really not that easy to fight against the peaceful armed forces of the Silverbeard dwarves in a formal way. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many people on the earth. And I hope exoskeleton armor can be researched and developed. It's just that the Lost Earth is like Earth, and has no protection against hackers' methods. But after all, the elves have never really seen peaceful armed forces. Even if there were initial guesses, seeing this person doing all kinds of strange actions, as if no one else was watching. No matter how stupid the elves who followed Laena were, they still sensed something was wrong. There was a bold elf among them, who got off the camel bird, approached the peaceful armed forces from behind and caught him. It wasn't that the others didn't see his movements, but they just didn't expect that he would really approach an active warrior from behind. So when he caught him, the others were caught off guard and had no time to stop him. Even if there is no one in the peaceful armed forces. After overcoming the balance problem of walking, the first actions edited by the silver-bearded dwarves are the combat skills used by the exclusive armed forces. These are the martial arts skills of the dwarves that have been tempered and proven in actual combat. It does not take many tricks to deal with sneak attacks from behind. One trick that works is enough. The dynamic detection of the peaceful armed forces can reach 360 degrees without any blind spots. As soon as the approaching elf knight is judged to be a threat, the program is forced to switch to self-protection mode, holding the electric-heated spear tied behind his back. Peaceful Arms did not even need to look back. He used his joints in an unusual way to move his joints and accidentally slapped the calf of the elf knight who was approaching. The angle and force were very clever. Not only did the spear tail make the elf knight lose his balance, it was so painful that he couldn't scream for a while. However, the peace arms did not stop because of this. This was a killing technique on the battlefield. The spear was swung in a circle in the air, and then turned around neatly. The tip of the spear emitted a high heat red light. The peace arms clenched their hands, and were about to move down. Tie. It was too late. But soon, everyone remembered that they should rescue their comrades. But not many people had time to act. Laina was worthy of being a veteran in battle. She did not choose to run over to save people, but directly bent her bow and drew an arrow. Without warning, an arrow was shot. But the spear had already been planted. As expected, the specially made elf arrows were deflected by the thick peace arms. The arrow was powerful enough to crack mountains and crack rocks. But it did not shake the peace arms at all. The tragedy happened. Where are the people? The unabashed killing moves of the peaceful armed forces immediately made both sides very nervous. As long as the order is given, the elf knights will attack without hesitation. The two magic apprentices flashed various auxiliary magic auras, and the silver-bearded dwarves stood side by side, back to back, guarding against these pointed-eared guys. But the person who caused all this, because he thrust the spear too hard, and the terrain at the scene was not very flat, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. However, the fallen peaceful armed forces did not stop their actions. Instead, they returned to the originally edited action program and continued to run. I saw the silver-bearded dwarf wearing full armor, doing various movements lying on the ground like a drowning frog. To a few elves, this was not ridiculous, but rather terrifying. What about his companions who were supposed to die? After looking around, he found that he had returned to the camel bird he was riding and was being held by the human male magician. It was already a tense atmosphere. But when they saw someone's behavior, all the elves were just about to take action. But Laina was still one step ahead of the others, put down her weapon, and ran to someone's side. The main thing is to check on his companion to see if he has really not been injured by the peaceful armed forces. Seeing someone taking over, Lin raised his hands to his chest and stepped away. Said, "Speak well. I have no hostility." He helped his companion, a big boy who was supposed to have a cheerful personality, but now he seemed to have been severely ravaged. At this time, he could only hold his head and open his mouth to shout silently. A look of despair appeared in his eyes, as if he had seen something terrifying. "What's wrong with him?" Laina hugged her subordinate and asked someone angrily. However, what made her even more dumbfounded was that several silver-bearded dwarves ran to the side of the peaceful armed forces and untied the buckles of the armor. Suddenly, the various parts of the armor were scattered on the ground, and there is no person inside who should be there. Chapter 395 Fragile Pride. Speaking of which, someone thought poorly and led people to flash without protection. But losing your life or going crazy? Which ending is better? So Lin still took action to save the daring elf knight. Of course, the situation of the elf boy who was taken away in an emergency was not very good. In order to avoid misunderstandings, Lin still evaded the important points and explained. "He is just a little dizzy. He will be fine after resting for a while. But to be on the safe side, it is recommended that you take him to receive magic or blessings such as purification." It's okay not to say it, but someone is getting darker and darker, compared to Laina, who only had a worried look on her face. All the other elf knights looked like they wanted to take action. At this time, the lich who had been watching the show came over and said, "You are really helping me find trouble. In the end, I have to come out and solve it." He stood next to Laina, who was sitting on the ground and hugging her subordinates. Fin said, "If you are not afraid, just leave the person to me." Compared to the other young knights who shouted in Elvish language, Laina handed the man over without hesitation. It was so straightforward that even the lich, who had always been very indifferent to things, had a slightly surprised expression on her face. But she still took over the elf knight, who was almost collapsed. As soon as the young knight appeared, he took off his helmet and threw it aside. Maybe it was only for a moment. The picture flashed past my eyes, and I wasn't even sure if I saw anything. But the chaotic aura that was different from the lost land had invaded his whole body, causing a terrible conflict with his original aura, and seemed to be dragging him into darkness. Then kissed her again, their lips touching each other for a long time. And then she sucked hard, as if she wanted to suck out the young knight's soul as well. This is actually one of the special skills of the banshees and ghosts of the undead tribe. The semen-absorbing technique, which is an evil magic used to absorb the energy and even souls of living people. The breath that was breathed out had various colors that were difficult to describe. Rather than saying it is colorful and beautiful, it is better to say that it is all kinds of strange and weird intertwining. The elf knights, who originally wanted to take action when they saw their companions being attacked by the semen-sucking technique, stopped in their tracks. Because of the inexplicable color, just seeing it makes people's hearts palpitate. Naturally, I can't imagine how much pressure it will bring when that force is wrapped around the body. It seems that it should be a good thing for this power to be sucked out. The young elves looked at each other. In this short period of time, too many things happened that they had never experienced before. Their lack of experience also prevents them from judging good intentions and bad intentions. So we can only place our hope in the leader of their team, the beautiful elf sword dancer. He was holding the unconscious elf knight with one hand. Although he had lost consciousness, his expression was much gentler, as if he was sleeping peacefully. Then threw the person to Laena and said, "He is fine. Although he will be a little weak, he will be fine after resting for a while." Someone put the unconscious young elf back on his own camel bird. After thinking about it, Laena said, "Is this the result of your research from the world tree? The ability to move through another world?" Lin was quite surprised that the female elf in front of him could tell the closest truth. Although he tried hard to put on a poker face and hide his feelings, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Fun, with her usual calm and provocative sexy expression, said without any secret, "Not entirely. At least my method of saving people has nothing to do with the original research. Although those few pieces of wood helped." The first half of the sentence is so clear. How could Laena not understand it? But the problem lies in the second half. Those pieces of wood? Are you referring to the high-ranking members of the Ikaruga Alliance? How did they help? On the other hand, another person listening was thoughtful and asked in the language of the silver-bearded dwarf, "Is it the program that uses the previous power arrangement? The speed is so fast. Is it taking advantage of the cluster of world trees?" Although Finn was a little puzzled by someone's sudden use of Silverbeard dwarf language, he still said in the same language, "Yes. Anyway, it's not about checking you or me. So it's faster to use world tree gathering. It's really unimaginable speed." Lin praised so much. "I think that when I used the first coffin to check myself, even though I found out the cursed power that did not belong to me, it actually took me nearly a month to scan through all the powers in my body. In just a short period of time, the characteristics of power have been found, positioned and separated. It's like when I was on Earth. I built a desktop esports computer and wanted to show it off to my friends. But it turned out that what they were playing with was a cloud cluster of supercomputers. The network is an academic network dedicated line. Someone there complained that the upload and download speed was only 1 T per second, which was really slow. Besides hiding your face and running away, what else can you do?" Suddenly hearing the hometown dialect, several dwarves became itchy and started chatting with Lin and Finn. Then 2 apprentices joined in. A group of people even became more unscrupulous and saying all kinds of bad things, and complaining after realizing that the elves seemed to really not understand. The reason why a group of people all understand Silverbeard dwarf language is because of someone's habits. No matter what kind of person you are, the language you are most familiar with and have the most precise vocabulary must be your mother tongue. When communicating, using an unfamiliar language will inevitably lead to inability to express one's ideas. At this time, what better way to express one's ideas more accurately than in one's mother tongue? Of course, for the listeners, it may become that they have to understand an unfamiliar language. But the truth is that the more you explain, the clearer it becomes. In the continuous communication between the two parties, you can always understand the other party's meaning, as long as you don't give up communication. Because of this, Lin also learned the language of the Silverbeard dwarf in order to communicate with Germain more accurately. After all, this was someone's attempt to make better use of the dwarf's abilities. Otherwise, he would have made many misguided jokes just by relying on the dwarf's half-tone common language. These are innocuous things, but if they are urgent or life-threatening, then they are fine. On the other hand, this is also a kind of respect for people to communicate and get along with each other. Why should you only ask others to speak the words you are accustomed to speaking and listen to the language you are accustomed to speaking, while knowing nothing about the other person's mother tongue, habits, etc.? It was this kind of behavior that made the 2 female dwarves, Marit and Freya, less resistant. From time to time, you can hear the hometown dialect, even if it is from the mouth of an outsider. Even if you say it wrongly, you will make some mistakes, and everyone will laugh and laugh. Everyone has done this, and the 2 apprentices are certainly not behind. Anyway, for a magician, spell itself is an additional language. The more languages you master, the deeper your understanding and mastery of spells will be. Not to mention that learning the Silverbeard dwarf language would allow him to better communicate with the 2 female dwarves, and then complain about those useless men. As for a certain lich, when she first met the Silverbeard dwarf, the language she spoke was not the real Silverbeard dwarf language, but an ancient language that Germain probably understood. But it is not difficult for her to learn another language. It is not a problem. However, the scene of a group of people chatting happily made the elves feel stupid. It was not the first time for all of them to interact with humans. And of course, they all spoke the common language of MIDI. Despite this, their favorite thing to do is to pretend not to speak common tongue, listening to what the other person has to say, and at the same time laughing unceremoniously in front of each other in Elvish. But when did this position become reversed? Are they really using a language? Instead of babbling nonsense and pretending that you are having a conversation with someone. I've never met such a shameless person before. You must know that most elves can not only listen to and speak Elvish and common language, but most of them can also speak Dwarf, Goblin, and Orc. Of course, there are also spells, and even dragon language. Their arrogance is based on the fact that their ability is higher than that of most other races in the land. They know things that others don't know, which gives them the qualification to despise others. But if that fragile foundation is broken by others, their arrogance and self-confidence will shatter like glass. Elves like Laina, who have traveled abroad, have gone through a process of self-confidence being broken and then rebuilt. Insight, which is different from knowledge, allows them to view the world and everyone who comes, whether they are friends or foes, from a broader perspective. Because no one can be sure whether someone will develop an amazing skill at any time. But others are not so well educated. Although the elves don't often hide their shameful feelings by being furious or angry, and judging from the situation at the scene. Even if a fight does start, it may not be able to defeat the opponent as emphasized by their commander. Especially the magic that the human male suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared in other places. It is not a good idea to start a war rashly before finding a way to target it. In addition, the other party saved his companion. Although the reason for his injury was a nonsense. He saved his life after all. So if they want to turn against each other and cause trouble for the other party, no matter how much the elves despise humans and dwarves, they are not that thick-skinned. If you can't afford to offend, you can always hide. So a group of elf knights just pretended not to see each other, and talked among themselves without saying a word. Seeing that the atmosphere on both sides was getting more and more tense, several humans and dwarves seemed to be deliberately talking in a language she had vaguely heard. Ignoring the elves, Laina had to step forward to calm her cheeks, and clapped her hands to attract everyone's attention. Said, Okay. Stop pretending like you don't care about anything. It's too fake and it's like a joke. Realizing that she had become the focus of everyone's attention as she wished, Laina cleared her throat and came to the four silver-bearded dwarves. Using careful etiquette, she first sang a poem in Elvish. Seeing this battle, the other knights were unwilling to do anything, and got off their lieu of birds one after another, and lined up behind the sword dancer. Laina said very formally, Old allies, I invite 4 of you to come to the kingdom as guests in the name of Tidov, one of the 6 ruling families in the kingdom. After that, he spoke in common language again. Chapter 396 Invitation. The dwarves may not have as many tricks as the elves, but they still follow their ancient tradition. The 4 of them lined up, with Germain as the leader, and responded to the elves' invitation in standard silver-beard dwarf language, and repeated in Elvish and common language at the same time. In response to this, most elves were dumbfounded, because dwarves can actually speak Elvish. In the past, the dwarven visitors they encountered did not speak their language. It's just that I haven't met many dwarves. However, Laina took it for granted. Even among several humans, she didn't think they really knew anything about Elvish. Lynn had no problem with what the dwarf agreed to do. They are not slaves, but free. Someone's attitude has always been to let people come and go. And it's the same for everyone. But I have no obligation to act with the other person. So is it time to part ways? But how could Laina Tidov, who had the approval of the dwarves, let go of her real target this time? So although she did not use the ancient etiquette, she still came to several human masters and apprentices very carefully and said, Gentlemen, on behalf of my father, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom Luka Tidov, I would like to extend a formal invitation to all of you. Enter the kingdom as a guest. Hey, I can't tell that this girl is still a second-generation official. But even so, someone still hesitated whether to accept the invitation or not, and did not dare to nod immediately. Halloumi looked very interested. Although Kaya remained calm, the ends of her 2 big braids were trembling, which showed that she was also interested in her heart. As for Fun, he still looked indifferent. However, seeing that someone did not respond immediately, Laina did not take it seriously. She covered her mouth and said with a smile, Is it because of the rumors on the forum that you are so worried? For the female elf, she had been exposed to the forum very early. An intelligence medium, of course, is also very concerned about the kingdom's evaluation. No matter what. This is where I grew up in my home. However, due to national policies, disputes with neighboring lords continued, and various domestic customs and habits could easily conflict with adventurers. Therefore, the evaluation of the kingdom of Piet Jamie is not good on the forum. Although she wanted to explain, looking at the Lich's expression of the old god's presence, Lyanna unconsciously said in a provocative tone when she spoke, "Those rumors are all true. Are you afraid?" Finn laughed, and then someone sucked. Lynn shouted in his heart. As the saying goes, a gentleman won't do it unless he's in a dangerous place. It may be xenophobic. It may be tough. But after all, the kingdom of Piet Jamie is not a closed country, and it still maintains contact with the outside world, in addition to countless elves who go on adventures throughout the Lost Lands in the name of experience. There are also trusted caravans of other races who do business with the kingdom and exchange supplies that each other needs. Of course, some guests they consider valuable will also receive invitations. The invited Lynn and others belong to this kind of valuable guests. But someone was a little confused as to why he was among those invited to walk on the road to the capital of the kingdom of Piet Jamie. Also, the female elf once mentioned her research on the world tree and her ability to travel through the world. How did she learn this? If the two doubts are put together, then the reason for being invited seems to come out. But you still have to ask. On the way to the capital of the kingdom, the elf knights surrounded the two carriages like escorts. Of course, such behavior can also be regarded as surveillance. It depends on how you look at it. Lyanna was walking on the side of the driver's seat, talking to someone. The conversation between one person and one elf was quite harmonious, and everything was the same as in the past in the 5 united cities. The elves and the lich are facing each other tit for tat, and someone acts as a buffer in the middle to prevent the two from expanding the conflict without limit. After all, it was an aristocratic occasion, and most of the people present simply could not withstand the aftermath of a casual blow between two people. The friendship at that time also allowed Lynn to ask questions more directly without being too rude. "So, I want to know where my news comes from. What kind of news? Is it your whereabouts? Or is it something related to the world tree?" After being declined the invitation to ride the Luo Niao together, Lyanna kept he had an exaggerated expression of disappointment. And he also used various provocative things during the conversation. Like now, she tilted her head slightly, blinked and looked at someone sitting upright. He knew very well that everything the other party was doing was just a show, and he didn't want to give a certain lich a reason to kill him to pieces. Although Lynn spoke calmly, he kept a little distance and said, "First of all, how did you know about the world tree?" "Well, as far as I know, the Wood Elves' stance is a little different from yours. There is even a sense of opposition between the two sides, so they won't tell you the news so readily, because the top leaders of our two groups have different opinions on the attitude of the precepts required by the world tree. There is some friction between them, but the people at the top don't like each other. But it doesn't mean that the people at the bottom must also look like dead people. During my travels in the Lost Lands, I made friends with many people from the Turtle Dove Alliance, including the one you should have met, Kalamaharan. It means that the differences between the two sides, according to someone's knowledge, are not just differences in attitudes towards the precepts, but a fundamental issue of whether people manage trees or trees manage people. But there is no need to demolish the female elf. Anyway, I only listened to the one-sided words of the Wood Elves at the beginning, and this time it is confirmed. As for that one, it is said that a beautiful elf would not be able to recognize someone who is blind after 3 days of seeing him. But Kalamaharan was definitely impressed, and will never forget it until his death. The transliteration of his elf name is Thunder God, and his appearance is that of a very noble person. It can even be said that he is extremely noble. His body of muscles might even make an orc look dwarfed by him and make him shy away. The promotion of World Tree will not be a trivial matter. As long as it happens, people with a certain impact will find out. And then other people will find relevant people to inquire about the news. Even if the other party does not tell the whole story, they will always all let some news slip. After all, it's not a big deal that can be hidden if you want to. Based on our friendship for a while, Kalamaharan has mentioned your name, plus some rumors I heard later. It's not difficult to guess what you know, and its relationship with World Tree's advancement. The whole sentence was very long, but someone only heard clearly, "Have you spent some time together?" Such a sentence. Lynn couldn't help but look at this elf who was so heroic and unlike any other woman with strange eyes. It turned out that she was used to eating heavy salty food and her taste was so unique. Sensing someone's strange look, Laina was angry and amused, and said, "It's not what you think. Kalamaharing is a very well-known figure in the world of elves, and he is also one of the few in the southwest of the Lost World. One of several extraordinary elves. For me who intends to travel around the world, he is certainly someone who must visit. However, he often travels, and I may not be able to find him in the Wadwo tribe, but I am lucky enough to meet him. Of course, I learned a lot from him except for the elven swordsmanship and bow and arrow. You said that you have benefited a lot in all aspects. What can I say?" Someone was so slanderous in his heart, but he still pretended to be nonchalant and asked another thing. "Then your kingdom's invitation to me this time. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Can you tell me something? What? Are you scared?" Expecting the worst and planning for the worst is my consistent life-saving principle. Along the way, I have lived a thrilling life because of the covetousness of others. So I accept your invitation this time. If the situation is possible, if things get worse, I'll always have to think of some countermeasures to ensure a way out. Or do you think it's acceptable to let the one behind you go? This is pretty bad." "Yeah. Right." Agreeing with someone's statement, Laina did not shy away and said directly, "As far as I know, there are indeed many voices in the kingdom's parliament. There are some who don't believe that the advancement of World Tree is related to you. They think you should be captured alive. There are people who press for details. But after all, your achievements in the Great Sage's Tower are there. And there are many people who think you should be respected. Of course, my father is the one who wants to have a good talk with you. On the one hand, it's because your abilities are rumored to be so weird on the forum. And I've seen it in person. I can only say that your abilities are even weirder than the rumors say. So it shouldn't be the worst. So, I'm safe? That should be the case. Yes. If there is no guarantee of victory, I won't fight if I can. Besides, I'm not sure about dealing with that person." Laina pursed her lips, implying that she was sitting in the carriage. Maybe the lich was eavesdropping with his ears straightened. After having a general understanding of his trip, Lin Xuanjua felt a little relieved. However, he still asked worriedly, "Your father wouldn't get angry at others and shout to kill them because he didn't get the expected results. Oh, aren't you going to tell me about everything you know? Is it a warning from the Wood Elves or those High Ones?" "That's not the case." After pondering for a while, Lin said, "I will keep it for now, because I have a feeling that when I see your father, I will say the same things again. And there is a lot of content in those things. And it's quite complicated. I need to clear my mind before I can explain it clearly." "Well, that's good. By the way, how did you find us?" Lin didn't think it was such a coincidence that he was bumped into by a group of elf knights. It can be said that it is curiosity, or it can be said that after knowing the reason, we must find ways to avoid the risk of leaking our whereabouts in the future. Trying to hide one's whereabouts as much as possible is the only way to keep a low profile. Someone who just wants to live a nourishing life never understands what high profile means. From the direction and date you left Pilson City, you can roughly guess where you will appear, then ask the elders of the clan to use prophecy to predict your whereabouts. After confirming the two factors, at these points in time, in these places we search for your whereabouts. Okay, this is a crude way to get lost. But it works. At least someone can't hide the traces of his fate. However, Lin still wanted to ask. "It's just that you seem to belong to the regular army." "Right. Can you cross the border and walk around like this? What's wrong? Let's not mention that this is an ownerless territory. Even if we really can't defeat it, we can definitely escape with the camels we ride. Otherwise, why do you think we have to bother raising camels as a cavalry mount?" I finally found out why I fit in so well with this elf. It doesn't matter if you can't win, but you must be able to escape and win. This is the true way to live a long life. Chapter 397, the Royal Capital of Pia Jamie. Music is an indispensable necessity for elves in life. Even on the battlefield. Whenever they have free time, the elves will take out a piano and play it gently. Don't think that such romantic feelings can fight a war. In fact, very few elves collapse on the battlefield, and their tenacity can only be matched by a handful of trained human elites. According to someone's superficial knowledge of psychology, it's actually just a matter of properly releasing the pressure without being so relaxed that you can't concentrate on the battlefield. Since they can find ways to make themselves more comfortable in situations where they have to be tense anytime and anywhere. Then how could they stare at a group of people they invited with rigid faces on a camping night on the way home? The guests are not allowed to leave. With a small drum and 2 harps, the elves chanted their poems. It sounds ethereal and dreamy, like the fairy music in a dream. So unreal. But to use the words of a tone-deaf person, it is using falsetto and soaring high notes, preparing to challenge the realm of dolphin sound. What is so good about this? But the young elves were intoxicated by it, and it seemed that they also hoped to use this performance to attract Lyena's attention. Unfortunately, the female elf looked impatient. On this occasion, of course, the only powerful weapon with a say in the matter, halloumi, must be used to suppress them. Although the wild girl became a member of the Turtle Dove Alliance, she also received a turtle dove chain as a gift. But at this time, she took out another murder weapon, the guitar. This guitar has a history. A man who stayed up late and looked at the program code was dazzled. He remembered his dream, which was to stand under the window of the small building under the moonlight, pick up the guitar, play and sing, and tease the girl. Then he actually did it. But the ending was different from what he imagined. The little sister who was seduced grabbed the guitar and declared that if she dared to touch this instrument in the future, she would kill someone without hesitation, and there would be no resurrection. Wake up. The reality is that there are still a bunch of program codes waiting to be typed, and a bunch of bugs waiting to be corrected. It seems that there is no difference between my life before time travel and after time travel. This also made someone understand one thing. Everything is fragrant without traveling through the crowd. If you show off too much, you must be prepared to have your brain blossom. The only good thing is that the older sister didn't grab the guitar and smash someone's brains out. So this guitar became Halloumi's trophy. And it was also shown in front of the group of wood elves in Kalama Harang. Logically speaking, instruments with a wider range of sounds should be more popular. But in fact, compared with the turtle dove, the larger guitar is not popular with those wood elves who often travel. After all, traveling is all about traveling light, and guitars are simply too big. However, Halloumi still learned some music suitable for playing on the guitar from his teacher. In fact, it's just someone humming, and then a girl with a good sense of pitch changes the tune into a musical score that she can understand. Western country, or campus folk songs. This is music that someone feels is best suited to be expressed on the guitar. Of course, when teaching young girls, we also focus on this aspect. Those classic lyrics were also changed by 2 girls into a version in the common language of MIDI. But by one standards, the lyric adaptation is ordinary. After all, lyrics and music need to match each other. So a translation that simply copies the original meaning will fail, and to write lyrics with music, the writing skills of the 2 girls are not very good. So after singing the adapted version several times, Halloumi still sang the lyrics that should be the original version, according to someone's impression. Although I don't understand the lyrics, the music is about the rendering power of people's hearts. Amid the sound of the guitar, Halloumi's song instantly impressed the group of young elves. Even Lyena, a female elf whose taste seemed different from that of most of her own race, also raised eyebrows. That night, relying on the magical power of the blonde girl, the relationship between the 2 parties became much closer, even deeper into the night. There are young elves who invite Halloumi out for a heart-to-heart talk. According to Kaya, who was hiding in the dark and caring about her little friend, she later revealed that the girl who expressed her admiration had an exaggerated and ugly face that was frightened. Of course, a certain girl regretted not leaving a record or something. Returning from the border to the capital of the kingdom of Piat Jamie, you can reach it in one day by riding a llama at full speed. But for a group of people who enjoy traveling, there is certainly no need to work so hard. During this period, of course, a group of people also learned more about where they were going and what the rules were. It is polite to do as the Romans do when you are in town. And it is also the most basic way to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. People who insist on sticking to their own living habits can honestly just stay at home. Why bother going to other people's places to live their own lives? Therefore, Lynn didn't have much objection to the journey where the elves had various requirements. And Finn is even more simple. Anyway, 3 masters and apprentices will help her handle all the trivial matters. All I had to do was help her defecate and help her wipe her butt. Someone once mentioned this strange idea. And then he was taught how to behave. Eating and drinking on the road are all handled by the elves. According to them, every living thing has its own cycle of reproduction and its most fertile time. Most of the adventurers passing by did not care about the supplementary hunting, as long as they hunted food themselves. But how could the elves allow such behavior? And the conflict broke out. But since he was invited, The food and drink were entertained by the elves. So naturally, he wouldn't eat something too bad or drink smelly water. The face-saving ethnic group can be said to be very dedicated in hospitality. If I really want to be dissatisfied, it is that the elves who are not accustomed to eating Chinese food have prepared the food according to the guests' requirements. But the portions are actually a bit small. Although the elves do not have the commandment of not eating enough, like their close relatives, the wood elves, it does not mean that the elves will tolerate wasting food. And Chinese food is a mealtime that is a bit wasted in their eyes. So even though it was a request from the guests, the elves prepared it carefully. But they were very conservative in terms of portion size. Forget it. At least I have something to cushion my stomach. The past 3 days passed very quickly. And King Pia Jamie appeared from above the tree crown, from the gaps in the woods, and seeing the high point of the city also made the young elves shout with excitement. According to what they said, this was the furthest and longest time they had ever been away from home. It took them about 30 days to reach the border. Little Mautu, do you know how far I am from home? I really wanted to use this sentence to scare the other person. But considering that I might have to explain what an astronomical unit is, how to calculate it, and might even have to start from the basics of mathematics, I gave up the idea as soon as it came up. However, this city built by the elves completely subverted someone's imagination. Originally thought to be the residence of the elves, a naturally romantic race, this city should give people a visual feast like a fairy tale, with all kinds of dreams. It should amaze and amaze people. As a matter of fact, it is indeed shocking. The elves may have had a glorious time, but the protagonists of today's lost lands are humans. In order to survive under the gaze of aliens, romance can be maintained, but it definitely should not be persisted. This is also reflected in the cities they built to protect themselves. The tall and modeled city wall silently tells its own sense of history. All kinds of war weapons that will make people feel frightened just by looking at it are covered on the city wall. Every once in a while, there are enemy towers similar to magic towers. And from time to time, the dense magic arrays will have blue and purple streams of light flashing past. The city gate was open, and although there were sergeants guarding it, there was no strict control over the people entering and exiting. When they saw a group of camel knights returning, they did not question them. They just nodded to the leader, Laina, and let them into the city even after saying low. This kind of almost no access control may be a situation that a certain time traveler has been accustomed to in the first half of his life, but for me, this is very abnormal. If you enter a city managed by some big nobles, or the capital of some countries, in addition to the city entry tax, you sometimes have to bribe the soldiers guarding the city in order to enter the city smoothly. Sensing someone's surprised expression, Laina probably guessed what the other person was thinking. Because human guests invited here for the first time are always surprised for the same reason. She said, "Is it special for you not to collect city tax? In fact, it is just a bad habit of nobles exploiting people. And it is obvious that this is human style. So it is very strange that elves do not have such rules. Just a normal thing. It's really a statement that is hard to refute." Lin sighed. Instruct the other elf knights to report back to the military headquarters. Especially the unlucky guy who was flashed by Lin. Although the man had woken up, he was still very weak and needed to be sent to the priest for further examination and treatment. At the same time, he also gave the camel he was riding to other elf knights. After all, it belonged to the military and was not privately owned. After everything was arranged, Laina said to Lin and his party, "Please follow me to my home. Father has been waiting for you for a long time. Please lead the way." Because the other party was on foot, Lin also got off the carriage and followed the female elf. At this time, suddenly a calico cat with 3 flowers came and rubbed at someone's feet. Listening to the soft meowing sound, someone could only pick up the kitten and put it on the low wall by the roadside. There were 2 cars and 4 horses behind him ready to pass. If you ignore this very small kitten and it doesn't even dodge, who should be blamed for the tragedy that happens? In fact, it's not that someone doesn't like small animals and children, but sometimes they look like angels, and sometimes they look like devils. So his attitude has always been that if he wants to play, just play with others. If you give birth and raise your own children, you have to be responsible to the end, which is really troublesome. The life of a cat slave is not what I want. Having a lich and 2 students at home is enough trouble. But someone's actions are very abnormal in the eyes of others, because no one can see the non-existent cat except himself. Chapter 398 The Elves. The calico cat sitting on the low wall, licking the balls of its forepaws, watched a group of people go away. The figure gradually faded, and finally disappeared without a trace. The group of people who entered the capital of Pei Jamie looked around to see this country, whose cultural style was completely different from that of humans. There are no high walls or mansions. Most houses have low walls or fences. The window is open, and you can see part of the house at a glance. Every house in the city is carefully taken care of, and there is no mess in sight. But each has its own characteristics. Some allow vines to climb all over the wall, and some paint several colors on the wall to simply express the feeling of sky, white clouds and green space. Some elves who don't know what they are thinking are even more outrageous. They simply don't have walls, and the entire home is exposed to everyone. There are no shops that do business. Whether this is because I haven't been to the relevant place, or for other reasons, I can't tell yet. But from the places we passed, we could tell that the atmosphere of the elf city was indeed different from that of the human city. However, when the leading female elf turned into a row of relatively independent houses, she shouted in Elvish, "I'm back." Someone's eyes widened with a look of disbelief. Compared with the ones outside, this house is not more gorgeous, and there is nothing special about it. That is to say, as a low wall that separates houses, it only surrounds the outermost circle, enclosing many houses within this range. To put it simply, it doesn't look anything like the grandeur of one of the 6 ruling families in the kingdom, as that chick claims to be. A deep male voice came from inside, saying, "Welcome back." The source of this voice was the housekeeper of their family, or according to what the girl said, it was her father, who was the prime minister of the kingdom. Just stay home in broad daylight? Is this coming specifically for you? Or have you lost ground and stayed home? Or, this country is just fine if you work for half a day? What a happy country this is. When someone walked out of the house, sooner or later, someone's arm was hugged by the female elf again, assuming a very intimate posture. Laena completely ignored the surprised expressions of others, but smiled sweetly and said in common language, "Father, I'm back." The kind old man who was originally so kind suddenly glared angrily and roared like a lion. "I will never allow it. I lost it. What kind of family ethics is this bloody 8 o'clock development? Ha ha ha. It turns out it was all a misunderstanding." When I heard this hearty laughter, a few hours had passed since it all started. Even during the explanation process, someone once had the illusion that he was going to die on the spot. During this period, the 2 apprentices were caught in each other's aura and completely retreated, hiding aside and trembling like quails. The 4 dwarves were even more unbearable, so they simply hid outside the entrance wall, 2 on each side, one on top and one on the other, looking at the scene inside with half of their faces. The female elf, who was the instigator, lowered her head obediently, staring at her toes without saying a word. This is the look of someone who is going to play dead till the end. As for the lich, ha. I heard these 2 sounds from the beginning to the end. And someone is resisting all kinds of bombings from that strict father alone. To be honest, someone would rather just take a knife and chop me with a knife instead of explaining this kind of thing. After finally clearing up the misunderstanding, the old elf, who looked like he wanted to eat his daughter's boyfriend alive, finally regained his deceptive and amiable expression. I am really worried about his future son-in-law. If he meets such an old father-in-law, his life will be in danger. And he didn't indulge his daughter blindly. Instead, he pulled Laena, who had always been pretending to be good, to his side, lowered his head and apologized, saying, "My little daughter's prank has caused trouble to the guests. Please accept my apology." Letting go of the female elf's head, the kingdom prime minister laughed and said, "I said my daughter's taste would not be that bad. Fortunately, this is all a misunderstanding. I'll throw it away again. This is not going to work out in the second round." Someone put his head feebly and whispered, "Master Tidov, there is no need to speak so harshly. You criticized my daughter from the beginning to the end, saying that you would never fall in love with her. Her conditions are really bad. What father can bear to be rejected by you like this?" "Brother, you are really embarrassing me. Is it because I can't like your daughter? Or I must like your daughter? When I was young, I was a little crazy." He no longer had the energy to fight the old man for the second round, and someone already wanted to use Flash to leave. At this time, the 2 girls hiding in the corner interrupted the strange and inexplicable atmosphere with their stomachs rumbling dissatisfiedly. Luka Tidov, the prime minister of the kingdom, smiled heartily and said, "Sorry, it was my mistake. The guests came from afar, and we were so rude and poorly received. Please come with me." God save these 2 girls. Be sure to praise them well after leaving. In short, It was a great achievement to get this majestic old elf to give up chasing others. Moreover, the two girls' stomachs didn't growl, and they themselves didn't notice the problem of being hungry. Looking out the window, the sky is getting dark. It's almost night. I still remember that it was very early in the morning when we entered the city. A father who is controlled by his daughter is definitely the most difficult creature in the world to deal with. In every sense of the word. What kind of scene would the elves' dinner party be like? To be honest, someone had done a lot of imagination before today. Just like in European and American movies and TV series, you sit on both sides of an exaggerated long table. There are piles of roast chicken, roast lamb, and cans of wine on the table. You are ready to eat and drink to the point of vomiting. But when you actually see it, you realize that reality and imagination are two different things. Especially for a race that you are not actually familiar with. There is nothing to say about the elf cuisine. And unlike their close relatives, the wood elves almost always eat raw food. The dinner hosted by the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Jamie. Even for a time traveler from the big foodie empire, there is nothing to be picky about. What really made someone dumbfounded was what he observed about the system of this elf kingdom. The place where Luka Tidov, the Prime Minister of the kingdom, entertained everyone was not at his home. In fact, according to someone's observation, the place where they lived was not big enough to hold a banquet or even receive guests. So the place they came to was a guest house similar to a restaurant. I originally thought that this was because the elves looked down on humans. So they deliberately used this method to ridicule Lin and the others in various explicit and implicit ways. But who were the people greeting Luka Tidov in the guest house? Either this minister or that elder. They all seem to be real elves. Not extras who come to fill the scene. A sumptuous dinner is, of course, indispensable for chatting during the dinner. Because when the two parties met for the first time, of course they talked about topics around them and deepened their understanding of each other. Lin was trying to find out what he couldn't understand. The atmosphere of the entire Jamie kingdom. I didn't see anything like a store on the road because there really were no stores in the elves' kingdom. Apart from trading goods with other races, there was no currency trading among the elves. Although the places where the elves live have their own unique characteristics, the basics and layout are actually the same. After asking around, I found out that the places where they live are actually allocated. In addition to the palace that belongs exclusively to the royal family, those whose families are larger and have a larger number of people will be assigned to live in more houses surrounded by walls. In addition to the royal family, the 6 ruling families are actually 6 people who specialize in helping other elves solve their problems, commonly known as wiping their butts. Other than that, anyone who likes it and is willing to do it will be responsible for it, including making bread, cooking food, tailoring, forging and more. There may be some jobs that humans consider low and dirty, but they have to be done. In human society, a vulnerable group of people will be forced to deal with it, such as cleaning up garbage, feces and urine, etc. But this is a magical world. As long as you are willing to spend money and put some thought into it, you can simplify many things. As for the military system, the Kingdom of Jamie has a military system for all citizens. Of course, different duties will be assigned to each person based on what they are good at, rather than just putting everyone on the front line as a soldier. But in normal times, it only maintains a minimum amount of standing force, responsible for patrolling the border and guarding the palace. Although individuals are allowed to own private property, most supplies, including food, are distributed publicly. If any elf wants to eat, he can come to various restaurants or guest houses in the royal capital, and he will be satisfied at any time. The guest house where Lin and his party had dinner was also part of the rationing and cooking process. But the difference was that it also received guests from out of town. Other places may not accept it. It depends on the elf in charge at the time. After talking about this, someone felt like they had heard of this utopia before. The elves' self-discipline and emphasis on spiritual life over material life make them willing to become parts in a huge machine, driving the machine to run smoothly and continuously. But don't think that the full pride in the mouths of the elves is pride in their more advanced system. That's not the case at all, according to someone's words from the elves at the dinner table. And if you stand in their position and think about it, it is easy to understand their helplessness in running a country in this way. In a situation where countless human kingdoms are looking around and coveting, cowardice and division can only have one result: the destruction of the country and the extinction of the species. There will also be some rules in the war with the same race, which can redeem lives and not kill them all. But wars between different races always end with one side being wiped out. If you choose the life of a slave and live humbly, you may be able to extend your life. But that choice only saved his own life, but ruined the future of the entire race. Not to mention that the elves are very fragile compared to the human race. The average lifespan is 600 years, starting from the time of birth. Adults are not considered adults until they are 90 years old. That is, they have the ability to have children. In a lifetime, an elf couple will have 3 to 4 children, with the support of many magic and druid spells. Unless there are congenital defects, the survival rate is very high. But from the birth of an elf to the time when he can give birth to the next generation, 3 generations of humans have been born. If you work harder, there will be no problem in giving birth to a 4th generation. Maybe the elves can fight 10 humans in a single fight. In terms of fighting, there is no problem in winning every battle. But when it comes to consumption, quantity, and overall strategy, the elves are at an absolute disadvantage. And in such a predicament, it seems not difficult to understand that we should embark on such a path. Because only in this way, by clenching the entire ethnic group into a fist, can we resist foreign invasion. In order to maintain the vitality of the entire group and accommodate some children who are less willing to obey the assignment, young elves often leave the kingdom and travel around the world. Therefore, only after seeing clearly the situation of the kingdom of Piet Jamie can we understand what kind of dilemma the elves are in, and then understand the reason why their actions are so drastic. Chapter 399: The Culture of Piet Jamie. But of course no one has any room to comment on the national policies of other countries, because that is the path they rely on to survive. Apart from anything else, just talking about the allocation of residences among the elves, there are still many empty houses without owners in the capital of Piet Jamie. This is because of the war that destroyed the country thousands of years ago, and the elves chose to retreat to continue their lives. When the Dark Ages ended, they returned to their original location and restored their country. However, the surviving elves have still been unable to restore the population to the level of the kingdom's heyday. It can be seen how deeply a war of that level has harmed long-lived species like them. However, the hopeless romance in their racial character prevents them from being like some countries on Earth, which completely tilt their national power towards the military field and ignore the people's livelihood. The enjoyment and spiritual food that elves should have in their lives are still flourishing. After the dinner, the group was taken to a place similar to an opera house. Of course, there were elves performing on the stage, and they were all young people. The music and dancing are all excellent. The dancer is as soft as a bone, and every move is seductive. The performers also put in their best efforts to exaggerate people's hearts and make the listeners feel the passion they want to express. But according to the standards of the Earth, the people on the stage are just a group of young amateur performers, and they also use such occasions to express their feelings to the people they admire. Despite this, in this world where entertainment is scarce, the opera house of the Elf Kingdom is still the place that most nobles in the Lost Land, as well as people with money and leisure, most yearn for, and they are proud to have visited it. Of course, those young guys wanted to be on such a stage for various reasons, wanting to show themselves and express their love. Just hearing that the people on the stage were ordinary young men who might appear around her, Halloumi was eager to give it a try. But to be honest, the elves' hard-working performance would only make someone feel sleepy. Instead of watching a classical music feast, it would be better for someone to give him a small screen, a pair of headphones, and then watch a 24-hour Marvel movie. Then the subtitle is, if you don't press the pause button, let's see whose bladder explodes first. However, on this night, someone thought that the elves would find an opportunity to get to the point. But amidst various entertainment programs, the night was already late. After personally bringing the guests to the guest house, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom Luca Tida bowed to the silver-bearded dwarves and said, "Old allies, my king will meet with you tomorrow. There will be a state banquet in honor of you. I hope you can feel at home, so please have a good rest tonight." Immediately afterwards, the old elf came to someone again and said cautiously, "Your Excellency, Tripwood Magician, I will formally receive several of you tomorrow. We have many questions that we would like to ask, and I hope that you will not hesitate to let me know. Of course, this is by no means a free gift. We understand that the magician's knowledge is a priceless treasure, but if you are willing to provide it to those in need at a limited cost, you will gain additional benefits from our friendship today. It's late. Please have a good rest." All the carriages and luggage that had been temporarily stored at the old elf's house were sent by him in advance to where everyone was staying. The wealth above has not been touched at all. This is an advantage that the elves are quite proud of. There are no thieves in the kingdom of Piet Jamie. Not picking up lost items on the road and not closing the door at night are just basic operations for them. In fact, it is easy to understand from their perspective. If most of the things that the elves need in life are distributed by the kingdom, so that all elves can live without fear, then the private property that will be retained by the elves must be that a very commemorative and unique item. And these items will definitely be known to most people. After all, the society of elves is very small, and there are not many novel things in life. So as long as there is some trouble, if one elf knows about it, it means that all elves know about it. So in such a situation, the chance of stealing other people's things without being discovered is very, very small. Unless something is stolen, never use it or show it off to others. On the other hand, the arrogance of most elves also makes them disdain to do such behavior. Besides, they are more keen on pursuing spiritual satisfaction rather than these replaceable materials. As for a small number of people, according to them, they just can't stand the atmosphere in the kingdom. And most of them wander outside. When they see enough of the darkness in the outside world, these elves will naturally return to their hometown where they grew up. Understand that all this suppression is for survival. Of course, there are also a few people who never come back. It seems that the elves value their ancient allies more. But in fact, both Lynn and others, and the Silverbeard dwarves, receive similar treatment. The real difference lies in the supplies in the dwarves' rooms. The elves carefully selected the supplies that suit their height and habits. The single room is not very spacious, but it has a variety of supplies for personal use, such as dressing mirrors, combs, nightgowns, etc. The bed has a light fragrance, which you won't be able to detect if you don't smell it carefully. But it is just right to make people relax their body and mind unconsciously. If this were placed on Earth, it would at least be a star-rated hotel. Such a comfortable environment and a rare quiet night can make someone fall asleep as soon as they touch the bed. If you travel for a long time, you will miss the life at home. If you stay at home for a long time, you will want to travel. People are so contradictory. But on the first day of life change, the fatigue from the previous journey or the tiredness from staying at home will be released in one breath. At this time, people will always be particularly relaxed. Outside the window, a kitten climbed the wall with its sharp claws hidden on the edge of the meatball, and finally climbed onto the windowsill. I saw someone sleeping on his stomach. His petite body seemed to want to enter the house. His short legs kept stretching, as if he was looking for a suitable place to jump, but then retracted because he was afraid of losing his balance. This happened several times, and after the kitten meowed a few times in its milky voice, it seemed to have made up its mind, slightly bending its legs, and prepared to jump. With this accumulation of energy, another layer of darkness quietly and quickly enveloped the entire room. The kitten's hair suddenly exploded. Its back arched, and it screamed in a milky voice. At the same time, it lost its balance and fell outward from the narrow window sill to the ground. The kitten fell heavily to the ground, but it seemed that it was not hurt at all. It turned over flexibly and ran away wildly. The starry sky in the room twinkled. As if a human eye was blinking, watching the petite figure disappear into the darkness. Then the starlight disappeared and everything returned to normal. Of course, someone didn't know what happened while he was sleeping. Early the next morning, two very luxurious carriages for carrying people arrived in front of the reception house. One car came from the elf royal family, and the Imperial Guard personally came to greet the four distinguished guests, the silver-bearded dwarves, who had not appeared on the surface for thousands of years. The other car came from the Prime Minister of the kingdom, although the specifications were not as luxurious as the one from the royal family. Laina Tidov, the elf sword dancer, personally escorted the team. However, Lynn still discovered one thing. That is, the two carriages were actually of the same specifications. Only the coat with the coat of arms on it is different. And the people responsible for reception obviously have different affiliations. I guess this is an official vehicle to some extent. But regardless of whether it is a business car or not, at least the elf knows how to put some effort into comfort. Things that don't look like dwarves are just stupid and thick, have the same temperament as those old guys in the north of my hometown. Or they are particular about some weird places. Sitting on the carriage used by the elves to pick up and drop off guests. The velvet chairs were as soft as the sofa, which reminded someone of their life before time travel. As soon as they got in the car, the two girls deliberately sat on the chairs and bounced, surprised by the comfort brought by the car. This is something that can't be helped. During someone's journey, the carriage mainly carries all their belongings and cannot take into account the comfort of the ride. So everyone is enjoying the privilege of traveling without having to walk on their own, at the cost of having to sit on the cold wooden boards. The carriage was on the road to the palace. After gaining a deeper understanding of this country, Lynn looked at the scenery along the road and had some indescribable feelings. In particular, he carefully observed the elves walking on the streets in this early morning. Although there is no vigorous vitality, there is definitely no twilight energy like stagnant water. Just like the characters of the elves, they look plain on the outside, but they are passionate on the inside. The two carriages separated at the gate of the palace. The royal family that the dwarves wanted to meet was in the inner palace, where the elven royal family lived. The prime minister of the kingdom that Lin and others wanted to meet was in the office of the outer palace. The palace occupies a vast area, and the elf-style pastoral landscape is even more unique in someone's eyes. It is neither the European and American garden style of the earth, which emphasizes neatness and appears too heavy with chiseling marks, nor is it like the Chinese garden style, which blindly pursues natural wonders and attempts to include heaven, earth and circles in a small world. The elves' courtyard landscaping is not so much a landscape as it is a unique defense for the elves. Various highly aggressive plants are cultivated at staggered intervals. It might be flowers. It might be leaves. It might be the smell that hits your nose inadvertently, threatening all those who dare to invade this palace, especially those who like to hide in the shadows and think they are very good at martial arts. Just imagine what the consequences will be if you make small moves near the dragon's drooling mouth. Those people probably look that miserable. The plants and trees in the palace courtyard made Harumi's eyes light up, and she wished she could get off the carriage and enjoy the flowers. She could even tell the names and characteristics of these plants, their special talents, and their attack patterns like a treasure trove. Of course, more importantly, she is also quite aware of the weaknesses, or shortcomings, of these plants. As the carriage passed by, the blonde girl even stretched her hand out of the window and touched a special plant, the huge and bright flowers. It seemed that the other elves were on tenterhooks, and their eyes almost bulged out. The plant that Harumi touched was the famous piranha in the palace, not to mention the enemies. Even the gardeners among the elves who were responsible for tending the courtyard did not know how many people had their arms bitten off. I haven't heard of anyone that flower has let go, but there is one right in front of me. Finally, the carriage stopped in front of a simple and unpretentious building. The elves are focused on spiritual satisfaction, and even if it is a house with the same specifications, they can play different tricks. So simplicity itself is the most special existence. A group of old men with white hair and beards lined up in front of the building. Looking at this battle, some people don't think this is an attitude that is taken seriously, but rather it seems that they are trying to give someone a blow. Who says elves are not evil? Someone would not naively think that he was so important that he needed to invite such a line of people to greet him. Chapter 400 Whitehall Talks. Let me tell you the conclusion first. I am willing to tell you all the results of the joint research between World Tree Wadwo and I, although I don't think you dare to use it. The conference room that the elves named Whitehall was crowded with elves of all ages. After the Kingdom Prime Minister Luka Tidov was polite, he went straight to the topic and asked about the advancement of the World Tree. And Lin didn't make anyone interested and directly stated his attitude. However, the elves were quite dissatisfied with someone's conclusion, especially the last sentence. Looking at those expressions, Lin just smiled and explained. In the past, there was a saying that the advancement of World Tree was based on the ashes of other world trees. This statement is correct, but let me make an analogy. If the advancement of World Tree is compared to traveling, everyone will hope that before traveling, I can know the map of the destination, and even the dangerous places that I may pass through during the journey, as well as the safe routes, so as to ensure the smoothness of my journey. The old way of promotion is, seize the maps of other world trees, and fill in the unknown parts of yourself to ensure your success. Lin picked up the water glass on the table, and took a sip of water while observing. Some elves were dissatisfied with such a naked statement, while others showed no concern. However, we can also know from this performance that they are not completely ignorant of this situation. After roughly understanding the attitudes of the elves, Lin dared to continue speaking boldly. After all, sometimes speaking out the facts without hesitation may not be accepted by others. Therefore, not only others, but also myself have experienced many instances of falling out, especially those immediate bosses who care about face and cannot climb down the stairs. They will vividly teach what it means to have power greater than the truth. And what I just said are the conditions for World Tree to advance in the past, Lin said, and after regaining everyone's attention, he continued. The research that Wadwo and I collaborated on was just to find a method. The same metaphor allows people to move forward step by step in the unknown of the journey ahead, and then take every step of their own without having to snatch the map from others. Just provide a method. The buzz of private discussion among the elves never stopped. But for someone's reservations, Representative Luka Titov came forward and asked, "The method of provision mentioned by Your Excellency does not seem to guarantee success. Of course, for a journey to be successful, it is not enough to have a map, but also sufficient supplies. In the case of World Tree, it is necessary to have enough accumulation. With the strength to advance, there is no way forward. The method I provided is only useful when the situation arises. But if you don't have that strength, it would be terrible. From what I see, World Tree promotion is a very high-risk thing. And it doesn't mean that you want to interrupt it. It can be interrupted when you are unable to withstand the storm from high dimensions. If you are lucky, at most the World Tree will be destroyed. If you are very lucky, there will be some remnants left. And then everything will start again. But if you are unlucky, the damage will expand. And outside the World Tree, at this time, you can only pray that you are not living under the tree. So what does it take to be ready?" an elder asked. In response to this question, Lin chuckled and said, "This is the most interesting part. I don't know how to be ready." Spreading his hands, someone looked like he wanted to be beaten and said, "I was the direction of research does not matter whether World Tree is ready or not. I have only been in the Wood Elf tribe for more than a year, and it is impossible to do much research. Waldwo said that he wanted to try it, so I helped him. Facts have proved that his accumulation is not enough. There was a big crisis in the process of promotion. It can only be said that he is very lucky. I don't know if you have noticed that. Except for Waldwo, he has been lucky recently. There was only one other World Tree that tried to advance and luckily succeeded. There was no other news after that." The promotion of World Tree is a big event for MIDI. As long as the strength reaches a certain level, they will feel the change of great power between heaven and earth. "Maybe this is just because the information has been concealed, isn't it?" another elder asked. Although his expression was amiable and his voice was steady and strong, his words were heart-wrenching. Lin shrugged and wanted to explain. But looking at so many people around him, he hesitated. After a moment, he said something else to the students sitting outside. "Don't you really want to visit the courtyard of the palace? You can take this opportunity to go out for a walk." The rebellious blonde girl seemed to be deliberately playing devil's advocate and said, "But we also want to hear it. Go. Listen to whatever you want. People who start dozing off after just 3 minutes of listening to my lecture. I don't believe you when you say how much you want to listen." After saying that, someone turned around and asked, "Can you allow me to what about the students visiting the palace's courtyard? It would be best if someone could take them with them and give them some introductions to prevent them from wandering into places they shouldn't go." The sudden request certainly aroused the elves' eyebrows. Although the request was rather strange, they strained their ears to continue listening. But that person had a normal indifferent expression and had no intention of speaking. Some people were confused, and some were about to feel impatient. Lina said, "Let me take you for a walk. There are many flowers in the palace, and they are unique varieties that cannot be seen in the outside world. What the old men said must be true. It's so boring that I don't have the patience to listen to it anymore." With the first person responding, the other elves also woke up and meant to clear the place. The Prime Minister of the kingdom nodded to everyone, and the other elves, who knew that their status was relatively low, followed the steps of the female elf sword dancer and the 2 magic apprentices and left. However, a group of armed elves who were originally standing at the outermost edge retreated outside the conference room, drew their weapons, and then closed all the doors and windows of the conference room. Looking at that posture, in addition to guarding against prying from others, it also seemed to be a clear warning to someone that the 500 swordsman was behind the door. So don't mess around. When most of the people in the conference room were reduced, Lin did not continue to put on airs, but directly talked about the promotion of Zoriana, the second World Tree. A few months ago, it turns out that someone was working in cahoots with a certain tree. After completing the research and being lucky enough to be promoted, he planned to sell the research results at a good price. Although the group of interested customers is very, very small, the wealth of each one of them is unimaginable to ordinary people. On the one hand, this is because Waldwar paid someone a very expensive reward, including a living World Tree seed. In addition to wanting to recover some of the costs he had paid from other World Trees, he also didn't know what his mentality was because he wanted to see others suffer as badly as himself. Don't think that the promotion of World Tree is all benefits. Many Wood Elves were implicated by Waldwall and died without any chance of resurrection. Secondly, although Waldwall's rank has been improved, His overall strength has not advanced but retreated. This is because he was too reluctant. Not only did his scope of influence shrink, but his long-term reserves of power were also almost exhausted. Maybe I am more capable of development now, and don't hit the bottleneck as quickly as before. But I am so miserable now that it makes Walworth want to find a few partners who share the same problem. I thought that after seeing the success of a certain tree, other trees would rush to the door and be ripped off. It turns out that someone really underestimated the patience of plants. For a while, no one took Wadwo's success seriously. Finally, Waldwall approached someone for help. At that time, Lin and his group had been away from the Wood Elf tribe for quite some time. If something is too troublesome, someone may not be able to figure it out yet. But when it comes to some business transaction skills, as a time traveler from the 21st century, some business promotion techniques, that's all I can say. After a series of suggestions, Wadwo chose the sales method of enjoying first and paying later. This is considering that other world trees may have doubts about the method of advancement. Just one example of Waldwo is not enough to prompt other world trees to make up their minds. Then the best way is to add a few more examples to increase credibility. World Tree belongs to the same generation as Wadwo, and Zoriana is his chosen target. Of course, it took a while of hard work before the other party agreed with difficulty. All necessary calculations were quickly completed with the cooperation of the two world trees. Because he had an experience, Wadwo made it clear without reservation the dangers he might encounter, and imagined some means of dealing with them. The advancement process of World Tree Zoriana was much smoother than that of Wadwo. Although compared to plundering other world trees, there are many more twists and turns to complete the promotion process. But Zoriana's success still tells everyone who pays attention to the fact that this road is feasible. But it really attracted the attention of all the high officials of the Turtle Dove Alliance, including the Ancient One in the World Tree, who had survived since ancient times and claimed to have witnessed the initial battle between gods and demons in the land of the Lost World. The reason why Fasnaz came forward was not the World Tree, the method of promotion, but the impact after promotion. At this point, someone seemed to want to leave suspense, so he stopped talking and picked up the water glass to drink water. The old elves who were listening were somewhat thankful that the group of young people left the table first, because these words are not serious. In fact, they are nothing, but if they are serious, after all, they are related to the strategic layout of World Tree, and these things are not suitable for too many people to know. But the suspense of being hung up by someone still needs to be asked. Luka Titov helplessly looked at the look from his colleague, and had no choice but to ask, "What is the impact of World Tree's promotion? How come even that Ancient One came forward?" The ancient Fasnath, the last protector of the former Elven Empire. It is still growing stably within the borders of the human empire, protecting an autonomous territory of Wood Elves. For this reason, that empire even crowned a World Tree as a legal basis for its independence and autonomy. All they had to do was make it clear that they had nothing to do with this place. The reason why this ancient man is also concerned is, if the advancement of World Tree is related to the advancement of the entire Lost World, what would you think?